Preface. Poll after poll demonstrates that year after year Americans' basic historical knowledge reaches newly obscene lows. This trend takes on increasing urgency when we observe political leaders and senior policymakers direct foreign and domestic affairs in the apparent absence of knowledge of relevant historical context. Frankly, it is embarrassing to watch, and often tragic in its human consequences. I was first struck by the severity of this problem when I returned to my alma mater, the United States Military Academy, West Point, to teach freshman, plebe, American History 101. I was straight out of graduate school, my sense of the decisive importance of the subject heightened by my tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, where I fought in wars begun and waged seemingly without the faintest sense of the region's history. That the cadets would likely, almost inevitably, form the increasingly militarized vanguard of future U.S. foreign policy only added urgency. Most cadets entered West Point having been taught, and thus understanding, a rather flimsy brand of U.S. history. These otherwise gifted students' understanding of the American past lacked substance or depth and pivoted on patriotic platitudes. Such young men and women hardly knew the history of the country they had volunteered to kill and die for. That, I thought to myself, is how military fiascos are made. Throughout my teaching tenure I set myself the task of bridging, in some modest way, the gap between what scholars know and what students learn. That process and its challenges motivated me to write this book, an enthusiastic attempt to bridge the perhaps unbridgeable, academic and public history. No doubt the project will be found wanting, but there's inherent value in the quest, in the very struggle. The skeletal geneses of the chapters that follow were the 38 lesson plans I crafted to impart the broad contours of U.S. history to future leaders of an army at war. That the often censorious, some will say downright un-American, analyses herein were introduced to presumably patriotic and conservative West Point cadets may seem shocking. That many other history instructors on the faculty presented not altogether dissimilar concepts may be more surprising still. Nonetheless, as Martin Luther King Jr. often warned, we should not confuse dissent with disloyalty. In today's politically and culturally tribal times, unfortunately, this seems the reflexive response to any manner of disagreement. I make no apologies for having presented combat-bound cadets with undeniable dark facts and some critical conclusions common among esteemed scholars. Exposure to the historical myths and flaws, in addition to the well-worn triumphs, of the country they might very well die for seemed appropriate. Anything less would have felt obscene. I write this preface amid both a deadly pandemic and widespread demonstrations in communities large and small inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement that have shaken many Americans' perceptions of the nation's political and economic systems to the core. Whether these historically unprecedented events will translate into structural or lasting change is unclear. But there's no better time to translate the version of American History 101 that I taught at West Point to a public audience and to pose the salient question, what, exactly, is exceptional about the United States? America is exceptional, not always in ways that should engender patriotic pride, but rather often in ways that should cause us to reflect, take stock, and strive to do better. Plenty of other countries, for instance, sport equally, if not more, free and democratic societies. Dozens are healthier and provide superior medical care, some are even more affluent. Hardly any, however, particularly in the wealthier developed world, have such vast wealth gaps, disparate health services and outcomes, or traditionally weak left labor parties. Essentially none imprison quite so many of their citizens, militarily garrison the globe, or fight even a fraction as many simultaneous far-flung wars. Even if we were to set aside any associated value judgments, it bears asking why, historically speaking, this is the case. Why does the United States have income inequality rates equivalent to those of its Gilded Age more than a century earlier? Why didn't its citizens insist upon, or achieve, universal public health care before, and especially after, the Second World War, when most of its Western allies and even adversaries did? Why was there, at least in comparative terms, never a viable socialist or serious Labor Party alternative in mainstream American politics? Why has an unprecedented class and especially race-based mass incarceration regime developed in the nation that most loudly proclaims its dedication to freedom? And why is it the United States wages undeclared warfare across the planet's entirety? Many of the answers actually lie in the past, in the historical development of U.S. politics and society. These aspects of the darkly exceptionalist present can only be understood through, and partly explained by, a better understanding of four ghastly themes underpinning American history but largely glossed over in standard, introductory survey classes: Indigenous genocide, racialized slavery, hypercapitalism, and militarist imperialism. Many people loudly claim to hate history, at least as a subject in their schooling. Given the uneven quality of its teachers and consequent presentation, that's quite understandable. Still, distaste for the history class hardly tempers the inordinate value nearly all Americans place on the concept of history, at least as they choose to understand it. Most people understand themselves, their family, their community, and their nation through the prism of history. The stories we tell about ourselves and our forebears inform the sort of country we think we are, the public policy we craft, and even what we imagine possible. 1. Original sin, American slavery, American freedom. Origins matter. Every nation-state has an origin myth, a comforting tale of trials, tribulations, and triumphs that form the foundation of imagined communities. The United States of America, a self-proclaimed indispensable nation, is as prone to exaggerated origin myths as any society in human history. Most of us are familiar with the popular American origin story, our forefathers, a collection of hardy, pious pioneers, escaped religious persecution in England and founded a new world, a shining beacon in a virgin land. Of course, that story, however flawed, refers to the Pilgrims, and Massachusetts, circa 1620. But that's not the true starting point for English-speaking society in North America. Painting by National Park Service artist Sidney King. The first permanent colony was in Virginia, at Jamestown, beginning in 1607. Why, then, do our young students dress in black buckle-top hats and recreate Thanksgiving each year? Where's the commemoration of Jamestown and our earliest American forebears? The omission itself tells a story, that of a chosen, comforting narrative, the legend of the Pilgrims, and the whitewashing of a murkier past along the James River. The truth is, the United States descends from both origin points, Massachusetts and Virginia, and carries the legacy of each into the 21st century. So why do we focus on the Pilgrims and sideline Virginia? A fresh look may help explain. The Age of Discovery. When it comes to history, like any story, the starting point is itself informative. The cadets to whom I taught freshman history at West Point were required to take only one semester of U.S. history. So where to start? The official answer, as in so many standard history courses, was Jamestown, Virginia, 1607. That, of course, is a fascinating, perhaps absurd, choice. Such a starting point omits several thousand years of Native American history, of varied, complex civilizations from modern Canada to Chile. Time being short, 1607 remains a common pedagogical starting point. As a result, from the beginning our understanding of U.S. history is Eurocentric and narrow, covering only the past 400 or so years. Consider that problem number 1. Next, contemplate the language we use to describe the founding of new European colonies. This is, say it with me, the Age of Discovery. In 1492, Columbus discovered, even though he wasn't first, America. Now, that's a loaded term. Isn't it just as accurate to say that Native Americans discovered Columbus, a lost and confused soul, when he landed upon their shores? When we say Europeans discovered the New World, we're, not inadvertently, implying that there was nothing substantial going on in the Americas until the Caucasians showed up. Europe has a dated, chronological history, reaching back at least to the ancient Greeks, which most students learn in elementary school and later on in Western civilization classes. Not so for the Native Americans. Their public history starts in 1492, or, for Americans, in 1607. What came before, then, hardly matters. Inauspicious beginnings. Englishmen came neither to escape religious persecution nor to found a New Jerusalem. Not to Virginia, at least. No, the corporate-backed expedition, by the Virginia Company, a joint stock venture, sought treasure, think gold, to find a northwest passage to India, and to balance the rival Catholic Spaniards. But first and foremost, they pursued profit. The expedition barely survived. That should come as little surprise. They chose a malarial swamp for a home. The first ships carried mostly aristocrats, gentlemen, as they were then labeled, with a few laborers and carpenters for good measure. Gentlemen didn't work or deal with the dirty business of farming and settling. But they did like to argue, and there were too many chiefs on this voyage. The first party did not include any farmers or women. Only 30% survived the first winter. 2 years later only 60 out of 500 colonists survived the starving time. Over the first 17 years, 6,000 people arrived, but only 1,200 were alive in 1624. One guy ate his wife. So why the disaster? Why the poor site selection and early starvation? First, the colonists had chosen a site inland on the James River because they had feared detection by the more powerful Spanish. But mainly the disaster came down to colonial motivations. Jamestown was initially about profit, not settlement. Corporate dividends, not community. This was the private sector, not a permanent national venture. In that sense, matters in early Virginia were not unlike modern American economics. Saved by tobacco, the first drug economy. They never did find much gold or, for that matter, a Northwest Passage. Then again, they didn't all starve to death. Rather, the venture was saved by a different sort of gold, the cash crop of tobacco. Tobacco changed the entire dynamic of colonization and control in North America. Finally, there was money to be made. The Englishmen shipped the newest vice eastward and pulled a handsome profit in return. Our beloved forefathers were early drug dealers. More migrants now cross the Atlantic to get in on the tobacco windfall. The plentiful gentlemen of Virginia sought to recreate their landed estates in England. Despite significant early conflict with the native Powhatan Confederacy, large tobacco plantations eventually developed along the coast. Who, though, would work these fields? Certainly not the landowners. The burgeoning aristocracy had two choices: lower-class English or Scots-Irish indentured servants, who worked for a fixed period in the promise of future acres, and African slaves. Whom to choose? Unsurprisingly, ethics played little role, and cost was the defining factor. When mortality was high in the colony's early years, plantation owners favored the cheaper, mainly white, indentured servants. But as more families planted corn, kept cattle, and improved nutrition, death rates fell and slaves became more appealing. After all, though expensive in upfront costs, slaves worked for life, and the slave owners got to keep their offspring. Nevertheless, for the first several decades an interracial mix of slaves and servants worked the land in Virginia. Bacon's Rebellion and the American Future. The problem with the tobacco economy was one of space. To be profitable, cash crops require expansive acreage, and in Virginia this meant movement inland. This expansion set the Englishmen on a collision course with local Native Americans. Furthermore, what was plantation society to do about those indentured servants who survived and matriculated? Land would have to be found somewhere, though not near the coasts and early settlements. The gentlemen weren't about to divide up their own large estates. To maintain their chosen societal model, landed aristocracy, in which the wealthiest 10% possessed half the wealth and the bottom 60% held less than 10% of accumulated wealth, new land would have to be found farther west, in Indian Territory. The thing is, after some bloody, early wars with the Powhatan, most gentlemen preferred a stable, secure status quo. Not another war. That'd be bad for business. However, falling tobacco prices, increased competition from nearby colonies, and the relentless search by the former indentured class for more land brought frontier Virginians into conflict with an easy scapegoat, nearby Native Americans. Frustrated lower-class men, both white and black, rallied behind a young, discontented aristocrat, a firebrand named Nathaniel Bacon. Bacon led his interracial Poor People's Army in attacks on local natives and, eventually, on Governor William Berkeley and the establishment gentlemen. In 1675 and 1676, Bacon's throng destroyed plantations and even burned Jamestown before Bacon died of disease, the bloody flux, and the rebellion petered out. Bacon's rebellion was one of the foundational, and most misunderstood, events in American history. Here, a populist army savagely assaulted hated Native Americans and aristocrats alike. A mix of black and white former indentured servants demonstrated the fragility of Virginian society. The planter class was terrified. To avoid, at all costs, a repeat, the landed gentry made a devil's bargain. To ensure stability, they realized they must co-opt some of the poor without ceding their own privileged status. Enter America's original sins, racism and white privilege. Plantation owners simply hired fewer indentured servants and became more reliant on black African chattel slaves for their labor force. The planters also threw a bone to the middling whites, lowering some taxes and allowing more political representation for white male Virginians. The implications were as disturbing as they were enduring. White unity became the organizing principle of life in colonial Virginia. To be fair, poor whites lived difficult lives and always outnumbered their aristocratic betters. Nonetheless, these lower-class Caucasians benefited from the new, racialized social system. Pale skin became a badge of honor. Life may not be optimal, but at least we are white. Black freemen became a thing of the past, and soon blackness became inseparably associated with slavery and the lowest of social classes. Black skin became a brand of slavery, and runaways could no longer blend into colonial society. Slaves were easily spotted by virtue of their color. Bacon's rebellion linked land, labor, and race in nefarious ways. Land ownership remained the path to freedom. Labor remained essential to profiting from the land, and race came to define the relationship between land and labor. After 1676, a class-based system morphed into a race-based system of labor and social structure. The demand for African slaves rose, and a triangular trade developed among North America, Africa, and Europe. It seemed that everyone benefited from slave labor. It became an Atlantic system. The American South had transformed from a society with slaves into a slave society. It would remain so for nearly 2 centuries. Race became a prevalent fact of life in the Americas, and it still is, more than 300 years later. There's nothing simple about America's origins, and it is good that this is so. In this way, the United States is like most other modern nation-states. Leaving behind exceptionalist rhetoric and exploring uncomfortable truths signify intellectual maturity. Should this country wish to move forward, be its best self, and fulfill the dream of its finest rhetoric, then the citizenry must dispense with reassuring myths and grapple with inconvenient truths. What, then, do Jamestown and early Virginia have to tell us in the 21st century? Perhaps this: American slavery arose alongside and intertwined with American freedom. Our society descends from a sinister original sin, the development of a race-based caste system along the banks of the James River. Race, class, labor, and slavery were inextricably linked in our colonial past. They remain so today. 1. 2. Roots in religious zealotry. It is the image Americans are comfortable with. The first Thanksgiving. Struggling pilgrims, our blessed forebears, saved by the generosity of kindly Native Americans. 2 societies coexisting in harmony. If colonial Virginia was a mess, well, certainly matters were better in Massachusetts. Here are origins all can be proud of. Our children recreate the scene every November, and we watch them with pride through the lenses of our smartphones. But is this representation of life in colonial New England an accurate portrait of Anglo-Native relations at Plymouth or, for that matter, in the larger Massachusetts Bay Colony? Of course it isn't, but nonetheless the impression, the myth, persists. That's a story unto itself. Consider this: how many Americans even know there was a difference between Pilgrims and Puritans? The distinctions matter. The Pilgrims, of course, arrived first. Calvinists of humble origins, the Pilgrims were Protestant separatists who believed the mainstream Church of England was beyond saving. They fled England for the Netherlands in the early 17th century, and then, in 1620, about 100 boarded the Mayflower to go to North America. It was they who landed on Plymouth Rock. The First Thanksgiving, 1621, by J.L.G. Ferris. The far more numerous Puritans were also pious, dissenting Protestants, but they initially believed the Church of England could be reformed from within. They were generally wealthier, more prominent citizens. In 1630 or so, about 1,000 Puritans formed the first wave to settle the area claimed by the Massachusetts Bay Colony. They were, indeed, fleeing the persecution of King Charles I, but, unlike the Pilgrims, they received a royal charter for their colony. They hoped to found a New Jerusalem in the New World. Stark contrasts: Virginia versus New England. These weren't the gold-hungry aristocrats of colonial Virginia. The Puritans and Pilgrims came as families. They included women. The Massachusetts climate and natural population growth made for far lower mortality than that experienced at early Jamestown. Everyone was willing to work, and the productive family units made, eventually, for bountiful harvests. This was not a land of gentlemen and cash crops, as in Virginia, but of dutiful families tilling the land. The motivations and origins of the 2 English colonies affected the social structure of each. Differing goals set the tone from the start. Virginians sought to exploit the land, mine its resources, compete with the Spanish, and turn a quick profit. Not so the Puritans. They strove to settle, to put down roots and thrive in an idealized community. Their middling origins combined with communal goals resulted in familial plots with widespread land ownership, another contrast with the tobacco plantations of Jamestown. All this translated into a rough economic equality, at least in the early years. There was also a near-total absence of chattel slavery. The climate didn't support the most common cash crops, and so there was little incentive to import Africans to New England. God wills it, the motivations of the Puritans. It all sounds harmonious, idyllic even. Yet something lurked below the surface, something dark and unpleasant to modern eyes. These were fundamentalist zealots. These insufferable, millenarian Calvinists held themselves in shockingly high esteem. They were chosen. They would transform the world by their example. If the Pilgrims sought separation from a world of sin, the Puritans meant to create a new world, an example for all to emulate. It briefs well. and makes for an agreeable origin narrative, but isn't there something disturbing about such a people, about such overbearing confidence? Ponder the words of John Winthrop, an early governor of the Bay Colony. "We shall find that the God of Israel is among us, when 10 of us shall be able to resist 1,000 of our enemies, when he shall make us a praise and glory, that men shall say of succeeding plantations, the Lord make it like that of New England, for we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill, the eyes of all people are upon us." These were people on a mission, the Lord's mission, come what may. Such people would seem to be on a collision course with the region's natives and Anglo-nonconformists. And this would soon come to pass. The Puritans' motivations and goals raise some salient questions. What does such colossal self-regard say about a society, and what are the implications for that society? Is it, ultimately, a good thing? That's certainly a matter of opinion, but the questions themselves are instructive. Americans must make such queries to get an honest sense of themselves and their origins. This much is hard to argue with. Here in Massachusetts we find the genesis of American exceptionalism, the blessing and curse that has shadowed the United States for more than 3 centuries, driving domestic and especially foreign policy. Divergent modern political figures, from Ronald Reagan to Barack Obama, stuck carefully to an American exceptionalist script, in rhetoric if not in deed. Is this city on a hill metaphor, on the whole, a positive one? This author, at least, tends to doubt it. Perhaps we should mistrust such pride and conceit, even in their most American forms. Stifling dissent, life in colonial New England. Could you imagine living with these people, comporting with their way of life? It sounds like a nightmare. Yet we Americans hold these antecedents in high esteem. Perhaps it's natural, but this much is certain, such veneration requires a certain degree of willful forgetting, a whitewashing of inconvenient truths about Puritan society. Sure, Massachusetts avoided the worst famines of Jamestown's early years, but life in colonial New England was far from serene. It rarely is in repressive religious societies. Remember, the Puritans constructed exactly what they said they would, a theocracy on the Bay. The Massachusetts Bay Colony may indeed have more in common with modern Saudi Arabia, executing witches and sorcerers, than it does with contemporary Boston. Our ancestors were far more religious than most Americans can fathom. But there's also a problem of framing. We've omitted the uncomfortable bits to fashion an uplifting origin narrative. There were many subgroups that certainly didn't enjoy life in early colonial Massachusetts: religious dissidents, agnostics, free thinkers and, well, assertive women. We've all heard of the infamous Salem witch trials, but nearly 4 decades earlier the widow Ann Higgins was executed, hanged for witchcraft, after having had the audacity to complain that hired carpenters had overcharged her for a remodeling job on her house. All told, 344 citizens were accused of witchcraft in 17th-century Massachusetts. 20 were executed. The accused had commonalities that are indicative of the nature of gender relations in the Bay Colony. 75% were women. Most of those women were middle-aged or older and demonstrated some degree of independence. Many were suspected of some sort of sexual impropriety. The point is that colonial New England was inhabited by zealots, conformist and oppressive fundamentalists who strictly policed the boundaries of their exalted theocracy. Forget the Thanksgiving feast, this was Islamic State on the Atlantic. If life was as idyllic as the settlers intended in Hail the Protestant work-ethic Massachusetts Bay, then why were so many colonial heroes kicked out? Roger Williams, for example, founder of Rhode Island, promoted religious toleration and some separation of church and state and asserted that settlers ought to buy land from the native inhabitants. His thanks? A ticket straight out of Massachusetts. Slightly less well-known was Anne Hutchinson. She had the gall to organize weekly women's meetings to discuss theology and even contemplated the concept of individual intuition as a path to salvation. She, too, was banished. There was simply no room for dissent in Puritan society. We must burn them, Puritan and native relations. This, naturally, brings us to the native peoples of New England. If nonconformist Englishmen fared so poorly in Massachusetts, then what of the Indians? You can probably guess. Once again, as in Virginia, the Native Americans did not, or could not, wipe out the nascent colonial community, even though, initially at least, there were fewer soldiers among the settlers in Massachusetts. The explanation for the settlers surviving among the Native Americans is far more complex than the simple myth of the noble, benevolent savage. The Puritans were the beneficiaries of catastrophe, for New England native communities had recently been ravaged by infectious European diseases that spread up and down the coastline. The thinned-out native populations thus pose less of a demographic threat to Massachusetts. Far from the serene images of Thanksgiving amity, Anglo-Indian relations quickly turned from bad to worse. Land was a factor, but not the only one. A permanent settler community such as that of the Puritans would rapidly grow and require expansion, to be sure. As in Virginia, land ownership cohered with freedom, Anglo-land and Anglo-freedom, that is. Still, in New England ideology was as much of a stimulus for war as land, wealth, or further economic motives. Native tribes, the swarthy and unbelieving Pequot, Wampanoag, Narragansett, and others, simply did not fit into the Puritans' messianic worldview. Conquered or converted were the only acceptable states for local Indians. Early colonial wars in Massachusetts were as brutal and bloody as wars anywhere else on the North American continent. Here there was a direct connection between the Puritan religion and the cruelty seen in the Pequot War and King Philip's War. In the Pequot War, Massachusetts militiamen attacked a native fort at Mystic, Connecticut, and through fire and fury burned alive 400 to 700 Indians, mostly women and children. The survivors were sold as slaves. The militia relied on allied native scouts. Observing the ruthlessness of the Puritan fighting men, one native auxiliary asked Captain John Underhill, "Why should you be so furious? Should not Christians have more mercy and compassion?" Underhill's reply was as instructive as it is disturbing. "I would refer you to David where, when a people is grown to such a height of blood, and sin against God and man, sometimes the Scripture declareth women and children must perish with their parents, sometime the case alters, but we will not dispute it now. We had sufficient light from the Word of God for our proceeding. Should, from time to time, a tinge of doubt betray the Puritans' devout certainty, faithful zeal quickly assuaged the guilty conscience. Consider the words of another participant in the Mystic Massacre, William Bradford. It was a fearful sight to see them thus frying in the fire, and horrible was the stink, but the victory seemed a sweet sacrifice, and they gave the praise thereof to God." Nearly simultaneous to the Virginian Bacon's Rebellion, the Puritans fought King Philip's War in Massachusetts. Mercilessly executed on both sides, this was a war of survival that forever broke native power and independence in New England. Nearly 1 in 50 colonists were killed in what was by far the bloodiest war in American history, with 11 times the death rate of World War II. The native leader Metacom, known to the settlers as King Philip, was betrayed by an informer and killed, and his head was displayed on a pole in Plymouth, Massachusetts, for decades. When it came to Native American affairs, the Puritans hardly set the city on a hill example. Or did they? After all, John Winthrop believed that the God of Israel, a jealous, smiting deity if ever there was one, was among the Puritans, guiding their every move. As noted here earlier, Winthrop claimed that this God provided the colonists such strength that 10 of their number could resist 1,000 enemies. Viciousness and intolerance toward racially distinct, heathen natives were actually at the heart of city on a hill teleology from the start. What Americans now decry in the greater Middle East is but an echo of their colonial past. That much is worth remembering. Not so different, what Virginians and New Englanders shared. When considering the two origin societies of Virginia and Massachusetts, the differences are stark and effortlessly leap forth. More difficult, but just as relevant, are their significant commonalities. For it is in the overlap that we find our shared heritage, that which is universal in the American past and, perhaps, the past of all settler colonial societies. Anglo-dominance, and arrogance, acutely pervaded both colonial civilizations. In Massachusetts, as in Virginia, conflict with and brutality toward the native peoples were regular features of settler life. In each setting, though to differing extents, a fever for land combined with exceptionalist ideology to conquer slave and native alike. For Englishmen property ownership corresponded with liberty, but all along the eastern seaboard Anglo-liberty portended native death and displacement. If colonial Virginian society was fundamentally based on white unity at the expense of African slaves, then perhaps Puritan Massachusetts was founded upon Anglo-zealotry at the expense of a savage Indian other. As proud descendants, some literally, most figuratively, of these twin settler colonial enterprises, Americans must grapple with their inconvenient past. Here there's much work left to be done. The exceptionalism and chauvinistic Protestantism of the Massachusetts Puritans long influenced the American experiment. From the city on a hill it is but a short journey to manifest destiny and the conquest of a continent, native inhabitants be damned. Again, origins, and origin stories, matter. They inform who we were, and who we are, in stark contrast with who we'd like to think we were and are. America is its best self when it searches its soul and reforms from within. When, that is, it confronts its demons and seeks a better, more inclusive and empathetic future. 2. 3. Whose empire? If Americans have heard of the 7 Years' War, A truly global struggle, it is most certainly under the title The French and Indian War, 1754-63. Popular images of the conflict are likely to stem from the 1992 movie Last of the Mohicans starring Daniel Day-Lewis. When Americans think of this war at all, or discuss it in school, they generally situate the central theater of the conflict in northeastern North America. Yes, the savage Indians and their deceitful French allies were beaten back along the wooded frontier, allowing Pacific English, soon to be American, farmers to live in peace. Ending in 1763, and saddling Britain with debt, the French and Indian War is often remembered as a prelude to a coming colonial revolt over excessive taxation. Perhaps it was, but not in a direct, linear sense. Nothing historical is preordained. Chance and contingency ensure as much. Though the fighting began in North America, western Pennsylvania to be exact, the American theater, like other global imperial battlegrounds in India, Africa, and the Caribbean, was often a sideshow to the main event unfolding in Europe. The 7 Years' War was a global war, fought on several continents between Britain and Prussia on one side and France, Russia, and Austria on the other. It's important to remember that events in America, then and now, did not unfold in a vacuum but rather were shaped by global affairs. And while it is true that the American Revolution kicked off just a dozen years after the Treaty of Paris ended the 7 Years' War, nothing about the revolt was inevitable. In fact, in 1763, at the close of the French and Indian War, the vast majority of colonists saw themselves as Englishmen and Englishwomen, invested in and proud of their British Empire. How to kick off a global war? It started over land and money. The Ohio Country, just west of the Appalachian Mountains, covered much of what is today the states of Ohio, western Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Rich in lumber, with fertile farmland and plentiful game, the Ohio Country presented a tempting find. Though mainly inhabited by native tribes, the region also just happened to sit on the contested border between France's and Britain's empires in North America. Both sides, and, no doubt, the native inhabitants, coveted this land. The French saw the Ohio Country as a strategic buffer against the encroaching Brits, and to the Indians, well, it was home. The English settler population of the 13 colonies was, however, rapidly expanding westward. The stage was set for conflict. All it took was the right spark. Count on the profit motive as a reliable catalyst. A few decades earlier some prominent Virginia families, including those of both the royal governor and a young militia officer named George Washington, established the Ohio Company of Virginia. It was at heart a property speculation outfit. The company's investors hoped to claim land in the Ohio Country, buy it cheaply from the Crown, and sell at a profit to westward-bound settlers. Buy low, sell high, enrich the already wealthy plantation families of Virginia, same old game. So when the time came to seize and hold the land in western Pennsylvania once and for all, guess who Robert Dinwiddie, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, himself an Ohio Company investor, sent in? That young lieutenant colonel of the militia, George Washington. Washington took a militia company and some allied Mingo Indians and headed toward Fort Duquesne, a French installation near present-day Pittsburgh. The French command sent out from the fort a smaller party under Joseph de Jumonville, with strict orders to avoid a fight unless provoked. What happened next is contested in the few existing accounts. The most credible sources agree that Washington's force surrounded the French party and opened fire, killing several. Most surrendered, at which point Washington's native counterpart, known as the Half-King, wielded a tomahawk to Jumonville's head, killing the Frenchman. This was supposed to have been as much a diplomatic as a military mission, and no state of war had been declared. Washington's choice to open fire was strategically and ethically questionable, however. His inability to control his native allies and the assassination of a prisoner must certainly constitute a war crime. Early setbacks, stillborn unity. Things didn't go so well for the British early on. Despite exponentially outnumbering the military and settler population of New France, the Brits and their colonists suffered some disconcerting early defeats. Soon after the Jumonville affair, the French dispatched hundreds of troops and allied natives to dislodge Washington's force, which had built a ramshackle defense known as Fort Necessity. A military novice in his 20s, Washington placed his fort in an indefensible location and was forced to surrender and humiliation. Soon after, a large British column commanded by General Edward Braddock was ambushed and nearly destroyed, and Braddock was killed. Washington, barely escaping several near misses, would experience his second consecutive defeat in battle. For the next few years the British knew mostly defeat and the colonists suffered under brutal French and Indian raids up and down the western frontier. As the settlers' confidence deteriorated under the weight of defeats and frontier insecurity, Some leaders began to argue for increased colonial unity as a desperate, defensive panacea. Representatives from the various colonies met in Albany, New York, to discuss the prospect of confederation. The result was disappointing. Although it is true that the first colloquial usage of the term American seems to have begun in this period, the diverse and fiercely independent colonies were, despite the vicious frontier attacks, not yet ready for unification. Little was settled, less was agreed to. Contrary to the deterministic interpretations of the French and Indian War as a prelude to the American Revolution, the fact is that individual colonial identities were far too strong and the threat from France far too uneven to prompt any meaningful confederation. Celebrating empire. By 1759 the tide had begun to turn. The British, under the governmental leadership of William Pitt, changed strategy and responded to French onslaughts in clever ways. The British already had massive advantages in colonial manpower and naval power. Now they began to follow the French lead and recruit their own Native American allies. The British bankrolled the Prussians under Frederick the Great to do the heavy lifting of ground battle on the European continent and shifted resources to the colonial theaters in India, the Caribbean, and North America. The Brits also imposed an effective naval blockade on New France, roughly analogous to modern Canada, to cut off French reinforcements. After General James Wolfe famously defeated the French on the Plains of Abraham outside Quebec, momentum clearly shifted to the British. Though this is indeed remembered as the seminal battle of the French and Indian War, we could just as plausibly argue that the French actually lost Canada, and the 7 Years' War, in a battle fought in modern Poland on the European continent. Such was the global, interconnected nature of warfare, even in the 18th century. The Death of General Wolfe, 1770, by Benjamin West. How then did the English colonists view themselves and define their identity in the wake of British victory? Were they indeed the unified Americans on the cusp of independence, as is so often remembered? Hardly. Sometimes a painting, a period work of art, has much to impart to the observant historian. The artist who created The Death of General Wolfe, Benjamin West, was a colonist, an American, from Pennsylvania, in fact. West's painting was a hit, paraded around the London Royal Academy after its completion. So what exactly did West hope to communicate with his famous painting? Pride. In victory and in empire. In the sky he depicts the light of British conquest overcoming the dark clouds of French rule in Canada. A Native American, clearly of a British allied tribe, crouches in stereotypical dress and in the reflective pose of a truly noble savage. At center is the martyred General Wolfe, held by his comrades in the ubiquitous Christ-like lamentation pose of so many famous Western religious depictions. Here was the new Christ, a general, a British general who sacrificed so America could be free, of the French and their native allies, that is. West, the Pennsylvania colonist, memorialized the French and Indian War not as a prelude to independence but as a celebration of British Empire. At the close of this brutal, costly war, 2.5% of the men of Boston had been killed. West and most other American colonists did indeed share a common identity of sorts, as proud Britons. An unhappy peace, conflicting lessons, divergent expectations. The colonists and metropolitan Britons emerged from the long, vicious conflagration with contrasting expectations. As is so often the case, many of these desires ran at cross purposes. The British imperial officials wanted, most of all, to consolidate their gains. France had ceded all of Canada and the Ohio Valley, and ensure stability. Above all, this meant protecting the newly gained territory and separating English settlers from the native tribes west of the Appalachian Mountains. Toward the end of the war, a confederation of Ohio country Indian tribes realized that the French were losing and they would probably soon find themselves alone to check the expansionist Brits. The crisis of extended war and impending French defeat begot a spiritual awakening among the natives led by a holy man named Nealon. Nealon's call for native unity influenced an Ottawa war chief known as Pontiac to attack British forts up and down the frontier in a conflict that took his name, Pontiac's Rebellion. Though the British eventually prevailed, they incurred heavy casualties, and the demonstration of native unity had spooked imperial officials. To avoid a repeat rebellion and preserve the status quo, the British announced the Proclamation Line of 1763, which ceded land west of the Appalachians to the Ohio country tribes and forbade further settler expansion. They also hoped to raise funds from the, presumably grateful, colonists to help pay down Britain's crippling war debts. That meant taxes, and taxes, eventually, meant discord. None of that jibed with colonists' expectations. They had started the war, for land, for expansion, for profit. How could their British protectors deny them their destiny, ample farmland and security from native savages across the Appalachians? They, too, had fought in the key battles of the conflict, as militiamen alongside the British Redcoats. Nor did most colonists expect to bear the burden of debt relief for the Crown, hadn't they already borne the brunt of a war fought adjacent to their land and endured Indian raids on their homesteads? The stage, so to speak, was set for future confrontation. The real losers, dwindling hope for native empowerment. If colonial and metropolitan Britons emerged from the war with divergent lessons and expectations, so did the local native tribes. The Ohio Country, which the French had ceded without native permission, was the tribes' home. Pontiac's rebellion demonstrated just how serious the Indian claims were. Nonetheless, unsurprisingly, the natives proved to be the war's great victims. General Johnson saving a wounded French officer from the tomahawk of a North American Indian, 1764-68, by Benjamin West. For years, decades even, native tribes had counted on the imperial rivalries among British, French, and Spanish claimants to North America as a way to divide, conquer, and survive. Though the Indians were generally weaker than the great European empires, they had become adept at balancing between the differing poles of imperial power and played the part of spoiler in countless colonial wars. Now, with New France vanquished and the Spanish Empire increasingly anemic, the native tribes could no longer rely on tried-and-true past strategies. They stood alone in the face of a powerful, populous, and insatiably expansionist British Empire. Pontiac's rebellion was a desperate response to the new reality, but the more prescient chiefs could see tragic times to come. Some Indians must no doubt have felt expendable as the French abandoned them to their fate. Could natives ever truly trust any Europeans? In the end, were these white men all cut from the same cloth, as they arrogantly traded Indian land as spoils in a deadly imperial game? Consider the painting by colonist Benjamin West in which a civilized British officer restrains his savage ally from killing their ostensibly common enemy. The message is instructive. Yes, the French were their foes, but both European sides at least adhered to common rules of gentlemanly warfare. View this painting out of context and it is far from obvious that the red and white clad Caucasians are actually enemies. Viewed through the lens of Benjamin West, it seems the real enemy of civilization is the savage, that anachronistic native who most certainly has no place in the North American future. Though many Native Americans surely couldn't yet foresee it, they were already doomed. It was they, not the French, who had truly lost the 7 Years' War. In 1763, American colonists felt little sense of, the term was yet to be coined, common nationalism. Despite contemporary memories to the contrary, in the coming revolution against Britain the colonists hardly rebelled against the concept of empire itself. Rather, they desired a new, expansive American empire, unhindered by London and stretching west over the Appalachians and deep into native lands. If the 7 Years' War was the first conflict for North American empire, it helped set the stage for the second, the American War for Independence. Of course, all attempts by historians, this author included, to periodize and categorize the past run the risk of determinism and distort the inherent contingency of events. Still, a fresh look at the 7 Years' War raises profound questions about the course of early American history. It is, perhaps, appropriate to exchange the standard narrative of these events for something at once more accurate and, for many, more disturbing. Instead of a simple prelude to the coming revolution, couldn't it be that the 7 Years' War was itself a pivotal turning point in American history, the moment when the balance shifted and native power irreversibly waned? If so, it is long past time to replace the comforting American narrative of a transition from British Empire to liberal republic with a more accurate and complex progression, from empire to revolution to a new American empire. We live in it still. 3. 4. Patriots or insurgents? Who shall write the history of the American Revolution? John Adams once asked. Who can write it? Who will ever be able to write it? Nobody, Thomas Jefferson replied. The life and soul of history must forever remain unknown. Compare the tarring and feathering scene with the 1770 painting The Death of General Wolfe by colonist Benjamin West. The earlier work shows North American colonists among those devotedly and tenderly attending the mortally wounded British general, who lies in a Christ-like pose. How did, at least some, North American colonists evolve from a proud celebration of empire into the riotous, rebellious, tar and feather mob? It's an important question, and it deals with an issue hardly mentioned in standard textbooks. Even rebellious patriots saw themselves as Englishmen right up until July 4, 1776. Others remained loyal British subjects through the entire Revolutionary War. Most of the lay public tends to view the coming of the American Revolution as natural, predetermined, even inevitable. After all, we are the descendants of patriots with a special, anti-monarchical destiny. The British Crown, with its intolerable taxation, merely stood in the way of American providence and thus was of course shunted aside in a glorious democratic rebellion. At least that's the myth, the comforting, preferred narrative. The reality of the pre-revolt era was far more complex, influenced by diverse forces, motives, individual agency, and contingency. The truth, as often the case, is messy and discomforting. Still, simplicity sells. Want to earn a bundle in royalties? Avoid publishing an intricate analysis of lower-class colonial motivations. No one reads that stuff. It's easy, just write another flattering biography of a founding father. Bostonian Paying the Exciseman, or Tarring and Feathering, 1774, by Philip Daw. But just who were these patriots? What motivated them to seek open conflict with a powerful empire? How pure were their motives? Did they even represent a majority of colonists? And what of their tactics, did the ends justify the means? Only a fresh, comprehensive examination of this untidy, chaotic era promises satisfactory answers to these questions, the questions at the root of the United States origins. Still, rest assured, the lead-up to the American Revolution has been, and will always be, a contested history. Perhaps Jefferson was right after all, and the soul of this history must remain unknown. A reassuring tale, common explanations for the American Revolution. Americans hate taxes with a unique national passion. After all, ours was a nation founded in opposition to insufferable, imperial taxation. Wasn't it? One group certainly thinks so. If you see the American Revolution as only a relic of the past, please note that in 2009, soon after the election of Barack Obama, a new conservative political movement arose and brought its version of history to the public square. The Tea Party was suddenly everywhere. Its supporters, mostly Republicans, even liked to dress up as colonists, adorning themselves with tri-cornered hats and carrying signs with anti-tax slogans. For these Americans the past was immediate, and President Obama was the new King George. However, as historian Jill Lepore has written, the Tea Party revolution was more about nostalgia than serious scholarship. In the Tea Party's telling, which coheres with the popular understanding, the revolution was all about taxes. Monarchy is equally anathema to the citizenry and inextricably tied to authoritarian taxation. Surely our revolution was also a Manichaean battle between tyranny and democracy, between royalty and republicanism. Despite generations of critical scholarship, some version of these basic, twin explanations pervades Americans' collective memory of revolution and independence. We all know the basic economic and political chronology of the rebellion. It's usually told in a nice, neat sequence: Stamp Act, Boston Massacre, Tea Act, Boston Tea Party, Intolerable Acts, Lexington and Concord. New tax, colonial protest, British suppression, next tax, etc. This is an altogether linear, cyclical narrative, and it emphasizes the anti-tax and anti-monarchical components of colonial motivation. We hardly consider the British side, and it appears self-evident that all colonists were patriots. Who wouldn't be? The Brits were intolerable. It's not that taxation didn't factor at all into rebel motivations, it most certainly did. Still, there are some awkward questions worth raising. If taxes directly caused the war, then how do we explain that just about every new tax was repealed before 1775? Besides, the colonists paid far lower taxes than metropolitan Britons. In fact, the Sugar Act of 1764 actually lowered the tax on molasses, it simply sought to more stringently enforce it. The Tea Act didn't upset colonists so much for the economic cost as for the mandated monopoly it granted the British East India Company. Surely other political and cultural factors must have contributed to a rebellion that men were willing to die for. An honest analysis of the coming of revolution must grapple with the varied, complex motives of individual patriots. Indeed, the rebellion was as much social revolution as political quarrel. What makes a patriot? There's just one problem: probably no more than 1/3 of all colonists were actually anti-imperial patriots. Our founding fathers and their followers weren't even in the majority. That's not so democratic. Furthermore, the motivations of the patriots were multifaceted, diverse, and, largely, regional. If only 1 in 3 colonists became dyed-in-the-wool patriots, then what of the others, the silent majority, so to speak? Well, most historians estimate that another third were outright pro-empire loyalists. The rest mostly rode the fence, too engaged in daily survival to care much for politics. Those in this group waited things out to see which side emerged on top. That story, that reality, is, for most Americans, rather unsatisfying. Maybe that's why it never caught on and is hardly taught outside of academia. As discussed, This was much more than just a quarrel between Americans and Britons, it was an intense debate over what British identity meant for those residing outside the home islands. The slogan "No taxation without representation" has caught on as a prime explanation for rebellion, but even that reality was far more complex. It wasn't just colonists who were taxed and had no proper voice in Parliament, it was also many urban Britons within the United Kingdom. Tiny, rural, aristocratic districts, so-called rotten boroughs, could count on a seat in the Assembly, while densely populated towns like Sheffield and Leeds went without representation. Metropolitan Englishmen no doubt had rights that were denied to their colonial cousins, including a free internal trade market and the right to do business with foreign countries. However, colonists had benefits unknown in Great Britain, such as lower property taxes. In addition, there was slavery, from which some colonists profited handsomely via the suffering of fellow humans. The varied class-based and regional motivations for Patriot or Loyalist association could be seen in New York's Dutchess County, to consider one example. In many cases the primary motivation was the desire of middling tenant farmers to oppose their oppressive landlords. Thus the battle lines of tenant riots in the 1760s became the dividing lines between Patriot and Loyalist a decade later. In Dutchess County's south, the landlords were Loyalists, and, consequently, the tenants became avid Patriots. Conversely, just a few miles north at Livingston Manor, the landlord was a member of the Continental Congress. Unsurprisingly, his tenants bore arms for the British. Why we fight: the complex motives of colonial rebels. Ideology or economics? This question about the primary cause of the American Revolution has raged among scholars for the better part of a century. There is persuasive evidence on both sides. Still, the strict binary is itself misleading. Patriot sentiment emerged for countless individual and communal reasons. Some colonists were avid readers of John Locke or British Commonwealth men like Thomas Gordon and John Trenchard. For them, it was all about ideology and independence, life, liberty, and property. They were also obsessed with alleged conspiracy and corruption at the top ranks of Parliament and the monarchy. Another group, especially in the northern urban centers, abhorred what they saw as unfair taxation or imperial mercantilism that suppressed both free trade and a lucrative smuggling economy. Indeed, no less a figure than John Hancock himself was a famous smuggler. Still others, mainly in the Chesapeake region, desired more land and westward expansion beyond the Appalachian Mountains into Indian country. This had, after Pontiac's rebellion, become illegal due to the British Proclamation of 1763, which granted these lands to various native tribes. Nor can we underestimate the class component of protest and rebellion. Merchants, artisans, and laborers in northern cities, such as Boston, tended to identify with the protest movement. These working and middle-class urbanites were egged on by firebrands like Samuel Adams, the failed tax collector and sometime brewer of beer. Adams founded a newspaper, The Independent Advertiser, that overtly pitched to the laboring classes the notion that liberty can never subsist without equality. In the South, conversely, the landed gentry tended to be patriots, and it was the smallholders who were often loyalist. Still, any description of patriot motivations can hardly ignore class and the impulses of the uncouth urbanites, those whom historians have labeled the people out of doors. Standard interpretations of the American Revolutionary Movement generally make no mention of religion. This is strange considering the profound religiosity of 18th-century colonists. While prominent founding fathers such as Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine were deists or agnostics, the vast majority of the population was devoutly Christian. Part of what accounts for the dearth of religious analysis among historians is no doubt the secular bias within the academic community. Still, religious fervor in the wake of the mid-18th century Great Awakening certainly had influence over the rebellion. In comparing the religious proclivities of metropolitan Britons and English colonists in North America, one distinct difference stood out. While most Britons in the United Kingdom were members of the state's Anglican Church, the preponderance of colonists were Protestant dissenters, Presbyterians, Baptists, Quakers, and Congregationalists, who had broken with the Church of England. We would be right to expect this inverse religious situation to influence colonial protests in the 1760s and 1770s. New Jersey stands out as a representative example, at least among the northern and mid-Atlantic colonies. Most yeoman farmers were highly influenced by the Great Awakening's revivalist teachings and became Protestant dissenters. The landed gentlemen, on the other hand, stayed loyal to the hierarchical Anglican Church. The messages of revivalist preachers were distinctly anti-authoritarian and anti-materialist, resonating among the smallholders who felt threatened by landed proprietors. When imperial taxes increased and British officials sought to assert increased control, the battle lines, unsurprisingly, cohered with religious preferences. Colonists were fiercely chauvinistic Protestants with an intense hatred of Catholics. Thus, when Parliament passed the Quebec Act in 1774, allowing religious freedom to French-Canadian habitants, many colonists threw a fit. The Crown, they assumed, must be beholden to a papist, Catholic conspiracy. Such religious tolerance was unacceptable and convinced many patriots that perhaps independence was the preferred path. The old spirit of intolerable Puritan zealotry was alive and well. Some colonists simply resented military occupation. The British decision to send uniformed regular army troops to rebellious hotbeds like Boston had an effect opposite to what was intended. This is an old story. American soldiers in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq have learned this lesson again and again as foreign military presence angered the locals and united disparate political, ethnic, and sectarian groups in a nationalist insurgency. Nor were British troops, generally drawn from the dregs of English society, held in high esteem by the colonists. Most Bostonians were appalled by the uncouth manners of soldiers they described as rapists, papists, infidels, or, worst of all, Irish. The presence of thousands of soldiers also worsened a pervasive economic depression. Back then, off-duty soldiers and sailors were allowed to seek side work in the local economy to supplement their meager wages. They thus flooded Boston's job market. Protests against the occupation sometimes got out of control when soldiers, thousands of miles from home in a strange land, made mistakes or overreacted. In one incident an 11-year-old Boston boy was shot dead by a trigger-happy trooper. Sound familiar? A local journal wrote of the British occupation, "The town is now a perfect garrison." It was not meant as a compliment. However, no incident so inflamed the local consciousness, and our own historical memory, as the so-called Boston Massacre of 1770. In popular remembrance, and in countless paintings, the event is depicted as a veritable slaughter perpetrated by heartless redcoats against peaceful patriot protesters. But hold on a moment. Was this really an accurate label? Do 5 dead men a massacre make? And what prompted the slaughter? What started as snowball and rock throwing at British sentries quickly escalated into a raucous crowd shouting insults, a crowd armed with clubs and, in the case of one man, a Scottish broadsword. Some protesters grabbed at the lapels of a British officer's uniform, several other rebels screamed, "Fire, damn you," no doubt confusing the enlisted soldiers. Finally Benjamin Burdick, he with the broadsword, swung the weapon with all his might down upon the grenadier's musket, knocking him to the ground. The soldier climbed to his feet and fired his musket at the crowd. Several fellow troopers did the same. The rest is history. The soldiers and their officer were put on trial, certainly a strange allowance from a supposedly tyrannical regime. None other than local lawyer John Adams defended the British troops and, taking mitigation into account, won their freedom. Adams took the case at great risk to his reputation, but he believed in equal justice for all, even redcoats. This narrative, no doubt, complicates the entire episode, and well it should. The revolutionary fairy tale to which we've grown accustomed is in distinct need of some nuance. No one explanation exists for patriot motivations. Individual preferences, incentives, and decisions are difficult to unpack. These were diverse peoples divided among themselves by class, religion, and region. How can we synthesize their countless motives? The historian Gary Nash offers an apt summary. The coming of the revolution was a messy, ambiguous, and complicated story of a seismic eruption from the hands of an internally divided people, a civil war at home as well as a military struggle for national liberation. Revolutionary tactics, venerable protest or mob rule? When I patrolled the mud villages of southwestern Kandahar province in Afghanistan, we sought to protect the population from the local Taliban insurgents. It was a difficult task. When our soldiers retired back to base camp, Taliban fighters owned the night and infiltrated the rural hamlets. A popular Islamist tactic was to leave threatening notes on the doors of suspected Afghan collaborators who dared so much as to speak to the American invaders. We labeled them night letters, just another terror tactic, and reported their prevalence to our higher command. Few of my troopers, of course, knew that colonial patriots left the same sorts of threatening notes on the doors of alleged loyalists in Boston and Philadelphia. Is there really any difference? Coercion has always been central to revolutions. Like it or not, the American variety was no exception. The patriot minority used threats and violence to enforce their narrative and thrust their politics on the loyal and the apathetic alike. There was little that was democratic about it. Discomforting as it may be, the patriot movement was hardly a Gandhi-like campaign of peaceful civil disobedience. Patriots were passionate, they were relentless, and they were armed. Firearms were ubiquitous in the colonies, more so, even, than in Britain. Guns are as American as apple pie. So is street violence. This was a barbaric world. Colonists slaughtered natives, beat slaves, and publicly executed criminals, often leaving their bodies to rot in the town square. Alcohol abuse was endemic, and drinking men regularly settled tavern disputes with fists and knives. The patriot crowds abused tax collectors, loyalists, and their social betters across the urban north. Tarring and feathering, a favored and famous tactic, was far from the playful embarrassment of our imaginations. Rather, the act of putting molten tar onto human skin left many an unlucky loyalist in unimaginable pain and physically scarred. Many of the government bureaucrats so tortured were simply doing their jobs and sought only to make a living for their families. This was terrorism. Arson and looting were often rampant as the mobs took on a life of their own. In 1765 a patriot crowd tore down the home of Loyalist politician Thomas Hutchinson. In New York City another rabble pillaged carriage houses and theaters. The motive, opposition to a relatively modest tax increase. In our collective memory, of course, such rebels are heroes. This is strange, as modern-day racial protests, in Ferguson and Baltimore, are regularly pilloried as riotous criminal actions. Our patriot forebears were morally ambiguous, complex figures. Their tactics straddled the line between resistance and riot. The same could be said of the Los Angeles riots of 1992 and other urban racial outbursts. Of course, the irony is lost on us. The other Americans, rebellion through the eyes of Loyalists, Indians, and blacks. How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes? Samuel Johnson, English writer, 1775. Further tarnishing the heroic narrative of patriot ascendancy is one inconvenient fact: most slaves preferred British to colonial rule, and most slaveholding planters were themselves patriots, especially in the South. As was the case in early colonial Virginia, American slavery and American freedom grew side by side in the late 18th century. A contradiction at the very heart of the colonial and early Republican experience. This pattern endured as colonial patriots moved from resistance to rebellion against imperial authorities. Many modern apologists for our slave-owning founders insist that these men were merely a reflection of their time and place, a time, we are to suppose, when everyone supported slavery. Thus we cannot critique the motives or point out the inconsistency in our esteemed forebears. Yet an honest look at the Revolutionary era complicates the apologist narrative. Indeed, the ostensibly tyrannical British practiced very little chattel slavery within the United Kingdom itself. In fact, in the Somerset v. Stuart case of 1772, England's highest common law court ruled that chattel slavery was illegal. This judgment spooked many southern colonial gentlemen, who began to fear that the British metropolitan authorities were unreliable defenders of slavery, and this convinced many to join the patriot cause. The slaves also asserted themselves and contributed to the fears of white planters. Although slave revolts were extraordinarily rare, the very threat of uprising terrified gentlemen in the Chesapeake and Deep South. In one sense the fear was justified. In South Carolina, for example, slaves constituted 60% of the colony's population. During the pre-revolutionary protest movements, some slaves met in secret to discuss ways to take advantage of the growing rift between patriot and loyalist colonists. Slaves also recognized the contradiction in planters clamoring for liberty while these very same men enslaved thousands of Africans. Richard Henry Lee, of a prominent Virginia family, explained to the House of Burgesses why the slaves would not support the patriots. From the nature of their situation, the slaves can never feel an interest in our cause, because they observe their masters possessed of liberty which is denied to them. Adding insult to injury, in early 1775, soon after the first shots were fired in Massachusetts, at Lexington and Concord, the royal governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, threatened to, and eventually did, offer freedom to the slaves as a punishment to rebellious planters. This confirmed the worst fears of the landed class. Ambivalent slave owners were thereby pushed into open rebellion, and already patriot-inclined owners, such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Patrick Henry, became even more radicalized. While slavery was statistically more prevalent in the South, the peculiar institution was still a continent-wide phenomenon. Even Benjamin Franklin of Philadelphia published advertisements in his newspapers for the sale of slaves and printed notices about runaways. Though Franklin spoke out against slavery, he himself owned 5 slaves, which, unlike George Washington, he never freed. Colonial unity trumped abolitionist sentiment, even in New England. The Patriots of Boston knew they needed the support of slave-saturated Virginia to win concessions from British authorities. Thus in 1771, when an anti-slavery bill came before the Massachusetts Assembly, it failed. As James Warren wrote in his explanation to John Adams, if passed into an act, It should have had a bad effect on the union of the colonies. The first generation of Americans had an opportunity to grant basic human dignity to hundreds of thousands of chattel slaves. Instead they chose their own liberty. Just as hunger for land had sparked off the French and Indian War 2 decades earlier, so did land speculation motivate many patriots to oppose the Crown. The gentlemen of Virginia, including Washington, Jefferson, and Henry, were heavily invested in large tracts of Trans-Appalachian land. Jefferson alone claimed 5,000 acres. Their plan was to sell, at a profit, their holdings to small farmers. Thus when the British authorities drew the Proclamation Line of 1763 and ceded land west of the mountains to placate native unrest and avoid costly frontier wars, the planter class felt betrayed. How could the Crown accede to Indian savages occupying their God-given lands? There was also a class component to planter frustration. The Proclamation Line was, of course, an imaginary border, and the British had neither the inclination nor the military manpower to police it. Despite the law, lower-class farmers jumped the line and set up homesteads across the mountains. From the point of view of gentlemen speculators, these squatters were stealing their land. And because the Proclamation Line made such settlements illegal, the speculators could not claim title to the land and demand recompense. Native Americans recognized the threat to their tribal lands and saw the British authorities as their best chance to hold back the settlers. Indeed, in hindsight we can see that the Proclamation of 1763 might have represented the last chance for genuine native autonomy in North America. These tribes were also far from isolated, backcountry actors. In fact, their trade in deerskins actually tied them to the commercial Atlantic economy to a larger extent than most middling Anglo farmers. Recognizing their leverage, the Ohio country tribe sought confederation in an anti-British coalition, the better to threaten imperial officials and gain concessions for continued autonomy and protection from the colonists. It worked. The last thing that the deeply indebted British needed was another Indian war. The Virginians, however, could not care less what the Crown wanted. In the fall of 1774 the land speculators tried one last time to obtain the native land. Using a minor Indian raid as the pretext, the colonists launched a devastating attack on Shawnee and Mingo settlements in an attempt to conquer present-day Kentucky. In the short term an army of 2,000 Virginians achieved its goals and forced the tribes to grant territorial concessions. However, recognizing that the tribes had signed away the land under duress, the Crown authorities refused to recognize the land grab. Like the black chattel slaves of the coastal plantations, the native tribes of the frontier felt no loyalty to the patriot cause. In fact, the imperial status quo better served slave and Indian interests than the faux liberty of colonial rebels. The fact that the most vulnerable populations of colonial America opposed revolution and eventually sided with the British most certainly challenges the triumphalist, egalitarian patriot narrative. Indeed, on the issues of slavery and native relations, the British appeared far more liberal than the colonists who were, themselves, seeking their own, in Jefferson's phrase, empire of liberty. That empire would prove far more tyrannical for slaves and natives than what King George had offered. The story of the rebellion that became a revolution, a history of 1763-75, is nearly impossible to synthesize in one essay, one chapter, or even one book. What, then, can we say? Perhaps only this: the revolution was made by a coalition of diverse social groups, motivated by a range of individual grievances, often at odds with one another. The patriots were by no means always democratic, and the loyalists were hardly all tyrannical monarchists. Slaves and Indians were no fans of colonists' hypocritical, exclusivist notions of white liberty and freedom and often favored the Crown. There is much to be proud of in the colonial revolt and very much to be ashamed about as well. Indeed, in the truest sense, we historians are best served when we dutifully and agnostically describe the past in all its diverse, even ugly, manifestations. Sometimes the myth is more powerful, more influential, than reality. No doubt this has been true of the lead-up to the American Revolution. To critique the motives and tactics of the Patriots or our Founding Fathers is to invite rebuke and passionate defensiveness. This is, perhaps, understandable. After all, if the Pilgrims and Plymouth Rock represent our first chosen origin myth, then, most certainly, the American Revolution must stand as the second. Who we are, at least who we think we are, is acutely wrapped up in the revolutionary narrative. To question that account is to question us. Yet that is what intellectual honesty and the challenges of the present demand of us, to examine America's founding origins, warts and all, and strive toward a truly more perfect union. 5. Independence and Civil War, Part 1. The War of Independence was not just about home rule, but about who would rule at home. Historian Carl Becker. What sort of revolution was it? Radical or conservative? Military or social? Earnestly democratic or hypocritical farce? Perhaps a bit of them all. What it most certainly was not was what is presented in the comfortable, patriotic, grade school yarn to which we've all grown accustomed. Yet neither was it something out of a fable of white privilege that can be dismissed outright. Let us begin with the famous painting on the facing page, commissioned by the U.S. Congress and displayed in the Capitol Rotunda. This rendering prompts some questions, too. Exactly, won the war and what sort of war was it? What's not depicted? And why? The artist captures the moment of British surrender after the Battle of Yorktown in 1781. It's all so neat, so symmetrical, with regular Continental Army soldiers mounted and standing at right and equally spiffy French troopers, replete with clean white uniforms, at left. The humbled redcoats stand beneath an American officer and offer their surrender as a mounted General George Washington observes from the rear, at right. Were this the only portrait available for posterity, the viewer might assume the War of Independence was a rather conventional military affair, waged tidily between two gentlemanly armies. The popular image is something like this: the Continental Army, with some help from the French, vanquished the Brits and won a new, independent nation. There was no dirt, no grime, nothing messy or complex. There were no women, no blacks, no Native Americans, certainly no loyalists or uncouth colonial militiamen involved. The Surrender of Lord Cornwallis, 1819, by John Trumbull. Perhaps this is how Americans like to remember the Revolution, how elementary school teachers transmit this epic past. As we've seen in previous chapters, the way we remember the past is as fascinating and instructive as the reality of events. This is particularly true of the American Revolution, which, I would suggest, is America's second origin myth, a saga of colonial liberty smiting British tyranny once and for all, a story topped only by the initial settlement of the colonies. Would that it were so simple! When evaluating the American Revolution, we must essentially parse out comprehensive answers to the following questions: how and why did rebels, whose army never won a battle in the open field, defeat the most powerful empire in the Western world? How was the social and military experience of revolution lived and experienced by a diverse colonial population? And finally, what did it mean to win, and who exactly were the war's winners and losers? In seeking to answer these questions, we may not always like what we find, or we may become confused by the cluttered conglomeration of the revolutionary experience. Still, perhaps we will also unearth something profound about who we were as Americans, who we strove to be, and how far we've come in achieving our great revolution. Blood has been shed, from Lexington to Bunker Hill. In Chapter 4 we left our anguished, and hopelessly divided, American colonists on the verge of rebellion, just 12 years after the defeat of France in the 7 Years' War. With the benefit of hindsight, revolution appears all but inevitable, yet nothing was predetermined. Some spark was needed to engulf the continent in bloodshed. It would come in Massachusetts. On the eve of war the British, like so many regular imperial armies before them, believed they could intimidate the rebels with a display of impressive uniforms, lockstep marching, and a basic show of force. In and around Boston the British sought to seize large stores of colonial arms and, in that strategic vein, marched out of the city toward the village of Concord in April 1775. They bet wrong. The overt show of military force actually raised tensions, radicalized the populace, and caused conflict. Besides, seizing centralized armories would not in itself work in America, due to one characteristic of the colonists: they were armed. Consider, for a moment, the radical ramifications of an armed populace. The Americans were unique in that, unlike Englishmen, Scots, or Irishmen, nearly all white men were gun owners. The tools were there. It seemed war would come eventually, it was a matter of when and where. At about 4 a.m. on April 19, 1775, the British regulars, on the road to Concord, ran into a paltry colonial show of force. 70 or so militiamen had gathered, with muskets, on the Lexington town green. A British officer ordered them to disperse. They did not. No one knows who fired first, but it was the seasoned British regulars who fired last, at least for the moment. When the smoke cleared, several colonists, English subjects, lay dead, more were wounded, and the rest had fled. The road to Concord lay open, and the British took it. Then, on the way back to their base in Boston, something happened. Colonists from neighboring towns, using hit-and-run tactics on home turf they knew thoroughly, inflicted hundreds of casualties on the withdrawing British redcoats. It was a bloody day, and it changed the course of American history. The death of General Warren at the Battle of Bunker Hill, 1815, by John Trumbull. After Lexington and Concord, Both sides sought to use the day's events as propaganda to drum up support. Both told lies. Some colonists claimed that marauding redcoats had slaughtered women and children in their path. Some Britons told tales of rebel colonists scalping, and in some cases cannibalizing, surrendered prisoners. And so, as is often the case, matters after this first draw of blood took on a chaotic momentum. Many formerly lukewarm patriots from the other, less zealous colonies now stood with their firebrand cousins in rebellious Massachusetts. It was to be war. A war among, and for, the loyalty of the people, the sort of war that doesn't end well. The conflict centered in Boston for the next several months, and the once overconfident British learned their lesson again in the famous Battle of Bunker Hill, which was actually fought on Breed's Hill, in June 1775. Observe the painting above, like the Cornwallis painting, the work of John Trumbull, essentially the official artist of the Continental Army. In this romanticized depiction, which has become visual gospel of the patriot cause, the brutal Brits, accompanied by dark clouds, charge the hill and attempt to bayonet a dying General Joseph Warren. Warren, of course, is clad in virgin white and lies in the Christ-like lamentation pose so popular in paintings of the time. In the battle the attacking British chose a frontal assault, rather than General Henry Clinton's preferred flanking maneuver, and eventually dislodged the colonists. In a sense the British won, they held the field, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. More than 1,000 British and 400 Americans were killed or wounded. Though it occurred just 2 months after the fighting commenced, Bunker Hill would prove to be the bloodiest single-day encounter of the entire war. This, before the colonies had even declared independence. Indeed, that was to come much later, some 13 months afterward, in July 1776. Just 1 month after the combatants soaked Breed's Hill with blood, the colonists sent the famous Olive Branch Petition to King George III, seeking a negotiated solution to the conflict. Most colonists still viewed themselves as both American and British. Few expected outright detachment from the empire. Only the timing was poor. The king, having received word of the bloodshed in Boston, ignored the petition and instead declared the colonies in rebellion in August 1775. The king may, in fact, have passed up an opportunity to de-escalate the rebellion and divide the colonists. Instead the patriots among them moved irrevocably toward independence. The decision for independence, the issue of God-given equality. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson, 1776, and Vietnamese revolutionary Ho Chi Minh, 1945. It was in these fiery times, after Lexington/Concord and Bunker Hill, that Thomas Paine penned Common Sense. This wildly popular tract, it sold 100,000 copies in a single year, estimated to be the equivalent of 12 million copies today, was concise and accessible, written in a plain language that spoke to a widely literate American population. In a sense Paine was a strange messenger for 18th-century colonists. A Briton who had recently arrived in America, Paine had, until January 1776, been largely a failure. And for the times, he was a radical, an atheist who called for abolition of slavery and an early form of universal health care. Paine had one more seemingly radical idea, American independency. Paine's Common Sense described the logic of division from Great Britain and dramatically extolled the virtue of the American cause. There is something exceedingly ridiculous in the composition of monarchy, so far as we approve of monarchy, that in America the law is king, but there is something very absurd in supposing a continent to be perpetually governed by an island. The cause of America is in great measure the cause of all mankind. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. What it did, besides motivate the patriots, was logically bridge the gap to a declaration of full independence from the British Empire. Within months the Continental Congress in Philadelphia would come to the same conclusion, and a young Virginian planter, and slaveholder, named Thomas Jefferson would be nominated to pen the proclamation. What sort of document was this? For one thing, the decision to write it was itself radical. This was, at root, an act of treason to which dozens of men courageously signed their names. It was a lengthy list of grievances against the king himself, an explanation for their decision to rebel. But it is the document's preamble that we remember, and this, of course, was a thorny matter. The preamble speaks of all men being created equal, and certainly the Founding Fathers did not mean to extend political rights to women. But which men? White ones, of course, perhaps with a little property or, in the more progressive colonies, perhaps even the landless. Slaves or free black men, 1/5 of the population, didn't count, nor did the savage Native Americans beyond the Appalachian frontier. A simple, and not altogether incorrect, Conclusion would be that the Declaration of Independence was, at root, a hypocritical document. But there is much more to it. The preamble and main prose of the Declaration tell us many things. Here is one: this was a war about ideas more than territory, and ideological wars tend to be long and brutal in their prosecution. It is, as my experience in America's intractable 21st century Mideast wars demonstrated, a very difficult thing indeed to defeat an enemy fighting fundamentally for ideas. As noted above, Ho Chi Minh, the Vietnamese revolutionary communist and sworn enemy of the United States, directly quoted the line from Jefferson's preamble and his own country's Declaration of Independence from the French Empire in 1945. Ho's embrace of Jefferson's language demonstrates that the meaning and interpretation of words and sentiments change through the ages. A non-Christian Asian would certainly have found himself excluded from the fruits of America's 18th century revolution. And yet, perceiving a universalism in the document's preface, Ho was inspired by Jefferson's words nearly 2 centuries later. This, perhaps, is the American Revolution as its imperfect best. The Civil War of 1776, Loyalists and Patriots in Revolution. Upon the whole, if we allow, at most, 2/3 of the people to have been with us in the Revolution, is not the allowance ample? Divided we have ever been, and ever must be. John Adams, 1813. Benjamin Franklin was, perhaps, along with George Washington, the most famed and avowed patriot of them all. For all that, Franklin's own family divided over the Revolution, and one of his most harshest critics was his own son, the royal governor of New Jersey and a staunch Loyalist. If even the Franklin family could be torn asunder in the tide of revolution, then certainly something profound was afoot in the colonies. In addition to being a war for independence, the American Revolution was, and at the time often was referred to as, an American Civil War. This was a revolutionary war in the most basic sense, full of armies, guerrillas, militias, local strongmen, and counterinsurgents. While quite 18th century in its flavor and makeup, it was not unlike 21st century events in Iraq or Syria. Though rarely thought of in this way, as a proportion of the population, nearly as many Americans fought one another in the Revolution as in the Civil War of 1861-65. To understand this, we must consider the extent and power of loyalism of one stripe or another. A bit of mental math is in order. We'll stick with the men. Let us assume that 50% of white men were patriots. The fifth of the population that was black mainly sided with the British. That takes our calculation of patriots down to only 40% of the male population, and of course that excludes the Native Americans, who were, admittedly, not considered in colonial censuses, who were also, as we'll find, generally allied with the British. In other words, whether in the lead-up to or in the midst of the Revolution, the male patriots probably did not constitute a majority. We often imagine the loyalists to the British cause to have been ultra-conservative aristocrats, but in reality they came from all social ranks, classes, and races and had varied levels of devotion to the imperial cause. There were many reasons to remain loyal: devotion to king and crown, business connections with the imperial bureaucracy, caution, apathy, and, sometimes, frustration with the excesses of the patriot masses. We must remember that no more than half the white colonists were outright patriots. Yet rebel crowds, or mobs, depending on your point of view, from that fraction took it upon themselves not just to protest but to take up arms, to engage in acts of violence, and, frankly, to enforce adherence to their own cause. This drew the ire of many a loyalist, or even neutral, observer. Consider a brilliant satire penned by New York Loyalists in 1774 entitled "At a Meeting of the True Sons of Liberty." The authors mock the Patriot penchant for dramatic proclamations and list 15 farcical resolutions. The 15th, and final, is instructive. Resolved, lastly, that every man, woman, or child, who doth not agree with our sentiments, whether he, she, or they, understand them or not, is an enemy to his country, wheresoever he was born, and that he ought at least to be tarred and feathered, if not hanged, drawn and quartered, all statutes, laws and ordinances whatsoever to the contrary notwithstanding. The Loyalists and the many fence-sitters, the latter group surely had sizable numbers, found the patriots exhausting and intrusive. Some took up arms for the British cause, others disseminated Loyalist pamphlets, and many held their tongues until it was all over. Often, neutrality or conscientious loyalism was seen by the patriots as unacceptable. With British regulars pinned down and concentrated by the mere existence of Washington's Continental Army, patriot militias policed allegiance to the rebellion in unoccupied towns and villages. It is not that there weren't plenty of Loyalists, it's that the British always overestimated the number prepared to throw in their lot militarily with the fleeting, ever-on-the-move British Army. By trying hard to raise such loyalist units, the British ended up fomenting a civil war, while lacking the troop numbers and mobility to back their colonial allies in the distant cities and hamlets. Even in the South, where it was believed, correctly, to some extent, that loyalism ran strong, the British could only capture territory and then move on, leaving the task of securing it to local loyalists. Consider it an Americanization strategy on par with the U.S. Army's Vietnamization strategy in the Vietnam War, in which U.S. forces sought to hand off territory and responsibility to their local allies in South Vietnam. Once the British, or later, the U.S. military in Vietnam, left an area, however, trouble arose in the rear. Rebel terrorism was often met by loyalist retaliation as a cycle of civil war gathered its own chaotic inertia. Brutal it was, and bloody it could be, but it might have been much worse. Part of the ultimate explanation for British defeat must lie with the general's decision, as gentlemen, not to unleash many of the most vicious and violent loyalist militias on the patriot populace in a sort of total war. The British, even late in the hostilities, continued to see the colonists as misguided countrymen and hoped at some point to reconcile, not shatter, American society. Still, in the South in particular, the addition of revolting slaves into the civil maelstrom ushered in the nastiest phase of the war. More Americans died in this communal aspect of the conflict than in conventional British-American battles. Indeed, in the Deep South the Continental Army had serious recruiting troubles, as Southern patriots were more concerned with policing and protecting against rebellious slaves than with directly fighting for the gallant cause of American independence. What then are we to? 15th, and final, is instructive. Resolved, lastly, that every man, woman, or child, who doth not agree with our sentiments, whether he, she, or they, understand them or not, is an enemy to his country, wheresoever he was born, and that he ought at least to be tarred and feathered, if not hanged, drawn and quartered, all statutes, laws and ordinances whatsoever to the contrary notwithstanding. The Loyalists and the many fence-sitters, the latter group surely had sizable numbers, found the patriots exhausting and intrusive. Some took up arms for the British cause, others disseminated Loyalist pamphlets, and many held their tongues until it was all over. Often, neutrality or conscientious loyalism was seen by the patriots as unacceptable. With British regulars pinned down and concentrated by the mere existence of Washington's Continental Army, patriot militias policed allegiance to the rebellion in unoccupied towns and villages. It is not that there weren't plenty of loyalists, it's that the British always overestimated the number prepared to throw in their lot militarily with the fleeting, ever-on-the-move British Army. By trying hard to raise such loyalist units, the British ended up fomenting a civil war, while lacking the troop numbers and mobility to back their colonial allies in the distant cities and hamlets. Even in the South, where it was believed, correctly, to some extent, that loyalism ran strong, the British could only capture territory and then move on, leaving the task of securing it to local loyalists. Consider it an Americanization strategy on par with the U.S. Army's Vietnamization strategy in the Vietnam War, in which U.S. forces sought to hand off territory and responsibility to their local allies in South Vietnam. Once the British, or later, the U.S. military in Vietnam, left an area, however, trouble arose in the rear. Rebel terrorism was often met by loyalist retaliation as a cycle of civil war gathered its own chaotic inertia. Brutal it was, and bloody it could be, but it might have been much worse. Part of the ultimate explanation for British defeat must lie with the general's decision, as gentlemen, not to unleash many of the most vicious and violent loyalist militias on the patriot populace in a sort of total war. The British, even late in the hostilities, continued to see the colonists as misguided countrymen and hoped at some point to reconcile, not shatter, American society. Still, in the South in particular, the addition of revolting slaves into the civil maelstrom ushered in the nastiest phase of the war. More Americans died in this communal aspect of the conflict than in conventional British-American battles. Indeed, in the Deep South the Continental Army had serious recruiting troubles, as Southern patriots were more concerned with policing and protecting against rebellious slaves than with directly fighting for the gallant cause of American independence. What then are we to? Thomas Paine's hand was again at work in this business, seeking to make Pennsylvania the most advanced democracy in the world. Vermont, too, had a radical trajectory, becoming the first state to ban slavery outright, in 1777. New Jersey even extended voting rights, however temporarily, to women, something no other state would achieve until Wyoming did so nearly a century later, in. Furthermore, the civil aspect of this war, as we saw in the previous chapter, added to the radicalism of the Revolution. Though there were no guillotines in Philadelphia or Boston, there were, by war's end, more land cessions and flights by Loyalists, mostly to Canada, per capita, then in the later French Revolution. Still, for all this evidence, and much more like it, there remains something ultimately unpersuasive about the highly radical revolution argument: it ignores the experience of non-white males. It must be remembered that while in a sense the revolution had quite radical components for those white men, even those without property, the experience and outcome of the war appeared far less radical, and more conservative, when seen through black or Indian eyes. That, ultimately, explains the geographic, focused on the northern colonies, racial, and patriarchal, whites and males in the narrative foreground, limitations of historian Gordon Wood, made famous by a memorable scene in the film Good Will Hunting, and his esteemed book The Radicalism of the American Revolution. The Forgotten Fifth, When Freedom Wore a Red Coat, The Slave Revolution. Your 4th of July is a sham, your boasted liberty, an unholy license, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Frederick Douglass, 1852. Examine the fragment of the painting on the facing page. In it a proud, dashing black soldier, with a plume in his cap, fights on the British side against the French in the 1781 battle in Europe. In the American War of Independence, too, African and African-American slaves often took up arms with the British against the colonists. Many were members of the 1st Ethiopian Regiment, raised in November 1775 by the Royal Governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, in a famed proclamation that bore his name. Stitched into the uniform of each member of the Ethiopian Regiment were 3 words: "Liberty to slaves." There is a scene in the, terribly inaccurate, 2000 movie The Patriot, starring Mel Gibson, in which a black man and former slave joins the Continental Army and by the final battle wins the respect of even the most bigoted soldier in the Gibson character's unit. It's a touching moment, and, indeed, some 5,000 black men, slave and free, would fight on the Patriot side. The film, along with many other popular depictions of the Revolutionary War, gives us the impression that however imperfect American society was, most black people fought on the colonists' side. Nothing could be further from the truth. In proportion to their numbers in the population, black men were more likely than whites to serve as combatants in the Revolution, only by and large they fought against the side that had proclaimed all men were created equal. The Death of Major Pearson, by John Singleton Copley. This is a dizzying, inconvenient fact for some. It complicates and potentially sullies the revolutionary effort. But it is a fact we must know to describe the totality, warts and all, of our revolution. Lord Dunmore raised 800 to 1,000 slave volunteers by offering freedom to those who would flee their masters and gather under his banner. Word of Dunmore's proclamation spread rapidly through the colonies, giving hope to slaves and striking fear in planters throughout the Americas. It convinced many fence-sitting slaveholders that there could now be no reconciliation with the Crown. As Edward Rutledge, a South Carolina signer of the Declaration of Independence, wrote, "The Dunmore Proclamation effected an eternal separation between Great Britain and the colonies, more than any other expedient." Indeed, across the colonies, especially in the South, slaves escaped their plantations and sought refuge wherever and whenever the British Army passed by or occupied a sizable locale. One military historian, Gregory Irwin, penned an influential article on this phenomenon, aptly titled When Freedom Wore a Red Coat. Think on that for a moment. Most runaways sought their liberty by joining the British cause, not that of the Patriots. What might that say about our revolution? Was it thus no more than a contradiction, counter-revolutionary, and a farce? Perhaps, but once again matters are not clear-cut. At war's end the British actually sailed away from America with many thousands of slaves. No doubt they left behind some who had helped the British cause, and they sold or returned others, but by and large, and to their great credit, most British generals refused the demands of local colonists to return all of their slaves. At least a few of the slaves who left with the British had belonged to George Washington. Ouch! And consider the further irony that for 2 decades white patriots had regularly used the terms enslavement and slavery to describe their treatment by Britain's Parliament and tax collectors. Among the blacks who had fought alongside the British, many earned a new life after the war. Some 1,500 families settled in Birchtown, Nova Scotia, in Canada. Disease and a harsh climate decimated the former slaves, but at least they were free. Some years later, in 1792, more than 1,000 set out for the west coast of Africa, where they founded a new city, the aptly named Freetown, now the capital of Sierra Leone. These stories are inspiring and give us valuable insight into the two sides of the revolutionary struggle. Still, we have to be careful not to overstate the benevolence of British actions toward the slaves. These were at root military, not humanitarian, gestures, and we cannot ignore the opportunism and self-interest in Lord Dunmore's proclamation. It's important to note that Dunmore extended the promise of freedom only to those slaves who were owned by rebellious patriot masters. Loyalists could keep their human property, and, indeed, many did bring their chattel slaves along into prolonged exile in Canada. Compared with Carolina, Canada was free, but it was by no means a slave utopia. Still, viewed broadly, the vast majority of slaves either favored, served with, or fought for the British rather than the Patriots during the war. And the enraged planter class never let them forget it. Though this is almost entirely lost to modern readers, the Revolution was also the greatest slave rebellion in American history. It terrified the owner class and tightened an increasingly brutal slave system. The tragic irony, as historian Ira Berlin has shown, is that the Great Slave Revolt of 1775-83 spooked Southern planters into developing a more stringent, controlled, and vigorous antebellum slave system than that which existed before the Revolution. Millions of blacks would come to live under the lash of that slave society, the image of which we've grown accustomed. The other America, the Revolution looking east from Indian country. Lay waste all the native settlements around, that the country may not be merely overrun but destroyed. Rush on with the war whoop and fixed bayonet. George Washington, Official Orders to General John Sullivan, 1779 and 2001. An excellent historian by the name of Daniel K. Richter penned a comprehensive native history of early America, with the paradigm-shifting title Facing East from Indian Country. Perhaps facing east is what a historian must do when considering Native Americans in American history, including the Revolution, to view Indian experiences, face eastward, rather than starting from the Atlantic coast and viewing the unfolding of history solely in a westward direction. How different the situation must have appeared to the Creek tribe southwest of the colonies or the Iroquois to the northwest of New York. Just as the slaves realized that their interests were better served with the redcoats, the Native Americans recognized that their autonomy had a better chance of being preserved if they allied with the supposed imperial tyrants and against those who ostensibly extolled the inalienable human right to liberty. Native life, liberty, and happiness could, they believed, be maintained only by standing in opposition to the purported patriots. And so it was that most Indians fruitlessly waged war while allied with one imperial power, the British, to stave off the encroachment of a new, more dangerous, colonial empire, what Thomas Jefferson once called an empire of liberty. The outcome was tragic. As we saw during the 7 Years' War, the list of Southern colonial patriots is also a who's who of land speculators in early America. Washington, Jefferson, Patrick Henry, they all were in on it at one time or another. Now, in the desperation of war, the speculation game changed again. Recruiting for the Continental Army, a miserable, long, thankless duty, became difficult as the war dragged on. Recruiting officers, as ever, needed some way to entice enlistees. It became necessary to promise volunteers land, often Indian land, beyond the mountains, a total of 10 million acres. Native land was thus promised to future settlers without the permission, or even the knowledge, of the tribes. On the long frontier stretching from Georgia to New England, war with the British intermingled with smaller wars against British-backed native tribes. This was often the most vicious fighting the Revolution would produce. Take the example of frontier warfare in northwestern New York State. One historian, Page Smith, called the American campaign in western New York the most ruthless application of scorched earth policy in U.S. history. Here General Washington unleashed General John Sullivan with orders to destroy the great Iroquois Confederation, and shatter it he did. The Iroquois mostly sided with the British, though the Revolution kicked off an internal Iroquois civil war when one tribal branch, the Oneida, allied with the Continentals. It got ugly, fast. Washington called the devastation of the Iroquois the main American military effort of 1779, and detached one-third of his army to accomplish the task. Villages were razed, 160,000 bushels of corn burned, and thousands of fruit trees destroyed. Sullivan reported back to Congress that except one town situated near the Allegheny, there is not a single town left in the country of the Five Nations, of Iroquois. An Onondaga chief later summed up the experience thusly: they, Sullivan's troops, put to death all the women and children, excepting some of the young women, whom they carried away for the use of their soldiers and were afterwards put to death in a more shameful manner. Admittedly, of course, native atrocities along the settler frontier were also common. In the end the war, and especially American victory in it, proved, as in the 7 Years' War, to be yet another tragedy for Indians east of the Mississippi River. American colonists, millions that they were always more dangerous than a few thousand redcoats and a few hundred imperial bureaucrats spread thinly along the frontier. The United States of America was an existential threat to the native way of life. None of the affected tribes were included in negotiations toward the Treaty of Paris, which ended the Revolutionary War. No one consulted the Indians before the British saw fit to sign away millions of acres of native land to the new United States. Most native tribes would never accept such claims to their lands, which, to them, were predicated on the white man's conception of international law, something that had little meaning to those living in Indian country. This situation set up what would become a decade of on-again, off-again war between the armies of the new American Republic and the allied tribes of the Ohio Country in the years following the signing of the Treaty of Paris. The last barrier, the infamous British Proclamation Line of 1763, had been breached, and the settler tide would never recede. In just over 50 years that incessant tide would reach the Pacific Ocean. Within a century all overt native resistance was subdued, as tribes chose between genocidal extermination and a life on reservations. Who shall fight for liberty? The Continental Army at war. The insults and neglects which the army have met with beggars all description, they can endure it no longer. I am in rags. I despise my countrymen. I wish I could say I was not born in America. I once gloried in it but am now ashamed. Lieutenant Colonel Ebenezer Huntington, Yale graduate and veteran of battles in Boston, Long Island, and Yorktown, July 1780. When you picture an American Revolutionary soldier, what do you see? A Minuteman, of course, a logo of the New England Patriots, perhaps. In reality, though the militia and Massachusetts Minutemen played an important role, especially early in the conflict, most of the major fighting was done by Continental Army regulars, long-term volunteers filling Washington's ranks. Who fought the war and how it affected them is a story unto itself. War changes society. As John Shea wrote, the incidence of military service reflects and affects social structure. That was never more true than during the Revolutionary era. To understand the challenges and tribulations of waging an 8-year war through the combined efforts of 13 diverse colonies, we must understand a key but often overlooked fact: contrary to the linear, triumphalist fairy tales, support for the war and enthusiasm for military service actually consistently declined in the years leading up to the victory at Yorktown in 1781. Of course, we must remember that even as late as 1780 few would have predicted that victory was likely at all, let alone so near. In this environment of protracted war, in truth it was Continental regulars who performed much of the fighting because militiamen, men of property and some substance, were tied to their farms, families, and villages. This is not to degrade the importance of the militia. They performed vital, short-duration, local service at key points in the war. Furthermore, it was the militia that waged a micro-revolution at the village level, enforcing patriot conformity in the townships and waging a civil war among neighbors. Since the propertied militias were often unavailable or unwilling, it was to a considerable degree the dregs of society who filled the ranks of the Continental Army. These were the poor, the landless, the immigrants, mostly German and Irish, the former criminals, the wayward youths, those, to be frank, who were most expendable in respectable colonial society. It was the lowest among them who eventually won for the American side. In times since, it has always been this. Even so, it was only a tiny fraction of the population that actually experienced extended military service, and these poor souls were paid, if at all, in a currency, continental dollars, that was soon nearly worthless. Due to rampant inflation and the doubtful prospects of an often failing war, between 1777 and 1781 the value of $100 continental fell to less than $2 in gold specie. The poorest of men were fighting for nearly worthless slips of paper. The frustration and resentment were palpable. In May 1780, just 1 year before victory was at hand, Private Joseph Plum Martin, a seasoned veteran of the Connecticut line regiments, observed that the men were exasperated beyond endurance. They could not stand it any longer. Here was the army starved and naked, and their country sitting still and expecting the army to do notable things. In the winter of 1780-81 matters spiraled out of control, and Washington had a veritable crisis on his hands. In January the Pennsylvania line mutinied, shot some of the officers, and marched on Philadelphia to demand back pay from Congress. Washington and Congress folded and negotiated a settlement. Days later the New Jersey line mutinied, and this time Washington sought to create an example. He ordered executions, though, in passive protest, all 6 members of the appointed firing squad purposely missed their targets. By this point some 1 in 4 of Washington's soldiers were in revolt. The army held together, just barely, and would march south to Yorktown, Virginia, and climactic victory just months later. The American War is over, but this is far from being the case with the American Revolution. On the contrary, nothing but the first act of this great drama is closed. Dr. Benjamin Rush, 1786. Sometimes, In hindsight, we readers know too much, are too informed of the outcomes to appreciate the contingency and emotional drama of what unfolded. In this case, the messy experience of an 8-year revolution and war of independence shaped the new American Republic. Through this crucible did 13 colonies cohere, sometimes fragment, and ultimately unite. As the historian Carl Becker wrote, the War of Independence was about more than home rule, it was also about who would rule at home. John Chai has called the revolution a political education for the masses, and indeed it was. The war itself was messy and brutal. The stats are instructive: 150,000 to 200,000 colonists performed some military service, about 10% of the population, 25,000 Americans perished in the war, about 8,000 in battle, 8,000 of disease, 8,000 on filthy British prison barges, or more than 2 million in today's terms. 100,000 citizens chose exile over residence in the new republic, 60,000 loyalists and 40,000 slaves, or some 8 million in contemporary measures. So how did it actually happen, the victory, the colonial victory, that is? How and why did a rabble of patriot colonials ultimately triumph over the British Empire? There are many reasons. The British faced 3,000 miles of ocean to compound their significant logistic and communicative challenges. Limited guerrilla warfare contributed to their anguish. General Washington, though he rarely won, managed to keep the Continental Army in the field and in existence. In a sense, the rebels won because they did not lose. By virtue of their survival they prevailed. This is often the case in popular uprisings, and why it was, and still is, so difficult to pacify a rebellious population with military force. Still, Americans mustn't forget that there might be no United States without the French, and eventually the Spanish, entry into the war on the Patriot side. To a large extent, larger than most Americans are comfortable with, the United States owes its independence to France. Without the French army, and more vitally the French navy, transforming our revolution into a global war, the conflict couldn't have ended when and how it did, with a British army encircled by land and sea on the Virginia coast at Yorktown. Maybe the Americans could have won without the French, or maybe not, or perhaps it would have taken several more years and the war would have done even more damage to society. What is certain, as John Chai tells us, is this: a protracted war, especially one so reliant on popular, more or less voluntary military service, is itself a kind of revolution. In fighting the war, the fighting men and their families experienced a revolution of their own. What then, in the final sense, can we make of the American Revolution? This much, at least, I'd submit: the founders were neither the infallible demigods depicted by the contemporary political right, nor, for that matter, pure villains to be pilloried, as some on the left would have it. These were imperfect human beings, men, mostly, striving toward independence and tenuously remaking a society. Taking into account women, slaves, and Indians, the Patriot founders excluded probably 60 to 70% of the American population from their dreams of life, liberty, and happiness pursued. This does not, in itself, erase the beauty of the founders' aspirations, words, and actions. Rather, I take these salient facts as a warning against all forms of rigid originalism, legal or otherwise, as a warning against the notion that a revolution and forebears ought to remain frozen in their 18th century moment. Instead, the imperfection and ambitions of the founders might remind 21st century Americans to beware the misuse of the past and to always seek the gradual improvement of society and the achievement of a more perfect union. In that sense, this author agrees with Benjamin Rush that, as he said in 1786, the American Revolution is not over, that naught but a few acts of the great drama have closed. We today are waging revolution still. 7. Flowering or excessive democracy. The evils we experience flow from the excess of democracy. The people do not want virtue, but are the dupes of pretended patriots. Elbridge Gerry, delegate to the Constitutional Convention, 1787. The Brits are gone, now what? It has become by now American scripture. We all know the prevailing myths, history as written by the winners. Virtuous American patriots, having beaten the tyrannical British, set out to frame the most durable republican government in the history of humankind. The crowning achievement came when our founding fathers met in Philadelphia in 1787 to draft an American gospel, the Constitution. The war had ended, officially, in 1783. Have you ever asked yourself why popular versions of America's founding begin with the Declaration of Independence in 1776, or with the defeat of the British at Yorktown, Virginia, in 1781, but skip past the black hole of the mid-1780s to the Constitutional Convention of 1787? What happened in those critical years? What is it that remains hidden in plain sight? Who does the prevailing narrative serve? Well, In recent years most serious historians finally began studying marginalized peoples, such as slaves, Indians, and women. It is good that this is so. However, the decisions first to draft the Articles of Confederation and then, later, to move toward a new constitution and a more centralized federal government, the key events of the 1780s, were actions that mostly benefited the elites. A top-down structure was imposed on an only partly willing citizenry. This sort of story no longer appeals to academic historians busy drafting a new history from the bottom up. General George Washington resigning his commission, 1824, by John Trumbull. From grade school through university survey courses, we are fed the same tale. The victorious colonists, the first generation of Americans, briefly organized under a weak governing framework, the Articles of Confederation. This unwieldy government quickly floundered in an era of stagnation and chaos, to be replaced, wisely, by our current Constitution. There is, of course, some truth to this. The Articles of Confederation, the law of the land and America's first Constitution, from 1781 to 1789, did grant precious few powers to the national government. Power was dispersed to the state governments. In a sense we should probably think of the early 13 states as separate countries, held together in a loose alliance more similar to today's European Union than to our current U.S. nation. Many states did, indeed, suffer under a period of economic stagnation, and there were several agrarian revolts of one sort or another. However, it behooves us to consider why the revolutionary generation chose a weak central government. When thinking about the past, we must avoid determinism and remember that no one in history woke up on a given day and planned to fail, to draft an incompetent governing structure. Perhaps the men of the 1780s had good reasons, maybe there was wisdom in such a loose confederation. Was the later Constitution actually a superior document? This chapter reconsiders that forgotten era, seeks to redeem aspects of the Articles of Confederation, and asks inconvenient questions about just how democratic our later Constitution would really be. The critical period, defending the Articles of Confederation. Each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this Confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. Article 2 of the Articles of Confederation. It had been a brutal, long, destructive war, the longest war the United States would fight until Vietnam, 2 centuries later. Tens of thousands died, infrastructure was damaged, state governments were loaded with debt, and many thousands became refugees. Given this reality, we must consider what lessons American leaders learned from the Revolution. Certainly they feared powerful executives, the Articles would have no president, distant aristocratic legislatures, there would be no House of Lords or upper house in the Continental Congress, and standing armies. The Revolutionary Army was demobilized, and state militias would provide for the common defense. The real work of government was seen as occurring at the state level, and it was the state constitutions that truly mattered. Each state varied, of course, with Maryland's government being the most conservative and Pennsylvania's the most democratic and egalitarian, by some measures the most democratic in the world. Most states had learned lessons from the late war, they had weak, or in some cases no, executives, powerful, sometimes unicameral, legislatures, and militias rather than professionalized armies. After all, these were post-revolutionary governments, terrified of tyranny and imbued with common conceptions of classical republicanism. The foundation of republicanism was rather simple and had 3 pillars: liberty, virtue, and independence. To have liberty, we need to understand that all power tends to corrupt and must, therefore, be checked by virtuous government. Virtue required that representatives always act according to the public interest and not self-interest. Such virtue was possible only when representatives were independent entities not beholden, economically or otherwise, to others. All too often, this required the possession of some degree of wealth, property, and leisure time to study politics. The problem is that so much of this classical republicanism stood in tension with the democratizing tendencies of all revolutions. In elections for the state legislatures, more men could vote than ever before. Some states, like Pennsylvania, had universal male suffrage and dropped all property requirements for political participation. Common farmers and artisans in the 1780s had increasingly democratic, progressive impulses. They still hated taxation, which had been increased after 1783 to pay off state war debts, and they weren't afraid to use the tried-and-true tactics of the Revolution to express their dismay. Farmers and laborers of the 1780s were reform-minded and employed methods consistent with the spirit of '76, petitions, boycotts, even armed insurrection, to pressure their new state governments. The 1780s were a period in which common folk called for the extension of the franchise, voting rights, the abolition of property requirements, and more equal representation for distant western frontier districts. Indeed, you could argue that this critical period saw a veritable flowering of democratization, at least among white males. This stood in stark contrast with the sometimes overstated image of depression and stagnation commonly depicted by popular historians. The Articles are so often derided that we forget that there were real accomplishments in this era. After all, the Articles of Confederation was a wartime document and, so governed, the Americans managed to achieve victory over the most powerful empire in the world. This, in itself, was a miraculous accomplishment. Though there were many problems for the new American Republic, which is perhaps best compared to a post-colonial 20th-century African or Asian state, we must dismiss the chaos theory for why the Articles were eventually replaced by the Constitution. Consider, for a moment, all the things that didn't happen to the new republic in the 1780s. There were no interstate wars, no external invasions, no general rebellion. In fact, in many respects, according to the historian Merrill Jensen, there was a spirit of optimism and a sense of an improving humanity within the new country. Confederation or Empire, the Northwest Ordinance and the fate of native peoples. Another often forgotten accomplishment of U.S. government under the Articles of Confederation was the passing of the Northwest Ordinance, the plan for the occupation and subdivision of the territories ceded by Britain north of the Ohio River and east of the Mississippi. Have you ever noticed how when traversing Midwest flyover country on a modern airliner the farmland below appears divided into neatly square plots of similar size? For that we have the Northwest Land Ordinance of 1785, passed into law under the Articles, to thank. The new law divided and subdivided the acres of unsettled, at least by Anglo farmers, land into neat squares for future sale and development. The British had signed over ownership of this territory to the new United States in the Treaty of Paris, 1783, which ended the War of Independence. They did so, of course, without securing permission from or, often, even notifying the land's actual inhabitants, numerous native peoples. This, as we've seen in previous chapters, was a recipe for trouble. The Indians had no intention of ceding their land simply because certain white men across a vast ocean had signed a few papers. The land granted to the new United States in the Ohio country was extraordinarily important to the new government under the Articles. Lacking the power of direct taxation of the people, the Congress expected the sale of these lands to private citizens to earn the government ample income to pay down the national war debt and fund wartime bonds issued during the Revolution. It might have worked, too, if those lands were empty. Unfortunately for the land speculators and would-be pioneers, the various tribes of the region had formed a massive coalition and would fight hard for their territory. In fact, in the 1780s and early 1790s 2 separate U.S. Army forces were defeated by the Ohio Country Native Confederation. These defeats, and the inability to sell and settle the new lands, helped fuel the depression and fiscal crisis facing the Articles of Confederation-era republic. It was all connected, east with west, domestic with foreign policy. As a future charter, though, the Northwest Ordinance was profound and shaped the settlement and organization of the ever-expanding United States. The new lands, once settled by a requisite number of farmers, would become federal territories and, eventually, states. This, of course, upset many of the original 13 states, which had long claimed vast tracts to their west. The ordinance did something else that was rather consequential: it outlawed the institution of slavery north of the Ohio River. This reflected growing post-revolutionary sentiment in the northern states, which would see nearly all their governments gradually outlaw the peculiar institution over the 2 coming decades. What the ordinance now set up, however, was a growing north-south societal divide over the institution of slavery that would eventually play out in the American Civil War. The Northwest Ordinance, even if it was premature in signing away and organizing highly contested territory, did achieve 2 things. First, it increased the probability that land speculators and other factions would call for a more centralized government than the Articles could provide. Only a strong federal government, they would argue, could raise, fund, and field an army capable of defeating the formidable native confederation in the Ohio country. Second, the ordinance ultimately doomed the native peoples inhabiting this fertile land to either conquest and subservience or expulsion. Before the first waves of settlers crossed the Appalachian Mountains, this outcome was nearly inevitable. The new republic's government had made plans for, divided up, and begun to sell off the Indian land without the consent of the native tribes. Let us remember that when the British and Spanish agreed to cede everything east of the Mississippi River to the new United States, they were transferring a vast empire to the American Republic. You could argue, then, that the American tension between republic and empire was already in full swing when the ordinance passed. Furthermore, one of the reasons the stronger future federal constitution appealed to so many Eastern elites was that they knew a centralized government was now necessary to manage what Thomas Jefferson famously called an empire of liberty. Perhaps the truth is that a confederation of small republics could never manage an empire unless it had a stronger constitution. As we will see in the next chapter, it was under our current constitution, not the Articles, that we grew into a full empire, one that we retain to this day. Excesses of democracy, elite responses and criticisms of the Articles. I dread more from the licentiousness of the people, than from the bad government of rulers. Virginia Congressman Henry Lee, Jr., 1787. Not all Americans saw the 1780s as a time of hope, experimentation, and increased egalitarianism. For many, especially wealthy, elite citizens, the entire decade, along with the Articles of Confederation that presided over the new republic, was a nightmare. The chief complaints of those who wished to strengthen the federal government were that chaos reigned, the commoners had gained too much confidence and power, and the state legislatures were too beholden to their constituents. The result, as these men, who would become the framers of the Constitution, saw it, was bad governance. Finances played a major role. On this subject neither side of the great debate was happy. Poor and middling sorts were upset that heavily indebted state legislatures were levying taxes many times higher than this class of Americans had had to pay under imperial rule. Most taxes were collected in gold and silver, resources to which few backcountry farmers had access. These citizens were also aghast at the potential for increased federal taxing power, which, indeed, many elites later proposed. Creditors, financiers, large landholders, and even some genuinely principled Republicans saw things differently. In their minds the revolution had unleashed a popular torrent of excessive democracy, egalitarianism, and a new spirit of leveling, or what would today be called pre-modern socialism. Farmers, artisans, and laborers had forgotten their proper place in society and gained too much confidence with respect to their social betters. To the better off, the revolution had unintended, not altogether positive, second and third-order effects. As one New Englander declared in the fall of 1786, men of sense and property have lost much of their influence by the popular spirit of the law. As the eminent historian Gordon Wood has pointed out, we must understand that a majority of the Article's most famous critics, and the later constitutional framers, were basically aristocrats in the pre-industrial, pre-capitalist sense of the word. They feared inflation, paper money, and debt relief measures because they modeled their social and economic world on the systems and tendencies of the English gentry. Their entire societal and agrarian order was at risk during the 1780s, in fact it would later collapse in the increasingly commercial northern states, only to live on in the plantation life of the antebellum South. Much of their complaint about excessive democracy in the new American state governments may ring hollow to modern ears, but they believed in their position most emphatically. Let us forget what we know about popular government in the 21st century and remember that in the 1780s, especially among the elites, the term democracy was still generally used as a pejorative. And to the founding elites, it was high time to stuff the democratic genie, unleashed by the spirit of '76, back in the bottle. By excess democracy, the elites, who would become Federalists in later political parlance, referred specifically to the ability of commoners to pressure popularly elected state legislatures to print paper money and pass debt relief bills. If creditors couldn't expect prompt repayment in full, they surmised, the social order itself would break down. Many of these elites were themselves creditors or speculators and often were wealthy. Still, it would be too simple and cynical to ascribe their political beliefs simply to personal, pecuniary interests. Rather, their critique of democracy and the state government's policies under the Articles was generally consistent with their particular brand of Republican worldview. Liberty and order must be balanced in the American Republic, or republics, and, they believed, strict libertarianism had gone too far since the outbreak of revolution. But were they right? The centralizing elite's favorite example of unbridled democratic chaos has been passed down in American history under the title Shays's Rebellion. The last act of the American Revolution, Shays's Rebellion. The late rebellion in Massachusetts has given more alarm than I think it should have done. I hold that a little rebellion now and then is a good thing, as necessary in the political world as storms in the physical. Unsuccessful rebellions, indeed, generally establish the encroachments on the rights of the people which have produced them. It is a medicine necessary for the sound health of government. Thomas Jefferson, writing from Paris in a letter to James Madison, Regarding Shays' rebellion, January 30, 1787. Every History 101 textbook presents the same narrative about the fall of the Articles of Confederation and the rise of the infallible Constitution. The people got out of hand with all that revolutionary fervor, and in Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts, matters boiled over. In response to the chaos unleashed by these rebels, respectable patriots, such as George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton, decided to find a remedy that balanced liberty and order. The result, of course, was the Constitutional Convention of 1787. But what if our common understanding of Shays' rebellion is incomplete, perhaps even wrong? What if Shays and his regulators, they did not call themselves rebels, had a point, genuine grievances, and a coherent worldview? Since this singular event is given so much weight as the supposed catalyst for the American Constitution, it deserves a closer look. For starters, we have to review the grievances of many American farmers in the 1780s. Remember that the wartime Continental Congress and individual colonies had to raise money and take on debt to fund an 8-year war. Soldiers, when they were paid at all, received paper notes, and merchants, who all too often found their goods requisitioned by the patriots, also received paper currency, essentially IOUs from the broke, fledgling revolutionary government. After the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the Confederation Congress asked the 13 states. The Articles of Confederation provided no mechanism for direct federal taxation, to raise money to pay off federal war bonds. Furthermore, the individual states had to raise enough gold and silver to redeem their own state currencies. The result was state-level taxation that was on average 2 or 3 times higher than in the colonial era. This is ironic, given our common understanding of the American Revolution as a revolt against excessive taxes. The problem is that the mass printing of paper currency, combined with low confidence in Congress's future ability to pay its debts, led to massive inflation and devaluation of the credit notes. Most creditors and merchants stopped honoring the face value of continental dollars, and some would accept only gold or silver specie, of which there was an exceeding shortage in the Revolutionary era. By war's end, $100 continental often had a market value of less than $1 in hard specie. If a returning veteran wanted to feed or clothe himself, he needed to exchange his paper pay slips for gold or silver. Indeed, in one of the great crimes against American military veterans in this country's history, poor, desperate, discharged soldiers had little choice but to sell off their nearly worthless currency for a pittance in gold or silver. Such was the case in rural western Massachusetts in 1786. The state government in Boston imposed a high property and poll tax on the farmers and insisted it be paid in hard currency, gold or silver. As noted earlier, most farmers did not have access to such specie. What they did have was land, animals, tools, and, perhaps, if they were war veterans, continental paper dollars. If they couldn't pay in gold, the local sheriff could seize their land. And if the sheriff was sympathetic to the farmers and did not enforce the evictions, laws passed by the state government in Boston allowed authorities to seize his property. What, asked many western Massachusetts farmers, a great number of them war veterans, did we just fight a revolution for? To suffer unreasonable taxation and lose our land to our own state government? The sense of injustice was palpable and, in hindsight, understandable. One such smallholder, named Daniel Shays, became a leader of the disgruntled western farmers and would head what eventually became an armed revolt intent on closing the courts and saving their property. Shays was a former Continental Army officer, a wounded veteran of the battles of Bunker Hill and Saratoga who left the army a pauper. Later taken to court over debts stemming from his time away from his farm, Shays was forced to sell his sword, a gift from the Marquis de Lafayette, to come up with the money. By 1786 he, like many of his compatriots, had nothing left to give when the tax man again came calling. Almost all the Continental Army veterans had by 1786 sold off their paper currency and war bonds to rich speculators for a fraction of the face value. Now the states, and the federal Congress, imposed taxes to pay either the interest on, or the face value of, the very war bonds the veterans had desperately sold off. It all seemed utterly unjust. Few of the speculators were veterans. Most possessed fortunes and a willingness to play the futures market. One of the reasons Shays' rebellion occurred in Massachusetts was that the state government in Boston had begun taxing land with the intent to pay off the face value of all state banknotes no later than 1790. Worse still, by 1786 just 35 men, nearly all of whom lived in the state capital, Boston, owned 40% of all the banknotes. They stood to make a killing when the tax windfall came in. After Shays and his regulators refused to pay the tax, armed themselves, closed several county courts, and marched on the federal weapons arsenal at Springfield, The Eastern elites panicked. Without a standing federal army, and with the state militia unreliable or sympathetic to Shays's cause, the Massachusetts governor, himself a large bondholder, enlisted other wealthy creditors to hire a private army to put down the growing rebellion. There was a remarkable overlap between large holders of banknotes and those who contributed to hiring the mercenary force. One wealthy donor, who contributed $500 in gold for the mercenaries, held as much as $30,000 in unredeemed banknotes. When the private militia eventually was successful in suppressing Shays's rebellion, contributions of this kind turned out to be money well spent. The dividing lines in Shays's rebellion were as much regional as class-based. This was a battle between the western hinterland and the hub city of Boston, a political tension that exists in Massachusetts to this day. In many colonies the farmers had successfully lobbied to move the capitals out of the commercial hub cities, for example, from New York City to Albany and from Philadelphia to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Massachusetts was the anomaly in that Boston remained both the commercial and political capital of the state. Shays and his compatriots wanted the capital moved westward, the aristocratic state senate abolished, and the stipulated $1,000 in assets of prospective gubernatorial candidates to be lowered or eliminated. So as we can see, class and region certainly complicate this narrative. Shays's regulators saw themselves as patriots waging perhaps the final act of the American Revolution. When they were defeated, many rebels, including Shays, fled across the border to safe haven in what was then the independent Republic of Vermont. This should be unsurprising, since Vermont was itself founded by agrarian rebels like Ethan Allen and his Green Mountain Boys, who had clashed with New York state landowners and seceded to form their own country. Although Shays's rebellion was put down, we must take a harder look to determine the local winners and losers. Governor James Bowdoin and many anti-Shays legislators were soon voted out of office, and debt relief was passed in the next session of the Massachusetts legislature. Shays was pardoned and eventually even received a pension for his Continental Army service. It was the perceived success of the rebels, along with the military impotence that forced creditors to hire a private army, that would have a profound effect on Massachusetts, the elites, and the young republic itself. Shays's movement was only one of many rebellions or threats of rebellion in the 1780s. Thus, one motive of the framers of the Constitution was to create a new federal government with the power, funds, and professional army capable of suppressing unrest. This was ironic, since the American Revolution had been fought, in part, in opposition to the presence of a standing British army. The true importance of Shays's rebellion was the fear it struck in the hearts of American elites. Shays's most prominent critic was George Washington. Before he read of Shays's agrarian revolt, General Washington was happily retired at his estate in Virginia. It was his fear of further rebellions, which, according to a favorite analogy, were like snowballs, gathering weight as they rolled along, that convinced Washington to take part in the Philadelphia Convention to reform the Articles of Confederation. In a letter to Henry Lee, Washington expressed his horror regarding the revolt in Massachusetts and, furthermore, revealed his pessimism about the ability of the common man to practice self-government. He wrote, "The accounts which are published of the commotions, exhibit a melancholy proof of what our transatlantic foe has predicted, and of another thing perhaps, which is still more to be regretted, and is yet more unaccountable, that mankind when left to themselves are unfit for their own government. I am mortified beyond expression when I view the clouds that have spread over the brightest morn that ever dawned upon any country." No doubt Washington believed this, and truly feared for the fate of the new republic. But was he right? Can we in good conscience say that Shays and his ilk were nefarious rebels or chaotic brigands? Could it not be said that Shays was correct and a patriot? If Shays and his men were indeed patriots, then what does that say about the motivations of the wealthy men of substance, including Washington, who later gathered in Philadelphia to rein in what they called the excesses of democracy? At least this, that these framers were rather dissimilar from Daniel Shays and his fellow men-at-arms, that they did not represent the constituency of farmers and veterans who fought for what Shays certainly believed was their own lives, liberty, and happiness. This is not to say the articles were not flawed, or to smear the motives of every founder. Rather, a fresh look at Shays's rebellion and the elite reactions to it ought to complicate our understanding of who the framers were and were not, whom they did and did not represent, and what they hoped to achieve in Philadelphia. True histories can omit neither the George Washingtons nor the Daniel Shayses of our shared past. The Republican experiments of the 1780s and the new constitutional order after 1787 both reflected, to varying degrees, the hopes, dreams, and perspectives of Shays's regulators and Boston creditors alike. We might even say that America's ongoing experiment, here in the second decade of this 21st century, still reflects this tension. The road to Philadelphia, from the spirit of '76 to a new constitution. What, then, should we make of the turbulent and critical 1780s? Certainly it was a time of transition, of political and constitutional experimentation in the fledgling republic and within each of the still very independent states. Maybe this too, while imperfect, life under the Articles was not as tumultuous as most students have been led to believe. Thus, at least to some extent, we must see the establishment of a more centralized system under the 1787 Constitution as the fulfillment of the dreams of more conservative delegates, increasingly tepid revolutionaries, men of wealth, men of good standing, not, necessarily, as consistent with the hopes of an American majority. A new look at the transition from the Articles to the Constitution, which we will take on in the next chapter, presents a very different backdrop to the Philadelphia Convention. A more thorough understanding of the inspirational, if messy, 1780s helps explain what some historians have argued the Constitutional Convention really was, the counter-revolution of 1787, a repudiation of the spirit of '76. As the historian Woody Holton noted, the 1780s deserve attention and remain relevant because the range of political possibilities was, in numerous ways, greater than it is today. We must be cautious in how we remember this period, careful not to read history backward from a post-1787 constitutional world, and avoid writing off the Articles of Confederation as somehow doomed to failure. Political leaders and common folk alike spent the decade after the Revolution asking and answering many seminal questions. What sort of nation would the United States be? Would it even be a nation in the modern sense of the word, or instead would be it a collection of states? Should the national government be centralized, federal, or essentially non-existent? An empire or a confederation? Progressive and egalitarian or socially and fiscally conservative? Elites and commoners, top-down agendas and grassroots movements, all of these played roles in the 1780s to help define the contours of post-revolutionary America. They, the then living, could hardly know they were deciding, at that moment, which founding myth later generations would revere as American gospel. As 1786 turned to 1787, the levelers and progressives, it seemed, would lose out, at least for a time. The 1780s and the Articles of Confederation may have represented their height of hope, but the pendulum was about to reverse course, moved backward by patriot elites who were intent on a counter-revolution. The framers, men you know and revere as Democrats, George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and Benjamin Franklin, would soon craft a document that would curtail what these men actually saw as the excesses of democracy in America. This document would soon become their, and our, Republican scripture, the U.S. Constitution. 8. Counter-Revolution of 1787, New Constitution, New Nation. Some men look at constitutions with sanctimonious reverence, and deem them, like the Ark of the Covenant, too sacred to be touched. They ascribe to the men of the preceding age a wisdom more than human, and suppose what they did to be beyond amendment. I knew that age well, I belonged to it. But I know also that laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. We might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy, as civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. Thomas Jefferson in a letter to Samuel Kercheval, July 12, 1816. The U.S. Constitution stands almost as American scripture, deified and all but worshipped as the holy book for the American civil religion of republicanism. The painting on the facing page captures the spirit of modern memories and mythology surrounding the Constitutional Convention, which was held in Philadelphia. The sun shines through windows, which are conspicuously open, and delivers a halo of light upon the figure of the tall, erect George Washington. He stands on what resembles a religious altar, presiding over the delegates as they sign the sacred compact of American governance. Ben Franklin, himself an international celebrity by that time, sits prominently in the center as the influential young Alexander Hamilton whispers in his ear. Meanwhile, the father of the Constitution, James Madison, sits just below the altar, on Franklin's left. Signing of the Constitution, 1940, by Howard Chandler Christie. This is an illustrative depiction of the convention, glorious, dramatic, and mostly inaccurate. In reality the shades were drawn and the windows locked. The delegates, at least those who were there on any given day, conducted their business in total, purposeful secrecy. 55 elite delegates, representing only 12 of the 13 colonies, Rhode Island refused to send a representative, took it upon themselves to secretly craft a new formula for government that they decided to be in the best interest of we the people. In the intervening years, the Constitution has become sacred indeed, an influential foundation used by politicians on all sides of the ideological spectrum to bolster their arguments and justify all number of decisions. In our modern age of hyperpartisanship, To disagree with one side or the other is to hold beliefs that are unconstitutional, if not treasonous. Still, Americans rarely consider the actual events surrounding the convention or try to understand the text of the document itself. Nor do they bother to question the very peculiarity of a 200-plus-year-old document informing the organization of the modern political and societal space. The founders, or in the case of the Constitution the framers, are now held in the esteem of veritable deities, a pantheon of American civic saints. Many active citizens, especially on the conservative political right, argue for originalism, the need to follow and understand the Constitution as it was written, back in the late 18th century. Indeed, originalism, in one form or another, seems ascendant in post-Reagan America. This is curious, given that many, though not all, founders were skeptical about such thinking way back when. Thomas Jefferson, though not in attendance in Philadelphia, he was then ambassador to France, remained a powerful intellectual influence on the framers, especially on his friend James Madison. Jefferson, at that time and even more fervently as the years passed, was unimpressed by the growing veneration of the founding generation. He was increasingly persuaded that the earth belonged to the living, that each generation must reassess its governing structure, and that to submit to the reasoning of our barbarous ancestors was a form of tyranny. Jefferson and his tradition, among those then pejoratively labeled anti-federalists, fervently believed the Constitution must be open to amendment and regularly reassessed as the human mind and society progressed. Others, then and now, led by ardent nationalists such as young Alexander Hamilton, actively disagreed, preferring a fixed foundation of governance for millions yet unborn. That debate, of centralizing federalists versus skeptical and fearful anti-feds, was a tumultuous legacy bequeathed to us all, one that is still raging. To take a side, or even understand the dialogue, we must look backward, must shed the patriotic yarns taught in public schools from time immemorial and understand the truth of events in the crucial post-revolutionary years of 1787-89. Hard questions must be asked. Why did so many Americans adopt a more powerful government so soon after revolting against another? Did the Constitution serve to expand or limit American liberty? The answers might surprise you. As always, we must remember that nothing was inevitable, not the ratification of the Constitution, the presidency of George Washington, or even the continued union of the 13 individual republics, or states. A deeper look at the actions and motivations of the framers uncovers certain darker forces at work, complicates blind veneration, but leads the modern reader closer to truth and context. That story begins with 55 prominent men in a Philadelphia summer. The coup d'état of 1787? Genuine liberty requires a proper degree of authority. All communities divide themselves into the few and the many. The first are the rich and well-born, the other the mass of the people. The masses, seldom judge, right. Give therefore to the first class a distinct, permanent share of government. Alexander Hamilton. Liberty may be endangered by the abuses of liberty as well as the abuses of power. James Madison. Many Americans, especially coastal elites, believe the revolutionary spirit had gone too far, especially among the middling folk and commoners. Shays's Rebellion, state-level debt relief, seen almost as a form of modern welfare spending, and the apparent weaknesses of the Continental government, convinced many, often famous, elites that something had to be done. The problem, as Hamilton boldly labeled it, was one of how to rein in an excessive democracy. That, of course, doesn't sound all that revolutionary, sounds rather contrary to the beloved spirit of '76. Hamilton and Madison, among other nationalists, those who believed in a more powerful central government, led the fight to amend the existing Constitution of the Allied States, the Articles of Confederation. They believed the state-level legislators were too close to their constituents, and too lenient on debt and taxation. This, they believed, explained the post-war recession of the 1780s. Madison, Hamilton, and even Washington, among others, believed the state legislatures to be too susceptible to popular pressure, too democratic, one might say. Other nationalists, or, as they would begin to call themselves, Federalists, sought external security through internal union. Think, then, of things in a new way. The 1787 convention was essentially an international meeting with envoys from 12 of 13 independent states, or countries, seeking to strengthen a loose confederation into one nation. Thus, some hoped, the U.S. could elude both internal and external diplomatic dangers. There would, necessarily, be trade-offs. As the authors of the essay Federalist No. 7 would write, to be more safe, we must risk being less free. Seen in this light, security, as much as politics or economics, motivated the drive towards centralization. This of course was all rather strange. Had not the very purpose of the revolution been to demand local representation and dispute governance from a distant body, in London? Local rule, local decisions, the spirit of '76. How different, then, was centralized rule from, also distant, New York or Philadelphia? In an era when, as historian Joseph Ellis has reminded us, the average person strayed no more than 26 miles from his or her birthplace in an entire lifetime, a convention in Philadelphia was, for all intents and purposes, as far away as a parliament in London. Still they met, these rather few delegates, in Philadelphia in 1787. Their mandate, specified by the legal governing body of the day, the Confederation Congress, was simply to discuss and recommend changes to the Articles. And it is here, in the forthcoming decisions of the 55 delegates, where matters got complicated. Whatever else the Philly Convention and the final drafted Constitution was, it was unconstitutional, the Articles then being the law of the land. Almost immediately, these unelected delegates, chosen by the state legislatures and not we the people, decided unilaterally to ignore Congress and scrap the entire Articles of Confederation. They would, instead, write an entirely new constitution and present it to the states and the people. It should not surprise us that they decided this. For the most part the deck was stacked. Only Federalist-inclined men generally sought to attend, and most skeptics, including the state of Rhode Island, refused to take part. Immediately the delegates voted to conduct all their actions in secret. The doors would be locked and the windows cloaked, and no letters about the proceedings or public proclamations would be allowed. This, they believed, would allow the men, and they all were men, and white, to speak freely and frankly. Still, this sort of secrecy hardly seemed to gel with truly Republican principles. Yet so it would be, as a few dozen, unelected, nationalist-inclined, prominent men secretly, and one could argue illegally, decided to ignore their charter and craft a new, more centralized government on behalf of the people of America. Furthermore, while the Articles of Confederation required unanimity among the states to be amended, the framers unilaterally decided to change the very rules of the game. Ratification of the new Constitution, they said, would require the consent of only 9 out of the 13 state legislatures. What an odd foundation, what dubious circumstances, for a document so revered by succeeding generations. Little wonder then that some have taken to calling the Constitutional Convention the framers' coup. Seen in a certain light, the sentiment rings true, even if the simplicity of this alternative reading is itself flawed. Of course, few Americans know this more complex history of the Constitution. How, then, could they not blindly revere the resultant document? Perhaps that's the point. The history that is written, the history that is widely taught, represents a conscious decision, a decision that is, more often than not, politically motivated. Qui bono? An economic interpretation of the Constitution. The Convention of Philadelphia is to consist of members of such ability, weight and experience, that the result must be beneficial. John Adams in a letter to John Jay, May 8, 1787 The protection of property is the first object of government. James Madison, excerpt from Federalist No. 10. In 1913 the historian Charles Beard, an intellectual leader of the progressive movement and U.S. liberalism, wrote one of the most influential and controversial books in U.S. history, An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States. In his bombshell Beard argued that the primary motive for most framers was to establish a strong central government that would protect their financial interests and enrich them personally. His narrative turned the founding myth on its head and shocked the academic world. To understand why Beard thought this way, we must examine just who these 55 delegates were. First off, remember what they weren't: common farmers or small shopkeepers. No, these were elites, individuals of wealth and, in some cases, fame. As mentioned earlier, all were male and white. More than half were college-educated at a time when less than 1% of the population was. 58% were lawyers, 31% owned slaves, and 22% boasted large plantations. This will not surprise most readers. But there was something else. 20% were securities speculators or major bondholders. 11% speculated in Western land and hoped to turn a profit west of the Appalachians. Remember Shays's Rebellion? That revolt kicked off when small farmers were heavily taxed and required to pay in gold and silver to fund war bonds and continental paper money, both of which were at that point owned by wealthy speculators to a large extent. Most of the continental IOUs began in the hands of Revolutionary War soldiers and their suppliers. But amid rampant inflation and in desperate need of hard currency, most veterans sold off their bonds and their paper money to speculators for a fraction of the face value. Daniel Shays was one of them, Another was fellow military veteran Joseph Plum Martin. Martin went to his grave bitter about his lack of pay and overall treatment by the national government. He described how at war's end the men in his unit who had paper bills sold them off to procure decent clothing and money sufficient to enable them to pass with decency through the country, on their way home. By the time of the Constitutional Convention, only 2% of Americans, very few of them former soldiers or the original recipients, owned bonds. Nevertheless, in the years to come, a huge portion of the state and federal tax revenue would go to servicing and paying interest on those bonds. There was just one problem: in the minds of the wealthy, the Articles of Confederation was insufficient to enforce debts. After all, it had no power to tax, and the state legislatures were proving too responsive to clamors for debt relief from their constituents. Bondholders, creditors, and speculators, including many of the framers, were terrified of the new post-revolutionary power of uneducated, indebted farmers in their local governments. These men of wealth feared for their positions and power. After all, hadn't the framers believed that their class was best suited to govern society? Many credit-holding elites feared they would never be paid and recoup debts owed unless a strong federal government could collect taxes and had the power to enforce contracts. Beyond their personal interests, they also believed that only a strong central government could ensure a prosperous economy. Indeed, for many economic nationalists the two key provisions of the Constitution fell under Article I, Sections 8 and 10. These clauses gave the federal government the power to tax and prohibited the states from rescuing debtors or printing paper money. Some said that even if just those two provisions made it into the new Constitution, it would still be well worth voting for. But was it that simple? Certainly, self-interest seemed to play a role, and no doubt the framers were mostly moneyed elites. Madison himself stated that the new federal government ought to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. Without a doubt, the interests of the wealthy were front and center in the new Constitution. Still, Beard's overly simplistic economic determinism erases the agency of framers who were often enthusiastic nationalists and true believers. Indeed, Madison and Hamilton, thought of as fathers of the Constitution, were not themselves major creditors or bondholders. Besides, in the minds of these 18th-century elites, only property and wealth could render a man politically independent, out of reach of bribery and economic intimidation. This, they believed, was the surest path to public virtue. Compromised by compromises, the emerging Constitution. No mention was made of Negroes or slaves in this Constitution, because it was thought the very words would contaminate the glorious fabric of American liberty. Dr. Benjamin Rush in a letter to Dr. John Lettsom, September 1787 American children who grow up to be politically active adults, are led to believe, and they usually do so with all their hearts, that the Constitution was, from the first, an inherently democratic document. But what if it wasn't? What if, instead, it represented an attempt to drive a wedge between the people and their government and was ultimately little more than a compromise between factions? To understand the Constitution thus is not to forever tarnish its legacy but rather to know it in its own context and to maintain a critical eye in contemporary political debates. That, of course, is a dangerous road, one sure to upset originalists and the powerful. There are, in fact, three distinct ironies about the American Constitution that emerged from the Philadelphia Convention. First, the framers intended to write a less democratic document, and, though it took generations, ended up with one of the more democratic countries on earth. Second, the delegates were responding to problems, state legislative excesses and economic anxiety, that were inflated and exaggerated. Nonetheless, they proceeded as though their biased opinions were self-evident truths. The document reflects that. And finally, as we shall see, Americans have the anti-federalist opponents of the Constitution to thank for the democratic, civil libertarian protections found in the cherished Bill of Rights. Most arguments, and eventual compromises, centered on three key debates: over-representation, the presidency, and slavery. Most in the stacked deck of Federalist framers desired a legislative branch that was less responsive than that of the local state governments. Larger districts and fewer total representatives, each congressman would now represent 10 times the constituents of an average state assemblyman, Madison believed, was the best way to shield the federal government from too much popular pressure. It was necessary, he said, to extend the sphere of governance and create more distance between representatives and citizens. Some wanted senators to serve for life. 6-year terms was the compromise, but this was still a very long tenure in a time of annual elections at the state level. Madison thought that the Senate should be able to veto any state law. Charles Pinckney of South Carolina argued that no salary be allowed for senators because the Senate was meant to represent the wealth of the country. There were debates and disagreements on these points, But most framers agreed with the basic premise of distant, less responsive representation. The more difficult matter was how the legislative seats ought to be divided among the states. Large, populous states, backing the Virginia Plan, wanted a bicameral, two-house, Congress with proportional representation in both chambers. Smaller states backed the New Jersey Plan and equal representation among each of the sovereign states. Eventually the two sides came to a compromise, by Connecticut, and agreed on proportional representation in the House and 2 senators for each individual state. It remains so today. Furthermore, senators would not be elected by the people but rather by state legislatures. This would not change until the early 20th century. When it came to representation, the Constitution crafted a legislature far less responsive than those of the states. Other debates surrounded the figure of the executive branch, the president. Under the Articles there was no executive. After all, the states had just rebelled against a king. Many, like Hamilton, wanted a sort of Polish king, an executive elected for life. This was blocked, but the eventual outcome was a presidency vested with significant powers, vetoes, commander-in-chief authority, and pardons, and not constrained by term limits. Washington chose to set a precedent of stepping down after 2 terms, one that more than 30 consecutive presidents would follow, but he was not obliged to do so. Not until the 1950s was the 2-term limit written into a constitutional amendment. More interesting, the people would not directly elect the president. Rather, here, too, there would be distance between the government and the citizenry. The people would vote for electors who would then select the chief executive. Furthermore, elections would be an all-or-nothing game with the electors from each state voting to give all the state's electoral votes to a candidate of choice, no matter how close the vote. The Electoral College still stands, and its existence explains how and why certain presidents, John Quincy Adams, Rutherford B. Hayes, Benjamin Harrison, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump, have been elected despite losing the popular vote. Original Sin, the 3/5 Compromise, A Road to Civil War? This Constitution is a better security for the institution of slavery than any that now exists. No power is given to the general government to interpose with respect to the property in slaves now held by the states. James Madison in a speech reassuring delegates to the Virginia Constitutional Ratification Convention, June 1788. Perhaps the most infamous decision in the Constitution was the 3/5 Compromise. This representation arrangement was a concession to Southern states and their wealthy planters. According to the 3/5 rule, in force until the Civil War, each black slave would be counted as 60% of a person when calculating the number of House representatives allotted per state. Not that the slaves could vote, of course, they just counted. The 3/5 clause had momentous, often disastrous, consequences. The math spoke for itself. The vote of one planter with 100 slaves would carry as much weight as that of 60 voters in the increasingly slave-free North. Southern states would punch above their weight in electoral politics for nearly a century, protecting and expanding slavery every step of the way. The 3/5 Compromise helps explain why 5 of the first 7 presidents were slaveholding Southerners. It also played a role in the agreement of the framers not to restrict the slave trade, the forcible and brutal importation of more Africans, until 1808. The result, in the intervening 20 years more than 170,000 Africans were shipped across the Atlantic and into bondage in the southern United States. The prolific descendants of these slaves, those who survived, had populated the South when Civil War finally came in 1861. Because of the 3/5 rule, the very existence of slaves lent more power and authority to their masters. The irony, according to historian Woody Holton, was that in this instance, slaves' interests would have been better served if they had not been considered persons at all. Nor can we explain away the 3/5 Compromise as merely a sign of the times, for many Americans were, indeed, appalled by this clause in 1787. One New Englander opposed to the Constitution wrote that, the United States had to remain a collection of republics, and not become an empire, because, if America becomes an empire, the seat of government will be to the southward. Empire will suit the southern gentry, they are habituated to despotism by being the sovereigns of slaves. Even an eventual supporter, and framer, of the Constitution, Philadelphia's Gouverneur Morris, disliked the 3/5 Compromise and was horrified by the idea that he inhabitant of Georgia and South Carolina who goes to the coast of Africa, and in defiance of the most sacred laws of humanity, tears away his fellow creatures, and damns them to the most cruel bondages, shall have more votes instituted for protection of the rights of mankind, than the citizen of Pennsylvania or New Jersey. When it came to the Constitution as a final product, we must understand that the whole document was a compromise. Invisible common citizens were present in that room in Philadelphia. Left to their own devices, the framers would have produced a government even less responsive and more aristocratic, but as they wrote the document they knew they would have to eventually get it ratified by the people. Hence, they softened the harshest clauses and generated the Constitution we all know, messy, flawed, and ever-changing. Forgotten founders, the Anti-Federalists and American freedom. A powerful and mighty empire is incompatible with the genius of republicanism. Anti-Federalist Patrick Henry. The very terms of the debate that followed, that of ratification, were flawed. Federalists and Anti-Federalists waged a semantic battle above all. As historian Pauline Maier reminds us, the words we use, especially names, shape the stories we tell. Anti-Federalist was a pejorative term used by the Feds and never accepted by most opponents of the Constitution. It was also illogical. Anti-Federalists were actually more in favor of federalism, in the traditional sense of the term, and local autonomy. Perhaps pro-rats, ratification, and anti-rats would be a more accurate, if conversely depreciative, pair of labels. It was also never a fair fight. The history we know and are taught is a Federalist history, a history, spoiler alert, of the victors. The Federalists wrote most of the documents, like the famous Federalist Papers, on which historians depend. Back at the time, they owned most of the newspapers in the new nation. They tended to live in big cities and trading hubs, along key transportation routes. They were also for something tangible, a new, written constitution, rather than against such a document and internally divided as to the right course, like the Anti-Federalists. Still, there were ever so many Anti-Federalists of one stripe or another during the period of ratification, 1787–89. They lived mostly in the West, or upstate, as in New York, far from the bustling cities and wealthy commercial elites. Historians estimate that about half the citizenry opposed the Constitution at the outset. Indeed, the Feds often got enough votes to ratify only by solemnly promising to immediately amend the Constitution. New Yorkers gave in only after, Federalist, New York City threatened to secede, and Rhode Island capitulated only after the other states imposed a trade boycott on the little state. There were also some rather famous citizens among the anti-Feds. Patrick Henry of Virginia, he of "Give me liberty or give me death" fame, was opposed to the end. So was Virginia's George Mason, a future university namesake. Others initially opposed the Constitution but finally acquiesced, in however lukewarm a fashion, such as Samuel Adams, John Hancock, and Thomas Jefferson. The ratification debates were intense, and it was years before all 13 states adopted the Constitution. Some votes were close. Massachusetts's was 187 to 168, New Hampshire 57 to 47, Virginia 89 to 79, New York 30 to 27, and Rhode Island 34 to 32. In other words, adoption of the Constitution we now revere was a near-run thing. And as close as these votes were, we must note who actually got to do the voting: white, free men. In some states it was only those who owned property. Women, slaves, and Indians weren't consulted, a good thing as far as the Federalists were concerned. As we'll see, odds are they would have opposed an empowered national government. So just what did they fear, these various opponents of the Constitution? Simply put, they dreaded what the rebellious colonists had so feared, a president who becomes an executive monarch, a concern that has been partly vindicated given the increasingly imperial powers of today's presidency and foreign affairs, an aristocratic Senate, which was understandable given that the people didn't directly elect senators until 1913, a distant, unresponsive house with the power of federal taxation. Like Parliament, this is still an issue for libertarian conservatives in the modern Tea Party movement, and, of course, a standing national army. This, no doubt, was an outgrowth of bad memories from the Revolutionary era. Indeed, consider the text of the Declaration of Independence, the gripe that King George had kept among us, in times of peace, a standing army without the consent of our legislatures. A prominent anti-federalist in Virginia, John Tyler, asked at a state's ratifying convention whether we shall sacrifice the peace and happiness of this country to enable us to make wanton war. Contemporary Americans, 17 years into an undeclared war on terror, might think it time to revisit Tyler's question. The point is that the Anti-Federalists were neither history's villains nor simply its losers. They represented the political inclinations of a significant segment of 18th-century Americans, which inclinations, some might argue, remain even in the 21st century. The Constitution proposed is designed not for yourselves alone, but for generations yet unborn. The principles, therefore, ought to be clearly and precisely stated, and the most express and full declaration of rights have been made, but on this subject, the Constitution is silent. Robert Yates, pen name, Brutus. Historian Woody Holton has recommended a teaching experiment, one I used with my cadets when I taught at West Point. I'd end my class on the subject by asking random cadets to name their favorite right or privilege guaranteed by the Constitution, which cadets had sworn to support and defend. Inevitably a hulking male Texan would offer the right to bear arms. Others would chime in with free speech, a free press, and freedom of religion. Then I'd ask how many of those rights were contained in a document approved at the Constitutional Convention. Met by blank, confused stares, I'd level the answer, 0. It's a trick question, of course. The Constitution, as first drafted and ratified by the states, was solely a structure of government document. All our most treasured protections are found in the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, what became known as the Bill of Rights. Most staunch Federalists, in fact, insisted that the Constitution be ratified as is and opposed a Bill of Rights. This, of course, raises a salient, if uncomfortable, question: if the motive for the Constitution wasn't to safeguard liberty, what does that say about the document? Actually, it was the anti-feds who insisted on, and strong-armed a promise for, a Bill of Rights during the contested ratification conventions. Do you enjoy freedom of speech, of assembly, the right to bear arms? Well, thank the oft-forgotten anti-federalists. It's possible, in fact, to argue that it was actually the anti-feds who hewed closer to the Republican principles of the Revolution, to the spirit of '76. Taking a fresh look at the Constitution's opponents also reminds us that there is value in studying our conflicts and, sometimes, focusing on history's losers. A roof without walls, the legacy of the Constitution. I suppose to be self-evident, that the earth belongs to the living, that the dead have neither powers nor rights over it. Every constitution, then, and every law, naturally expires at the end of each generation. If it be enforced longer, it is an act of force and not of right. Thomas Jefferson, in a letter to James Madison, September 6, 1789, barely a decade after revolting against an empire, the 13 former colonies of America made the conscious decision, no doubt egged on by their prominent elites, to graft a powerful federal government onto their separate states and, in Woody Holton's memorable words, launch an empire of their own. Why and how it happened, as we've seen, is rather complex. Of this much we can probably be sure: without the experience of the war, it is unlikely that there would have been any call for a centralized government. As Peter Onuf has noted, Revolutionary War making and state-making were inextricably linked. Wars demand powerful bureaucracies, and failures are unforgiving in the storm of conflict. The weaknesses and shortfalls of the Confederation Congress convinced many rebel leaders that something sturdier was necessary. But they did not convince them all. A powerful opposition to the Constitution and the national government persevered and fought centralization at every turn. These resistors would not vanish after ratification but rather would form a new faction to oppose what they saw as the excesses of centralized power. There is irony, in a sense, in our contemporary deification of the Constitution across the political spectrum. Perhaps this can be explained by the ethnic, religious, and regional diversity of the early republic, and our present nation. American nationalism was peculiar and was largely constitutional for a century or more, based on a document rather than a common ethnicity, a condition that perhaps exists even until today. It is the Constitution that has come to bind us. This, of course, is strange because in the 1780s and 1790s it was that very Constitution that divided Americans. What is more, modern Americans forget that, in the end, the Constitutional Convention constructed a new federal government considerably less democratic than even the most conservative state constitutions. As Delegate Robert Morris said at the time, the new government was meant to suppress the democratic spirit. In a further irony, despite finishing a revolution against the British Crown just 5 years earlier, Hamilton and other, like-minded framers believed that a respectable United States would have to become more, not less, like Britain. And still something was lost in the movement toward a stronger constitution. Annual elections, congressional term limits, grassroots voting instructions from constituents, and popular control of the money supply, all these democratic measures, most of which dated back to the colonial era, were gone forever. We might wonder whether this was truly for the better. There was still another motivation for the Philadelphia Convention: elite fear. Shays's rebellion and other grassroots revolts convinced many wealthy leaders that a strong central government, with a standing army, was necessary to quell future unrest. Seen in this light, the Constitution was meant to suppress, not safeguard, liberty, at least from the perspective of certain parties. The Southern planters, too, were gripped with fear. They remembered well that the greatest slave revolt in American history, a part of the American Revolution, had recently occurred when many thousands of slaves flocked to the British lines. The new Federal Army would also, they surmised, be used to deter or quash future slave rebellions. Those new government powers quickly translated into action as, from 1789 to 1795, U.S. Army manpower increased fivefold, its budget threefold, and the size of the Navy by a factor of 60. In a sense, this establishment of a standing army, though modest by today's measures, appears counter to the revolutionary spirit and a repudiation of the values of 1776. The Constitution, and the new army it helped to create, also spelled doom for native tribes and unleashed a veritable bonanza in land sales in what was then the West. Sadly, the power of the post-revolutionary Native Confederation north of the Ohio River may have inadvertently signed the Indians' death warrant. Indian resistance had stymied land sales, which, it was hoped, would fund the Confederation budget, and helped motivate the centralization instinct among prominent speculators, many of whom became framers. They supported a powerful central government that could secure the land from Native Americans and ensure ample profits to boot. Perhaps a fresh, nuanced look at the Constitution's ratification ought to lead us to restructure our understanding of the era. Maybe rather than a simple revolution to republic narrative, there were actually numerous revolutions, one revolution surrounding independence, followed by a social, democratic revolution during the Confederation, then a different transformation, a constitutional revolution that sought to centralize power, ensure security, and work toward the creation of an American nation-state. That revolution has endured, but we must remember that, at least in its own day, it was a revolution against the excesses of democracy, an undemocratic counter-revolution of 1787. How then can the Constitution be, as so many Americans today insist it is, an infallible, divinely inspired document? It has, after all, been amended dozens of times. Furthermore, after 74 years, it ultimately failed. With the nation torn asunder by civil war, the original sin of slavery came home to roost. The death of hundreds of thousands of citizens was required to update and reimagine the Constitution. And so, as John Adams reminded his contemporaries, long after the Revolution, divided we have ever been, and ever must be. Years after the Constitution became the law of the land, establishing a new powerful federal government, Fisher Ames, a staunch Massachusetts Federalist, described the new American political mood. The fact really is, that, there is a want of accordance between our system, of government, and the state of our public opinion. The government is Republican. Opinion is essentially Democratic. Either, events will raise public opinion high enough to support our government, or public opinion will pull down the government to its own level. They must equalize. We Americans are still thus divided between Democratic sentiments and Republican, indirect governance. How else could someone who received 3 million fewer votes than his opponent have won the Oval Office in 2016? Conservatives and liberals alike are still playing out this old debate. It remains to be seen if the United States can be both Democratic and Republican, to find a balance, or, for that matter, in these highly divided times, whether we can maintain the Union itself. In its own way, the turmoil of the 18th century is with us still. 9. George Washington's turbulent administration. What a stupendous, what an incomprehensible machine is man! Who can endure toil, famine, stripes, imprisonment and death itself in vindication of his own liberty, and the next moment, inflict on his fellow men a bondage, 1 hour of which is fraught with more misery than ages of that which he rose in rebellion to oppose? Thomas Jefferson, in a letter to John Adams, 1816. Close your eyes and imagine America as it was under the administration of President George Washington. No doubt most readers would envision a heroic, tranquil time, when all was right and the great founders ruled the United States as they had intended. It's a comforting myth and, to be sure, a reflection of a closely held nationalist narrative. America may have faltered, may even have been off track at times, but once, under the steady hands of men like Washington, all was as it should be. How then are Americans to process the reality of the first president's tenure, an age of turmoil, violence, and division? Perhaps this, as Billy Joel sings, the good old days weren't all that good, and as John Adams wrote, divided we ever have been, and ever must be. When Washington became president, no one was surprised. No other man had the fame, confidence, or esteem to preside over the early American Republic. Still, the former general inherited a fiercely riven nation, a republic that had only barely ratified the controversial Constitution. Anti-Federalists, opponents of the Constitution, hadn't simply disappeared, and a significant mass of Americans distrusted the growing power of the central government. President Washington would rule a union of states wildly different from the modern United States. The West remained generally unsettled, populated and contested by still powerful Indian confederacies, led by the Miami in Ohio and the Cherokees/Creeks in the South. The nation was still mainly rural, with 80% of the population engaged in farming. Most farmers, including many Indian tribes, engaged in semi-subsistence agriculture, consuming much of what they grew but also relying on local trade and barter, as well as the purchase of products such as. Opinion is essentially democratic. Either, events will raise public opinion high enough to support our government, or public opinion will pull down the government to its own level. They must equalize. We Americans are still thus divided between democratic sentiments and Republican, indirect governance. How else could someone who received 3 million fewer votes than his opponent have won the Oval Office in 2016? Conservatives and liberals alike are still playing out this old debate. It remains to be seen if the United States can be both Democratic and Republican, to find a balance, or, for that matter, in these highly divided times, whether we can maintain the Union itself. In its own way, the turmoil of the 18th century is with us still. 9. George Washington's turbulent administration. What a stupendous, what an incomprehensible machine is man! Who can endure toil, famine, stripes, imprisonment and death itself in vindication of his own liberty, and the next moment, inflict on his fellow men a bondage, 1 hour of which is fraught with more misery than ages of that which he rose in rebellion to oppose? Thomas Jefferson in a letter to John Adams, 1816. Close your eyes and imagine America as it was under the administration of President George Washington. No doubt most readers would envision a heroic, tranquil time, when all was right and the great founders ruled the United States as they had intended. It's a comforting myth and, to be sure, a reflection of a closely held nationalist narrative. America may have faltered, may even have been off track at times, but once, under the steady hands of men like Washington, all was as it should be. How then are Americans to process the reality of the first president's tenure, an age of turmoil, violence, and division? Perhaps this, as Billy Joel sings, the good old days weren't all that good, and as John Adams wrote, divided we ever have been, and ever must be. When Washington became president, no one was surprised. No other man had the fame, confidence, or esteem to preside over the early American Republic. Still, the former general inherited a fiercely riven nation, a republic that had only barely ratified the controversial Constitution. Anti-Federalists, opponents of the Constitution, hadn't simply disappeared, and a significant mass of Americans distrusted the growing power of the central government. President Washington would rule a union of states wildly different from the modern United States. The West remained generally unsettled, populated and contested by still powerful Indian confederacies, led by the Miami in Ohio and the Cherokees/Creeks in the South. The nation was still mainly rural, with 80% of the population engaged in farming. Most farmers, including many Indian tribes, engaged in semi-subsistence agriculture, consuming much of what they grew but also relying on local trade and barter, as well as the purchase of products such as. Argued that to develop confidence in the market and earn international credit and standing, the United States must fund the bonds at face value and not distinguish between current and original owners. The funding dispute that arose may seem a slight matter to modern readers, but an understanding may be gained by comparing it with the argument over the Wall Street bank bailouts of 2008 and 2009 at the start of the Great Recession. Furthermore, to understand the passion of the funding debate, consider that upward of 40% of federal revenue in the 1790s went to pay interest on the funded. Hamilton's position came to reflect that of most Federalists, mostly wealthy, urban types who were early proponents of the Constitution. To succeed, Hamilton believed, the government must primarily associate and concern itself with the wealthy, commercial elites. Hamilton held a strong belief that human nature was fundamentally selfish and thus there was no other course for a successful government than to fix its hopes on the affluent. Hamilton, of course, was on shaky constitutional ground. But he never wavered. The Treasury Secretary argued that the Constitution granted the federal government implied as well as enumerated powers, manifested in the necessary and proper clause. Not everyone agreed. Secretary of State Jefferson and many rural, former anti-federalists felt that the Constitution did not explicitly authorize Hamilton's program and that federal powers should be strictly limited for the protection of the masses. After all, they exclaimed, didn't we just wage a revolution against such policies? The opponents of Hamilton and his centralizing fiscal programs crafted an identity similar to the country Whigs of Britain and began to label Federalists with the notorious pejoratives Tory and Loyalist. Indeed, differing economic interests often linked to political interests and factions in the new republic. The commercial world of urban, coastal elites required an efficient transportation network and new roads for the rapid movement of goods into and out of the interior. Taxes, banks, and the funding of debt would be required to generate the requisite investment. Those living in the semi-subsistence, rural world feared central power and were suspicious of city values, and most of these folks wished mainly to be left alone. Sound familiar? Indeed, this rural versus urban and cosmopolitan versus provincial conflict is still waged today. Aftershocks of revolution, explaining the Whiskey Rebellion. An insurrection was announced and proclaimed and armed against, and marched against, but could never be found. Thomas Jefferson in a letter to James Monroe, May 26, 1795. Consider the sketch and the photo on the facing page. The drawing depicts a riotous mob brutalizing and terrorizing a tax collector via the tried and true, all-American tactic of tarring and feathering. The image is similar to many depicting the struggle against British imperial taxation during the Revolutionary era. However, the scene depicted in this illustration is in Pennsylvania and occurs a decade after the end of the War of Independence. The taxman is an American, a citizen of the United States, being tortured during the Whiskey Rebellion. Famous Whiskey Insurrection in Pennsylvania, 1882, by R. M. Devens. A Tea Party protester in colonial garb, 2009. The photograph below the drawing depicts a modern American's protest against the perceived excesses of federal taxation in 2009. Indeed, in what would come to be known as the Tea Party movement, many thousands of Americans, often in colonial-era garb, took to the streets in that most American of public rituals, an anti-tax protest. Anti-tax and anti-federal sentiment is as American as apple pie and still very much with us. But let's return to the 1790s. Remember that Hamilton's economic program, especially funding and assumption of state debts, would require significant federal revenue, even to pay the requisite interest. Where would this money come from? Customs revenues, mainly, from taxes on imported goods entering the many natural harbors of the East Coast, and also from land sales, which would soon become possible with the conquest of Kentucky and Ohio. Still, neither source of income was sufficient, and thus Hamilton recommended an excise tax on distilled whiskey. The western farmers along the Appalachian frontier, who often distilled their excess grain into whiskey for barter and sale, would bear the brunt of this new taxation. And with a dearth of hard currency, these rural folk were perhaps the least equipped to pay it. Still, over the vigorous protests of the Westerners, the Washington administration levied the tax in 1790. The affected parties did not acquiesce easily. Most simply ignored the legislation and refused to pay. In western Pennsylvania, however, farmers in 4 counties openly defied the law, forming committees of correspondence, like the earlier anti-British patriots, terrorizing excise officers, in another rerun of the 1760s and 70s, and closing the federal courts, as in Daniel Shays's rebellion. To the rebels, the faraway Congress had no more right to tax them than had the Parliament in England. They sent petitions to Congress, formed local opposition assemblies, and referred to the feds as aristocrats and mercenary merchants. Here was a semantic struggle for the soul of a new nation. In other words, matters in western Pennsylvania and up and down the frontier weren't unprecedented. Nevertheless, something had changed. Those protested against were now Americans, and the states were now governed by Washington's post-constitutional administration, based just a few hundred miles to the east in Philadelphia. President Washington and the Federalists, fearing that the whole constitutional order might collapse, responded forcefully. In August 1794 the president donned his uniform and led an army of 13,000 federalized militiamen, a force larger than any he had commanded in the Revolution, and marched west. This was the first and last time a U.S. president would directly and personally command troops in a time of war or rebellion. How difficult it is, indeed, to picture a contemporary president leading a similar procession toward battle. The Whiskey Rebellion was the single greatest incident of armed resistance to federal authority until the Civil War, yet the rebels dispersed as quickly as they had gathered once faced with Washington and his massive army. What matters, however, is that it happened at all, that rural unrest remained a powerful force, one that would be reaped by later political parties. Also significant was Washington's response. The first president took the threat of rebellion and fracture very seriously. He knew the shakiness of the new republic and sought to send a message to the rebels. And send one he did, a rejoinder that Revolutionary War-era protests were no longer acceptable, that there would now be severe limits on public opposition to federal policies, and ultimately that the government in Philadelphia, and later Washington, D.C., was the supreme law of the land. Conquering Ohio, the U.S. Army, Mad Anthony Wayne, and a doomed people. Civilization or death to all American savages. A popular military toast of the 1790s. A great portion of early federal revenue was allotted to interest payments on the funded debt associated with Hamilton's economic program. Most of the rest, however, paid for the U.S. Army to wage war on Indians in the Ohio Country. Indeed, the first half of the 1790s saw some of the most vicious and contested native warfare in American history. Strangely, few Americans now know of the battles of this era. The United States hold on the Western Territories, between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River, granted to the new republic in the Treaty of Paris, 1783, was extremely tenuous. Spain closed the Mississippi River at New Orleans to American traffic and also tried to attract the loyalty of settlers in Kentucky and Tennessee to the Iberian crown in Madrid. The British Army refused to vacate forts in the Ohio Country and continued to arm and support a growing native confederation still, understandably, hostile to American expansion. However, in the face of these facts and despite the best, if paltry, efforts of the federal government to regulate and organize the settlement of the fertile lands north of the Ohio River, land-hungry pioneers flooded the territory, often refusing to pay for property and setting off conflict with the local native tribes. It was a mess, as hasty expansion often is. In order to sell the land, systematize the settlement, and attract respectable, law-abiding colonizers, the Washington administration realized it would have to force peace, through conquest or surrender, on the Indians. The natives, some 100,000 of them in the Trans-Appalachian West, had other ideas. They had not been present in Paris or acceded to Britain signing over their homelands to the nascent American Settlers' Republic. They would not capitulate easily or bargain away their independence. They had taken notice when the U.S. Senate ratified a treaty, the nation's first, with the Southern Creek Indians, and then the corrupt Georgia legislature promptly broke it. In Ohio it was to be war. The problem for Washington was the diminutive, untrained, ill-disciplined army at his disposal. Though growing under the policies of Hamilton, the army proved feeble in early efforts to bring the natives to heel. In 1790, General Josiah Harmer led some 1,500 regulars and militiamen into the northwest Ohio Country. They were defeated in several small skirmishes, with heavy casualties, in the vicinity of present-day Fort Wayne, Indiana. The next year General Arthur St. Clair led some 1,400 troops and militia to a disastrous fate. On November 4, 1791, his unprepared troops were surprised and vanquished by 1,000 Indians commanded by the Miami chieftain Little Turtle. 600 soldiers were killed in by far the largest defeat in the U.S. history of Indian wars. To mock the Americans' land hunger, the natives stuffed soil in the dead men's mouths. It was a national humiliation. Washington proceeded to build a professional standing army of 5,000 troops and doubled the military budget. A Revolutionary War hero, General Matt Anthony Wayne, then took 2 full years to train his newly dubbed American Legion before decisively defeating the Indian Confederation at the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794, near the site of present-day Toledo, Ohio. The British refused to save their Indian allies, as they were not willing to risk war with the American Republic. They were already busy combating revolutionary France. The defeat and lack of external support sealed the fate of Ohio Country Indians and broke their resistance for another 2 decades. The results of Wayne's victory were immediate and profound. Native tribes submitted or moved westward, and the white settler population exploded. What had been decidedly Indian land just a few years earlier quickly resembled the white man's land of the East Coast. Between 1790 and 1820, Kentucky's population grew by a factor of 8. Ohio's population also grew rapidly. Still, something far more fleeting was lost: the age of Eastern Indian independence, an era when native tribes had often been able to play one European empire against another. The frenzied Americans' desire for land ultimately posed a greater threat to native autonomy than that of any of the other European imperialists. The growth of the United States, a nation purportedly devoted to the equality of man, spelled the end of a very old and unique Native American culture. Better held in party, the development of Federalist and Republican factions. If I could not go to heaven but with a party, I would not go there at all. Thomas Jefferson, 1789. Nothing could be more ill-judged than that intolerant spirit which has, at all times, characterized political parties. Alexander Hamilton, 1787. Everyone, it seemed, including President Washington, opposed and feared the formation of political parties, or factions as they were often called. Still, the development of political blocs should have come as little surprise. Just as the Republic remained divided between proponents and opponents of the Constitution, so Washington's own cabinet was split. The Secretary of the Treasury, Hamilton, desired that the United States become a centralized, British-style fiscal military state. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Jefferson had become the unofficial leader of numerous skeptics who feared and distrusted the federal government. Neither was initially willing to admit it, But these two foes quickly became the de facto heads of the Federalist and Republican parties, respectively. The two emergent political parties had both a domestic and international component. Domestically, the Federalists represented wealthy, urbane holders of proprietary wealth and sought centralization of debts, finances, and power in the federal capital. Hamilton was their intellectual muse, even if the staunchly anti-party George Washington emerged as their leader. The Republicans, under the de facto direction of Jefferson, represented more Southern, rural, and agricultural interests and sought low taxation and minimal government interference. Jefferson, in fact, portrayed the contest as being not between two discrete political parties but between aristocrats, Federalists, and Republican defenders of the Revolution. The battle was both public and personal. The two men could not have been more different, and, given their divergent backgrounds, we might regard each as more suited to the opposing faction. Instead, in a bit of historical irony, the low-born son of the Caribbean, Hamilton, brought the poor man's chip on his shoulder to the leadership of the more elitist party. Jefferson, on the other hand, a classically aristocratic gentleman of the South, crowed on about the common man and radical republicanism. History, indeed, is often stranger than fiction. Still, despite the underlying animosity, neither Hamilton nor Jefferson can be considered party leaders in the modern sense. In the world of the late 18th century, true gentlemen stood above politicking or campaigning and relied on sometimes subtle literary attacks and the backing of allies and less prominent partisans. The contours of this schism, of a kind still seen in our own day, would soon set off a few decades' worth of political combat. Less remembered is the international component. The United States, after all, was never, and will never be, an island unto itself. In the early 1790s just about all of the European Western world became embroiled in what would become a two-decade war with revolutionary France, which had ousted a king and declared a republic in 1789. Jefferson's Republicans favored France in the ensuing global war, and, indeed, many staunch advocates of the revolutionaries argued, not without some merit, that America's 1779 alliance with France obligated the United States to aid the burgeoning republic in its wars. Thomas Paine, the famous author of the American Revolutionary tract Common Sense, considered himself an early-stage citizen of the world and, being the professional revolutionary he was, went to serve in the new French National Assembly. Jefferson, too, was remarkably radical, at least in correspondence, in his support for France. Even after the French Revolution executed the king and beheaded tens of thousands of counter-revolutionaries, Jefferson remarked, "The liberty of the whole earth was dependent on the French Revolution, and, rather than it should have failed, I would have seen half the earth desolated. Were there but an Adam and an Eve left in every country, and left free, it would be better than as it is now." The Federalists, though initially sympathetic to their old allies and brother Republicans, were soon more circumspect. They feared the radicalism and resultant bloodshed of the French Revolution and, if anything, began to favor their British cousins. Essentially, the wars of Europe polarized political factions across the Atlantic. Passions ran high and partisan divisions deepened. We should, perhaps, be unsurprised that political parties quickly formed in the United States. This was a highly literate and literary culture, with widespread property ownership, a broad franchise for white men, and many newspapers. These were litigious people, concerned with law, governance, and societal mores. In that sense, despite the politicians' regular proclamations to the contrary, so common in the 18th century, America was the perfect place for parties and factions to form. This was, in a way, the unintended consequence of the colonists' revolution. Rebellion is messy. Vital precedents, the critical, if flawed, character of George Washington. The alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge natural to party dissension, is itself a frightful despotism. Sooner or later the chief of some prevailing faction, more able or more fortunate than his competitors, turns this disposition to the purposes of his own elevation, on the ruins of public liberty. George Washington. Washington owned slaves, though he freed them upon his death, had ordered mutineers shot during the war, and was by some measures the wealthiest man in all of America. Still, it is doubtful that any other citizen could have held the early Republican experiment together. In his day Washington epitomized public virtue and selflessness. Notoriously thin-skinned and ever cognizant of his reputation, Washington worked hard to bolster this image. Though he had become affiliated with the Federalist faction while serving as president, Washington aspired to be the disinterested arbiter of national affairs. He was certainly seen that way by most Americans. Even his critics were loath to publicly disparage the president. It was often said that Washington was denied children of his own so that he could be the father of his country. And indeed, He was. It was assumed that Washington, like Polish kings of the era, would be elected but serve for life, an elective monarch. When the new president appeared in public, bands often played God Save the King. Washington was an aristocrat of sorts, a self-styled gentleman. He believed in the social hierarchy and mores of the colonial era and firmly held that some men were born to rule, others to obey. Nonetheless, it is to Washington that the U.S. Republic may owe its greatest thanks. This man, this figurehead and celebrity of the Revolution, set many precedents as chief executive that have stood the test of time. Few of his successors dared to defy the unwritten codes Washington had set. He did not accept a crown, though there were moments he might well have become a king. He stood apart from much legislative business and respected the prerogatives of Congress. He kept the United States out of foreign wars and, indeed, warned against entanglements in fixed alliances or other nations' conflicts. Most important, however, he left. After 2 terms, though he was not legally obliged to do so, Washington chose to step down, retire, and allow for a new presidential election. Had he not, it is doubtful that any of his successors would have done so. The United States may very well have mutated into a British-style constitutional monarchy. As it was, 30 consecutive executives followed the Washington precedent, and only after Franklin D. Roosevelt broke with the tradition in 1940 did a later Congress amend the Constitution to include presidential term limits. We cannot overestimate the significance of Washington's decision. Be that as it may, Washington would pass along to his successors a divided nation, a nation cleaved into increasingly oppositional factions of Federalists and Republicans, a nation at the brink of war with Britain, France, Spain, or some combination of the three, a nation still engaged in westward conquest and fierce combat with Native Americans, and, of course, a nation uncertain as to its future. Though Washington has lent his name to currency, schools, cities, and parks, it is a sadly ironic truth that most of the stoic warnings from his farewell address were quickly ignored. Within 4 years of his retirement, bitterly oppositional political parties brought the nation close to revolution. By 1812 the United States would wage an indecisive war with Britain, and in the 20th century it would sign on to multiple, permanent foreign alliances of precisely the sort Washington feared. What, then, would the first president think of NATO, or of modern America's relationship with Israel or Saudi Arabia? If Washington held the new country together, it was only just so, a near-run thing. The American experiment is precarious still. 8. 10. Liberty versus order. Liberty, once lost, is lost forever. John Adams. In a letter to his wife, Abigail, 1775. A social division exists, between the rich and the poor, the laborious and the idle, the learned and the ignorant. Nothing, but force, and power and strength can restrain the latter. John Adams. In a letter to Thomas Jefferson, 1787. 2 quotes from the same person. Barely a decade between them. How can a man be so seemingly conflicted? John Adams, who helped lead the revolution against British tyranny, would later become a president apt to suppress dissent and restrict a free press at home. Adams was a complicated man, and the United States was, and is, a complicated nation. As John Adams succeeded the quintessential American hero, George Washington, becoming the second president of the United States, division pervaded the land, and a debate raged in both the public and private space. Shall we have liberty or order? Could a people expect a measure of both? Adams, though an early patriot leader and the nation's first vice president, had neither the notoriety nor the unifying potential of George Washington. And he knew it. Ill-tempered, insecure, and highly sensitive, Adams appeared unsuited for the difficult task at hand. The body politic was fracturing into opposing factions, his own Federalists and the Jeffersonian Republicans, while the country itself was swept to the brink of war, first with Britain and then with revolutionary France. Looking back, the ending seems preordained. Of course the Republic could never have failed, we are prone to believe. Only this was far from a certainty, and the outcome was a near-run thing. America nearly came apart in the crisis of 1798-99. Divided at the onset, Republicans, Federalists, and conspiracies against liberty. Even a quick glance at the electoral map from 1796 demonstrates not only how close the contest was but also how divided the various regions were. Indeed, even in this first truly contested election, Washington's 2 terms seemed predestined. One notes an emerging sectional division between a Federalist North and a Republican South. Remember that this was an era in which most northern states had begun to phase out slavery, whereas the South developed an increasingly slave-dependent society. The Federalists dominated in the North, especially along the coast. John Adams was a Massachusetts man, Jefferson a Virginia planter. The division is striking, as though the next century's civil war was fated from the start. It wasn't, of course, nothing truly is, but no doubt the seeds were there. The North, in addition to having a smaller enslaved population, was highly commercial and increasingly urbanized. The South remained an agrarian slave society. Still, slavery was not the main division in the second half of the 1790s. Liberty itself was the defining concern, liberty's exact contours and the limits of dissent. Not that the election of 1796 bore much resemblance to our modern contests. Both candidates stayed home, neither actively campaigned, and each left it to friends, allies, and sympathetic newspapermen to make their respective cases. Nonetheless, Adams and Jefferson, once and future friends, epitomized exceedingly divergent governing philosophies. Adams liked the vigor and extremist positions of some Federalists, notably Alexander Hamilton, but believed fervently in the need for a strong, central government to calm and control the tempers of the states and the public alike. Once an ambassador in London, he tended to favor the British in their ongoing worldwide war with France. Jefferson, conversely, distrusted centralized power and never overcame his youthful revolutionary hatred for all things British. It was Jefferson, recall, who remarked during Shays's rebellion in Massachusetts that a little rebellion now and again was a good thing. He had been ambassador to Paris and remained faithful in his support of revolutionary France. So divided were the American people over this ongoing, destructive war in Europe that ardent Republicans took to wearing liberty caps, stocking-like headgear favored by French Republicans, and French-style tricolor cockades on their hats. Federalists, usually sympathetic to the former mother country, responded in kind by adopting a black cockade with a white button to differentiate themselves from the Francophile Republicans. And in a system that may seem farcical to modern readers, Jefferson, who was narrowly defeated, would therefore become Adams's vice president. Until the later adoption of the 12th Amendment, the Constitution stipulated that the second highest vote-getter would serve as vice president. Imagine Hillary Clinton serving beside President Trump. The expectation in the day was that country would, for good gentlemen, at least, precede party loyalties. That assumption was wrong more often than not. The political culture was also absurdly different from our own day. Personal honor was a deadly serious matter, and dueling, sometimes, though rarely, to the death, constituted an elaborate political ritual to protect reputations. Fistfights broke out on the floor of Congress. It all made sense in an odd way. In the tumultuous 1790s neither side saw the opposition as possessing a credible dissent. Rather, the fight appeared existential, with the other side representing a threat to liberty or order itself. Federalists used the once pejorative, but gradually more acceptable, term Democrat to describe their unseemly, anarchic Republican foes. To Jefferson's Republicans, Adams and his ilk were not federal in any sense of the word, rather, they were monarchists, aristocrats even, and the enemies of liberty. Such was the volatile setting when outright war with France nearly broke out. The First War on Terror, Immigration, Sedition, and the Quasi-War. The time has now come when it will be proper to declare that nothing but birth shall entitle a man to citizenship in this country. Federalist Congressman Robert Goodloe Harper. The Alien Act is a most detestable thing, worthy of the 8th or 9th century, dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. Vice President Thomas Jefferson, 1798. Imagine a nation at war with a revolutionary ideology. Not a full-fledged, declared war, but a seemingly endless conflict against an amorphous entity thought to imperil the very fiber of the republic. Fear abounds, fear of foreigners, of subversives within. Elected leaders begin to restrict immigration, to deport aliens, and to police the untrustworthy media. Nothing short of avid patriotism is acceptable in the midst of the ongoing crisis. Americans are at one another's throats. In 1798 revolutionary France, to which Americans arguably owed their independence, and the United States were brought to the verge of war. The French seized U.S. ships on the high seas en route to trade with Britain, still a top commercial partner for American merchants. When President Adams sent envoys to discuss the matter, they were belittled and dictated to by 3 French agents. The agents were later described by the envoys as Mr. X, Y, and Z, and each had demanded humiliating apologies and bribes as a precondition to even begin negotiations. Adams recalled his envoys, and the American people seethed with anger. The bribery demand was particularly galling, and one American envoy, according to a later newspaper account, declared that the United States would spend millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. A British satirical depiction of French-American relations in 1798 after the so-called XYZ affair. The Federalists felt vindicated. Indeed, The party would win elections up and down the Atlantic coast in this period. Alarmist factions within the Federalist ranks began to question the very patriotism and loyalty of the fifth column of Republicans. Riots broke out in Philadelphia between pro-French and pro-British factions, and Republican newspaper editors were attacked. Conspiracy theories and exaggeration of threats abounded. As tensions rose, President Adams called for a day of prayer and fasting as a show of national unity. One particularly onerous rumor spread during the fast: Republican insurgents, so said the scaremongers, planned to burn the U.S. Capitol. As the war drums beat, Adams asked Congress to sanction a quasi-war with France, what Adams called the half-war, and indeed the resolution passed. Merchant ships were armed, and the military budget soared, though hysteria spread faster than actual combat at sea. Hardline Federalists feared civil war and seemed to spy treasonous French agents around every corner. Nativism and fear pervaded the land, as is likely to happen during a war scare. What followed was a veritable constitutional crisis, perhaps this nation's first. Fear of foreign French intriguers, and their Irish allies, expanded like wildfire. In response, Congress first passed the Naturalization Act, which extended the wait before applying for citizenship from 5 to 14 years. Then the Alien Friends Act gave the president the extraordinary power to expel, without due process, any alien he judged to be dangerous to peace and safety. It must be said that no aliens were actually expelled by Adams, but the accumulation of so much discretion and power in the executive branch terrified Republicans. Even more worrisome were the subsequent attacks on the disloyal press, meaning Republican or non-Federalist newspapers. This was a remarkable power to grant the federal government, seeing as newspapers were the central medium of communication and the glue that held together partisan factions of the day. The actual text of the Sedition Act, read today, is chilling. The legislation declared it a crime to write, print, utter or publish any false, scandalous, and malicious writings against the government of the United States, or either House of the Congress of the United States, with the intent to defame the said government, or either House of Congress, or the President, or to bring them into contempt or disrepute, or to excite against them the hatred of the good people of the United States. How could it be, the modern reader might ask, that an elected body could so restrict the beloved freedom of the press less than 2 decades after a revolution was waged in defiance of tyranny? And, indeed, the vote on the matter was highly contested and narrow, 44 to 41 in the House of Representatives. Vice President Jefferson, a fierce opponent of the bill, no doubt took notice that the defamation of the vice president was conspicuously absent from the text of the Sedition Act. He saw the bill for what it was, a thinly veiled suppression of the Whig, Republican, presses. What, after all, many Republicans asked, had we just fought a war for, if not for freedom of speech and of the press? This time, unlike in the Alien Act, the legislation was quickly put to use by Federalist courts. 25 people were arrested, 17 indicted, and 10 convicted, some jailed. Most were neither spies nor traitors, but rather Republican sympathizing newspapermen. The government even arrested Benjamin Franklin Bache, grandson of the esteemed founder, who died of yellow fever before his trial. The Sedition Act expired at the end of Adams's administration, but its specifics were not declared unconstitutional until a case was brought forward by the New York Times in the 1960s. This was politics, not national security, and the Republicans knew it. Some of those jailed styled themselves martyrs of liberty. 1. Matthew Lyons, successfully ran for Congress from within his prison cell. Partisan loyalties had divided an administration and brought the nation to the verge of civil war. Seeds of secession, Jefferson, Madison, and the Virginia/Kentucky resolutions. A little patience, and we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spells dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore the government to its true principles. Vice President Thomas Jefferson, referring to the Sedition Act in a letter to John Taylor, 1798, the beleaguered Republicans would not go down without a fight. Despite the suppression of the press, the actual number of Republican-leaning newspapers exploded. And though the resurgent Federalists controlled the Congress in Philadelphia, prominent Republicans turned to the state legislatures to oppose the Alien and Sedition Acts. As the tensions rose, so did the rhetoric. Many opponents of the bills took to referring to the federal government as a foreign jurisdiction. This is not dissimilar to the language employed today by some libertarian ranchers in the American West and some militiamen. Jefferson himself believed that the federal government, of which he was vice president, had become more arbitrary, and had swallowed more of the public liberty than even that of England. James Madison, an old and true Jefferson ally, left retirement and entered the Virginia legislature. Now Jefferson the disgruntled vice president and Madison the lowly state representative set to work making the case for the unconstitutionality of the Alien and Sedition Acts. They did not, interestingly, turn to the federal courts. These they saw as Federalist-dominated, and besides, the modern conception of judicial review was not yet established. Instead, in a far more devious, though potentially problematic, way Madison and Jefferson drafted state resolutions for Kentucky and Virginia, which made the extraordinary claim that state governments could rightfully declare federal legislation they deemed unconstitutional to be void and of no force. Essentially, states could nullify federal law because, as the resolutions asserted, the Constitution was but a compact among the many states. Kentucky and Virginia urged the other states to pass similar resolutions, though none saw fit to do so. Still, this was a remarkable moment that set a dangerous precedent. Furthermore, unfortunately, Jefferson's and Madison's attempts to protect civil liberties blazed a perilous path. The concept of nullification and, finally, of Southern secession would spring from the same lines of argument the two esteemed founders set forth in the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. Civil war, of course, was the unforeseen result. Good men, bad politicians, John Adams and the peace that ended a presidency. Armies, and debts, and taxes are the known instruments for bringing the many under the domination of the few. James Madison, 1795. In addition to legislation meant to ensure order, Adams and the Federalists actively prepared the nation for war. Adams, for one, was doubtful that France could or would ever invade, but he preferred that the nation be prepared. Other ultra-feds, like Hamilton, saw opportunities for the power and expansion of the federal government during the war scare. More naval funding was authorized in 1 year than in all previous Congresses to date. And ultimately, a country that had once vehemently opposed standing armies now raised a new army 12,000 men strong. Pushing for this rapid expansion was Alexander Hamilton, who more than any other founder desired a European-style fiscal military state. In fact, Hamilton wanted to lead said army, though he settled for second-in-command to the largely ceremonial leadership of George Washington, again called out of retirement. War hysteria quickly got out of hand. Republicans feared, not without some merit, that the true purpose of this new army was to suppress the political opposition. Indeed, most of the officers appointed to the new force were of Federalist leaning. But Hamilton had even more grandiose notions than domestic oppression. He saw opportunities aplenty in the case of a war he seems to have truly desired. War with France, he argued, would allow the seizure of Louisiana, Florida, and maybe even distant Venezuela from France and Spain. President Adams, though, had far more common sense and retained enough of the revolutionary spirit of '76 to deny Hamilton the supreme command and the empire that the man so desired. "Never in my life," Adams later recalled, "did I hear a man, Hamilton, talk more like a fool." In a letter to a colleague, Adams went so far as to declare Hamilton the greatest intriguant in the world, a man devoid of every moral principle, a bastard. George Washington too quickly lost interest in the military expansion and soon returned to Mount Vernon, and eventually tensions and the war scare eased. But the main catalyst for peace was President Adams himself. Adams retained some of his fear of standing armies, loathed Hamilton, and knew that war was the last thing the new nation needed. Thus, without consulting his cabinet and in opposition to his own party agenda, Adams sent a peace mission to France. This action cooled the quasi-war and averted a civil crisis. It was not, however, a prudent political move. The actions of Adams inadvertently divided his once ascendant Federalist Party just before the election of 1800, when he would again face off against his vice president, Jefferson. A flawed patriot more than a politician, Adams dismissed the Hamiltonians in his cabinet and secured the Treaty of Mortefontaine, bringing to an end the quasi-war with France. Unfortunately for Adams the paltry politician, word of this diplomatic coup did not reach American shores until he had been defeated in the 1800 balloting. Liberty or order, the eternal debate. The Federalists of the 1790s stood in the way of popular democracy as it was emerging in the United States, and thus they became heretics opposed to the developing democratic faith. Historian Gordon Wood, 2009. It never ends, the debate. Even now, it is as though Adams and Jefferson were still alive, battling for the possession of our American souls. The relevant issues from the 1790s are as plentiful as they are astounding. So many of the questions of yesteryear are precisely those with which Americans grapple in the 21st century. How free should the press be? What constitutes libel? How should government treat leakers and whistleblowers? And what of immigration? Are foreigners a threat to the body politic? The Patriot Act, warrantless surveillance, torture, race, ethnicity, the bounds of protest, see the NFL kneeling dispute, the biased media, drones, Guantanamo, the scope of federal and executive power. It's all there, isn't it? Adams and Jefferson, if suddenly brought back to life in today's United States, would not be able to fathom an iPhone but would no doubt be ready to weigh in on debates regarding searches and seizures of those devices. On one level we've come so far, on another, not so much. The common denominator in all of this seems to be war, or the fear provoked by war and the threat of it. It matters not whether the United States wages a quasi-war with France on the high seas or fights a shapeless enemy like terror across the greater Middle East. The questions remain, the passions flare. We divide into camps, armed, sometimes literally, and oriented on our domestic enemies. Today's liberals are not seen as misguided although valiant countrymen but as traitorous weaklings ready to sell out America. Conservatives aren't folks standing for time-tested values but instead are fascist authoritarians bent on tyranny. It all seems so far off the rails. And it is dangerous. Through modern eyes, we are apt to see this division as a unique and exceptional feature of contemporary politics. But, oh no, it was always thus. 11. The Jeffersonian Enigma. The Revolution of 1800 was as real a revolution in the principles of our government as that of 1776 was in its form, not effected indeed by the sword, as that, but by the rational and peaceable instrument of reform, the suffrage of the people. Thomas Jefferson in a letter to Judge Spencer Roane, 1819. We tend today, in our hyper-partisan moment, to imagine that politics have never been worse, more tribal, more contentious than they are now. But is that true? The United States was born of revolution, fought a bloody civil war, and has changed time and again throughout its history. And in 1800 the nascent republic would experience its first ever electoral transition to a president of the opposing party. That election and its aftermath would have profound implications for the young republic and ensure some degree of Jeffersonian legacy for generations to come. Jefferson's words, the output of his pen, were often beautiful, but some darkness lurked beneath the surface of his self-proclaimed Republican, agrarian utopia. The Revolution of 1800, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and the partisan rancor of an election. The insults, untruths, and outright verbal attacks during the 2016 election season shocked the American conscience and rattled the republic. Still, even the worst of exchanges between 21st-century politicians hardly compare to the pejorative language slung in both directions by supporters of rivals John Adams, the sitting president, seeking re-election, and Thomas Jefferson, the sitting vice president, seeking the presidency, in the election of 1800. Jeffersonian newspapermen called President Adams and the Federalists loyalists, monarchists, Tories, and the British faction. Essentially, so the thinking went, these Federalists, led by Adams, were traitors, and loyal Republicans needed to turn out, to vote, and save their country from ruin. Of course, the fierce rhetoric ran both ways. One Federalist paper predicted that, should Vice President Jefferson be elected president, murder, robbery, rape, adultery, and incest will be openly taught and practiced, the air will be rent with the cries of the distressed, and the soil will be soaked with blood. With the ad hominem attacks running at that fever pitch, it is little wonder that the country seemed to be on the verge of civil war after the election results were so close that the matter had to be sent to the Congress for adjudication. Rumors and conspiracies flourished, and many armed themselves for the expected chaos. It never came. After dozens of tied votes in the House between Jefferson and his preferred vice president, Aaron Burr, a number of Federalists relented and handed victory to Jefferson. In the convoluted system of the day, presidential electors in the Electoral College did not designate which of the two men running on a given ticket, Federalist or Republican, was preferred as president and which as vice president. Therefore, when Jefferson bested Adams in a rather close election, both he and his running mate, Burr, had the same electoral vote count. Loathing Jefferson deeply, some Federalists threatened to throw their support behind Burr, but, after dozens of tied votes, a few Federalists, ironically under the direction of Jefferson's sworn enemy, Alexander Hamilton, gave in and ensured Jefferson's election. Did this constitute a revolution? It is hard to say. Certainly Jefferson thought so, and indeed the governing theories of the Federalists and the Jeffersonian Republicans were almost diametrically opposed. The two parties even celebrated different holidays marking the birth of the nation, with the Republicans focused on the more egalitarian celebration of Jefferson's Declaration of Independence, July 4th, while the Federalists favored a celebration of Washington's birthday. This was, truly, a country divided. What is certain is that the United States had, just barely, survived its first peaceful transfer of elected power from an incumbent president to an opposition successor. Think of all the recent European, African, and Asian countries that have struggled so mightily, and often failed, to pass that vital democratic test. Still, there remained something disturbing about the 1800 and 1796 election map. The nation was clearly dividing into opposing sections. Nearly the entire South voted Republican, and absolutely all of New England went Federalist. The division was about more than the peculiar institution of slavery, though that played a part, and came down to conflicting worldviews of what Republican, post-revolutionary society should be. For the Jeffersonians, the future was agrarian, expansive, ultimately dominated by the people, the yeomanry. Its future lay westward. The Federalists were often commercial elites with proprietary wealth and aristocratic ambitions. They looked to the east, to the sea, and to Europe for the country's future. It is also bizarre in hindsight. Jefferson, a textbook planter aristocrat with some 200 slaves, sought to represent small farmers in the South in what was then considered the West, and middling artisans in the North. Adams, though a successful lawyer and proponent of powerful federal governance, owned no slaves and lacked the plantation lifestyle of Jefferson the gentleman. Republican reforms, the Jeffersonian utopia. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists. Jefferson's first inaugural address, March 4, 1801. There are no red states or blue states, just the United States. Here is not a liberal and a conservative America, there is only the United States of America. Senator Barack Obama speaking at the Democratic National Convention, 2004. Ultimately Jefferson, the wealthy planter who claimed to speak for the lowliest laborer, emerged victorious in the presidential election of 1800. Knowing how close the nation had come to civil strife, Jefferson, not half the public speaker that he was a writer, used his inaugural address as a call for unity. Not everyone bought it. Jefferson's 2 terms were highly partisan, antagonistic, and controversial. The Federalists could hardly stomach the man, most Republicans worshipped him. Nevertheless, whether or not his victory constituted a revolution, Jefferson's America underwent profound changes, democratizing certain aspects of society and of the civic culture. Staying true, initially, to his principles, Jefferson began slashing federal spending in federal departments. Hamilton's old Department of the Treasury was eviscerated. Jeffersonians believed in a small, unobtrusive government and sought to create one. An early target for the Jeffersonians was the Federalist-dominated Army. Defense spending was cut, troop numbers decreased, and, somewhat counterintuitively, a new federal military academy, at West Point, was begun in 1802. But a closer look indicates that even this had political motivations. West Point was to be a training ground for Republican-inclined officers, an antidote to the many Federalist officers in the ranks. Political changes translated to social changes as, at least white male, society democratized. In referring to those higher on the socio-economic ladder, workers and servants stitched the titles master and mistress for Mr. and Mrs., the more colloquial and less deferential Dutch term of boss often served as a substitute for master as well. Indeed, if, as Jefferson famously wrote, all men were created equal, then why adhere to any hierarchy at all? The Federalists were aghast at the comeuppance of these unfettered masses and pined, ironically, for a pre-revolutionary society. Empire of Liberty, Jefferson and the West. We shall add to the Empire of Liberty an extensive and fertile country. Thomas Jefferson in a letter to George Rogers Clark, 1780. I infer that the less we say about the constitutional difficulties respecting Louisiana the better, and what is necessary for surmounting them must be done. Jefferson to James Madison, 1803. Suffice to say, it wasn't exactly street legal, the famous Louisiana Purchase, that is. Could it really be constitutional for federal agents, appointed by the government, to purchase an immense tract of land and double the size of the country without explicit authorization from the President or Congress? The envoys were supposed to buy only New Orleans and ended up paying a bargain price for a vast continent. You would think the small government, constitutionally constructivist Republicans would be appalled at such an expansion of federal power. And yet Jefferson and many of his followers thought it vital and in America's interest. It's ironic, really. After all, vast new territories inevitably meant a groundswell of government officials, surveyors, marshals, and soldiers to garrison the frontier, Indian agents to negotiate treaties, and so on. Still, Jefferson saw the expansion of his famed Empire of Liberty as pragmatic as well as idealistic, because the new nation had a small army and feared the presence of French and Spanish lines to the south and west and British power to the north. Acquiring Louisiana would make America a continental power once and for all and keep Napoleon's France from threatening the young republic. Still, Jefferson was motivated by much more than that. He always looked westward, was veritably obsessed with the West all his life, though he never traveled there. He was awestruck by native peoples but contributed greatly to their eventual expulsion and destruction. The Louisiana Purchase, after all, spelled disaster to the then independent Native American nations that actually lived there. Still, Jefferson thought the extension of Republican modernity would lift Indian living standards and turn Native Americans into modern, democratic farmers. That was the point, Jefferson believed. The United States must not look to the sea or to Europe when modeling society. Europe, the Old World, remained monarchical and hierarchical to the core. For the American Republic to blossom, it must remain a nation of small, independent farmers. Land ownership and self-sufficiency made for the best Republican citizens. By this logic, and given America's exploding population, expansion was not only desirable but also necessary, an existential matter, indeed. To the end of his life, Jefferson seems to have believed that he could organize and rationalize the settlement of the New West and thereby save Native Americans. Ultimately, however, the slipshod tide of settlement inundated the tiny federal bureaucracy, leading to squatting, overdevelopment, and the stealing of native lands. Violence begat violence, and the outnumbered Indians were overwhelmed. Jefferson, perhaps the most expansion-minded president in American history, summed up the triumph thusly: "No constitution was ever before so well calculated as ours for extensive empire, emphasis mine, and self-government." Of course, he meant an empire and self-government for white Americans. The natives hardly stood a chance. American Sphinx, the unknowable character of Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson, the philosophical visionary, may be ideally suited to be a college professor, but is not suited to be the leader of a great nation. Alexander Hamilton, in a letter to Rufus King, 1802. Jefferson's idealism regarding Indian policy was just one of many contradictions at the heart of his life and political philosophy. So much has been written about this fascinating, ingenious, and deeply flawed founder that he almost appears unknowable. The native enthusiast who opened Western land and the path to Indian expulsion. The opponent of federal power who agreed to keep the national bank, waged a naval war with Barbary pirates, and nearly shut down the American economy through the severe restrictions of his Embargo Act, meant to gain leverage over the feuding British and French by cutting all trade with both. The lifelong critic of standing armies who funded a national military academy. Furthermore, he was an opponent of slavery, at least in certain writings, who himself owned more than 200 human beings. The man obsessed with the supposed evils of racial mixing who himself fathered several children with his slave Sally Hemings. That story, more than all the others, may best personify the complexity of Jefferson the man. Jefferson's wife, Martha, died at age 33 after suffering difficult childbirths and several months after the birth of her last child. Jefferson, who was heartbroken, was 39 at the time. From his wife he inherited many slaves. One, the teenage Sally Hemings, was 1/4 black and, because she was the child of Martha's father, was Martha's half-sister. It was common for slave owners, through rape, to impregnate women they owned. According to some reports, Sally and Martha, sharing a father, looked alike. Jefferson would eventually father a number of children with Hemings. These children, 1/8 black, remained enslaved on Jefferson's plantation to the end of his life, often working in the house. Visitors to Monticello were known to remark on the resemblance of some of Jefferson's slaves to their master. This was the family of Jefferson, of the man who penned "All men are created equal" and clamored about the evils of racial mixing. Though rumors of Jefferson's miscegenation were common even at the time, see the cartoon on the following page, most historians refused to believe the Hemings story until, in recent decades, it was incontrovertibly proved, in large part through DNA testing. It seems that generations of historians, enamored by this founding father, second in esteem only to George Washington, could not bring themselves to accept his hypocrisies. 1804 caricature. We'll never know for sure, but I tend to believe that Jefferson loved Sally, that her resemblance to his dead wife comforted a grieving and lonely man. This does not excuse Jefferson's blatant hypocrisy but does, I think, illustrate the complexity of humans, then and now. Between freedom and slavery, Jefferson, free blacks, and Republican slaves. The rights of human nature, are, deeply wounded by this infamous practice, of importing slaves, and the abolition of domestic slavery is the great object of desire in those colonies where it was unhappily introduced in their infant state. Thomas Jefferson, 1774. Jefferson was not alone in walking a tense and fine line between freedom and slavery. Indeed, the entire Republic toed that line throughout the Jeffersonian era and until the Civil War. Society, especially in the North, was democratizing. Larger and larger segments of the population could vote, and they called for more rights and less social deference. In the post-revolutionary period of idealism and excitement, many, North and South, began to predict the coming end of slavery. They were horribly mistaken. In fact, Southern plantation chattel slavery was about to enter its golden era. Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin meant that the demand for this new cash crop would explode, requiring more hands to pick and carry it. Slavery also expanded into the new Southwest territories gained in the Louisiana Purchase. Furthermore, fear, visceral white fear, drove planters to tighten the proverbial leash and institute a slave culture even more reliant on terror. In the 1790s and 1800s another New World possession, a former colony, became just the second country to gain its independence from colonial masters. We might imagine that the United States would be thrilled to embrace this kindred spirit of a nation. But this was a black country, Haiti. The Haitian slaves and free blacks had waged a brutal war of independence with France for more than a decade. There was slaughter on both sides, and many white planters were murdered or became refugees. This newly independent black republic was the absolute talk of the town, and news of its brutality spread widely. The very existence, an example, of the Haitian overthrow of the French terrified Southern planters in the United States. They knew that even their own slaves had heard talk of the black victory in Haiti. Thus when a Virginia slave named Gabriel plotted a similar, though smaller, uprising in 1800, the uncovered conspirators were dealt with harshly, dozens were hanged. Jefferson's American Republic, in fact, so feared the Haitian rebels that the United States would not recognize the independence of this sister republic in the Western Hemisphere until the American Civil War. Still, due to manumission, grants and purchases of freedom, and free black immigration, a class of independent African Americans began to grow, especially in the North. The presence of these free, sometimes educated black people caused unease among Northern and Southern whites. Fears sparked by the role of free blacks in the Haitian Revolution, and by Gabriel's conspiracy, led Northern and Southern states alike to move backward and further restrict the rights of free black people. Northern states developed segregated communities, took away or banned black people's right to vote, and otherwise restricted their freedom. Southern states passed black codes similar to those of the later Jim Crow era and eventually expelled most or all free black people to the north of the Mason-Dixon line. Consider the irony: Jeffersonian America, while a substantially democratizing white, male society, actually restricted the freedom of free black people and hardened the institution of slavery, even though slavery was gradually ending in the northern states, into its most brutal manifestation in American history. As such, a free black man in New York or Boston tended to have more rights in 1790 than in 1808, at the end of Jefferson's second term. As with Jefferson the man, so it was with Jeffersonian America writ large. A mass of contradictions, a darkness lurking beneath and tottering the nation's very foundations. Already Northern society and Southern were diverging. Already the contradictions of liberty for some, white men, and slavery or destruction for others, blacks and natives, were shaking the nation. It was the burden of our American society to bear this inconvenient and uncomfortable fact. Our most ardently democratic founder, with a pen of gold and ideas so beautiful they can move us to tears, was also a slave owner who signed the death warrant of many thousands of Indians and of an entire way of life. Still, Jefferson, for all his flaws, remains forever bound up in the fabric of America's past and also of its present. His democratizing instincts, agrarian glamorizing, and distrust of federal power are alive still in the American psyche and within the platforms of modern political parties. Jefferson's contradictions are America's too. Then, and now. 9. 12. The Forgotten and Peculiar War of 1812. Strange indeed did it appear to me to find so many names, familiar household words, as enemies, the very names of officers in our own army. How uncomfortably like a civil war. British Lieutenant John Lakota upon visiting a U.S. Army camp, 1813. Americans, sadly, know little of our own history. Who among us recalls anything about the War of 1812? Few, if any. What those few do tend to remember are patriotic anecdotes from a long-ago war, Andrew Jackson mowing down foolish redcoats at the Battle of New Orleans, Dolly Madison saving the portrait of George Washington just before the British burned down the Capitol, Francis Scott Key penning the Star-Spangled Banner as he observed the bombardment of Fort McHenry. These are carefully selected snapshots in an otherwise hazy war. None of this comes together, except in the minds of academic historians, into anything resembling a coherent tale. Why did we fight? Was it necessary? Did we win? The cherry-picked anecdotes of jingoism answer none of these vital questions, but ask them we must. The decision to take a nation to war, to send young men into combat, is a solemn one indeed. And the War of 1812 is one of only 5 wars the United States has officially declared. The conflict deserves our attention for the last reason alone, but also because the war and its complexities are instructive to today's engaged citizen. Though it is rarely remembered this way, in some ways this was a civil war, fought between men who spoke the same language, practiced the same religion, and had remarkably similar customs. It was also a war of conquest, suffered worst by the native peoples of the Ohio Country and Upper Canada. It was, too, a sideshow theater of the broader Napoleonic Wars, 1792 to 1815. As historian Gordon Wood wrote, the U.S. was born amidst a world at war. This much is certain: it was a peculiar war, full, in equal measure, of paradox and farce. Thousands died, but little was gained. In some cases brother fought brother. And in a strange irony, the side that best championed liberty was not always American. For all its complexity, perhaps because of it, the War of 1812 deserves a fresh look. An unnecessary war? The strange path to conflict. The War of 1812 was a metaphysical war, a war not for conquest, not for defense, not for sport, but rather, a war for honor, like that of the Greeks against Troy. Republican politician John Taylor of Virginia. Why fight another war with Great Britain? Why fight it in 1812? These are, and were, important questions for the leaders of the nascent American Republic. Most histories, and most rhetoric of the day, focused on British insults inflicted upon the American state. Much of the controversy was naval and involved the American struggle to protect its neutral rights to trade with any and all of the warring parties in Europe. Impressment, the British practice of boarding U.S. merchant ships and capturing or forcing the enlistment of American sailors, the Brits claimed they were all British Navy deserters, was considered the most heinous affront of all. Still, this was an odd grievance over which to start a war. After all, the British Empire had a massive army and unparalleled naval strength. The young American Republic was unprepared for war and nearly defenseless. Besides, the British had a point. Though they often captured genuine American citizens, America's own Secretary of the Treasury estimated that up to 1/3 of American sailors were indeed British deserters. And it makes sense: the United States paid more, had lower standards of discipline, and wasn't at war. The British were engaged in an existential struggle with French Emperor, and continent conqueror, Napoleon Bonaparte. They needed those deserters back to man the navy that protected the British Isles. Stranger still, soon after the United States declared war, Britain repealed the Orders in Council, the very policy that resulted in impressment. Once President James Madison received word of this reversal, the United States might have rescinded the declaration and saved thousands of lives. It did not. Part of the reason is this: the War of 1812 was about honor as much as anything else. The ancient Greek historian Thucydides claimed that nations go to war for either fear, honor, or interest. Wars fought primarily for honor rarely appear in the course of history, but this was one such case. The Americans felt the British had disrespected them and were trying to maintain the United States as a de facto colonial dependency. Many Republican leaders became avid warhawks, adding that term forever to the American lexicon, and believed that war with Britain would be a regenerative, purifying, and unifying act. They would be proved wrong, but not before thousands perished in 2.5 years of combat. There were other motives for this war besides the affirmation of neutral rights and the reclamation of national honor. Many Westerners, who tended to be avid Republicans, had long coveted Canada, then a British colony. In fact, the Continental Army had previously attempted, unsuccessfully, to conquer Canada during the Revolutionary War. And strikingly, the first American Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, claimed the province of Canada as a future state within the expanding American Union. In 1812, Free Canada became a rallying cry, and the United States would spend most of the war in this fruitless endeavor. We were the invaders. Other American Westerners, especially in the Ohio and Michigan country, feared and loathed the Native Americans who had the gall to demand autonomy. Ever-expansive settlers wanted all land east of the Mississippi and saw war with Britain as a means to that end. The Brits, after all, were allegedly arming and funding the very native peoples who had the propensity to raid American settlements. The powerful Native Confederation, recently brokered by the Shawnee chief Tecumseh, had to be broken. War would make that possible. Seen through a wider lens, the American declaration of war is discomfiting. By attacking Britain, the young republic was now tacitly allied with the dictator Napoleon Bonaparte of France in his ongoing war with the United Kingdom, a hypocrisy the British relished pointing out. There were many other ironies to this war. The British didn't want it, and the weaker Americans insisted upon it. The war didn't unite the country, it fiercely divided the Federalist, which dominated in New England, and Republican, powerful in the South and West, political factions. Indeed, the Senate vote on the declaration of war was the closest in American history. The paradoxes piled up. To wage this war, Madison and the Republicans would have to restrict trade, build a military establishment, and coerce obedience, the very actions most abhorred in Republican ideology. This would prove to be a strange conflict indeed. David or Goliath, the myths of 1812. Many nations have gone to war in pure gaiety of heart, but perhaps the United States were the first to force themselves into a war they dreaded, in the hope that the war itself might create the spirit they lacked. Henry Adams, great-grandson of President John Adams, 1891. In Americans' collective memory, then and now, the United States played David to Britain's Goliath. Our fragile little republic, so the story goes, stood up to the bullying British and, just barely, saved our independence from the imperial enemy. But is it so? Just who was David and who was Goliath? That, of course, depends on your point of view. The British were busy and spread thin. They had been at war with the powerful French on a global scale for some 19 years. The only British force within striking distance of the United States was in Canada, and this, in a stunning reversal of the popular myth, represented a stunning mismatch. There were barely 500,000 citizens in Canada, compared with about 8 million in the United States. The British had only a few thousand regular troops to spare for the defense of this massive Canadian landmass. The Americans might be unprepared, and might prove bad at war, but by no means was the initial deck stacked against the large and expansive American Republic. The myth of American defensiveness is also belied by a number of other inconvenient facts. The United States declared this war, a war that Britain had no interest in fighting. Furthermore, despite the exaggerated claims of war hawks and patriots of all stripes, this was not a second war of independence. There is no evidence that the British sought to reconquer and colonize the mammoth American Republic. Any land seizures were planned to be used only as bargaining chips at an eventual peace settlement. Tied down in an existential war of its own, Britain had neither the capacity nor the intent to resubjugate their former colonists. Free Canada, civil war in the northern borderlands. The acquisition of Canada, this year, as far as the neighborhood of Quebec, will be a mere matter of marching. Thomas Jefferson, 1812. People speaking the same language, having the same laws, manners and religion, and in all the connections of social intercourse, can never be depended upon as enemies. Baron Frederick de Gaugraben, British officer, 1815. The United States had long coveted Canada. In two sequential wars, the U.S. Army invaded its northern neighbor and intrigued for Canada's incorporation into the Republic deep into the 19th century. Here, on the Canadian front, the conflict most resembled a civil war. Canada was primarily, though sparsely, populated by two types of people, French Canadians and former American Loyalists, refugees from the late Revolutionary War. Some, the true Loyalists, fled north just after the end of the War for Independence. The majority, however, the late Loyalists, had more recently settled in Upper Canada between 1790 and 1812. Most came because land was cheaper and taxes lower north of the border. Far from being the despotic kingdom of American fantasies, Canada offered a life rather similar to that within the Republic. Indeed, this was a war between two of the freest societies on earth. So much for modern political scientists' notions of a democratic peace theory, the belief that two democracies will never engage in war. Britain had a king, certainly, but also had a mixed constitution and one of the world's more representative political bodies. In many cases families were divided by the porous American-Canadian border. Loyalties were fluid, and citizens on both sides spoke a common language, practiced a common religion, and shared a common culture. Still, if and when an American invasion came, the small body of British regular troops would count on these recent Americans, these late Loyalists, to rally to the defense of Mother Canada. And the invasion did come, right at the outset of the war. Though the justification for war was maritime and naval, the conflict opened with a three-pronged American land invasion of Canada. The Americans, for their part, expected the inverse of the British hopes. The late Loyalists, it was thought, would flock to the American standard and support the invasion. It never happened. Remarkably, a solid base of Canadians fought as militiamen for the British and against the southern invaders. Most, of course, took no side and sought only to be let alone. It turned out that the invading Americans found few friends in Canada and often alienated the locals with their propensity for plundering and military blunder. Though the war raged along the border, primarily near Niagara Falls and Detroit, for nearly 3 years, The American campaign for Canada proved to be an embarrassing fiasco. Defeats piled up, and Canada would emerge from the war firmly in British hands. In the Civil War along the border, the Americans were, more often than not, the aggressors and the losers. Indians, Britons, slaves, and the real losers of the War of 1812. The Indians have forfeited all right to the territory we have conquered. General Andrew Jackson. My people are no more. Their bones are bleaching on the plains of the Talishatches, Talladega, and Amukfao. Creek Chief Red Eagle. The United States was a republic, Britain a monarchy. Thus in Americans' collective memories the United States must have been fighting for liberty, for democracy. But was it? Britain saw matters rather differently. They argued that their mixed constitution, providing for a king and the Houses of Lords and Commons, best protected liberty and stability at home and abroad. The British actually believed, not without some merit, that only they protected Europe, and by extension America, from the expansive tyranny of Napoleonic France, and that the Americans were ungrateful for this sacrifice. Furthermore, when it came to treatment of black people and Native Americans, it seems the British better upheld our modern conceptions of liberty and equality. Most Americans felt a mix of fear and hatred for the local Indian tribes. Settlers perceived the threat of Tecumseh's Indian Confederation to be existential. These Westerners called for a conquest of Canada to remove British support for the tribes and exterminate the Indians once and for all. The British viewed the Native Americans in a completely different way. And the natives saw the Brits as much less of a threat than the more populous and encroaching Americans. The British supplied, funded, and generally respected the autonomy of the Canadian and Ohio country tribes. With so few English settlers in the colony, British leaders counted on native allies to defend Canada and were more than happy to accept and recognize an Indian buffer state on the frontier. They did so, no doubt, out of self-interest but were still far more congenial to the tribes than the hated American settlers. Therefore, in a replay of the Revolutionary War, the vast majority of natives actively sided with, and often fought for, the British. This would prove to be a fateful mistake. Tecumseh's Confederation was eventually defeated, and Tecumseh himself killed, at the Battle of the Thames, and the Creek Indians were devastated by the brutal tactics of Andrew Jackson in the South. The Indians emerged from the war defeated and without the reliable support of the British, who quickly sold them out at the peace conference. Never again would native tribes maintain any autonomy east of the Mississippi or prove able to stand up to the far more numerous Americans. The War of 1812 was, for the native peoples, an unmitigated disaster. In yet another replay of the Revolution, Black American slaves deeply rejected American proclamations of the war for liberty and equality. The ascendant American Republicans running the country were powerful in the South and respected the fears of slaveholders in that region. Though desperately short of recruits, the Americans refused to enlist free or enslaved black people into the army. On the contrary, many slaves escaped their plantations and either ran to British lines or, in many cases, swam to British ships, places where they were much more likely to find the liberty that the Americans falsely professed for all. The British offered freedom, an enlistment bounty, and free land to runaways who joined up. Some 600 American blacks became Royal Marines. If the War of 1812 was a war for freedom, it was for a very narrow and limited freedom indeed. Republicans extolled their commitment to liberty and equality, but those sentiments extended only to the white men of the young republic. Britain, which had already abolished slavery, would prove the better beacon of liberty for black people and Indians. Treason at home? Federalists, Republicans, and the politics of war. The War of 1812 also constituted a political civil war at home between the ruling Republican Party and the opposition Federalist Party. The Federalists had much to lose and little to gain from the war. They predominated in New England and in coastal ports and relied on trade with Britain to earn a decent living. They had few visions of grandeur about Western land annexations or a conquest of Canada. Furthermore, the more aristocratic Federalists favored Britain in its war with revolutionary and then Napoleonic France, seeing Britain as a rock of stability against a tide of chaos and conquest from dictatorial France. The Hartford Convention, or Leap No Leap, 1814 pro-Republican political cartoon. Many Federalists continued to illegally trade with the Brits, smuggled goods to Canada, and seemed to actively oppose the war. Republicans dubbed them traitors, while the Federalists saw themselves as prudent realists. Some Federalists even considered secession from the Union and the formation of an independent New England republic. Most, however, never went that far. Still, in 1814, after 2 years of indecisive war, the Federalist Party would unknowingly sign its own death warrant. New England Federalists sent delegates to a convention in Hartford, Connecticut, That meant to oppose the war and recommend new amendments to the Constitution. And in truth, these amendments weren't all bad. They called for the repeal of the Three-Fifths Compromise, which counted slaves as partial humans for representation's sake and gave extra political weight to the South. They also sought to require a sensible two-thirds majority in Congress to declare future wars and to limit presidents to a single term in office. Was this, as some claimed, tantamount to treason during a period of active hostilities? Indeed, some Federalists actively discouraged military enlistment and the withholding of federal taxes to fund the war, and some New England governors refused to send their state militias on offensive campaigns. But was this treason or principled opposition to an ill-advised war? The country was divided in answering the question, similar to some issues that remain with us. The Federalists might have been right, in fact, both ethically and constitutionally, but the Hartford Convention's luckless timing destroyed them politically. Just as the delegates were meeting, the Republicans were securing a status quo peace treaty and General Andrew Jackson was winning a staggering victory over the British at New Orleans, a few weeks after the treaty had been signed but before word of the peace reached the Americas. The Republicans waved the bloody shirt and painted the Hartford Convention as a treasonous betrayal. The Federalists would never again gain a majority in either House of Congress or run a viable presidential candidate. Perhaps opposition to war, even a less than popular war, never pays politically. Ironic outcomes, a costly draw. The War of 1812 is the strangest war in American history. Historian Gordon Wood, 2009. Certainly it was no American victory that forced the British to the peace table. By 1814 the war had become a debacle. 2 consecutive American invasions of Canada had been stymied. Napoleon was defeated in April 1814, and the British finally began sending thousands of regular troops across the Atlantic to teach the impetuous Americans a lesson, even burning Washington, D.C., to the ground. Though in fairness it should be noted that the Americans had earlier done the same to the Canadian capital at York. The U.S. coastline was blockaded from Long Island to the Gulf of Mexico. Despite a few early single-ship victories in 1812, the U.S. Navy was all but finished by 1814. The U.S. Treasury was broke and defaulted, for the first time in the nation's history, on its loans and debt, and 12% of U.S. troops had deserted during the war. The Americans held few victorious cards by the end of 1814. But Britain was exhausted after 2 decades of war. Besides, they had never meant to reconquer the United States in the first place. A status quo treaty that made no concessions to the Americans and preserved the independence of Canada suited London just fine. So who are the winners and losers of this indecisive war? American land speculators and frontiersmen, to be sure, for they had broken Indian power and opened up millions of acres for Western settlement. The biggest losers, of course, were those very Indians, who saw their last hopes for autonomy fade away. They were now, once and for all, a conquered people. The Federalists lost, too, as a political party and as a viable ideology. Republicans would remain ascendant, with no serious opposition, for some 2 decades after the war. So if New England and the natives lost, the Republicans, Southerners, and Westerners emerged victorious. Nor is it clear which side truly fought for anything resembling our modern conception of liberty. And in the end, after thousands had died, more from disease than combat, on both sides, Canada remained British and nothing had been done about neutrals' rights on the high seas. Indian power had been broken and the Federalists disappeared, but little else changed. Perception and reality, remembering the War of 1812. The War of 1812 has revived, with added luster the renown which brightened the morning of our independence. It has called forth and organized the dormant resources of the American Empire. It has tried and vindicated our republican institutions, which consists in the well-earned respect of the world. A Republican citizen of Baltimore writing in a newspaper, 1815 still, perhaps inevitably, both sides would claim a victory of sorts. Nationalist sentiment exploded among ascendant American Republicans, who claimed they had won a second revolution and smitten an empire. The decisive victory at the Battle of New Orleans, fought after the treaty had been negotiated, gave Americans the impression of victory. Since the end of the Napoleonic Wars made the issues of impressment and neutrals' rights moot, the Republicans could also claim victory on the seas, even though the British agreed to nothing of the sort in the Treaty of Ghent. To a fervently patriotic American majority, the war seemed to vindicate both the nation's independence and its republicanism. Indeed, more American towns and counties, 57, are now named for President Madison than any other president, including George Washington. Canadians, too, claimed a victory and developed a new nationalism and origin myth around their collective defeat of the American invaders. Americans may know and care little about the War of 1812, but not so the Canadians. In Canada the war is widely seen as a pivotal, patriotic event, a noble defense of the Northland against marauding American invaders. The British, well, they were mostly just glad all these wars were over. They never gave much attention to the American sideshow in the first place. From their perspective, they had punished the petulant Americans, even burning their capital, and conceded nothing at the negotiating table. So ended and so was remembered an utterly peculiar conflict. It was a dumb war, in retrospect, unnecessary and ill-advised. At best the War of 1812 resulted in a draw that cost the lives of many thousands, a draw that destroyed any hope of Indian autonomy east of the Mississippi. Still, like most wars, this conflict stirred up patriotism and jingoism among Americans and Canadians. War, many politicians, usually miles away from the fighting, believe, can be a regenerative act, renewing the spirit of patriotism and uniting competing factions. That is a myth. It is almost never this way. Wars tend to be messy, divisive, and inconclusive, and that was especially true of this conflict. Things are lost when a nation embarks on combat, civil liberty at home, human empathy at the front, all sense of realism and proportion in the combatants' capitals. American mythmakers, 2 centuries worth of them, have spun the War of 1812 into a nationalistic yarn. They have focused on the victories of Andrew Jackson, ignored the U.S. debacles in Canada, and turned an obscure song set to the tune of a British drinking ballad, The Star-Spangled Banner, into a national anthem. How ironic, then, that the anthem, a war song, which recently stirred up so much controversy on football Sundays, emerged from a conflict that should never have been fought and that we didn't really win. 13. Birth of an era of revolutions. It was a time of great change. And as always, a picture, or in this case a painting, is worth 1,000 words. In the portrait below, Patrick Lyon of Philadelphia is depicted as a blacksmith hard at work at the forge. He wears an apron and a shirt that shows his muscular forearms. This portrait was commissioned by Lyon himself, and it depicts a man proud of his labor and strength. Here was a working man, blue-collar chic. Pat Lyon at the Forge, 1826-27, by John Eagle. This is stranger than it may appear to modern eyes. After all, in the 18th and early 19th centuries, men who could afford to commission such paintings usually preferred to be portrayed in formal dress, adorned in powdered wig and leggings, and surrounded by the expensive objects that implied an aristocratic status. Something had changed. Lyon may appear to be the quintessential working man in this painting, but he was also something else, one of the wealthiest men in Philadelphia. He was a leading businessman, an inventor, and, long before, a blacksmith. Pat Lyon possessed more than the requisite means to commission the ubiquitous aristocratic portrait, yet instead he chose to be represented as a simple, yet proud, blacksmith. In contrast with his aristocratic peers and forebears, Lyon explicitly told the artist, John Eagle, 1796-1865, that he did not wish to be represented as what I am not, a gentleman. There was something profound afoot in American society in the 3 decades following the War of 1812, a veritable revolution of revolutions, massive changes in economics, politics, and society. Eagle's portrait of Pat Lyon in many respects depicts them all. The United States was becoming more commercialized, more egalitarian, at least for white males, and, to a certain extent, populist. The Federalists, seen as the party of aristocracy, had faded from the political scene, and new factions of the Republican Party would lead America through this time of turmoil. Technology, infrastructure, government investment, and communications, these would all permanently change. Quality of life for most Americans increased, but others, as always, were left behind, victims of a society moving too far too fast. Lessons of War, Madison, Republicans, and the hypocrisy of new nationalism. The War of 1812 was at best a draw, at worst an embarrassing debacle. It demonstrated the unpreparedness of American arms, government, and infrastructure for conflict with a major world power. The United States, despite major efforts, couldn't even conquer Canada and was lucky to maintain its own territorial integrity. Nonetheless, James Madison, in the presidency from 1809 to 1817, and most Americans, especially Republicans, decided to publicly rebrand the war as a decisive victory, a second war of independence. What we know as nationalism, a term not in use until the 1830s, exploded in the aftermath of this indecisive war. If America could defeat mighty Great Britain again, what couldn't it do? The entire continent seemed ripe for the taking and, in due time, for the improving. In time Spanish Florida would be illegally invaded by General Andrew Jackson and eventually would be sold to the United States by a Spain that did not have much choice in the matter. The Pacific Northwest would be divided and shared between Britain and the United States, making America a two-ocean power and cutting the Spanish and Russians out of the deal. All, it seemed, was part and parcel of America's unmistakable destiny. Yet the men who had stood atop the federal government throughout the war privately knew better. They were aware of the debacle that had ensued and how near disaster had been. The war had been fought on a shoestring and, generally, under the Republican ideology of limited government. The Republicans, from Thomas Jefferson to James Madison, had espoused a minimalist approach to federal power, but that would change. Soon the only party that had any real power, the Republican Party, began to fragment into opposing factions and eventually would become nearly unrecognizable. Suddenly Madison and the New Nationalists began calling for internal improvements, canals and roads, military preparedness. This time the army would not be completely demobilized, a protective tariff to benefit manufacturers, and even a rechartering of the National Bank. Every one of these demands had recently been anathema to the doctrinaire Republicans, including the father of the party, Jefferson. What's amazing is how quickly most, including the sage of Monticello, embraced the changes and accepted the increase in federal power and jurisdiction. Wars change societies, they always have and always will. Things are gained, efficiency, technological innovations, and federal power, but things are also lost, such as civil liberties, ideological purity, and, in the case of America, modesty. A society forever changed, the transportation and commercial revolutions. We are under the most imperious obligations to counteract every tendency of disunion. Let us, then, bind the Republic together with a perfect system of roads and canals. Let us conquer space. Congressman John C. Calhoun of South Carolina. It is ironic how many modern conservatives tend to blame government action for all problems and extol the virtue of private entrepreneurship and innovation. How rarely are those two sections of society so discrete. The transportation and commercial revolutions that unfolded in 19th century America did forever alter, usually for the better, life in these United States. Commodity costs dropped, travel became affordable, information proliferated, and living standards rose. This, under the 16 years of Madison's and Monroe's administrations, was possible only through the combination of Republican governmental investment and prioritization of private innovation. The once laissez-faire Republicans ever so quickly pivoted from small government to the funding and application of technological inventions in cooperation with the private sector. This was a team effort, and it forever altered life in America. Nearly everyone was affected by the proliferation of steamboats, canals, roads, and technological advances. Everyone, even Native Americans, became more tied to the commercial economy. Fewer farmers were needed, and other occupations and professions opened up. There were now both more wage laborers and more commercial entrepreneurs. This meant that property ownership, once the signal indicator of wealth and status, became less influential in economic and political life. It wasn't long before most states eliminated property qualifications for voting. A prime example of innovation, government investment, and societal change unfolded in New York. In the 1820s, after years of work, the Erie Canal was completed. Running 363 miles from the Hudson River to Lake Erie, the 40-foot-wide canal connected the farms of the Great Lakes and Midwest with the trading port of New York City. Almost overnight the population of that city, and of western New York State, exploded. New York became, forever, the singular commercial hub of the United States. Local farmers and merchants were now plugged into a nationwide and international economy. As the historian Daniel Walker Howe noted, New York had redrawn the economic map of the United States and placed itself at the center. The commercial and transportation revolution set off a communications revolution that sped up time and the flow of information. Mail traveled exponentially more quickly and so did newspapers, the primary items of mail in those days. The number and diversity of papers expanded, bringing politics and international affairs into the daily lives of more and more Americans. But there was, undoubtedly, a dark side to this information propagation. Most newspapers in this era were little more than organs of particular political parties or factions rather than objective news sources. These papers relied, oftentimes, on wealthy benefactors or government printing contracts from the party in power. The next time someone complains about the unprecedented partisanship and corporate influence on today's media space, remind them of this era of the market revolution, the period of intense economic and communication revolutions in the years following. Sections of society so discrete. The transportation and commercial revolutions that unfolded in 19th century America did forever alter, usually for the better, life in these United States. Commodity costs dropped, travel became affordable, information proliferated, and living standards rose. This, under the 16 years of Madison's and Monroe's administrations, was possible only through the combination of Republican governmental investment and prioritization of private innovation. The once laissez-faire Republicans ever so quickly pivoted from small government to the funding and application of technological inventions in cooperation with the private sector. This was a team effort, and it forever altered life in America. Nearly everyone was affected by the proliferation of steamboats, canals, roads, and technological advances. Everyone, even Native Americans, became more tied to the commercial economy. Fewer farmers were needed, and other occupations and professions opened up. There were now both more wage laborers and more commercial entrepreneurs. This meant that property ownership, once the signal indicator of wealth and status, became less influential in economic and political life. It wasn't long before most states eliminated property qualifications for voting. A prime example of innovation, government investment, and societal change unfolded in New York. In the 1820s, after years of work, the Erie Canal was completed. Running 363 miles from the Hudson River to Lake Erie, the 40-foot-wide canal connected the farms of the Great Lakes and Midwest with the trading port of New York City. Almost overnight the population of that city, and of western New York State, exploded. New York became, forever, the singular commercial hub of the United States. Local farmers and merchants were now plugged into a nationwide and international economy. As the historian Daniel Walker Howe noted, New York had redrawn the economic map of the United States and placed itself at the center. The commercial and transportation revolution set off a communications revolution that sped up time and the flow of information. Mail traveled exponentially more quickly and so did newspapers, the primary items of mail in those days. The number and diversity of papers expanded, bringing politics and international affairs into the daily lives of more and more Americans. But there was, undoubtedly, a dark side to this information propagation. Most newspapers in this era were little more than organs of particular political parties or factions rather than objective news sources. These papers relied, oftentimes, on wealthy benefactors or government printing contracts from the party in power. The next time someone complains about the unprecedented partisanship and corporate influence on today's media space, remind them of this era of the market revolution, the period of intense economic and communication revolutions in the years following. Workload. Now that the seeds could be separated from raw cotton more quickly, the cotton demand exploded. Furthermore, the temperate climate and limitless land in what was then considered the Southwest, stolen from the Creek and other native tribes, made the United States the top producer of cotton in the world by 1820. It was cotton that made America, and the South, king. It fed the textile factories of England and Massachusetts alike, and the demand seemed. Slaves were expected to work harder, rest less often, and produce more. Worse still, the massive migration southward and westward, one of the most significant in American history, of farmers and planters from Virginia, Maryland, and the Carolinas to Alabama and Mississippi also meant the concurrent shift of slaves. With Virginia tobacco less profitable, Chesapeake planters had less need for their slaves. Thus, over the preceding decades, and up until the Civil War, men from the Upper South sold slaves, broke up their families, and fed the Alabama fever, as it was known. The black experience, of forced migration and family separation, cannot be detached from the triumphs of the market revolution. I went in among the young girls, at the Lowell Mills in Massachusetts. Not one expressed herself as tired of her employment, or oppressed with work. All looked healthy, and I could not help observing that they kept the prettiest inside. Here were thousands, enjoying all the blessings of freedom, with the prospect before them of future comfort and respectability. Colonel and Congressman Davy Crockett, on visiting the Lowell Mills textile plants. Crockett, the veritable king of the wild frontier, was right about one thing in the quote above. In Lowell, Massachusetts, and other urban, usually northern, settings, women were, increasingly, leaving the home and entering the workplace. What is interesting, and instructive, is the language this frontiersman used to describe the toiling women. They were, he said, free. This seems an odd way for a man of the wilderness, of the vast hardy western frontier, to describe the life of dirty, cramped factory workers held to a rigorous dictatorship of the clock. In the era of market and transportation revolutions, there was indeed now more economic opportunity, but there also grew a greater disparity between rich and poor. Sound familiar? For all the talk in this era of self-made men, most white males still toiled as small farmers or wage laborers. Only a tiny fraction accumulated immense wealth. Some small farmers, Often those who found themselves unluckily located away from the roads and canals, saw their business dwindle as the revolutions of commerce, transportation, and economics literally passed them by. Many parts of New England and upstate New York became littered with ghost towns and abandoned farms. Many merchants and artisans went bankrupt, unable to deal with the competition of goods shipped in from afar. There was also, some felt, a loss of independence, community, and fulfillment produced by the market shift. Jefferson's utopian dream of small, independent farmers from the Atlantic to the Pacific simply hadn't panned out, as Jefferson woefully acknowledged late in his life. This, as we will see later, led to an explosion of religious, social, and temperance revivals, attempts to reconnect a world on the move with the cherished values of the old way. This, too, seems a natural outgrowth of all such economic and political revolutions in American history. It was a strange time, one of speed and change, of winners and losers, of growth and pain. It was the time of Pat Lyon, the rich man who had himself painted as a blacksmith, and of dislocated slaves pushed ever harder in the cotton fields. This was the era of a rising tide of wealth but also of child labor and the crowded women at the Lowell mills. What's certain is that the economic, political, and societal revolutions of 1815–45 cannot be studied in isolation. This was an era of revolutions that interacted to forever change antebellum American society. Some prospered as others withered, but all were affected in kind. 11. 14. Andrew Jackson's white male world and the start of modern politics. When the right and capacity to do all is given to any authority, whether it be called people or a king, democracy or aristocracy, monarchy or a republic, I say, the germ of tyranny is there. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America. There are precious few presidents, indeed, who can claim to have an entire era bearing their name. Andrew Jackson is one. Historians have long labeled his presidency and the years that followed it as Jacksonian America. This is instructive. Whatever else he was, this man, general, later president, Jackson, was an absolute tour de force. He swept to power on a veritable wave of populism and forever altered the American political scene. We might argue, plausibly, that we live today in the system he wrought. Born to modest means in the Carolinas, Jackson led a hard life and somehow found prosperity. Orphaned as a child, he volunteered as a courier for the Continental Army when he was just 13 years old. Captured by the British, he refused to shine the boots of a captor and was struck on the head with the officer's sword. Jackson would bear the scar, and his hatred for all things British, throughout his life. He became a lawyer, moved west to Tennessee, and eventually amassed a fortune and many enslaved people. As a general in the War of 1812 he stood out as the only real hero of the costly draw of a conflict. Called Old Hickory by his troops, Jackson is perhaps the first president to bear a catchy nickname. By the 1820s, Jackson was a household name and a staunch Democratic politician. He sought power for himself and, ostensibly, the common man. Politics and presidential campaigning were forever changed by Jackson. This was a man who knew how to win, no matter the cost. Before Jackson, although many early presidential elections were highly contested, the tradition among candidates was to eschew personal campaigning. These were refined gentlemen and they thought themselves above rank electioneering. They sought to evoke a disinterested and modest persona and left it to newspapers and partisans to make arguments on their behalf. Not so Andrew Jackson. Here was a man who exuded confidence and personal popularity. His was the era of the first political party conventions and of outright campaigning. Democrats were prouder of their candidate than of their policies, and they ran on Jackson the man. All of this is ironic because it is unclear that the Founding Fathers actually intended for democratization in the way Jackson and his backers envisioned it. In fact, the United States was established as a republic, not a direct democracy, and institutions such as the Senate and the Electoral College were designed to curtail popular rule. Probably, given human nature and the tendencies of the systems the founders created, the revolutionary generation misunderstood where their republic would lead, toward greater democratization. Still, it is interesting and worth pondering the fact that Jackson, and the Democrats, stood in contrast with the visions of most founders. Indeed, America's contemporary political culture owes more to Jackson than to George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, which, admittedly, is an uncomfortable truth. As you read this chapter, take a moment to consider whether democracy really is the best possible form of government. Think on the winners and losers inherent in the Jacksonian political revolution and ask whether a better alternative path existed. We live in the political world Jackson created. A corrupt bargain, the opposing personalities of John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson. Jackson faced off against the son of President John Adams, John Quincy Adams, in 2 consecutive elections, in 1824 and 1828. These were among the dirtiest and most contested campaigns in U.S. history. Jacksonians portrayed Adams as an aloof aristocrat, out of touch with the average American. And in a sense he was. Adams lacked the common touch or charisma of Jackson. That said, Adams was arguably the most well-prepared and qualified presidential candidate in history. He had been a Harvard professor, senator from Massachusetts, ambassador to Prussia, Russia, Britain, and the Netherlands. He negotiated the treaty to end the War of 1812 and served as President James Monroe's Secretary of State. He spoke several languages. Still, the most qualified candidate lost the popular vote in the 1824 election. Due to the peculiarities of the Electoral College, the election went to the Congress for adjudication. Horrified by the prospect of an uncouth Jackson serving as president, Speaker of the House Henry Clay threw his support behind Adams and won him the presidency. Soon after, in a move with terrible political optics, Adams appointed Clay as Secretary of State, a position then considered the fastest road to the presidency. Jackson and his followers, now calling themselves Democratic Republicans, as opposed to Adams's National Republicans, were aghast and labeled this move a corrupt bargain. Clay probably was one of the most qualified candidates to lead the U.S. Department of State, but the charge stuck and would haunt Adams and Clay for years to come. Consider it an early example of political branding. As president, Adams sought internal improvements, road, canal, and communications infrastructure, led by an activist federal government so as to improve Americans' quality of life. Clay labeled this the American system, and it would be funded and fueled by revenue from a national tariff and federal land sales. This became the core of the National Republican ideology. It was a grand ambition and, unfortunately, would never fully come to fruition. For this reason, Adams's one-term presidency was long considered a failure. Still, a fresh look may rehabilitate Adams the man, if not Adams the politician. John Quincy Adams's National Republican ideology was forward-thinking and presaged many later implemented federal improvements. He was a generation or two ahead of his time. He also had rather humanitarian impulses, at least for the age. He protected the Creek Indians from expulsion and a corrupt treaty and would not countenance Native American removal under his watch. Adams also developed strong anti-slavery sentiments during his long career of public service and would die as something of a full-fledged abolitionist. Only America wasn't ready for Adams. Voters would decide they didn't want a man like Adams or care much for his progressive, activist policies. Jackson was a war hero, a man of action, a man of violence, a man like them. He and his many followers wanted the opposite of Adams and his National Republicans. They wanted cheap Western land, rapid settlement, state and local sovereignty, and less, not more, federal intervention in their lives. The Southerners, who tended to be staunchly Jacksonian, also feared federal power. They wanted low or no tariffs so they could sell cotton in lucrative overseas markets. Furthermore, if the feds could enforce a tariff, could they not someday ban slavery? In this sense, white supremacy, in the form of slavery and Indian expulsion, stood at the heart of the Democratic agenda. Adams would lose the 1828 election by a landslide. He wasn't made for the new politics of the era. He was uncomfortable personally campaigning, especially since the election of 1828 essentially began on his inauguration day and lasted 4 years. Adams tried to make the election about issues, about his enlightened American system. His followers argued that the very aspects of Jackson's personality that so endeared him to voters actually disqualified him as a viable president. Jackson, they said, not inaccurately, had a violent temper, he was ruled by his passions, and he had lived in sin with a married woman, now his wife, Rachel. She had an estranged husband when she and Jackson were first betrothed. The charges never really stuck. Jackson was a natural winner. His supporters rarely talked policy and focused instead on the appealing qualities of the candidate himself. Jackson personally campaigned against Washington insiders and elites. This resonated with many voters, as such campaigns still do. The Jackson campaign also played dirty, dirtier than nearly any candidate before or after. His supporters falsely claimed that Adams was a heretic or an atheist. He was actually a Unitarian, and that while an ambassador he had sold an American girl to the Tsar of Russia. Adams wanted to talk platforms and policy, Jackson wanted to wage a popularity contest, and that's what Americans got. The Jackson campaign broke down into what we would now call sound bites, as in the popular Democratic ditty that the election was between J.Q. Adams, who can write, and Andrew Jackson, who can fight. The fighter won, as usual. Jackson won some 56% of the popular vote. But the results were highly sectional. The Northeast was strong for Adams while the South and the West of that day swung to Jackson. Southerners and Westerners, Jackson himself lived west of the Appalachian Mountains. The first president to do so, trusted the Democratic candidate to better protect their system of slavery and satisfy their hunger for Indian land. The electoral map of 1828 was remarkably similar both to that of Civil War America in 1860 and to those of elections in 2012 and 2016. The South and West favored one candidate, the North and East another. In the end, the election of 1828 was best summed up in the words of one contemporary newspaperman, Thomas B. Stevenson, who declared that the Adams campaign had dealt with man as he should be, while the Jackson campaign had appealed to him as he is. There was no love lost between the two competitors. Jackson declined to pay the traditional courtesy call to the outgoing president, and Adams responded by conspicuously not attending the Jackson inauguration. Regardless, the age of Jackson had begun. The democracy paradox, linking the market and political revolutions. In 1800 most states limited the right of even white males to vote. Some had tax-paying provisions, others had property ownership qualifications for the franchise. By the end of Jackson's presidency, most such restrictions were a thing of the past. This can only partly be explained by Jackson's explicit championing of the common man. Indeed, the democratization of the United States was very much tied up with the concurrent market and communications revolutions of the era. Capitalism and its cyclical economic panics, or recessions, the last of which had occurred in 1819, led more and more Americans to believe that politics directly affected their lives. Furthermore, an increase in media outlets, newspapers, and communications technology garnered more exposure to political tracks. The changing economy, especially early industrialization, also provided new economic opportunities to accumulate wealth. Earlier, vast land ownership and farming were the main paths to prosperity. Now a man with only moderate amounts of land could earn a fortune through commerce and/or entrepreneurship. These newly rich men chafed under the arcane property qualifications of the day and demanded a fair say in government through the right to vote. In the process, rich and poor alike, at least among white males, would soon gain voting rights. The increase in voters, especially among commoners, meant that politicians like Jackson now had greater incentive to please, and pander to, the masses. In other words, market and communications advancements constituted a social revolution that forever altered concepts of citizenship. Jackson understood this and seized his opportunity. Men like John Quincy Adams were unprepared for, and uncomfortable with, this seismic change. There was, however, an irony to all this radical democratization. At the same time as millions of poor whites were gaining the franchise, their newly empowered political class quickly denied those very rights to other men, mostly black men. Before 1820, free blacks could actually vote in many northern states and a few southern ones. Unfortunately, some of the first actions of these new poor white voters restricted free black voting. From 1821 to 1842, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Rhode Island passed laws curtailing black civil rights. And in new constitutional conventions, common during the 1830s, North Carolina and Tennessee took the vote away from free blacks. Indeed, in 1834, one Tennessee delegate at the convention insisted that we, the people, meant we the free white people of the United States and the free white people only. The conventions in North Carolina and Tennessee eliminated the last vestiges of free black political rights in the South before the Civil War. Nonetheless, this was an American, not a Southern, phenomenon. White supremacy was popular among the masses, and they enshrined its callous values the moment they received the vote. We may be poor, they seemed to declare, but at least we're white. In this sense, America developed an identifiable caste rather than class-based system of social hierarchy. The results would linger for generations. Man of the people? The character of Andrew Jackson. It was easy, at the time, to see Jackson as something of a throwback to Jeffersonian agrarianism. And by some measures, he was just that. Nonetheless, Jackson's popularity had more to do with personality than platform. Jefferson possessed the grandest library in the United States, Jackson the grandest ego. Jefferson was professorial, Jackson a man of action. Though the two men agreed on certain issues of state sovereignty, the aging Jefferson loathed Jackson and couldn't imagine him as president. Dying on July 4, 1826, Jefferson would just miss seeing what he feared most, Jackson in the White House. But Jackson was a celebrity, a genuine war hero and hardy frontiersman, and he possessed a charismatic demeanor. He was a violent, coarse man, but he epitomized common notions of 19th-century masculinity. He drank, gambled, fought, and never apologized. He fought duels, which were illegal in most states, and bore the scars and bullet wounds to prove it. Indeed, Jackson probably counts as the only president in history to have, as a non-governmental civilian and in cold blood, personally killed a man. This occurred in an 1806 duel. Adams thought these characteristics disqualified Jackson for the office, but the Democrats loved these traits. "He's tough, he tells it like it is, he's just like us." To demonstrate his common touch, Jackson opened the White House to the public for his inaugural celebration. The crowd tore out the furniture and nearly rioted. The man of the people was nearly trampled by his people. Still, Jackson was undeterred. Throughout his presidency he continued to equate, in what can be a dangerous construct, his own will with the will of the people. But it worked for him and earned him 2 terms as president. The people could not have cared less that Jackson owned a stately mansion, the Hermitage, in Tennessee, replete with Greek columns and French wallpaper. Jackson successfully cultivated a specific anti-elitist and anti-intellectual public persona, and millions loved it. He was also paranoid. He saw conspiracies around every corner and was certain that what President Trump would label nearly 200 years later the deep state was out to destroy him. That never happened, and Jackson's people remained ever loyal. They barely flinched at the contradictions in his presidency, such as how he doubled spending for internal improvements while in office, despite running against such projects. But if Jackson was president for the common man, he was certainly only thus for the white common man. Jackson was a bigot and a brutal slave owner. In one advertisement for a runaway slave, he promised $10 extra for every 100 lashes the captor inflicted on the fugitive black in question. Jackson undoubtedly played on the fears and prejudices of poor whites to win their support. These people hated, or feared, Indians, enslaved black people, and uppity free blacks. Jackson knew that implicitly and pursued policies amenable to this sizable part of the electorate throughout his administration. His democratization may have been real, but it was for whites only. To the victor go the spoils, Jackson the chief executive. Like nearly every modern presidential candidate, Jackson ran on a reform platform. Only he could, or would, take on corruption and fix D.C. Yet in another bit of paradoxical irony, Jackson would make famous a tradition, his spoils system, that would lead to an outsized increase in corruption. We have Jackson to thank for the platitude "to the victor belong the spoils." But despite the shock feigned by those who opposed his new policy of appointing friends and allies to nearly every federal position, no one should have been surprised. He had told Americans exactly what he planned to do. During the campaign itself, the editor of the Jacksonian United States Telegraph announced boldly that Jackson would reward his friends and punish his enemies. He did indeed, and used patronage to do so. Until 1828 most presidents, including John Quincy Adams, ran the federal bureaucracy as a fairly meritocratic organization. The custom was to leave most mid- and low-level employees in place when administrations switched. The idea was to maintain expertise and professionalism in the various federal departments. Jackson turned that system on its head and produced our modern system of political turnover in Washington. Jackson replaced 919 officials in his first year, more than all presidents combined in the previous 40 years. The result, rapid turnover, meant less experience in the federal agencies, which equated with diminished competence and decreased prestige of the federal civil service. Corruption actually increased among these favored political appointees. And in a final bit of irony, the diminished competence of the federal agencies only bolstered the very Jacksonian argument that the government was inefficient and should be weakened. That strategy, employed with great skill to this day, has proved a winning combination for 2 centuries. The losers, the customers, the American people. King Andrew I, Jackson's battles for supremacy. Most of the controversies of Jackson's presidency revolved around issues of presidential authority. Indeed, many of Jackson's opponents took to calling the president King Andrew I and in the 1830s renamed their political party the Whigs, a title taken from an earlier British party that had opposed royal rule. While not actual royalty, Jackson did display some authoritarian tendencies. He believed strongly in the power of the presidency and reshaped the executive branch forever. While in office he vetoed 12 congressional bills, more than all his predecessors combined, 10. By way of contrast, in 4 years John Quincy Adams didn't veto a single bill. Jackson never shied away from a challenge and never doubted the importance and preeminence of his office. Jackson reacted boldly to 2 of the major crises of his administration, the bank war and the nullification crisis. It is ironic that Andrew Jackson has long graced the $20 bill since he hardly understood economics and single-handedly destroyed the national banking system of his time. Jackson thought the Bank of the United States, BUS, something analogous to our Federal Reserve, was both a challenge to his authority and an unconstitutional, elitist curtailment of states' banking rights. So in 1832, In what has been called the most important veto in U.S. history, Jackson followed through on his promise and killed the bank. The president had once again demonstrated his authority and smitten the elites, but he simply didn't understand finance or the ramifications of his decision. The bank, and its unelected head, Nicholas Biddle, may well have had too much influence over the national economy, but at least the bus regulated the system and avoided major financial panics. In its place, Jackson injected chaos and corruption. He withdrew federal money from the bus and invested it in numerous Democratic-controlled pet banks, led by his own political allies. For the most part these banks were less stable, less regulated, and more prone to irresponsible lending. The economy would suffer, and this instability contributed to the Panic of 1837, the worst recession to occur between the founding and the Civil War. Of course, by then Jackson was safely out of office. Jackson never apologized and believed to the end that he had done the right thing. In removing federal money from a solvent bank and transferring these public funds to pet banks, Jackson had violated the spirit, if not the letter, of the law. As a result he became the first and only president officially censured by the U.S. Senate. It hardly mattered. Jackson may not have known economics, but he did know people. He capitalized on populist resentment of what was perceived as a corrupt and overly powerful federal bank. This played well with his base and the strong strand of anti-elitism that still exists in American culture. Sure, he ultimately would crash the economy, but despite his behavior and policies he remained popular and won a second term. The disestablishment of the bus empowered New York City's Wall Street and forever moved the financial capital of the United States from Philadelphia to Manhattan. In the end the people generally lost, even if they didn't blame their hero, Jackson. Without federal controls and regulation, there was no way to mitigate the cycles of capitalism, and Americans would suffer fairly regular panics, or recessions, for generations to come. The other major supremacy controversy arose over the federal tariff and its unpopularity in South Carolina. Before the Second World War, the vast majority of federal income came from land sales and the tariff. The tariff on foreign imports was rather high in the 1830s, ranging from 25 to 45%, and a key part of Henry Clay's American system. The tariff protected the nascent northern manufacturing industry and helped pay for the promised federal internal improvements. But the tariff was hated in the cotton-growing South. Reliant on the sale of cotton overseas and the import of foreign goods to fuel the Southern economy, South Carolina, in particular, feared, correctly, that Britain would retaliate with tariffs of their own, notably on Southern cotton. After a particularly high import tax rate passed Congress, the Tariff of Abominations, as it was labeled, South Carolinians dusted off an old states' rights concept, nullification. Vaguely resembling Jefferson and James Madison's Virginia and Kentucky resolutions of the 1790s, nullification represented South Carolina's belief that an individual state could declare a federal law unconstitutional and thereby nullify it. This was about more than tariffs, however. Slavery, as always, was the elephant in the room. If the feds could force a tariff on southern states, could they not also someday abolish slavery and upend the entire southern social and economic structure? Ironically, one leading South Carolina spokesperson for the theory of nullification was Jackson's own vice president, John C. Calhoun. Talk about divided government. South Carolina went so far as to call a convention to debate and implement nullification of the tariff, and the stage was set for an epic power struggle, the sort of fight a man like Jackson never backed down from. Jackson may have supported states' rights on issues as dark as slavery and Indian removal, but he ultimately loved the Union he had fought and bled for and would not countenance secession or any challenge to his own supremacy. Whatever his motivations, Jackson's response to the nullification crisis must stand as his finest hour. Jackson mobilized the army and threatened to don a uniform and personally lead an invasion of South Carolina. When a man like Jackson, who had killed before, threatened violence, he was seen as deadly serious. He even told a departing South Carolina congressman to take a message to the convention in that state. "Tell them," he said, "that if one drop of blood is shed there in defiance of the laws of the United States, I will hang the first man of them I can get my hands on to the first tree I find." South Carolina would ultimately back down, and Jackson, a savvy politician, helped broker a tariff reduction so the state could save face. Through strength of purpose, Jackson had preserved the sanctity of the Union and averted civil war. Abuse of power, Jackson's Indian removal policy, an American tragedy. No man entertains kinder feelings towards Indians than Andrew Jackson. Democratic Congressman Wilson Lumpkin of Georgia. Build a fire under them, the Cherokee. When it gets hot enough, they'll move. Andrew Jackson in conversation with a congressman from Georgia. On other matters, Jackson showed far less political courage and succumbed to his own bigotry and the supposed states' rights of the South. If nullification was his shining moment, Indian removal must stand as Jackson's darkest. White settlers in the Ohio Country and, especially, in the Old Southwest of Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi had long resented the presence of Native Americans and the federal treaties that granted the tribes land they had lived on for centuries. Down south this was prime cotton country seen as wasted on savages. Gold was even found on some native lands. Worse still, other tribes traded with free blacks and occasionally harbored runaway slaves. The truth, of course, is that the tribes of what was then the Southwest, the five civilized peoples, as they were known, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole, were increasingly assimilated and lived mostly as farmers in the vein of white society. Some even owned slaves. Depiction of the Trail of Tears, 1942, Robert Lindnew. Still, as far as Southerners and Westerners were concerned, the Indians had to go. Georgia and Alabama, in particular, had long lobbied for the removal of the Cherokee and Creeks, respectively, but President Adams blocked these desires. Andrew Jackson was another matter. To Jackson this was a states' rights and sovereignty issue. Besides, he had fought Indians all his life and held rather paternalistic views of the savages. He sympathized with the Georgians and other Southerners. Georgians, for their part, wanted the Cherokee gone despite past federal guarantees, even though the Constitution clearly granted the right to deal with Indians to the national government. Indeed, a popular song of the day was illustrative of Southern views. "All I want in this creation is a pretty little wife and a big plantation away up yonder in the Cherokee Nation." In 1830, in another highly sectional vote, the Northeast tended to sympathize with the natives. The Congress barely passed, 102 to 97, the Indian Removal Act. Without the 3/5 compromise granting extra representation to Southern states in the House of Representatives, the bill would never have passed. Many historians have held the simplistic view that the act authorized Jackson and the federal government to forcibly remove the tribes. That's not exactly true. The Indian Removal Act provided funds for voluntary, if highly encouraged, migration to Oklahoma but clearly stated the rights of Native Americans to stay on their land if they so chose. Seen this way, Jackson's later actions in the Indian removal process constituted an extreme abuse of power. Georgia responded to the protections granted by the Indian Removal Act by stating that, yes, natives could stay if they so insisted, but they would then have to submit to state laws. Of course, under existing Georgia racial statutes, this would have meant that Cherokees couldn't vote, sue, or own property. Essentially, they would be relegated to slavery. And so in one last desperate attempt the Cherokee took their grievance to the courts. In Worcester v. Georgia, a rather complicated case, the Supreme Court in a decision led by Chief Justice John Marshall ruled that the Cherokee must be protected on lands granted to them by federal treaty. Once again, Jackson saw a challenge, a conspiracy even, against his presidential authority. Jackson flouted the ruling. He claimed the federal government didn't have the power, ironically, to protect the five tribes. It was a state issue, he said. Furthermore, he removed sympathetic Indian agents from the territories and refused to use force to prevent mobs from attacking the natives. When the Cherokee pleaded with Jackson he responded, "You cannot remain where you now are. Circumstances that cannot be controlled, and which are beyond the reach of human laws, render it impossible that you can flourish in the midst of a civilized community." That, of course, was patently false. In the Bank War and the Nullification Crisis, Jackson demonstrated his total willingness to take a stand and use the levers of government to enforce his mandates. Had Jackson chosen to, he could have protected the tribes and enforced the existing statutes. Instead Jackson simply defied the law and snubbed the Supreme Court. Scoffing at Justice Marshall's ruling in Worcester v. Georgia, Jackson supposedly retorted that John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. This shocking statement constituted a veritable challenge to the very notion of separation of powers enshrined in the Constitution. The results for the five tribes were tragic. By 1838 the last Cherokee holdouts were evicted by federal troops and marched in harsh weather along the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma. It is estimated that 4,000 out of 12,000 Cherokee died en route. As for the less well-known case of the Creeks, perhaps 50% died during their deportation. Many of the Seminoles of Florida refused to leave and escaped to the Everglades. The U.S. Army would spend decades at war with this hardy tribe, lose thousands of men, and spend 10 times more money fighting the Seminoles than it had spent deporting the other 4 tribes combined. Indian removal was a bleak chapter in American history. It constituted what we would today term ethnic cleansing. Still, Apologists remain who claim that we today cannot judge the people of the 19th century because they didn't know better, or that was the culture back then. This is easily refuted by pointing out the millions of Americans who opposed the evictions even then. Consider the contemporaneous words of just two of their spokespersons. Henry Clay stated that the Indian Removal Act threatens to bring a foul and lasting stain upon the good faith, humanity, and character of the nation. Former President and then Congressman John Quincy Adams went further, declaring that Jackson's program was among the heinous sins of this nation, for which God will one day bring those responsible to judgment. Cues from above, the mob in the age of Jackson. The president is the direct representative of the American people. He was elected by the people and is responsible to them. Andrew Jackson. President Jackson regularly violated American law, violated basic civil liberties, and unleashed a storm of public turmoil. He empowered his coarse supporters and, one hopes inadvertently, stoked domestic violence on a massive scale. Jackson was pro-slavery and usually pro-states' rights, and abhorred the then small abolitionist movement. He called anti-slavery abolitionists monsters who stirred up the horrors of a civil war and deserved to atone for this wicked attempt with their lives. He asked a session of Congress to authorize federal censorship of abolitionist mail and even went so far as to order the Federal Postal Service to leave southbound abolitionist mail undelivered. Historian David Walker Howe has referred to this as the largest peacetime violation of civil liberty in U.S. history. Jackson's policies empowered anti-abolitionists, North and South, and helped unleash a storm of mob violence against these activists and, indeed, all anti-Jackson political groups. In 1834 a Jacksonian New York mob drove Whig Party observers away from a polling place. The next day a Whig parade was physically attacked. These events augured 3 years of such mob violence. Ethnic, racial, and religious animosities influenced these attacks, but free blacks and abolitionists were the most common targets. William Lloyd Garrison, a famous abolitionist, was nearly lynched and was saved only when the authorities held him in jail for his own protection. In New York City there was a 3-day riot in response to an African American celebration commemorating the date of slavery's abolition in the state. The mob violence was so pervasive that urban centers responded by forming the first modern police forces. These men initially lacked uniforms and were identifiable only by a copper badge, hence the nickname cops. This is a vital point. Most American police forces were formed not in response to a crime wave but rather on the heels of wide urban riots. These mobs were made up of Irish and German Catholic immigrants. The members of these groups tended to be staunch Democrats and were registered to vote by Democratic operatives as soon as they debarked their ships. Though poor and stigmatized, these immigrants learned to be white, were informed of their whiteness, and passionately enforced the system of racial caste in America. They may have been poor, they may have been Catholic, but at least they were white. It was not the first time a sentiment of this kind had been held in America. The riots were deadly, especially in the South. In 1835 79 Southern mobs killed 63 people, 68 Northern mobs killed 8. Thousands more were injured and millions of dollars in property damage inflicted. President Jackson didn't personally order this violence, of course, but the perpetrators were nearly always Jacksonians. He had whipped his supporters into such a fervor through his rough, often violent rhetoric that he must bear some responsibility for what followed. He also did little to squelch the violence. During the 1835 Washington, D.C., race riot, he called out federal troops but did not instruct them to protect free blacks, who were the main victims of the attacks. Jacksonian mobs reflected their leader in the era. All this represented the democratic tyranny of a white, male majority over weaker minorities and their social activist allies. Forever altered, the second-party system and the rise of modern American democracy. Give the people the power, and they are all tyrants as much as kings. Federalist Noah Webster, a critic of Jacksonian democratization. By 1834, Jefferson's Republican Party was permanently shattered. Jackson's Democratic Republicans took to calling themselves Democrats, while Clay and Adams's National Republicans chose to take the title of Whigs. The so-called second-party system had formed, the first system having been the split between Federalists and Republicans in the 1790s. It would last until the Civil War. The Whigs were an interesting lot, truly a coalition of many factions. What really held the Whigs together, though, was their abiding hatred of Jackson. It was during this second-party system that modern notions of political partisanship developed. The two sides loathed each other, and Americans were just about evenly split in their loyalties. Both the Whigs and Jacksonian Democrats had long-term effects on the United States political culture. Jackson's legacy was his party's public electioneering and the 5 Supreme Court justices he appointed. These Democratic judges, including Chief Justice Roger Taney, who would later author the infamous Dred Scott decision, would move the court in a pro-slavery, states' rights direction for a full generation. It's hard to judge these two parties by modern standards, as their positions were paradoxical. The Jacksonians did favor more white, male democratization but were completely illiberal on race and gender. The Whigs distrusted the will of the people and probably preferred the exclusion of some men from the political process, yet they were more tolerant in other ways and willing to protect the political rights of free blacks. Which was the better position? It's hard to know. Perhaps the Whig tendency toward the exclusion of poor whites was inexcusable. Then again, given the outcomes, perhaps they were right to fear the masses. What's certain is this: in the end the Jacksonian method of politics and campaigning had won out. Desperate to win the presidency, by 1840 the Whigs had begun trying to out-Jackson the Jacksonians. They held party conventions, publicly campaigned, and even sought to appeal to the common man. Indeed, in 1840 the Whigs succeeded in running a Jackson of their own. The victorious Whig candidate, William Henry Harrison, was himself a war hero, a veteran of the Battle of Tippecanoe, a successful engagement with Indians in the Old Northwest. He even had a catchy slogan, "Tippecanoe and Tyler too," a reference to John Tyler, the Whigs' vice presidential candidate. Furthermore, Whig cartoons labeled Harrison the hard cider, a popular alcoholic beverage, candidate and pictured him in front of humble, rustic log cabins. Here was the Whigs' own self-made man. It was a deception, of course. Harrison came from a wealthy planter family in Virginia and lived in a mansion. No matter, it worked, and the Whigs won their first election. Looking back from the 21st century, it is scary that the contemporary system of two major parties so closely resembles the fierce partisan divides of the Jacksonian era. After all, the division of American loyalties and inability of the two parties to work together led, within 3 decades, to a horrendous civil war. Jackson, like Donald Trump, was a remarkably divisive figure. He remains divisive among historians who still debate his legacy. Though Jackson was a compelling and popular figure, and counted numerous achievements, he was the first and only president to ever pay off the entire federal debt. His flaws were many. Try as apologist historians may, we cannot disentangle Jackson's white democratization from his legacy of Indian removal, slavery, racism, and mob violence. Indeed, white supremacy stood at the very center of Jacksonian democracy. By design, the many wore their skin color as a badge of honor and mark of superiority over the few, the lesser souls of America. In that way, ironically, Jackson and his acolytes achieved the dream of which wealthy Southern elites had dreamed since the founding of Jamestown, to tie the loyalties of poor whites with the prosperity and fortunes of their social betters. Most whites were now united behind a new identity of whiteness as Americanism and excluded women, blacks, and natives from the collective community. In the 21st century, as the U.S. body politic continues to grapple with issues of race, immigration, gender, and sexual orientation, and as this country elected to the presidency a man with a character remarkably similar to Andrew Jackson's, perhaps the time is right to assess the triumphs and ills of our great democratic experiment. But here's a word of warning: what you find in reassessing the American past may be disturbing. Andrew Jackson famously claimed that we should never believe that the great body of the citizens can deliberately intend to do wrong. Observing the reality of his time, and of our own, I'm not so sure. This much, however, is true: Jackson was many things, but he was dangerous. So, potentially, are all-powerful presidents, even, maybe especially, the popular ones. 12. 15. The fraudulent Mexican-American War. The United States of America conquered half of Mexico. There isn't any way around that fact. The U.S. regions most affected by illegal immigration, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, were once part of the Republic of Mexico. They would have remained so if not for the Mexican-American War, 1846-48. Those are the facts, but they hardly tell the story. Few Americans know much about this war, rarely question U.S. motives in the conflict, and certainly never consider that much of America's land, from sea to shining sea, was conquered. Many readers will dispute this interpretation. Conquest is the natural order of the world, the inevitable outgrowth of clashing civilizations, they will insist. Perhaps. But if true, where does the conquest end, and how can the United States proudly celebrate its defense of Europe against the invasions by Germany and the Soviet Union? This line of militaristic reasoning, one held by many senior conservative policymakers even today, rests on the slipperiest of slopes. Certainly nations, like individuals, must adhere to a certain moral code, a social contract of behavior. Resaca de la Palma, Texas, May 9, 1846. Painting commissioned by the U.S. Army. In the mid-19th century, American politicians and soldiers manufactured a war with Mexico, sold it to the public, and then proceeded to conquer their southern neighbor. They were motivated by dreams of cheap farmland, California ports, and the expansion of the cotton economy along with its peculiar partner, the institution of slavery. Our forebears succeeded, and they won an empire. In the process they lost something far more valuable in the moral realm. Mies remember the Alamo, Texas, and the road to war. We all know the comforting tale. It has been depicted in countless Hollywood films starring the likes of John Wayne, Alec Baldwin, and Billy Bob Thornton. Remember the Alamo. It remains a potent battle cry, especially in Texas, but also across the American continent. In the comforting tale, a couple hundred Texans, fighting for their freedom against a dictator's numerically superior force, lost a battle but won a war, inflicting such losses that Mexico's defeat became inevitable. Never, in this telling, is the word slavery or the term illegal immigration mentioned. There is no room in the legend for critical thinking or fresh analysis. But since the independence and acquisition of Texas caused the Mexican-American War, we must dig deeper and reveal the messy truth. Until 1836, Texas was a distant northern province of the new Mexican Republic, a republic that had only recently won its independence from the Spanish Empire, in 1821. The territory was full of hostile Indian tribes and a few thousand mestizos and Spaniards. It was difficult to rule and harder to settle, but it was indisputably Mexican land. Only, Americans had long had their eyes on Texas. Some argued that it was included. It wasn't, in the Louisiana Purchase, and Old Hickory himself, Andrew Jackson, wanted it badly. Indeed, his dear friend and protege Sam Houston would later fight the Mexicans and preside as a president of the nascent Texan Republic. 32 years before the Texan Revolution of Anglo settlers against the Mexican government, in 1803, Thomas Jefferson had even declared that the Spanish borderlands are ours the first moment war is forced upon us. Jefferson was prescient but only partly correct. War would come, in Texas in fact, but it would not be forced upon the American settlers. Others besides politicians coveted Texas. In 1819 a filibusterer, one who leads unsanctioned adventures to conquer foreign lands, an American named James Long, led an illegal invasion and tried but failed to establish an Anglo republic in Texas. Then, in 1821, Mexico's brand new government made what proved to be a fatal mistake. It opened the borders to legal American immigration. It did so to help develop the land and create a buffer against the powerful Comanche tribe of West Texas, but stipulated that the Anglos must declare loyalty to Mexico and convert to Catholicism. The Mexicans should have known better. The Mexican Republic abolished slavery in 1829, more than 3 decades before its enlightened northern neighbor. Unfortunately, nearly all the Anglo settlers, who were by now flooding into the province, hailed from the slaveholding American South and had brought along many chattel slaves. By 1830 there were 20,000 American settlers and 2,000 slaves compared with just 5,000 Mexican inhabitants. The settlers never intended to follow Mexican law or free their slaves, and so they didn't. Not really anyway. Most officially freed their black slaves and immediately forced them to sign a lifelong indentured servitude contract. It was simply American slavery by another name. After Santa Anna, Antonio de Padua Maria Severino Lopez de Santa Anna y Pérez de Lebrón, an authoritarian but populist president, seized power. His centralizing instincts and attempts to enforce Mexican policies, such as conversion to Catholicism and the ban on slavery, led the pro-autonomy Federalists in Texas, most of whom were Americans, to rebel. It was 1835, and by then there were even more Americans in Texas, 35,000, in fact, outnumbering the Hispanics nearly 10-1. Many of the new settlers had broken the law, entering Texas after Santa Anna had ordered the border closed, as was his sovereign right to do. What followed was a political, racial, and religious war pitting white supremacist Protestant Anglos against a centralizing Mexican republic led by a would-be despot. The Texan War of Independence, 1835-36, was largely fought with American money, American volunteers, and American arms, even then a prolific resource in the United States. The war was never truly limited to Texas, Tejanos, or Mexican provincial politics. It was what we now call a proxy war for land waged between the United States and the Mexican Republic. Furthermore, though Santa Anna was authoritarian, certain Texans saw him as their best hope for freedom. As Santa Anna's army marched north, many slaves along the Brazos River saw an opportunity and rebelled. Most were killed, some captured and later hanged. And while slavery was not, by itself, the proximate cause of the Texan rebellion, It certainly played a significant role. As the Mexican leader marched north with his 6,000 conscripts, one Texas newspaper declared that Santa Anna's merciless soldiery was coming to give liberty to our slaves, and to make slaves of ourselves. So once again, as in America's earlier revolution against Britain, white Americans clamored about their own liberty and feared to death that the same might be granted to their slaves. When Santa Anna's army was eventually defeated, the Mexican retreat gathered numbers as many slave escapees and fearful Hispanics sought their own version of freedom south of the Anglo settlements. Surely the most evocative image of the Texas War of Independence was the heroic stand of 180 Texans at the Alamo. Alamo has entered the American lexicon as a term for any hopeless, yet gallant, stand. And no doubt the outnumbered defenders demonstrated courage in their doomed stand. The slightly less than 200 defenders were led by a 26-year-old failed lawyer named William Barrett Travis and included the famed frontiersman Davy Crockett, a former Whig member of the U.S. House of Representatives. All would be killed. Still, the battle wasn't as one-sided or important as the mythos would have it. The defenders actually held one of the strongest fortifications in the Southwest, had more cannons than the attackers, and superior cannons, and were armed mainly with rifles that far outranged the outdated Mexican muskets. Additionally, the Mexicans were mostly underfed, undersupplied conscripts who often had been forced to enlist and had marched north some 1,000 miles into a difficult fight. Despite inflicting disproportionate casualties on the Mexicans, the stand at the Alamo delayed Santa Anna by only 4 days. Furthermore, despite the prevalent last stand imagery, at least 7 defenders, according to credible Mexican accounts long ignored, probably including Crockett himself, surrendered and were executed. None of this detracts from the courage of any man defending a position when outnumbered at least 10-1, but the diligent historian must reframe the battle. The men inside the Alamo walls were pro-slavery insurgents. As applied to them, Texan, in any real sense, is a misnomer. 2/3 were recent arrivals from the United States and never intended to submit to sovereign Mexican authority. What the Battle of the Alamo did do was whip up a fury of nationalism in the United States and cause thousands more recruits to illegally jump the border. Oh, the irony, and join the rebellion in Texas. Eventually, Santa Anna, always a better politician than a military strategist, was surprised and defeated by Sam Houston along the banks of the San Jacinto River. The charging Americans yelled "Remember the Alamo!" and sought their revenge. Few prisoners were taken in the melee, perhaps hundreds were executed on the spot. The numbers speak for themselves, 630 dead Mexicans at the cost of 2 Americans. It is instructive that the Mexican policy of no quarter at the Alamo is regularly derided, yet few north of the Rio Grande remember this later massacre and probable war crime. Still, Santa Anna was defeated and forced, under duress and probably pain of death, to sign away all rights to Texas. The Mexican Congress, as was its constitutional prerogative, summarily dismissed this treaty and would continue its reasonable legal claim on Texas indefinitely. Nonetheless, the divided Mexican government and its exhausted army were in no position, though attempts were made, to recapture the wayward northern province. Texas was free, and a thrilled, and no doubt proud, President Jackson recognized Houston's Republic of Texas on Old Hickory's very last day in office. Thousands more Americans flowed into the Republic over the next decade. By 1845 there were 125,000 mostly Anglo inhabitants and 27,000 slaves, that's more enslaved blacks than Hispanic natives. One result of the war was the expansion and empowerment of the American institution of slavery. Because of confidence in the inevitable spread of slavery, the average sale price of a slave in the bustling New Orleans human trafficking market rose 21% within 1 year of President John Tyler's decision to annex Texas during his final days in office in 1845. According to international law, Texas remained Mexican. Tyler's decision alone was tantamount to a declaration of war. Still, for at least a year, the Mexicans showed restraint and unhappily accepted the facts on the ground. American blood upon American soil? The specious case for war. It took an even greater provocation to kick off a major interstate war between America and Mexico. And that provocation came. In 1844, in one of the more consequential elections in U.S. history, a Jackson loyalist and slaveholder, James K. Polk, defeated the indefatigable Whig candidate Henry Clay. Clay preferred restraint with respect to Texas and Mexico. He wished instead to improve the already vast interior of the existing United States as part of his famed American system. Unfortunately for the Mexicans, Clay was defeated, and the fervently expansionist Polk took office in 1845. His election demonstrates the contingency of history. If Clay had won, war might have been avoided, slavery kept from spreading in the Southwest, and America spared a civil war. It was not to be. Just before Polk took office, a dying Andrew Jackson provided his protege, even nicknamed Young Hickory, the sage advice that would spark a bloody war: obtain it, Texas, the United States must, peaceably if we can, but forcibly if we must. In the end it was Polk who would order U.S. troops south of the disputed Texas border and spark a war. Still, the explanation for war was bigger than any one incident. A newspaperman of the time summarized the millenarian scene of fate pulling Americans westward into the lands of Mexicans and Indians. John L. O'Sullivan wrote, "It has become the United States' manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions." There was an American sense of mission, clear from the very founding of Puritan Massachusetts, to multiply and inhabit North America from ocean to ocean. Mexico and the few remaining native territories were all that stood in the way of American destiny by 1846. As the historian Daniel Walker Howe has written, manifest destiny served as both label and a justification for policies that might otherwise simply been called imperialism. Polk was, at least in terms of accomplishing what he set out to do, one of the most successful presidents in U.S. history. Two of his administrations declared great measures involved expansion, the settlement of the Oregon Territory with Britain, and the acquisition of California and a large district on the coast. Within 3 years he would have both and more. Interestingly, though, Polk wielded different tactics for each acquisition. First, Oregon, Britain and the United States had agreed to jointly rule this territory, which at that time reached north to the border with Alaska. Expansionist Democrats who coveted the whole of Oregon ran on the party slogan 54 degrees 40 or fight, a reference to the latitude at the top of the Oregon of that day, a line that marks today's southern border of the state of Alaska. In the end, however, Polk would not fight Great Britain for Canada. Instead he compromised, setting the modern boundary between Washington state and British Columbia. In his dealings with the much less powerful Mexicans, however, Polk took an entirely different, more openly bellicose approach. Here, it seems, he expected, if not preferred, a war. Was his compromise in Oregon reflective of great power politics? Britain remained a formidable opponent, especially at sea, or tainted by race and white supremacist notions about the weakness of Hispanic civilization? Historians still argue the point. What we can say is that many Democratic supporters of Polk delighted over the Oregon Compromise, for, as one newspaper declared, "We can now thrash Mexico into decency at our leisure." War it would be. In the spring of 1846, President Polk sent General Zachary Taylor and 4,000 troops along the border between Texas and Mexico. Polk claimed all territory north of the Rio Grande River despite the fact that the Mexican province had always established Texas's border farther north at the Nueces River. Polk wanted Taylor to secure the southerly of the two disputed boundaries, probably in contravention of established international law. No one should have been surprised, then, when in April a reconnaissance party of U.S. dragoons was attacked by Mexican soldiers south of the Nueces River. Polk, wily politician that he was, acted shocked upon hearing the news and immediately began drafting a war message, even though, in fact, his administration had been on the verge of asking Congress for a war declaration anyway. In the exact inverse of his negotiations with Britain over Oregon, Polk had made demands that Mexico sell California unrecognized Texan independence, that he knew would probably be rejected by Mexico City, and then sent soldiers where he knew they would probably provoke war. And oh, how well it worked. Indeed, Polk's administration had already set plans in motion for naval and land forces to immediately converge on California and New Mexico when the outbreak of war occurred. The U.S. Army and Navy complied and within a year occupied both Mexican provinces. Lest the reader believe that the local Hispanics were indifferent to the invasion, homegrown rebellions broke out, and were swiftly suppressed, in both locales. Polk got his war declaration soon after the fight in South Texas. In a blatant obfuscation, Polk announced to the American people that Mexico has passed the boundary of the United States, has invaded our territory, and shed American blood upon American soil. War exists, and notwithstanding all our efforts to avoid it, exists by the act of Mexico herself. He knew this to be false. So did many Whigs in the opposition party. Still, most obediently voted for war, fearing the hyper-nationalism of their constituents and remembering the drubbing Federalists had taken for opposing the War of 1812. In cowardly votes of 174 to 14 in the House, John Quincy Adams, the former president, was one notable dissenting vote, and 40 to 2 in the Senate, Congress succumbed to war fever. The small skirmish near the Nueces River was just a casus belli for Polk. America truly went to war to seize, at the very least, all of northern Mexico. General Winfield Scott and the defeat of Mexico. On the surface, the two sides in the Mexican-American War were unevenly matched. The U.S. population of 17 million citizens and 3 million slaves dwarfed the 7 million Mexicans, 4 million of whom were local Indians with minimal loyalty to the young republic. Their respective economies were even more lopsided, for America had emerged strong from its market and communications revolutions. Mexico had only recently gained its independence in 1821, and its political situation was fragile and fluctuating. The United States had existed independently for some 60 years and already had fought 2 wars with Britain and countless battles with Indian tribes. America was ready to flex its muscles. Many observers assumed the war would be easy and short. It was not to be. Most Americans underestimated the courage, resolve, and nationalism of Mexican soldiers and civilians alike. That the United States won this war, and most of the battles, was due primarily to superiority in artillery, leadership, and logistics. The U.S. Military Academy at West Point in New York had trained, and numerous Indian wars had seasoned, a generation of junior and mid-grade officers. Many of the lieutenants and captains who directly led U.S. Army formations in Mexico, think of Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, William T. Sherman, and James Longstreet, to name only a few, would serve, either for the North or the South, as general officers in the U.S. Civil War. Some of these officers involved in the Mexican-American War relished the glory of exotic conquest, others were horrified by a war they deemed immoral. It must be remembered that the U.S. Army that entered and conquered Mexico represented a slaveholding republic fighting against an abolitionist nation-state. Many Southern officers brought along slaves and servants on the quest to spread liberty to the Mexicans. Some of the enslaved took the opportunity to escape into the interior of a non-slaveholding country. The irony was astounding. President Polk's army was also highly politicized during the conflict. While the existing regular army officers tended to be Whigs in favor of internal improvements and centralized finance to the benefit of the military, all 13 generals that Polk appointed were avowed partisan Democrats. Polk's biggest fear, which would indeed come to fruition in the election of General Zachary Taylor as president in 1848, was that a Whiggish hero from the war he began would best his party for the presidency. When it became clear in 1846 that General Taylor's initial thrust south into the vast Mexican hinterland could win battles but not the war, General Winfield Scott, a hero of the War of 1812, was ordered to lead an amphibious thrust at the Mexican capital. Indeed, Scott's militarily brilliant operational campaign constituted the largest American seaborne invasion until D-Day in World War II. It took months of hard fighting and several more months of tenuous occupation, but Scott's attack effectively ended the war by late 1847. Still, conducting this war was extremely hard, indeed more difficult than it should have been, on both Taylor and Scott. This was due to President Polk's decision, reminiscent of George W. Bush's decision during the Iraq War, to cut taxes and wage war simultaneously. Indeed, General Scott became so short on troops and supplies that he decided to cut off his line of logistics and live off the land. This was a clever but risky maneuver that his subordinates, U.S. Grant and William T. Sherman, would remember and mimic in the U.S. Civil War. There was plenty of room for courage and glory on both sides of the Mexican-American War. It is no accident that the contemporary U.S. Marine Corps hymn speaks of the halls of Montezuma, or that several grandiose rock carvings of key battle names in Mexico unapologetically adorn my own alma mater at West Point. On the other side, the Mexican people still celebrate the gallant defense, and deaths, of 6 cadets, known as Los Niños Héroes, who manned the barricades of their own National Military Academy. Nevertheless there was, as there always is, an uglier, less romantic side of the conflagration. 9,207 men deserted the U.S. Army in Mexico, or some 8.3% of all troops, the highest ever rate in an American conflict and double that of the Vietnam War. Hundreds of Catholic Irish immigrant soldiers responded to Mexican invitations and not only deserted the U.S. Army but joined the Mexican Army, as the San Patricio, St. Patrick's, Battalion. Dozens were later captured and hanged by their former comrades. America's military also waged a violent, brutal war that often failed to spare the innocent. In northern Mexico, General Taylor's artillery pounded the city of Matamoros, killing hundreds of civilians. Indeed, Taylor's army of mostly volunteers regularly pillaged villages, murdering Mexican citizens for either retaliation or sport. Many regular army officers decried the behavior of these volunteers, and one officer wrote, "The majority of the volunteers sent here are a disgrace to the nation. Think of one of them shooting a woman while washing on the banks of the river, merely to test his rifle." Another tore forcibly from a Mexican woman the rings from her ears. In the later bombardment of Veracruz, American mortar fire inflicted on the elderly, women, or children 2/3 of the 1,000 Mexican casualties. Captain Robert E. Lee, who would later lead the Confederate Army in the U.S. Civil War, was horrified, commenting that my heart bled for the inhabitants. It was terrible to think of the women and children. It should come as little surprise, then, that when the U.S. Army seized cities, groups of Mexican guerrilla fighters, usually called rancheros, often rose in rebellion. Part of the U.S. effort in Mexico became a counterinsurgency. People rarely take kindly to occupation, and the mere presence of foreigners often generates insurgents. All told, the American victory cost the U.S. Army 12,518 lives, 7/8 of the deaths because of disease, due largely to poor sanitation. Many thousands more Mexican troops and civilians died. This aspect of the war, events that tarnish glorious imagery and language, is rarely remembered, but it would be wise if it were. Courageous dissent, Whigs, artists, soldiers, and the opposition to the Mexican-American War. War, as it does, initially united the country in a spirit of nationalism, but ultimately the war and its spoils would divide the U.S., nearly to its breaking point. Few mainstream Whigs, those of the opposition party, initially demonstrated the courage to dissent. They knew, deep down, that this war was wrong, but also remembered the fate of the Federalist Party, which had been labeled treasonous and soon disappeared due to its opposition to the War of 1812. Other Whigs were simply dedicated nationalists. The United States was their country, right or wrong. But there were courageous voices, a few dissenters in the wilderness. Some you know, others are anonymous, lost to history. All were patriots. Many were politicians, those entrusted with the duty to dissent in times of national error. Though only a dozen or so Whigs had the fortitude to vote against the war declaration in 1846, a few were vocal. One was Representative Luther Severance, who responded to President Polk's American blood on American soil fallacy by exclaiming that, "It is on Mexican soil that blood has been shed and that Mexicans should be honored and applauded for their manly resistance." Another was former President John Quincy Adams, who at the time was a member of the U.S. House from Massachusetts. He was the only person to serve in Congress after being president. It was Adams, we must remember, who as Secretary of State in 1821 had presciently warned Americans against foreign military adventures. "But she, America, goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy," he wrote, "for, were she to do so, the fundamental maxims of her policy would insensibly change from liberty to force, she might become the dictatress of the world." Adams had seen the Mexican War coming back in 1836, when his avowed opponent, President Andrew Jackson, considered annexation of the Texan Republic. Then, Adams had said, "Are you not large and unwieldy enough already? Have you not Indians enough to expel from the land of their fathers' sepulchre?" Another staunch opponent of the war was a little-known freshman Whig congressman from Illinois, a lanky fellow named Abraham Lincoln. As soon as he took his seat in the House, Lincoln rebuked President Polk's initial explanation for declaring war. The president, in his first war message of May 1846, Lincoln told his audience, "declares that the soil was ours on which hostilities were commenced by Mexico. Now I propose to try to show, that the whole of this, issue and evidence, is, from beginning to end, the sheerest deception." The future president would later summarize the conflict as a war of conquest fought to catch votes. And indeed it was. Prominent artists and writers also opposed the war, such people often do, and we should take notice of them. The transcendentalist writers Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson each took up the pen to attack the still quite popular conquest of Mexico. Thoreau, who served prison time, turned a lecture into an essay now known as Civil Disobedience. Emerson was even more succinct, declaring that the United States will conquer Mexico, but it will be as a man who swallowed the arsenic which brings him down in turn. Mexico will poison us. He couldn't have known how right he was. Arguments over the expansion of slavery in the land seized from Mexico would indeed take the nation to the brink of civil war in just a dozen years. One expects dissent from artists. These men and women tend to be unflinching and to demonstrate a willingness to stand against the grain, against even the populist passions of an inflamed citizenry. But, soldiers? Surely they must remain loyal and steadfast to the end, and so, too often, they are. Not so in Mexico. A surprising number of young officers, likely at the bombardment of Veracruz, despised the war. More than a few likely suffered from what we now call post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. One lieutenant colonel, Ethan Hitchcock, even attacked the justification for war. He wrote, "We have not one particle of right to be here. It looks as if the U.S. government sent a small force on purpose to bring on a war, so as to have the pretext for taking California and as much of this country as it chooses. Perhaps the most honest and self-effacing critique of the war came from a young subaltern named U.S. Grant, who would square off against his then-comrade R.E. Lee as commander of the Union Army in the Civil War. Grant, a future president and West Point graduate, wrote that he had horror of the Mexican War, only I had not the moral courage enough to resign. Finally, let us return to the powerful and unwavering dissent of John Quincy Adams, for the Mexican War, not his presidency, may constitute his finest hour. On February 21, 1848, the Speaker of the House called for a routine vote to bestow medals and adulation on the victorious generals of the late Mexican War. The measure passed, of course, but when the nays were up for roll call a voice from the back bellowed no. It was the 80-year-old former president. Adams then rose in an apparent effort to speak, but his face reddened and he collapsed. Carried to a couch, he slipped into unconsciousness and died 2 days later. John Quincy Adams was mortally stricken in the act of officially opposing an unjust war. That we remember the victories of the Mexican-American War but not Adams's dying gesture surely must reflect poorly on us and our collective remembrances. A long shadow cast, the Peace of 1848. From the war's start there was never any real question of leaving Mexico without extracting territory. Indeed, by late 1847 there was considerable Democratic support for taking the whole country. That the United States did not is due mainly to Polk's peace commissioner ignoring orders and his own firing to negotiate a compromise. But there was something else. Many Democrats from the South, who had applauded the war from the start, now flinched before the prospect of taking on the entirety of Mexico and its decidedly brown and Catholic population. There was inherent fear of racial mixing, racial impurity, and heterogeneity. John Calhoun, the political stalwart from South Carolina, even declared, "Ours is the government of the white man." And in 1848, Calhoun was right, indeed. Even the Wilmot Proviso, an attempt by a Northern congressman to forestall any conquest in Mexico, was tinged with racism. Representative David Wilmot called his amendment a white man's proviso, to preserve for free white labor a fair country, a rich inheritance, where the sons of toil, of my own race and own color, can live without the disgrace which association with Negro slavery brings upon free labor. Wilmot's proposal, unsurprisingly, never passed muster. But it nearly tore the Congress asunder, with Northern and Southern politicians at each other's throats. Northerners generally feared the expansion of slave states and of what they called slave power. The Whig Party itself nearly divided, and eventually would, into its Northern and Southern factions. Arguments about what land to seize from Mexico and what to do with it, should it be slave or free, would shatter the second-party system, of Whigs and Democrats, and take the nation one step closer to the Civil War many, like John Quincy Adams, had long feared. The Peace of 1848, known to history as the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, would cast a long shadow. In the end the United States expended more than 12,000 lives and millions of dollars to make a new colony of nearly half of Mexico, an area 2.5 times the size of France and including parts or all of the current states of California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. Much of the land remained heavily Hispanic for decades and effectively under military government for many years, New Mexico until 1912. The real losers were the Indian and Hispanic people of the new American Southwest. The United States gained 100,000 Spanish-speaking inhabitants after the treaty and even more Native Americans. Under Mexican law both groups were considered full citizens. Under American stewardship, race was a far more detrimental factor. The results were, despite supposed protections in the treaty, the seizure of millions of acres of Hispanic-owned land and, in California, Indian slavery and decimation as 150,000 natives dwindled to less than 50,000 in just 10 years of U.S. control. During the post-war period, California's governor literally called for the extermination of the state's Indians. This aspect of the war's end is almost never mentioned at all. Words matter, and we must watch our use of terms and language. Mexico hadn't invaded Texas, Texas was Mexico. Polk manufactured a war to expand slavery westward and increase pro-slavery political power in the Senate. Was, then, America an empire in 1848? Is it today? And why does the very term empire make us so uncomfortable? So what, then, are readers to make of this mostly forgotten war? Perhaps this much: it was as unnecessary as it was unjust. Nearly all Democrats supported it, and most Whigs simply acquiesced. Others, however, knew the war to be wrong and said so at the time. Through an ethical lens, the real heroes of the Mexican-American War weren't Generals Taylor and Scott but rather artists such as Henry David Thoreau, a former president, John Quincy Adams, and Abraham Lincoln, then an obscure young Illinois politician. There are many kinds of courage, and the physical sort shouldn't necessarily predominate. In this view, the moral view, protest is patriotic. Let me challenge you to think on this. Our democracy was undoubtedly achieved through undemocratic means, through conquest and colonization. Mexicans were just some of the victims, and, today, in the American Southwest, tens of millions of U.S. citizens reside, in point of fact, upon occupied territory. 16. A broken union. Shall I tell you what this collision means? They who think that it is accidental, unnecessary, the work of interested or fanatical agitators, mistake the case altogether. It is an irrepressible conflict between opposing and enduring forces, and it means that the United States must and will, sooner or later, become either entirely a slaveholding nation, or entirely a free labor nation. Senator William Seward of New York, 1858. It is difficult to achieve a full realization of how Lincoln's generation stumbled into a ghastly war. To suppose that the Union could not have been continued or slavery outmoded without the war, is hardly an enlightened assumption. If one questions the term blundering generation, let him inquire how many measures of the time he would wish copied or repeated if the period were to be approached with a clean slate and to be lived again. Historian J. G. Randall, 1940. The debate may never end. Was the coming of the American Civil War the result of some irrepressible conflict between North and South, or the result of a blundering generation of politicians? In other words, was the Civil War inevitable, or could it have been avoided? This historian, trained to eschew absolutes such as inevitability, still understands the pull of an irrepressible conflict argument. After all, slavery and its expansion had dominated much political debate ever since the Missouri Compromise of 1820. Furthermore, it is hard to imagine the United States remaining half slave and half free indefinitely. Then again, an intersectional two-party system had prevailed for decades and avoided war through compromise after compromise. Besides, truth be told, few Northern whites were actual humanitarians. Abolitionists remained a fringe movement, and most whites above the Mason-Dixon line were themselves highly racist and unconcerned with black rights. Seen in this light, perhaps war wasn't preordained. Tragic Prelude, 1937, by John Stoyart Curry. The only certainty is this: millions of human decisions, contingent, contextual actions, led this nation into a near-suicidal civil war, the largest conflict ever fought in this hemisphere before or since. Americans' penchant for conspiratorial thinking, concern for their own rights and liberties, and capacity for political tribalism made such a bloody conflict possible. Slavery was, undoubtedly, the proximate cause of the divide, the core issue at hand. Nonetheless, it was never so simple as an argument over the ethics or morality of the institution of slavery. The inconvenient truth is that the vast majority of whites, North or South, couldn't give a hoot about black civil rights in the 1850s. Outright abolitionists were often considered wacky extremists, out on the fringes of American politics. The issues at hand, though they centered on questions of slavery in one way or another, were often about power. Which way of life and labor would triumph in the West? Would slavery expand or slowly wither and die in the contained space of the Old South? Who would dominate the Congress, Northern or Southern, free or slaveholding representatives? Slavery, indeed, must be understood as America's original sin, a ticking time bomb sneaked into our Constitution for future generations to defuse. And for nearly a century political leaders succeeded in delaying the explosion through combinations of compromise and collective avoidance. If the fuse hadn't been finally lit in the 1850s, perhaps it would have a decade or two later, we cannot be sure. What seems apparent, though, is that after the massive conquests by the United States in the Mexican-American War, increasingly bellicose Southern leaders, out of fear of loss of their plantation way of life, pushed too far, too fast, and collapsed the existing two-party system. Then, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, a new Republican Party would form in opposition to the further expansion of slavery. For Southerners this was too much, and they made clear their intention to secede should a Republican win the presidency. Bluffs were called. Neither side flinched. Perhaps 1 million would die. A slave empire, the obsessive calls to expand the peculiar institution. Ever since the age of Jackson, the two primary political parties, Andrew Jackson's own Democrats and the opposition Whigs, were intersectional. In other words, they had Southern and Northern wings. Most arguments centered on banks, tariffs, federal improvements, and westward expansion. The peculiar institution of slavery was always an important issue, but it rarely tore the parties apart along sectional lines. Northern Democrats would usually side with their slaveholding Southern compatriots, and many Southern Whigs were slave owners themselves. The matter of the Mexican Cession, the land conquered from America's southern neighbor, and what to do with it would help shatter the intersectional system into increasingly regional political factions. Most Northerners, Whig and Democrat, were uncomfortable with the westward expansion of slavery. They thought such a spread would further empower Southerners in the Senate and compete with free labor in the Western territories. Southerners, Whig and Democrat, believed that slavery must expand or die. Cotton defined their economic system, and they feared that the slavery on which it depended would, if contained, eventually die or be outlawed by an increasingly populous North. Each side was scared of the other, but the Southerners were absolutely terrified by the prospect of loss of property, the overturning of their caste system, and racial mixing. That fear drove an obsessive penchant for slave expansion and fed the Northern narrative of Southern despotism. Southern overreach and overreaction led to the formation of a new pro-slavery ideology and a Southern chauvinism unparalleled in American history. Whereas many founders were themselves slave owners, most believed the institution to be a necessary, temporary evil that would eventually disappear. By the 1850s a new generation of planters turned this ideology on its head. Slavery, they said, was a necessary good and was superior to the wage slavery of Northern factory workers. James Hammond, a South Carolinian and a U.S. Senator from 1857 to 1860, famously espoused the sheer power of the American slave South, boasting that the slaveholding South is now the controlling power of the world. Cotton, rice, tobacco, and naval stores command the world. No power on earth dares to make war on cotton. Cotton is king. Southerners were so desperate to spread slavery that they took international law into their own hands, raising filibusterer, illegal and unsanctioned, armies to forcibly seize new territory. Many Southerners had long been obsessed with Spanish Cuba and its plentiful slave society. In 1851, William Crittenden, the prominent nephew of the federal attorney general, led some 400 volunteers in an unsuccessful invasion of Cuba. 50 filibusterers, including Crittenden, were captured and executed in Havana. Furthermore, the line between official and unofficial policy was less than clear. The administration of President Franklin Pierce had long expressed a desire to annex Cuba. In fact, in the wake of Pierce's election in 1852, young enthusiastic Democrats led torchlight parades while holding banners reading the fruits of the late Democratic victory, Pierce and Cuba. In an even more ambitious series of adventures, William Walker, perhaps the most famous filibusterer of all, sought, unsuccessfully, in 1853 to conquer Baja California and Sonora from Mexico, and then from 1855 to 1860 led several bloody invasions of Nicaragua in Central America. At one point, in spring 1856, with Walker at the helm of a Nicaraguan army that included 2,000, primarily Southern, Americans, the Pierce administration even temporarily granted diplomatic recognition to Walker's Nicaraguan government. Slavery, of course, had already been abolished in most of Latin America by this time. No matter, Walker soon legalized it again, in September 1856. Walker's invasion became a cause célèbre for Southerners desperate to increase the number of slave states, and hence slave state senators. One newspaper even proclaimed that in the name of the white race, Walker now offers Nicaragua to you and your slaves, at a time when you have not a friend on the face of the earth. By 1860, though, Walker's luck had run out, and he was executed by a Honduran firing squad. Pierce, though not himself a slaveholder, appeared to be totally controlled by the pro-slave South and capable of colluding with wild, illegal adventurers. Northerners in both major political parties were appalled by what they saw as madness, a veritable obsession to add more slave states to the Union. Northern Democrats faltered, Southern Whigs stood by their region, and the two-party system of old bent. And later, as official U.S. government policy began to appear to be under the control of the slave power, the system would break once and for all. The slave power conspiracy, truth and fiction. Each side, North and South, was by the 1850s convinced that the other was out to suppress its way of life and trample on its liberty. Free soil Northerners, those who wished to avoid the expansion of slavery and its damage to their own free labor, believed that a slave power sought to dominate the federal government. In this line of thinking, influential Southern aristocratic slaveholders wished to expand their slave labor system into the new Western territories and even into the North itself, where the institution would compete with the small farming and wage labor system that provided most Northerners' very livelihood. The minority slave power, it was believed, would accomplish this through domination of all three branches of the federal government and impose its will on the nation's northern majority. At the same time, Southerners, whether slaveholding or not, seemed to sincerely believe the polar opposite, that black Republicans were out to immediately abolish slavery, seize their chattel property, and impose racial equality and mixing on Southern society. Poor whites, most of whom had not a single slave, feared the latter as much as the largest plantation owners. After all, their white skin was a badge of honor in a racial caste system and gave them a leg up in highly stratified Southern society. Firebrands on either side whipped up their followers and encouraged conspiratorial thinking, this being, perhaps, a highly American propensity then and now. To the Northerners it appeared that each of the separate branches of federal power, one by one, had fallen under the sway of the slave power. It began with Congress. In 1850 a Democratic coalition pushed through the Fugitive Slave Act, requiring Northern authorities to turn over runaways to Southern slave owners. The irony of this struck deeply for Northerners, especially Whigs. For 3 decades or more, Democrats had argued against the expansion of federal power on one issue after another. Now, suddenly, they demanded what can be considered one of the most blatant expansions of federal authority in U.S. history. After all, under the conditions of the Fugitive Act, federal marshals could, and would, deputize any Northern citizens into slave-snatching posses. Then in 1854 the Democrats, with the help of the remaining Southern Whigs, passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which overturned the 30-year-old Missouri Compromise. In that famed system Missouri would be admitted as a slave state, but no further slave states could exist north of the 36 degrees 30 line of latitude. This essentially excluded slavery from the northwestern parts of the Louisiana Purchase, most of which had not yet been settled or admitted as states. Now, in the new act, popular sovereignty would reign and the inhabitants of these new territories could decide on their own if a state should be slave or free. The Missouri Compromise was dead, and, when all was said and done, so was the Whig Party, fractured for good between Southern and Northern factions on opposing sides of the bill. After the Kansas-Nebraska Act became law, Senator Truman Smith of Connecticut announced that the Whig Party has been killed off effectually by that miserable Nebraska business. Smith resigned from the Senate in disgust, but Southerners cheered the law. A new party would be formed, slowly at first, and then with a vengeance by a coalition of Northern Whigs, Democrats, and even contemptible know-nothings, anti-immigrant nativists. Kansas-Nebraska was a key tipping point. Abraham Lincoln, the former anti-war Whig, declared that the moral wrong and injustice of the act opened territory once close to slavery and thus put the institution on the high road to extension and perpetuity. Lincoln was more radical than most, admitting that the Negro is a man, but he and the vast majority of Republicans were decidedly not calling for the outright abolition of slavery, or for fully extending rights to blacks. They simply wished to limit the practice and keep a competing, slave-based economic system, and in some cases all blacks, out of their states. Furthermore, they feared the slave power minority that seemed to rule the government. So when the courts seemingly decided to sanction slavery in all states, yet another branch of government appeared subservient to the slave faction. Dred Scott lived most of his life in obscurity. But when he sued for his freedom on account of his having spent years with his former owner in Free State territory, he was propelled into the spotlight in the history books. Looking at the composition of the Supreme Court, it should have been obvious that Scott never stood a chance. The court, thanks to the many appointments of President Andrew Jackson years before, had an unelected Southern majority. 80-year-old Chief Justice Roger Taney, a Jacksonian devotee, thus wrote a 7-2 opinion that has gone down as probably the court's worst decision in its history. Taney could have just said that as a slave Dred Scott had no right to sue in federal court. That would have been deplorable enough. Instead he went further, much further, and, in the style of his generation of Southerners, ultimately overreached. Taney and 6 other justices ruled that Scott wasn't a citizen, then implied that no blacks, even freemen, could be. 30-year-old Missouri Compromise. In that famed system Missouri would be admitted as a slave state, but no further slave states could exist north of the 36 degrees 30 line of latitude. This essentially excluded slavery from the northwestern parts of the Louisiana Purchase, most of which had not yet been settled or admitted as states. Now, in the new act, popular sovereignty would reign and the inhabitants of these new territories could decide on their own if a state should be slave or free. The Missouri Compromise was dead, and, when all was said and done, so was the Whig Party, fractured for good between Southern and Northern factions on opposing sides of the bill. After the Kansas-Nebraska Act became law, Senator Truman Smith of Connecticut announced that the Whig Party has been killed off effectually by that miserable Nebraska business. Smith resigned from the Senate in disgust, but Southerners cheered the law. A new party would be formed, slowly at first, and then with a vengeance by a coalition of Northern Whigs, Democrats, and even contemptible know-nothings, anti-immigrant nativists. Kansas-Nebraska was a key tipping point. Abraham Lincoln, the former anti-war Whig, declared that the moral wrong and injustice of the act opened territory once closed to slavery and thus put the institution on the high road to extension and perpetuity. Lincoln was more radical than most, admitting that the Negro is a man, but he and the vast majority of Republicans were decidedly not calling for the outright abolition of slavery, or for fully extending rights to blacks. They simply wished to limit the practice and keep a competing, slave-based economic system, and in some cases all blacks, out of their states. Furthermore, they feared the slave power minority that seemed to rule the government. So when the courts seemingly decided to sanction slavery in all states, yet another branch of government appeared subservient to the slave faction. Dred Scott lived most of his life in obscurity. But when he sued for his freedom on account of his having spent years with his former owner in Free State territory, he was propelled into the spotlight in the history books. Looking at the composition of the Supreme Court, it should have been obvious that Scott never stood a chance. The court, thanks to the many appointments of President Andrew Jackson years before, had an unelected Southern majority. 80-year-old Chief Justice Roger Taney, a Jacksonian devotee, thus wrote a 7-2 opinion that has gone down as probably the court's worst decision in its history. Taney could have just said that as a slave Dred Scott had no right to sue in federal court. That would have been deplorable enough. Instead he went further, much further, and, in the style of his generation of Southerners, ultimately overreached. Taney and 6 other justices ruled that Scott wasn't a citizen, then implied that no blacks, even freemen, could be candidate. Professor John Earl. I live in Lawrence, Kansas, a uniquely progressive city on the prairie and home of the University of Kansas. There are about 90,000 year-round residents and some 30,000 students when school is in session. Just a few miles down the road is the tiny town of Lecompton, which has a population of less than 1,000. Once, some 150 years ago, they were the poles, one pro and one anti-slavery, of a guerrilla war. Arguably, it is in Kansas, in 1854, that the American Civil War. When Kansas opened to new settlement, with the Kansas-Nebraska Act and concept of popular sovereignty in place, conflict was nearly certain. Pro-slavery men, desperate to spread the practice, and avoid their state being surrounded on 3 sides by free states, flooded over the border from Missouri and brought slaves, and guns. Though Eastern abolitionists from the New England Emigrant Aid Society, led by Amos Lawrence, the city's namesake, promoted anti-slavery settlement, at least initially the flood of Missourian bushwhackers into Kansas was stronger in numbers. As time went on, though, both sides realized that free state anti-slavery men would predominate among the wave of new settlers. Knowing this to be the case, the Missourian border ruffians tried to push through a pro-slavery territorial delegate to Congress and to enshrine a pro-slavery state constitution. They used tactics that were legal, extra-legal, and even violent to win the early rounds of this political conflict. The Missourians simply hated the Free Staters, especially the devout abolitionists among them, whom they saw as sanctimonious Yankees unhinged by their love for blacks. The pro-slavery men had no qualms about taking up arms. One of their early leaders instructed the Missourians to mark every scoundrel among you that is the least tainted with free soilism, or abolitionism, and exterminate him. By the fall of 1855 the bona fide Free State residents outnumbered the anti-slavery men. No matter, the Missourians created their own territorial legislature in Lecompton, standing in contrast with an unofficial Free State legislature in Topeka, and sent 5 cannons and 1,500 men to lay siege to the Free State stronghold of Lawrence. Though the territorial governor initially cooled tensions, months later the posse entered Lawrence and burned it to the ground. The sack of Lawrence resonated eastward and inflamed passions on both sides. In the minds of Northern Republicans, the Pierce administration had proved itself impotent and unwilling to enforce the law or majority rule in the territory. One loquacious senator, Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, made a 2-day-long address titled "The Crime Against Kansas." He excoriated the Pierce administration, the Missourians, and his Southern colleagues who defended them. He named names and criticized individual congressmen. 2 days later Representative Preston Brooks, the cousin of one of those Sumner had denounced, approached Sumner in the nearly empty Senate chamber and battered him over the head more than 30 times with a gold-headed cane. Southerners applauded. Braxton Bragg, a former Army officer and future Confederate general, wrote that the House should vote a thanks to Brooks because you can reach the sensibilities of such dogs only through their heads and a big stick. From all over the South, Brooks was sent notes of congratulation, along with dozens of new canes. His only real punishment was a $300 fine levied by a district court. Sumner's injuries were serious. His head was split open, and his injuries, along with mental wounds left by the beating, would keep him away from the Senate for most of the next 4 years. Even before the attack on the Senate floor, Republicans had taken to calling the war out West Bleeding Kansas. Now Bleeding Sumner joined the list of wrongs the Northerners counted against their Southern neighbors. The Congress was now, quite literally, divided into two armed camps as members took to carrying pistols to work. After Bleeding Sumner and the sack of Lawrence, the guerrilla war in Kansas escalated and the Free Staters struck back. Living in Kansas was John Brown, a 56-year-old radical abolitionist with 20 children, many guns, and an Old Testament temperament. He declared that the time for passivity was over, that Free Staters must fight fire with fire, and strike terror in the hearts of the pro-slavery people, and that something must be done to show these barbarians that we, too, have rights. Brown had a plan in mind. Calculating that 5 Free Staters had thus far been murdered by the bushwhackers, he and 4 of his sons abducted 5 pro-slavery men, who had nothing to do with the murders, from their cabins near the Pottawatomie Creek and proceeded to split open their skulls with broadswords. It is hard, no matter how sympathetic his cause, not to compare John Brown and his followers, Bible in hand along with broadsword, to the ghastly showmanship of Islamic State executioners. Certainly, pro-slavery settlers saw Brown as a radical extremist. Not everyone agreed, and the entire country divided on the case of Brown, who would be captured, tried, and, on December 2, 1859, hanged, and the Bleeding Kansas conflict. Ralph Waldo Emerson went so far as to say after Brown's sentencing that he was a saint, whose martyrdom will make the gallows as glorious as the cross. The war didn't end with Brown's execution, not by a long shot. A guerrilla war that took hundreds of lives raged on and off for the next 4 years. In fact, once the Civil War began outright in 1861, the fighting would continue along the borders of Kansas and Missouri until 1865, a decade's worth of combat. History, at least superficially, is alive in Lawrence. A customer can order John Brown ale from a local brewery or drink a cocktail at the John Brown Underground Bar. University of Kansas students have been known to display images of John Brown holding an NCAA championship trophy instead of a Bible. Even the university mascot, the fabled Jayhawk, is a reference to the anti-slavery Jayhawk or guerrilla militia. Across the state line, University of Missouri sports fans can purchase t-shirts that say "Quantrill is my homeboy," a reference to the Confederate bushwhacker leader responsible for the burning of Lawrence and execution of most of its male, anti-slavery population. As it recedes into history, the Bleeding Kansas or border war issue that so inflamed the passions of an entire nation in the 1850s still resonates in this regional pocket of America. John Brown, a veritable hero in Lawrence, would leave his Kansas stomping grounds and bring his guerrilla war to a climax in Virginia. He always had millenarian, if fatalistic, aspirations. He, along with some of his sons and a few other supporters, seized the Federal Army arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, where, under Brown's scheme, they would distribute the weapons to foment a slave uprising up and down the East Coast. This was a crazy plan, more dream than reality, and of course it failed miserably. In the attempted seizure the local slaves did not revolt, and the white townspeople violently turned on Brown's band. 8 of his party, including 2 of his sons, were killed, and the survivors, including Brown, blockaded themselves in a thick-walled building to make a last stand. That night a company of U.S. Marines led by 2 Army officers, Robert E. Lee and Jeb Stuart, both future Confederate generals, used battering rams to storm the building. Losing one of their own, the Marines killed 2 of the attackers and captured the rest, including the wounded John Brown. It was as though Brown knew all along that he would fail and die as a result. He seemed stoic before the court, stating, "If it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood further with the blood of my children and with the blood of millions in this slave country whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done." He was, of course, found guilty. As he was led to the gallows, Brown handed a scribbled note to a guard. It read, "I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land can never be purged away but with blood." He would be proved correct. The Electoral Revolution of 1860, Abraham Lincoln and the coming of war. The Republican Party was ever so young at the time of the presidential election of 1856. Its candidate, a famed Western adventurer named John C. Fremont, would lose to pro-South Pennsylvania Democrat James Buchanan. Americans voted largely according to the region in which they lived, and maps showing the results of the 1856 election foreshadowed the full sectional split to come. The rhetoric of the opposing sides had been extremely polarizing. Democratic papers published articles claiming that Fremont's black Republicans would turn loose millions of Negroes, to elbow you in the workshops, and compete with you in the fields of honest labor. Another group of Democrats paraded girls in white dresses holding banners that read, "Fathers, save us from nigger husbands." It was a less than conclusive election, even though the electoral vote wasn't very close. Fremont received 33% of the popular vote but carried all of New England and much of the upper Midwest. The Republican Party was a non-factor in the South, sometimes not even appearing on the ballot. Buchanan received 45% of the popular vote. The anti-immigrant Know-Nothings garnered 22% and split much of the Middle States vote, but carried the South. When the Know-Nothings dissipated and the Republicans strengthened their party, it was certain the election of 1860 would be formative, perhaps even revolutionary. It was uncertain whether the Union could hold. In the 1860 campaign, the Deep South Democrats played the same game they had rolled out for 1856, arguing that, 1. The black Republicans would unleash their slaves in a regime of misogyny, and 2. If Lincoln were elected, the slave states would be forced to secede. This tactic had worked in 1856, scaring many Northern Democrats, and former Whigs, into supporting Buchanan. Then again, most Republicans didn't take seriously the Southern threats of secession. They should have. Something was profoundly different in 1860. The Southern Democrats once again overreached, insisting that the Democratic Party platform include a slave code for the Western territories that would enshrine forever their right to expand slavery as an institution. When the Northern Democrats refused, the Southerners walked out and formed a new Southern Democratic Party, which nominated Vice President John C. Breckinridge of Kentucky as their presidential candidate. The Northern Democrats stuck with Illinois' Stephen Douglas, and, in a desperate attempt to forestall crisis, old Whigs and conservatives in the Upper South formed a constitutional Union party, nominating John Bell of Tennessee, which took no stand on the slavery question and instead pleaded for caution and preservation of the Union. With the Democratic vote split three ways, it became a possibility that Lincoln could win by simply carrying the northern states in a straight sectional vote. And indeed he would. He didn't even appear on the ballot in the Deep South. Before Election Day, however, the Southern Democrats pounded the Republicans with propaganda and leveled threats of secession and racial revolution. Lincoln was elected by men who were Northern and white. The Republicans actually took pains to present themselves as the white man's party, for it was they said, who wanted to exclude slavery, and by extension blacks, from their states and territories. Thus, no matter how hard we try, it would be inappropriate to paint the 1860 election as one between civil rights Republicans and slave/segregation Democrats. What actually happened was this: an honest, incorruptible candidate, Lincoln, who was somewhat more progressive on race and slavery, won only 40% of the popular vote but carried an electoral majority by winning the entire North. The Southerners, then, acted the sore loser and seceded without even giving Lincoln a chance to govern. From their perspective, the three candidates who were more amenable to slavery had won a majority, 60%, of the popular vote, and thus Lincoln lacked a mandate. True enough, but he had won a constitutional majority, and, in the end, we must remember that it was the South that seceded, the South that insisted on the evacuation of federal military installations, and, ultimately, the South that fired the first shots on their American brothers in Fort Sumter, South Carolina. By early 1861 it was clear, there would be war. John Brown had been right. It is impossible to know if war could have been avoided. What seems certain is that there were many blunders committed on both sides, though more by the insecure, alarmist, and chauvinistic South. Believing the Yankees would back down, the Southerners pushed and pushed and pushed again, wanting to have their cake and to eat it too. The call for a slave code, though, would prove to be a step too far. In the 1850s the functions of the federal government all became highly politicized and regional, crippling the bureaucracy and the sense of national union. By 1860 all three branches of government were seen as highly suspect. Congress became deadlocked on key votes between Northern and Southern factions that were increasingly fanatical. At times the armed parties nearly came, or did come, to blows on the floors of the House and Senate. Two weak presidents, Pierce and Buchanan, refused, despite their constitutional prerogative, to enforce federal law in Kansas. They folded to the South time and again, derelict in their duty. And of course the Supreme Court lost the trust of at least half of the population, the northern half, when the Dred Scott decision made it appear tainted by partisanship. It is difficult not to feel a similar foreboding about our national divisions in the modern day. If the 1850s teach us nothing else, it is that terrible things happen when tribally divided political factions bring the mechanisms of federal rule to a standstill. 17. The Second American Civil War, the slow, Perilous shift to emancipation. My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave I would do it, and if I could save it by freeing all the slaves I would do it, and if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone I would also do that. What I do about slavery, and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. President Abraham Lincoln in a letter to the abolitionist Horace Greeley, August 22, 1862. It is nearly impossible to illustrate the magnitude of the American ordeal of civil war. It is not just the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians killed, but the fact that this war, perhaps more than any other, utterly transformed the United States. The bookshelves simply overflow with fascinating military histories of the conflict, and I'll leave that part of the story to their distinguished authors. Rather, let us here examine how, in the course of just 4 years, the war moved from being dedicated solely to the preservation of the Union to becoming a war of liberation to emancipate slaves. How, in other words, did President Lincoln move from his above quote, declaring that he would do nearly anything with the slaves, including leaving them in bondage, to preserve the Union, to the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 and, eventually, the 13th Amendment constitutionally abolishing slavery in 1865. What's certain is that Lincoln himself may have transformed, for both tactical and moral reasons, as a brutal war moved him squarely into the abolitionist camp. This is perhaps the most profound tale of this horrific war, the one with the most transformative effects. The myth of Union invincibility. It's often said that the North held all the strong economic, political, and military cards at the start of this war. And indeed it did, on paper. The Union states had the vast majority of the white population, 9/10 of the manufactured goods, 7/10 of the miles of railroad tracks, 9/10 of the merchant ships, and 7/10 of the grain production. The North also received most of the country's annual immigration and had 8/10 of the nation's banking flow. By these measures it seemed the South didn't stand a chance. But a closer look narrows the gap between the two belligerents. The North had essentially no army, its paltry regiments were mostly spread across the vast western interior fighting Indians. Furthermore, some of the most able U.S. Army officers, think of Robert E. Lee, T.J. Stonewall Jackson, and James Longstreet, quickly resigned their commissions and joined the new Confederate Army. That army, of course, was mobilized rather quickly because it had a head start. After John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859, spooked Southerners from Virginia to Texas formed militias to stave off perceived threats of slave rebellion. Many of these local militiamen would form the core of the future Confederate armies. Perhaps the biggest equalizer, however, was the matter of opposing war aims. The Union could win only if it conquered and occupied much of the South. A win for the South, on the other hand, meant simply not losing. This is a much easier, and defensive, task. The Union could count on long supply lines, which had to be guarded, and frequent guerrilla attacks by the Confederates at its rear. The South fought on familiar turf and with much shorter supply lines. And the population numbers were themselves deceptive. Though the North counted 7/10 of the white population, the South counted nearly 4 million slaves. These laborers kept the Southern agrarian economy churning and freed up millions of potential soldiers for the Confederacy. Conversely, Northerners, out of fear of crippling their economy, couldn't mobilize nearly so high a percentage of the workforce. Many residents of the South also argued that its rural population was more martial and effective than the supposedly effete Yankees. Some even claimed that just a single Southerner could whoop 10 Yankees. Though the South met early battlefield success and was generally better led during the war's early campaigns, such conceited proclamations would be proved wrong. It turned out that there was enough, often foolhardy, valor on both sides, as men killed and died with a discipline that is shocking to the modern reader. In the end nothing was inevitable, neither Union victory nor Southern defeat, but by 1862 one thing seemed certain: it was to be a long, hard war. For Union, Lincoln walks the high wire. 1861–62 President Lincoln was obsessed with Kentucky. He had been born there, but there was far more to it. After all, not every slave state had seceded. Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware stayed in the Union, in some cases only just. Lincoln knew he needed to keep the so-called border states on the Union side, or at least neutral. Many lateral, east-west, railroad lines ran through the western border states and would be vital to shifting troops from theater to theater. Maryland and Delaware, along with already seceded Virginia, surrounded the Union capital, Washington, D.C. The president's very safety was at stake. So it was that Lincoln's desire to keep the border states in the Union informed the president's strategic thinking in the war's first year. Lincoln had to downplay the abolitionist sentiments of his Republican Party and reassure Northern Americans, most of them wildly racist, that this war was for Union, not a crusade against slavery. In keeping with this strategy, in the war's early months most Union commanders were ordered to return runaway slaves and enforce the Southerners' rights to their property. Lincoln didn't want and, he thought, couldn't afford a crusade. What was needed was a quick victory, and a limited war that didn't too badly damage Southern property or increase border state sympathy for the Confederacy. Initially, Lincoln called for only 75,000 three-month volunteers, and this is telling. One grand victory in the seizure of the Confederate capital in nearby Richmond, Virginia, might just end the war in one fell swoop. Of course, it was not to be. The Green Union Army was outgunned and, ultimately, outfought at the July 1861 Battle of Bull Run, near Manassas Junction, Virginia, and fled back to the District of Columbia in disarray. In Tennessee and Mississippi an unknown, disheveled general named Ulysses S. Grant, who had failed in most of life's endeavors and been cashiered from the regular army years before for drunkenness, met with more success. Still, the rebels had generally acquitted themselves well in the war's early years. It was to be a long war. Union strategy would have to change. As Lincoln wrote, "We must change tactics or lose the game." It was time to strike the economic and cultural heart of the Confederacy, the institution of slavery. As he died to make men holy, let us die to set men free, emancipation comes at last. Lincoln was stuck between political forces. The opposition Democrats in the North were decidedly against emancipation of the slaves, as was much of the Northern population, especially Irish immigrants. His own Republicans, especially the radical wing, on the other hand, were becoming frustrated with Union military defeats and Lincoln's unwillingness to attack slavery. But Lincoln was personally edging ever closer to the radical position, for reasons of military necessity. Congress, in July of that year, had passed the Confiscation Act of 1862, which held that Union military officers were no longer obliged to return runaways to Southern slaveholders. Congress knew, as did Lincoln and his commanders, that slavery was the core of the Southern war machine. Slaves dug trenches, built forts, raised crops, and enabled millions of white men to head to the battlefront. Something had to be done to strike a blow to the South's war-making capacity. An attack on slavery seemed to be just the thing. Unfortunately, Lincoln felt he first needed a battlefield victory before issuing an Emancipation Proclamation. And for a year his armies in the vital Eastern Theater had known nothing but defeat, at Bull Run, the Peninsula Campaign, the Shenandoah Valley, and Second Bull Run. Then in September 1862 the effective, victorious Confederate General Robert E. Lee took his Army of Northern Virginia northward and invaded Maryland. He hoped to turn Maryland into a rebel state, gain international recognition for the Confederacy, and, perhaps, end the war. On September 17, 1862, at Antietam Creek, Lee was just barely defeated and forced back into Virginia. Though the ever-cautious Union Commander General George B. McClellan had failed to trap and destroy or at least meaningfully pursue Lee's army despite having found a misplaced copy of the Confederate battle plan, Lincoln had the victory he needed. Soon afterward, he issued probably one of the most profound, questionably legal, and consequential executive edicts of all time, the Emancipation Proclamation. It declared that on January 1, 1863, all slaves held in the rebellious states were then, thenceforward, and forever free. So, how many slaves did Lincoln free in January 1863? 0. The edict didn't touch the slaves in border states. Lincoln still needed to keep these states in the Union, and applied only to slaves in regions actively in rebellion. Of course, the Confederates reigned in these areas and weren't about to free their slaves. In the end the proclamation was a war measure, not a humanitarian decree. But it did change one thing: the Union Army would transform overnight into an army of liberation wherever it marched. This much, too, is certain: there would have been no Emancipation Proclamation had the war not lasted so long and turned so bloody. It was the death of whites by the tens of thousands that convinced the Union to free the blacks. The irony, of course, was that if the Union had won at Bull Run, or if General McClellan had seized Richmond in July 1862, as he nearly did, then the war might have ended with slavery intact. After all, emancipation was not yet a stated war aim, and it is likely that a coalition of Southerners, border staters, and Northern Democrats would have negotiated reunion without emancipation. Who knows how long slavery might then have persevered in the American South? Who, really, freed the slaves? Ask an American on the street today who freed the slaves, and 9 times out of 10 the answer will be Abe Lincoln, of course. But that's not strictly true. Lincoln did claim to generally abhor the institution of slavery, But he was extraordinarily cautious in its abolition. His Emancipation Proclamation didn't free a single slave on the day it took effect. And it wasn't just military necessity that had provoked the decision. From the earliest days of the war, the slaves, if not the northern whites, were totally sure this was a war for abolition. By the tens of thousands they risked their lives to escape to Union lines. They placed the question of emancipation, of what exactly was to be done with these contrabands of war, as the slaves were termed, on the agenda of the Union Army and, by extension, the U.S. government. How this process worked can be made clear with a simple vignette, undoubtedly repeated thousands of times during the war. A family of runaway slaves, man, woman, and child, escapes a plantation and enters Union-held territory. They meet a lowly private on guard duty. The soldier is no abolitionist, heck, he has probably never met many black people. He certainly doesn't see them as his equal. Still, he catches the look in the poor child's eyes and doesn't want to be responsible for turning these slaves away. So he asks his lieutenant what to do, who asks the captain, who asks the colonel, who asks the general, who eventually asks President Lincoln. What exactly is the policy of the U.S. government toward these human contrabands? The question becomes public, is debated in Congress, on the streets, in countless taverns. The Emancipation of Negroes, 1863, by Thomas Nast. Most standard histories ignore this facet of the war and deny agency to the millions of enslaved black people, most of whom are portrayed as victims and then grateful beneficiaries. Only they were so much more. Seen in this light, it was the slaves, through their many thousands of dangerous escapes, who freed themselves, by flooding the Union Army lines both before and after the famed Emancipation Proclamation. With their civil liberties, the Civil War probably did more to expand federal and presidential power than any other war in American history. Although both the Union and Confederacy were republics and ostensible democracies, each soon found that exigencies of war would force them to curtail civil liberties and centralize governance. The latter was particularly ironic in the states' rights-obsessed South. Lincoln, in response to anti-conscription and anti-war riots, called out the army in more than a few cities, suspended habeas corpus, and imprisoned many anti-war figures. He even banished one Ohio politician to the South. Some of these measures have been, rightfully, criticized by later scholars. But context matters. Lincoln had a war to win, political enemies at his rear, and an army that had known mostly defeat for 2 full years. Furthermore, the draft riots were a genuine threat and a reflection of Northern racism, and unhappiness about fighting for black freedom, especially among the Irish. For example, in the New York riots of July 1863, angry mobs attacked blacks throughout the city, killing more than 100 and prompting Lincoln to call in federal troops fresh from the Battle of Gettysburg to suppress the 5-day melee. Lincoln's critics, who took to calling him King Abraham, a Caesar, and a tyrant, remained angry throughout the war. They resented the implementation of a military draft, the first of its type, his transformation of the war into one of emancipation, declarations of martial law, and his suspension of civil liberties. However, the American people, by and large, stood by Lincoln and gave him a surprising victory in his bid for re-election in 1864. The actions of Confederate President Jefferson Davis were even more ironic. His was a republic supposedly founded on states' rights and in opposition to centralized control. And yet it was the Confederacy that first passed a conscription law and drafted its white population into military service. Interestingly, a 20-Negro law exempted substantial slaveholders from conscription, resulting in opposition by some to what was called a rich man's war and poor man's fight. The government in Richmond could temporarily commandeer slaves for war labor. Furthermore, high taxation, which the Southern Democrats supposedly abhorred, combined with food shortages to cause notorious bread riots in Richmond and mass desertions from the South's armies. In some regions, deserters and draft dodgers formed armed militias that essentially ruled certain counties as independent nations. The story was the same, North and South, as it often is, military necessity and a long, bloody war curtailed individual freedom. Carnage, waging the Civil War. It was a bloodbath. From start to finish, thousands upon thousands of Americans, clad in blue or gray, fell dead or maimed on the field of battle. Few had predicted such a massive bloodletting. After all, this was to be a 90-day war. Instead, it lasted more than 4 years. The American Civil War was by far the costliest in American history. Some 600,000 died, if not more, equivalent to more than the American fatalities of the 2 world wars taken together. On a single day at the Battle of Antietam, September 17, 1862, more men were killed and wounded on both sides than in all previous American wars. More Union men became casualties that day than the number that would fall on D-Day in 1944. The primary cause of all this death and destruction, besides the devotion of both sides, was the rifled musket. In previous wars the United States and other belligerents generally used smoothbore muskets, which were far less accurate. Rifling a musket increased its range and accuracy fourfold and made defense the far stronger tactical position. The rifle also decreased the offensive value of artillery, as gunners could now be picked off when the cannons were brought forward. Furthermore, traditional cavalry charges became a thing of the past, since bullets took down horses and riders long before they could reach the infantrymen's lines. Still, there was more to it than mere technology. The tactics of this war had not yet caught up with the technological advances. Most officers on both sides, trained in Napoleonic tactics at West Point, preferred the offensive to the defensive. They were taught to be aggressive and to seek out and destroy the enemy's main force. Few recognized the transformational power of the rifle soon enough to stray from the close order column tactics of the Napoleonic Wars, and they marched their men straight into the deadly maelstrom of enemy fire. Though often misguided, these officers were brave, there is no question. Colonels and generals led from the front, and in the Civil War a general was more likely to be killed than a private. The inverse has tended to be true ever since. By war's end, after years of failure to recognize the tactical revolution that had been unleashed, both sides had shifted to entrenchments and defensive fortifications. Unfortunately, by then hundreds of thousands had fallen in foolish close-order charges. We are men, black soldiers in the Civil War. Once let the black man get upon his person the brass letters US, let him get an eagle on his button, and a musket on his shoulder, and bullets in his pocket, and there is no power on earth or under the earth which can deny that he has earned the right of citizenship in the United States. A speech by abolitionist and former runaway slave Frederick Douglass at National Hall in Philadelphia, July 6, 1863. Few could have imagined it. Most Southerners and plenty of Northerners couldn't have foreseen the mass arming of blacks and their service in the armies of the Federal Republic. But this is exactly what occurred, as early as 1862, when Congress gave its approval. The decision was driven by two main forces: 1. Military necessity and, 2. The clamoring of blacks and runaway slaves themselves to serve the Union. And enlist they did, in record numbers. Though just 1% of the pre-war Northern population, blacks eventually constituted 10% of Union Army volunteers. Furthermore, 85% of the North's of age black population enlisted. All told, by war's end 180,000 black soldiers would serve the Union. They were paid less than white soldiers, treated poorly by many white troopers, served under white officers, and were initially kept behind the lines for humiliating menial labor. Still, the valor of the black troops cannot be overestimated. By 1865, 20% of the 180,000 black soldiers had died, a casualty rate much higher than among their white brothers in arms. Many black soldiers came from the border states, for enlisting in the Army was the only sure way to freedom in regions where slavery remained legal after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. Tens of thousands of others were runaways, only recently held in bondage. These men knew exactly what they were fighting for. The war was no abstraction for a runaway slave. In the Army they could contribute to a victory they hoped would bring their permanent salvation. They also found many other things in the Army: the dignity of service, a transformation of their self-image, and, among some at least, a new respect in the collective national opinion. Still, serving in a black regiment was dangerous for soldier and officer alike. The Confederates were appalled by the sight of blacks armed and in uniform. Some Confederate units refused to take black prisoners and had a policy of shooting captured black soldiers and their hated white officers. Besides, with much to prove on the field of battle, combat could be extraordinarily perilous. One of the first and most famous black regiments formed was the 54th Massachusetts Infantry. Its colonel was the 26-year-old Robert Gould Shaw, the son of prominent abolitionist parents in Boston. As a Massachusetts regiment, raised partly at the behest of Frederick Douglass and other famous local abolitionists, the 54th was the North's showcase black regiment. In July 1863 the unit volunteered to lead the assault on the formidable Fort Wagner in South Carolina. In the heroic, and ultimately unsuccessful, attack, nearly half the regiment became casualties and Shaw was killed charging the fort's parapet. Though the attack failed, the exploits of the 54th resonated across the North. The Atlantic Monthly declared, "Through the cannon smoke of that dark night, at Fort Wagner, the manhood of the colored race shines before many eyes that would not see." The Confederates threw the body of Colonel Shaw into the pit of a mass grave along with hundreds of his enlisted men. When a Confederate officer supposedly replied to a request for Shaw's body with the taunt, "We have buried him with his niggers," Shaw's proud father replied, "We hold it a soldier's most appropriate burial place is on the field where he has fallen." Colonel Shaw still lies with his men in that pit on a South Carolina island. Lincoln's final act, the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section I, 13th Amendment to the Constitution, 1865. By January 1865 the war was finally nearing its end. More than 500,000 soldiers were dead, and nearly 200,000 blacks wore the uniform of the Union. Still, President Lincoln felt there remained work to be done aside from achieving victory in the war. During a lame duck session of Congress, he pushed the 13th Amendment through the House of Representatives on its way to ratification. He was advised not to do so. Some thought that it would motivate the South to fight on, others, that it would alienate Lincoln's supporters in the slave-laden border states. Plenty just disagreed with the final abolition of slavery. Nevertheless, Lincoln proceeded. He did so mainly because he feared the war would end before slavery was on its way to abolishment. His Emancipation Proclamation, after all, was an executive war measure, sanctioned not by Congress but by presidential fiat. Though the proclamation declared the slaves were forever free, might not the courts determine after the war that the edict was unconstitutional or no longer in effect? Might then, as Lincoln feared most, the runaway slaves that donned the Union blue be rendered slaves once again at war's end? Here Lincoln demonstrated his true mettle. He and his supporters lobbied for the necessary votes, probably bribed their way to some, and eventually won passage of the amendment. Thus ended slavery everywhere. And ironically, it was in loyal border states such as Delaware that it ended last, long after the Union Army had liberated the slaves of Alabama. Emancipation and the 13th Amendment that followed constituted, by some economic measurements, the largest and quickest forced confiscation of property in world history and were, by their very nature, a major and complex undertaking. The achievement was profound, if unexpected. A war undertaken, by Lincoln's own declaration, for preservation of the Union, regardless of the outcome for the slaves, had within 4 short years morphed into a conflict that abolished slavery once and for all. It was now the law of the land. It was a long, hard road, but after half a century of effort, the once mocked abolitionists had achieved freedom for the slaves. On April 14, 1865, just days after Robert E. Lee surrendered his army, Lincoln was assassinated in Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., by the actor and Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth. Lincoln would not see the Union to final victory. Nonetheless, by April 1865, Lincoln knew that victory was near, though it was not the sort of victory he had initially envisioned. He had hoped to quickly re-establish and preserve the Union without resorting to total war. Instead, the carnage of Bull Run, the Peninsula Campaign, Shiloh, and other battles led him to see the bitter truth. Victory demanded that the old Union and the Old South be destroyed and a new Union reconstructed on its ashes. This would be the task at hand when the Confederacy surrendered. The nation had changed by 1865. The role and scope of federal power had forever increased, notions of race and citizenship had been reformulated. And lastly, a new nationalism formed as Americans started to think of the federal union as the paramount law of the land. Before the war, most Americans referred to these United States. After the conflict, almost all labeled this country the United States. The war appeared to solve many things, the question of union, the legality of secession, even the existence of slavery. Yet so much more, so many unanswered questions, lay before Lincoln's untested successor and the nation as a whole. How shall the Union be pieced together, and how should 4 million souls, recently held in bondage, be integrated into American society? The nation would have to be reconstructed, to be sure, but few knew quite what to do for newly freed former slaves. In the aftermath of Civil War there existed an opportunity, a first chance, to legislate and enforce racial equality once and for all. Americans had only to seize the chance. Tragically, they would not. 14. 18. Reconstruction, a failed experiment? The slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, then moved back again toward slavery. W.E.B. Du Bois, 1913. It was, perhaps, the greatest betrayal, the ultimate lost opportunity, in all of American history. The failure of Reconstruction, the reunion and reorganization undertaken after the Civil War, was a dark, yet briefly vibrant, moment in our collective past. This was a time of promises made but not kept, mainly promises to the newly freed slaves. The results of this lost opportunity for genuine civil rights and racial equality resonate in the present day. Most Americans know something about our great Civil War. Lay enthusiasts, historical reenactors, and even otherwise disengaged citizens can recount the basic contours of great battles, horrific casualties, and the sudden freedom granted the slaves. Well, it makes sense. War, when it is not actually unfolding around you, is exciting. Conversely, the process of picking up the pieces, rebuilding a nation, and creating new social structures for a forever changed country, the stuff of Reconstruction, is far less well known. It should be otherwise. The dozen or so years after the American Civil War are among the most consequential in our history and have far more relevance to contemporary affairs than almost any other era. Nearly every issue Americans grapple with today, citizenship, race, terrorism, affirmative action, the scope of federal power, and reparations payments, all have strong roots in the period of Reconstruction. It was in these years that the U.S. government would briefly triumph and ultimately fail in a grand experiment to achieve the twin goals of post-war Reconstruction: justice and reconciliation. The historiography, the history of historians, of Reconstruction has a long, sordid history. Readers of a certain age, in fact, may recognize some of the older interpretations of this period. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, historians such as William A. Dunning and his many students at Columbia University, the so-called Dunning School of Scholars, dominated this field. According to this highly biased, Southern-influenced interpretation, the problem with Reconstruction was that it went too far. The story went something like this: President Abraham Lincoln had a plan for leniency toward the former Confederates, and his successor, Andrew Johnson, attempted to follow the Lincoln vision. He was thwarted, however, by radical Republicans in Congress who pushed too far too fast and were overly punitive with the former rebels. They sent carpetbaggers, outsiders, from the North who worked with scalawags, or collaborators, to force racial equality and Northern capitalist dominance on the poverty-stricken South. In this view, former slaves simply weren't ready for the vote and other civil rights, and the Reconstruction-era governments in the South were massive, corrupt failures. Luckily, by 1877 a compromise was reached, the federal troops left, and heroic former Confederates in the newly formed Ku Klux Klan drove out the Yankee carpetbaggers and restored home rule to their governments. If that interpretation seems shocking by modern standards, well, it should. What's most disturbing is that some version of the Dunning interpretation remained mainstream and in students' textbooks well into the 1950s, until, that is, the Civil Rights era. That this vision prevailed so long reflects a culture of white supremacy that existed long after the Civil War and, some argue, still exists today. The whole edifice was premised on the notion that blacks, as former slaves, were incapable of self-government and required the steady, paternalistic hand of their white Southern superiors. After the Civil Rights era, a new generation of historians took a fresh look at Reconstruction and rehabilitated the efforts of radical Republicans, lauding their ultimately unsuccessful attempt to guarantee basic civil rights to newly freed blacks. What, then, can now be said about Reconstruction? Perhaps this: it was a remarkably idealistic attempt to bring freedom and equality to 4 million souls only recently held in bondage. Some of the brief achievements of this period, such as blacks voting, holding office, and serving in Congress, would not again occur on a broad scale for a century. The failure of these attempts was not due to corruption or the unpreparedness of blacks, rather, the racism and apathy of white Americans, both south and north of the Mason-Dixon line, doomed black Americans to generations of slavery by another name, Jim Crow. An enormous challenge: Reconstruction begins. If war among the whites brought peace and liberty to blacks, what will peace among the whites bring? Frederick Douglass, 1875. Americans began arguing about how best to reconstruct the Union before even winning the war. In fact, various generals and politicians experimented with several methods of reunion and racial reconciliation. Some Union generals treated escaped slaves like lowly laborers, either paying low wages for hard jobs or returning them to the plantations they had fled. This approach was common in the occupied Mississippi Valley and parts of Louisiana during the war. On the Carolina coast, however, the planters fled the approaching Union forces during the war and left behind some 10,000 slaves. Union generals granted land to the slaves and created a remarkable, if brief, experiment in black self-rule. White New Englanders flocked to the Carolina Sea Islands to teach blacks to read, treat them medically, and train them in farming techniques. In another remarkable turn, Confederate President Jefferson Davis's own plantation, Davis Bend, in Mississippi was seized and turned into a Negro paradise, as General Ulysses S. Grant declared it should be. The plantations were settled and worked by the slaves as a collective, and Davis Bend proved remarkably profitable for the rest of the war. Such experiments, however, dealt only with the relatively few slaves left behind in the wake of Union armies. After the South's surrender, the U.S. government confronted a much larger challenge: what to do for some 4 million former slaves made free by the war. The size of the task was staggering. 6% of all Northern white males had died as a result of the conflict, along with 18% of Confederate men. The freeing of the slaves was, by some counts, the largest confiscation of wealth and property in world history. The South was in ruins, it needed to be rebuilt, and its surrendered rebels somehow reintegrated into the Union. It would have been a daunting task even if everything had gone right. Besides, the South may have been beaten on the battlefield, but it was less clear that Southerners considered themselves truly defeated. Union General James S. Brisbane wrote to a congressman in December 1865 that, "Tehasa people are not loyal, they are only conquered. I tell you there is not as much loyalty in the South today as there was the day Lee surrendered to Grant. The moment they lost their cause in the field they set about to gain by politics what they had failed to obtain by force of arms. The average Confederate soldier may well have turned over his rifle, though often the soldiers kept their firearms, and taken off the uniform, and he may even have accepted the freeing of the slaves. However, he fully expected to maintain the edifice of white supremacy and return to the ways of the antebellum South." The worst president in history? Andrew Johnson and the failure of presidential Reconstruction. Johnson lacked all the qualities that made Lincoln a great president. He was combative, had no charisma, failed to compromise, and was wickedly racist. When Johnson showed up drunk and gave a rambling, inebriated inaugural address, he was acting completely in character. Johnson was from Tennessee but had remained loyal to the Union, the only Southern senator to do so. He hated the planter aristocracy and the secessionists, but he was even less tolerant of blacks, whom he considered uppity, and Northern abolitionists. Johnson planned Reconstruction on his own terms. He lavished pardons on any Confederate official who wrote to him or visited Washington, and he insisted that the leadership of the Southern states remain in place and that these states should quickly re-enter the Union. He had no love for famed abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, of whom he said at the conclusion of a meeting, "He's just like any nigger, and he would sooner cut a white man's throat than not." Few Confederates, even high-ranking ones, were severely punished. There were no war crimes trials, military tribunals for treason, or mass hangings. Even Confederate President Jefferson Davis spent but 2 years in prison. The Confederacy's vice president, Alexander Stephens, would rejoin the U.S. Congress within a decade of the war's end and end his career as governor of Georgia. As soon as white Southerners were back in charge of local government, the Deep South states quickly enacted black codes, or laws, controlling every aspect of the freedmen's public lives. As an example, the Louisiana Black Codes read, in part, Section 1. No Negro or freedman shall be allowed to come within the city limits, without special permission. Section 2. Every Negro freedman who shall be found on the streets after 10 o'clock without a written pass, shall be imprisoned and compelled to work 5 days on the streets. Section 5. No public meetings of Negroes shall be allowed. Section 7. No freedman who is not in the military service shall be allowed to carry firearms. Indeed, the Southern states, with the planter class back in charge, had largely negated the North's achievements of the war and crafted a new version of slavery. All white police forces and judiciaries, often composed of Confederate veterans still wearing their gray uniforms, enforced the black codes. Union veterans and radical, meaning more liberal, Republicans in Congress began to wonder, if there was to be no punishment for the Confederates or meaningful freedom for the slaves, what the war had even been for. The radical moment, Congressional Reconstruction. Johnson and his Southern compatriots would later argue that radical Reconstruction was despotic and unnecessary. Nevertheless, the record demonstrates the opposite. Through presidential vetoes and white Southern intransigence, the South brought radical Reconstruction upon itself. When Congress passed the remarkable Civil Rights Act of 1866, Johnson quickly vetoed it. This legislation provided for equality before the law, but not the vote, for the freedmen. Congress overrode his veto with a 2/3 majority, the first time a major bill was passed over a presidential veto in U.S. history. To solidify black rights, the Congress even passed the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which stated, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And taking matters a step further, the Republican Congress also passed the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed the vote to black men, but not women. In a remarkable turn of events, black men had gained civil and political rights in just 3 years and over the objections of the president. The Republican Party, which hadn't existed in the South before the war, began winning elections and even placing blacks, often former slaves, in elected offices. 800 black men would serve in state legislatures from 1868 through 1877, a black man was briefly governor of Louisiana, more than a dozen blacks served in the U.S. House, and one in the Senate. White Southerners called this Negro rule, but in reality it was the first ever attempted democracy in the South. After all, in a few deep South states, former slaves constituted an actual majority of the population. Johnson was appalled by both the 14th and 15th Amendments and the radical changes unfolding in Southern society. And by suddenly removing the radical Republican Edwin Stanton from his position as Secretary of War, he violated the recently passed Tenure of Office Act, which required congressional approval of such moves. That was the last straw for an already frustrated Congress. The House voted to impeach President Johnson, and the Senate came within one vote of the two-thirds majority required to remove him from office. Even though he remained president, Johnson had been politically castrated and wouldn't run for re-election in 1868. He would be succeeded by the great Union war hero General Ulysses S. Grant. Grant's Democratic opponents, Horatio Seymour and Francis P. Blair, would play the race card, actually, the racist card, in their failed 1868 campaign. Blair claimed that the Republicans had placed the South under the rule of a semi-barbarous race of blacks who were worshippers of fetishes and polygamists and who longed to subject the white women to their unbridled lust. Though blacks had won remarkable political power in a few short years, they generally lacked any true economic clout. There were early efforts, though, spearheaded by the likes of General William Tecumseh Sherman, to offer 40 acres and, apocryphally, a mule to freedmen along the southeastern coast. In January 1865, before the war had ended, Sherman enacted Special Field Order 15 from Savannah, Georgia, thereby setting aside such confiscated land for thousands of freedmen. Unfortunately, by September 1865, after the war's end, President Johnson rescinded Sherman's order and mandated that the land be restored to the Confederate owners. Some Union generals publicly opposed the president's decision. General O. Howard, head of the new Federal Freedmen's Bureau, designed to support the newly emancipated slaves, was nearly fired and court-martialed after writing to his superiors, "The lands which have been taken possession were solemnly pledged to the freedmen. Thousands of them are already located on tracts of 40 acres each. The love of the soil and desire to own farms is the dearest hope of their lives." Propaganda poster, 1866. Howard's Freedmen's Bureau was itself a remarkable institution. Though always small, never having more than 900 employees in the entire South, the Bureau worked toward the education and betterment of the former slaves in what was the earliest known federal welfare program of any size. Still, opposition cartoons in the South depicted the Bureau, which was remarkably successful in most cases, as a haven for freeloaders and lazy black men. This language rings as remarkably similar to 20th-century complaints against modern welfare programs. Some radical Republicans, to their immense credit, given the times, wanted to go a step further. Congressman Thaddeus Stevens, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, unsuccessfully fought for the confiscation of 400 million acres of Confederate land and its redistribution to the freedmen. Stevens, in opposition to Johnson's view, believed the federal government ought to treat the Southerners as a conquered people and reform the foundation of their institutions, both political, municipal and social, so that all our blood and treasure were not spent in vain. Given the century of Jim Crow laws, lynching, and political disenfranchisement that followed Reconstruction, it appears that men like Stevens were ultimately right and exceptionally ahead of their times. Such a redistribution of land would be radical even today and labeled by some socialism, affirmative action, and reparations. In hindsight, the denial of land ownership to most freedmen doomed them to labor in the fields and on the plantations of the one-time slaveholders. The terms of work in the social caste system remained remarkably consistent with the pre-war Old South. Domestic terror, the KKK counter-revolution. It was a time of great terror. Though pitched battles between armies became a thing of the past, the South was far from pacified and remained an extraordinarily violent place. The Federal Army, which after the war never counted more than 30,000 men across the entire South, did what it could to staunch the violence and protect victims, who were almost always former slaves. The most infamous group of revisionist former rebels was known as the Ku Klux Klan, or the KKK for short. The members of the Ku Klux Klan, formed in Pulaski, Tennessee, by Confederate veterans, wore white sheets over their heads so as to appear as the ghosts of the Confederate dead. In reality, of course, the Klan was merely a resurrection of the old militias and slave patrols that had enforced white supremacy for centuries. Its tactic was violence, its goal, counter-revolution, its method, terrorism. The Klan was extraordinarily violent, probably killing more innocent black men, women, and children during Reconstruction than the number of Americans killed in the 9/11 attacks of 2001. After all, from 1865 to 1968 in Texas alone, more than 1,000 blacks were murdered by whites. Other statistics and events are equally shocking. In October 1870, bands of whites in South Carolina's Piedmont region drove 150 freedmen from their homes and committed 13 murders. In Louisiana in 1873, a legally organized and accredited black militia tried to defend the parish courthouse in Colfax against a superior white force of former Confederates armed with rifles and a small cannon. The black militia held out for a time but was ultimately overwhelmed. At least 50 were summarily executed under a white flag of truce. Furthermore, after Northern troops pulled out of the South and turned government over to white locals, the reign of terror continued. Some 3,000 blacks were lynched between 1882 and 1930. Among the reasons given for these murders, a black man didn't remove his hat, an African American wouldn't call a white man master. In yet another case, a white killer simply had wanted to thin out the niggers a little. It's not as though the Klan could not be controlled, even though it would be fair to characterize the U.S. Army campaign of 1866-77 as a form of what we would now call counterinsurgency. In fact, whenever the Army had the will, leadership, and capacity to suppress the Klan, it did so. After the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871 was passed at the request of President Grant, the law proved remarkably successful in stymieing the power of the KKK throughout much of the South. For the first time ever, a certain class of crimes was brought under federal jurisdiction. Ultimately, it was a question of will, not ability. The simple fact was that Northerners had little stomach for more fighting and complained of the expense, in blood and treasure, of continued occupation. In the end, the Northern public lacked the will necessary to win the peace as it had won the war. The lost cause, Southern redemption. There was a right side and a wrong side in the late war, which no sentiment ought to cause us to forget. The South has suffered, to be sure, but she has been the author of her own suffering. Frederick Douglass, in his remarks at Madison Square in New York City, Decoration Day, 1878, the former Confederates never really accepted defeat or the reorganization of their social system. In reality, they bided their time, waged secret violence, and, perhaps most important, crafted an alternative lost cause narrative. According to this remarkably resilient yarn, the South had actually outfought the North and was beaten only because it was overwhelmed by Northern superiority in numbers and resources. The South hadn't really fought for slavery but rather for states' rights and Southern honor. In reality, soldiers on both sides, blue and gray, had more in common than they realized when they were killing each other in massive numbers. According to the lost cause myth, which still exists, reconciliation between the sections was more important than justice for blacks or punishment for rebels. Southern generals were rarely punished and rose to prominence rather quickly as Reconstruction wound down in the 1870s. They gave popular speeches, in both the North and South, speaking of the need for reconciliation and reunion, words that tended to serve as code for abandonment of the former slaves to the will of their old masters. In 1877 in Brooklyn, New York, former Confederate General Roger Pryor told a crowd that applauded him, "The Union is re-established, over the hearts of people." But slavery was not the cause of secession. For the cause you must look, to that irrepressible conflict between the principles of state sovereignty and federal supremacy. Impartial history will record that slavery fell not by effort of man's will, but by an act of Almighty God, and so, fellow citizens, the soldiers of the late war are brought today to fraternize over the graves of their departed comrades, and renew their vows of fealty to the Constitution. Such sentiments were remarkably common and accepted on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line. As violence and the slow removal of federal troops from the South began to keep blacks from the polls, Southern Democrats began winning statewide elections. By 1875, former Confederate General James L. Kemper, who had been in Pickett's charge at Gettysburg, was governor of Virginia and gave a speech to unveil a statue of General Stonewall Jackson in Richmond. On the occasion, Governor Kemper revealed not only a new heroic statue but also his own version of the rhetoric of lost cause and reconciliation. He exclaimed, "Not for the Southern people only, but for every citizen of whatever section, this tribute is to be cherished with national pride." Stonewall Jackson's career of unconscious heroism will go down as an inspiration. It speaks with equal voice to every portion of the reunited common country, to inspire our children with patriotic fervor. Let Virginia demand and resume its ancient place in the sisterhood of states. Considering that Stonewall was a traitor who resigned his U.S. Army commission to fight for a treasonous Southern slaveholding secessionist republic just 14 years earlier, this was remarkable rhetoric. That it resonated among some Northerners as well as Southerners is more peculiar. But so it was. The Lost Cause myth took on a life of its own and, eventually, drafted a Reconstruction chapter as well. According to this version, it was actually the KKK that was heroic during Reconstruction, protecting rightfully white leadership and the honor of Southern white women. As late as the early 20th century, this was somehow a mainstream interpretation. It was in 1915 that D.W. Griffith's incredibly successful silent film The Birth of a Nation depicted the Klan as the heroic savior of the white South from venal Northern carpetbaggers and insufferable, lustful black savages. How mainstream was the film? Well, it was a favorite of President Woodrow Wilson, a Virginian, and received a private screening at the White House. The South may have lost the war, but it most certainly won the peace. Betrayal, the retreat from Reconstruction. The abandonment of Southern blacks shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, what did it truly mean to remake the South in the North's image when the North itself was so virulently racist in the mid-19th century? Most Northerners had signed up for the Army to save the Union and cared little for the enslaved black people. Soon after the war, the Cincinnati Enquirer announced, "Slavery is dead, the Negro is not. There is the misfortune." Most Northerners were tired of Reconstruction by the mid-1870s. The commitment of troops and money to protect what many saw as corrupt and inefficient black administrations just didn't seem worth it. Besides, the economic mismanagement, the Panic of 1873 was the worst financial disaster in 40 years, and staggering corruption that plagued the Grant administration only further alienated the Northern populace from what seemed a distant and futile task down south. The tragedy of it all, of course, is that when the U.S. government stuck with it, used the Army, and enforced the law, the Reconstruction governments achieved remarkable successes, political wins for blacks that most Southern states wouldn't see again until the 1980s. Unfortunately, most of the white North was fickle and bigoted. Besides, even if the Republican president and Congress stood by the goals of Reconstruction, the Southern-dominated Supreme Court soon eviscerated much of the congressional legislation protecting black civil rights. Indeed, it would take a century for the courts to begin appropriately applying the 14th and 15th Amendments to Southern blacks. In 1883 the court would rule that the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was unconstitutional. And after all, it was the Supreme Court of the United States that would later, in 1896, rule in Plessy v. Ferguson that segregation was legal. A lackluster candidate, Rutherford B. Hayes, ran on the Republican ticket for president in 1876. The party was seen as tainted by corruption in the Grant administration and mismanagement of the economy and had lost control of the Congress 2 years earlier, in 1874. It was almost amazing that the little-known Hayes, a former governor of Ohio, managed to keep the vote close in what turned out to be a disputed election with many abnormalities. It was unclear who had won a few Southern states. It appeared, however, that Samuel J. Tilden, the Democratic nominee, had the majority of both the popular and electoral vote. It was at this moment that the Republican Party, for which Reconstruction and justice had become a political liability, struck a nefarious deal. For the sake of party and power, Rutherford B. Hayes, as he was subsequently called, sold out the millions of Southern blacks who had loyally supported the Republicans for years. The candidate who had lost the popular vote would become president in exchange for his promise to remove the U.S. Army from the South. And so he did. Ironically, he also turned the South over to Democratic one-party rule for a century to come. Hayes was obviously lacking as a political tactician. The truth is, however, that by the time of the 1876 election the majority of Northern whites had tired of Reconstruction. More concerned with economic depression than black civil rights, Northerners were ready to throw in the towel and turn the South back over to its traditional white leaders, come what may. The Compromise of 1877 only reinforced what was by then inevitable, the abandonment of the South's blacks. Looking back, a dozen years after General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse, one could plausibly wonder, what had all those men died for in the Civil War? Justice and reconciliation. These were, ultimately, the twin goals of post-war Reconstruction. A century and a half on, though, the keen observer wonders if the two goals were ever compatible. To seek justice and equality for the freedmen seemed to inevitably make reconciliation with white former Confederates ever less likely. To prioritize reconciliation with the former rebels seemed to sentence black people to a prolonged bondage of sorts, under the segregationist regime of Jim Crow. Still, this author sees Reconstruction as an admirable attempt, however far ahead of its time it might have proved to be, at true social and political equality in the United States. It is remarkable that Reconstruction was even attempted in the America of the 1860s and 70s. If only the U.S. Army had stayed longer, enforced the law more stringently, redistributed land and wealth more equitably. If, in other words, the nation had stuck with the radical Republican approach, perhaps then the civil rights movement of the 1960s could have begun a century earlier, thousands of lynchings avoided, and the riots, violence, and racial upheaval of our own day dodged. Seen in that provocative light, the real hero of Reconstruction was the congressional radical Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania, the man who called for free land and civil equity for Southern blacks, at the point of the bayonet if necessary. He would die before Reconstruction truly got underway, and upon his death in August 1866, Stevens, a white man, for the last time challenged his countrymen to rise above their prejudices. As he wished, he was buried in an integrated cemetery, an action taken, in the words of his self-composed epitaph, to illustrate in my death the principles which I advocated through a long life, equality of man before his Creator. Alas, there would be no such equality in the lives of his countrymen. The American experiment was, and it always seems to be, a step behind its egalitarian rhetoric. The United States, it turns out, was not ready for true Reconstruction, and more's the pity. Many thousands of Northerners died during the American Civil War, and it would have been highly satisfying to imagine that they had died for something more than a century of Jim Crow, slavery by another name. But that is the real America, warts and all. And that, in the end, was the failed experiment in Reconstruction. Still, Reconstruction achieved much and demonstrated what was possible if, someday, Americans had the moral and political will to see it through. The brief Republican governments of the South brought the region its first ever public school system. They brought more hospitals, more asylums for orphans and the insane. South Carolina in this period would fund medical care for the poor. Alabama would provide free legal counsel for indigent defendants. These were social gains the South wouldn't see again in most cases until the 1970s or even in some cases until today. We still live with Reconstruction's incomplete mission, with its failed promises. Reconstruction remains, its weight presses upon a divided American body politic, sundered yet by class, race, and gender. We are reconstructing still and remain fixed in the midst of our unfinished revolution. 15. 19. Lies we tell ourselves about the Old West. They, the Sioux Indians, are to be treated as maniacs or wild beasts and by no means as people. General John Pope in instructions to his officers during the Great Sioux Uprising in Minnesota, 1862. The West. The frontier. Few terms, or images, are as quintessentially American or as culturally loaded as these. Interestingly, the West, unlike other regions, is often defined as both a time and a place. It is also hopelessly shrouded in myth. Americans' leaders, from George Washington to Donald Trump, frequently claimed that the West, the frontier, somehow defined us as Americans. It was long seen as a place of opportunity, rebirth even. If a man failed in the East, well, then, go West, young man, as one Indiana newspaper declared in the popular phrase it coined. The truth, of course, is messy. Even focusing primarily on the West's most immortalized era, 1860–90, the serious historian finds a story teeming with less fact than fiction. Some have even questioned whether there is any merit in studying the West as a separate historical discipline. Still, something must be said of the place and the time. Americans, after all, seem to have decided that the frontier does, in fact, define us, that the West is who we are. And so it is, for better or for worse. There are many other compelling reasons to study the West, even if they do not comport with our cowboys and Indians cinematic image from mid-20th century movies when the Western genre dominated the film scene. First, the American West was an important meeting ground, where Anglo, Black, Native, Hispanic, and Asian Americans coalesced. Though land and wealth were the main goals of these competing factions, defining the West also became a contest for cultural dominance. The West was a place where the federal government, then much more circumscribed than now, first expanded its role and played a key part as financier, organizer, referee, and lawman. Additionally, the West demonstrated the radical nature, and boom-bust cycle, of American capitalism in the starkest of ways. Finally, of course, the West of the late 19th century was the time and place where one version of Native American sovereignty ended and a new phase began. This, truth be told, was one of the great, yet complicated, crimes of the American experiment. Myth versus truth, reinterpreting the West. Americans have long mythologized the West. From Plymouth Rock, to Manifest Destiny, to the Plains Indian Wars, to John Wayne on a 20th century silver screen, it all looks the same in the American imagination. Cowboys and Indians, lawmen and villains, soldiers and savages, farmers and miners, and always, ultimately, black hats and white hats. It's remembered for its excitement and mystique, as well as a morality tale, good guys and bad guys. As always, of course, the reality is far more complex, more nuanced. Still, it's valuable to parse out truth from legend, fact from fiction. After all, the real West, to the extent that it can never be defined, is so much more fascinating and wholly human. Let us, then, address but a few of the defining symbols and myths of America's shared Western past. Gold rushes. From California to Nevada, from Montana to the Black Hills of South Dakota, the craze for precious metals became a fixture of the Western saga. The San Francisco 49ers of the National Football League bear the nickname of those who came in the first major wave of the California Gold Rush, in 1849. In the common image, any lone man could make his fortune simply by panning for gold and catching some luck. It all fits comfortably within the altogether American obsession with the so-called self-made man. Across the continent, westward the course of empire takes its way, 1868, by Fanny Palmer. The reality was uglier and less satisfying. Mining was an important factor in the West. Miners flooded remote areas faster than farmers. Their presence could cause trouble, as when miners set up settlements in places white people had never before inhabited, often provoking Indian wars. Most important, the essence of mining was extraction, like so much of Western culture. In the end, though, only a tiny percentage of miners struck it rich. Mining turned out to be complicated and increasingly technological. The individual panner of gold often arrived too late, after the surface gold had been captured, and found that his mining method was outmoded and inefficient. Soon enough the power shifted to corporations, and most miners worked for a lowly wage in dangerous, dismal conditions. By the late 19th century many mine owners were Easterners who had never set foot in the West. They simply added investments in mining to their complex financial portfolios. Miners weren't strictly rugged individualists either. Indeed, few American industries lent themselves so easily to a Marxist analysis of class struggle. Miners unionized, led strikes and sit-downs, and battled, often fatally, with federal troops or National Guardsmen. Seen in this light, the Western miner's condition bears striking similarity to that of Eastern factory workers. There were legitimate socialists and revolutionaries among the miners. The industrial workers of the world, IWW, or Wobblies, had a strong presence in the mine shafts. The reaction of conservative mine owners and bought-off lawmen was often vicious. In Bisbee, Arizona, hired vigilantes supported by a local sheriff rounded up 1,186 striking copper miners and supporters, forced them onto railcars, and shipped them over the border to New Mexico. 2 were beaten to death. Overall, the horrid social condition of miners couldn't have been more different from the Jeffersonian Western ideal of the small, independent farmer setting roots in the soil. Thomas Jefferson, in fact, would have been horrified by the sight of these dirty wage slaves toiling their days away and engaging in debauchery at temporary mining camps at night, totally untethered to place or agriculture. Furthermore, a good number of the miners weren't Jefferson's idealized white men at all, they were Irish Catholics or, worse still, Chinese immigrants. Still, in other ways, mining was a defining Western experience, involving all the key factors of real Western life: class, race, chance, and federal largesse. Railroads. The iron horse steam engine traversing the plains is one of the iconic images of the West. The railroads embodied civilization as much as raw technological advance. Yet contrary to their clean, straight, parallel lines on maps, the railroads were a complicated, inefficient industry. First of all, although Chinese and Irish workers were seldom in the iconic, staged, photographs depicting the meeting of intercontinental lines, they constituted the vast majority of railroad workers. Many thousands died constructing the rail lines that connected the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The corporations that built the railroads were more interested in profit than quality craftsmanship and often had to double back to improve dangerously feeble tracks. The railroad entrepreneurs usually weren't up by the bootstraps individualists either. Rather, the railroaders were extraordinary recipients of federal largesse, what we might call corporate welfare. The federal government subsidized the construction of the transcontinental lines with cash and enormous land grant subsidies. In many cases a railroad received 200 square miles of adjacent land for each mile of track completed. Thus, despite the supposed free land granted to willing pioneers by the 1862 Homestead Act, it was actually the railroad companies that owned much of the best, and most valuable, due to its proximity to transportation, land in the West. Where possible, the corporations engaged in speculation and sold the land at a handsome profit. Railroaders were often highly corrupt, plaguing and embarrassing the Grant administration in scandal after scandal. They bribed politicians, set up subsidiaries that robbed the taxpayer, and hired vigilantes to intimidate striking workers or nearby Indians. The railroads, as beneficiaries of generous federal welfare, weren't always in tune with supply and demand. Lines sometimes were overextended and had to be abandoned in part because they proved unnecessary and unprofitable. Companies sometimes ran lines into arid areas, like western Kansas, that were hard to settle. Railroad supply, by the late 19th century, had far outstripped citizen demand, but the federal dollars kept rolling in. As the historian Richard White wrote, eventually empty railroad trains ran across deserted prairies to vacant towns. However, one thing the railroads did do was affect the future layout and prosperity of townships and cities. Existing settlements unlucky enough to lie distant from a rail line or station eventually withered away, and as a result so-called ghost towns dotted the West. Conversely, a simple bribe from a local politician might motivate railroaders to place a previously unplanned stop in a town. Indeed, the railroads, as much as the later federal highways, define the geography of the Western landscape. Rugged self-sufficiency. One of the more persistent myths holds that Westerners were all hardy individualists, opposed to federal intrusion and beholden to no one. Though still pervasive, such a description strikes the serious historian as farcical. From start to finish Western territories, states, and citizens were among the largest recipients of federal aid. Indeed, when not accusing the federal government of some slight or infraction, Westerners were constantly clamoring for more federal aid. It was in the West, in fact, that the federal government first meaningfully inserted itself into Americans' daily lives. A Western region was organized into a territory, under the direct control of a federal governor, before it was, eventually, accepted as a new state. This could happen almost immediately, as in the case of California, or take 64 years for states like Arizona and New Mexico. Still, regardless of when their regions reached statehood status, Westerners were reliant on the federal government. They desired, and expected, loans and aid for enterprise and transportation, soldiers for protection, and conquest of Indians, and surveyors to organize and distribute, cheaply, the land. Politically, though the Western states complained of powerlessness, the reality couldn't have been more divergent. Blessed with massive lands, precious natural resources, and comparatively few people, Western states still had 2 senators and at least 1 congressional representative in the House. Indeed, a state like Wyoming, which still has roughly the population of New York City's least populated borough, Staten Island, has the same number of senatorial representatives as the 30 times more populous state of New York. Then and now, the West was actually proportionally overrepresented in Washington. Well into the 20th century, the West received federal assistance disproportionate to its population. The Taylor Grazing Act of 1934 provided for generous leasing of federal land to Western ranchers, and Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal created many federal work projects in the Western states. In fact, during the New Deal, Wyoming received, on a per capita basis, 3 times the average amount of direct federal financial assistance given to states. So much for rugged independence. Independent family farmers. The vision of the independent, small family farmer was the ultimate Jeffersonian ideal of future Western American prosperity. And though millions of small farmers would settle the West, corporate agribusiness or land speculation was just as often the agricultural norm. Real estate, more than gunfighting or Indian fighting, was the dominant force in the American West. With all that open land, settlement, squatting, and speculation became the name of the game. Moreover, in the minds of many Americans, there was never enough land, though, interestingly, the West still hasn't filled up. Americans of the day feared that the United States would run out of land and end up like Europe, crowded and riven by the class structures that develop in the absence of well-distributed land ownership. Though just about all Western land was technically owned by the central government, few settlers were willing to wait on federal speculation, division, and allotment. Many simply followed the notion first in time, first in right and squatted on available lands. For the government, using the army to remove them rarely seemed viable. Wealthy speculators turned a pretty profit by buying large tracts of the cheap land from the federal government and then selling it to smallholders. From large-scale speculation and massive private landholdings, it was but a short step to the 20th century mechanized agribusiness that has driven so many family farms into insolvency. Nor did farm settlement always make sense. Much of the land west of the 98th meridian is semi-arid, and rainfall in these areas, western Kansas and Nebraska and eastern Colorado, for example, was insufficient to support agriculture. By the early 20th century, hundreds of thousands of these settlers had failed and retreated eastward. This explains why many towns in western Kansas had a higher population in 1880 than in 1980. Only through analysis of this mix of failed irrigation, land squatting, and high finance speculation can we begin to understand the Byzantine and poorly planned nature of western settlement. Seen in this light, it becomes understandable that many native tribes struggle to understand white notions of property. It hardly made sense to Anglo-Americans. Why should it seem natural for a pre-Columbian civilization? Ranchers and cowboys. There is no more romantic myth in the American West than that of the cowboy. Indeed, the image of the cowboy has come to define the place and time, so much so that men and women in the American South and West still wear the purported clothing styles of the cowboy. So just who are these cowboys and where did they come from? Well, the first were Spaniards, and then Mexicans. It was the Spanish who brought the cattle that cowboys would drive to market in the New World. Indeed, the styles of the cowboys came from Hispanic clothing and culture. Consider the Spanish loanwords that enter the American lingo and mystique of the cowboy: lasso, rodeo, ranchero. Still, the cowboy on horseback driving cattle from Texas to Kansas City or some other railroad town had a heyday of little more than 2 decades. The beef industry, like farming, was quickly mechanized, and by the end of the 19th century the era of the cattle drives was mostly over. Ranching became rather corporate, and the true conflict was usually not between cowboys and rustlers but between ranchers and nearby small farmers. It is important to remember that the cowboy of our imagination was not on the western scene for long and that he didn't always look or act the way we imagine. There were black cowboys and many Mexican cowboys. They had invented the business, and new studies show that there was a fair amount of homosexuality practiced in these all-male communities. If it is thus, one wonders why it is the image of the rugged, white American cowboy that has stuck in the collective national psyche. That it is so might tell us more about the American present than the past. Gunfighters. The showdown in the dusty street at high noon between 2 men with 6 guns, an outlaw and a sheriff, is one of the great melodramas of the West, especially as depicted in film. The clock strikes noon, each man quickly draws his weapon, and the fastest gun wins. Exhilarating but, sadly, inaccurate. Cattletown newspapers and other primary sources make no mention of such duels in the streets. Violence was rampant in the West, of course. Indeed, the murder rate in Dodge City, Kansas, was about 10 times that of today's New York City, and the less well-known mining town of Bodie, California, had a rate some 22 times the New York rate. Still, less than 1/3 of the victims died in actual exchanges of gunfire. More than half were unarmed, often shot in the back and at a close distance. This was murder, not the martial chivalry of the imagination. Another interesting point is that many of the romantic outlaws we remember today, such as Jesse and Frank James and John Wesley Hardin, were far less Robin Hood and far more racist than most modern Americans know. Many of these men were unreformed Confederates, angry at the government and ready to do violence to blacks. The James brothers had ridden with Confederate guerrilla leader William Quantrill and his raiders during the Civil War and were probably involved in Quantrill's attack on Lawrence, Kansas, in 1863, in which more than 150 residents were killed. Hardin, perhaps the most prolific killer of the era, thought of himself as a victim of bullying Negroes, Yankee soldiers, carpetbaggers, and bureau agents in his native Texas. Most of these fabled outlaws were cold-blooded killers and unreconstructed Southern bigots. The end of native sovereignty, 4 phases of an American tragedy. It is very hard to plant the corn outside the stockade when the Indians are still around. We have to get the Indians farther away in many provinces to make good progress. U.S. Army General Maxwell Taylor comparing Vietnamese to American Indians, 1965 Indian country. The term has become a military shorthand for any wild, unconquered region the U.S. Army attempts to secure. The Army and the native peoples of America maintain a strange relationship and kinship to this day. Think of it as the ultimate love-hate relationship. Indian fighting, after all, is what the U.S. military mostly did in the periods between the nation's few major wars in its first century or so. At present, all helicopters in the U.S. Army inventory, Iroquois, Apache, Blackhawk, Chinook, bear the names of tribes or leaders the U.S. government once fought and conquered. This author served in modern-day cavalry, reconnaissance, units, where each Friday formation meant donning vintage Stetson hats and riding spurs. Each cavalry unit's flag, or guidon, sports dozens of streamers commemorating battles fought long ago with Native American tribes and bands. The relationship between the modern U.S. Army and its former Indian foes actually mirrors the complexity of the late 19th century clash of these two forces. The Army was often brutal and bloodthirsty. So, too, were many Indians, though they lacked the capacity to exterminate large numbers of whites in the same way. Then again, the real danger to the Native Americans usually came not from soldiers but from white civilian settlers and vigilantes, and in these cases the Army was sometimes used to protect, however imperfectly, the Indians from pioneer encroachment. One way to frame the era from 1862 to 1890 is as a broad counterinsurgency waged by the Army across a large expanse filled with myriad actors and pursuing the ever-changing, often muddled policies of the U.S. government. The real problem for the Indians was this: the United States never formulated a permanent Indian policy that would guarantee native sovereignty and never had either the will or the capacity to separate the settlers and natives. Unsurprisingly, given the choice between protecting natives and appeasing settlers, the government erred on the side of the white man. In broad strokes, U.S. government policy toward the Indians of the Great Plains and Far West went through four phases in the 19th century: removal from lands east of the Mississippi, concentration in a vast Indian territory between Oklahoma and North Dakota, confinement to much smaller reservations on part of that land, and assimilation of the Indians into white American-style farming and culture, through the allotment of even smaller, individual tracts of barren land. The natives lost at every step, and their territory shrank with each new phase. Still, the Indians remained active agents during this period, winning victories, suffering defeats, fighting one another, and, often, allying with the U.S. Army. It was a complicated, tragic battle for the Native Americans of the American West. Removal. This was the policy of President Andrew Jackson. In 1830 he pushed through the Indian Removal Bill, which forced the 5 so-called civilized tribes to vacate their lands and move west of the Mississippi, and promptly ignored the Supreme Court when it objected on constitutional grounds. He and his successor, Martin Van Buren, went so far as to use the army to evict the tribes at Bayonet Point and march them, in the infamous Trail of Tears, into modern-day Oklahoma. Thousands of Indians died, but the majority of white Southerners who took over the land cheered the president's decisions. This was supposed to be a permanent Indian territory, a vast expanse into which the Native Americans would now be concentrated, and sovereign, in perpetuity. It was, of course, not to be. In an early sign of what was to come, when the 5 civilized tribes made the mistake of each cavalry unit's flag, or guidon, sports dozens of streamers commemorating battles fought long ago with Native American tribes and bands. The relationship between the modern U.S. Army and its former Indian foes actually mirrors the complexity of the late 19th century clash of these two forces. The Army was often brutal and bloodthirsty. So, too, were many Indians, though they lacked the capacity to exterminate large numbers of whites in the same way. Then again, the real danger to the Native Americans usually came not from soldiers but from white civilian settlers and vigilantes, and in these cases the Army was sometimes used to protect, however imperfectly, the Indians from pioneer encroachment. One way to frame the era from 1862 to 1890 is as a broad counterinsurgency waged by the Army across a large expanse filled with myriad actors and pursuing the ever-changing, often muddled policies of the U.S. government. The real problem for the Indians was this: the United States never formulated a permanent Indian policy that would guarantee native sovereignty and never had either the will or the capacity to separate the settlers and natives. Unsurprisingly, given the choice between protecting natives and appeasing settlers, the government erred on the side of the white man. In broad strokes, U.S. government policy toward the Indians of the Great Plains and Far West went through 4 phases in the 19th century: removal from lands east of the Mississippi, concentration in a vast Indian territory between Oklahoma and North Dakota, confinement to much smaller reservations on part of that land, and assimilation of the Indians into white American-style farming and culture, through the allotment of even smaller, individual tracts of barren land. The natives lost at every step, and their territory shrank with each new phase. Still, the Indians remained active agents during this period, winning victories, suffering defeats, fighting one another, and, often, allying with the U.S. Army. It was a complicated, tragic battle for the Native Americans of the American West. Removal. This was the policy of President Andrew Jackson. In 1830 he pushed through the Indian Removal Bill, which forced the 5 so-called civilized tribes to vacate their lands and move west of the Mississippi, and promptly ignored the Supreme Court when it objected on constitutional grounds. He and his successor, Martin Van Buren, went so far as to use the army to evict the tribes at bayonet point and march them, in the infamous Trail of Tears, into modern-day Oklahoma. Thousands of Indians died, but the majority of white Southerners who took over the land cheered the president's decisions. This was supposed to be a permanent Indian territory, a vast expanse into which the Native Americans would now be concentrated, and sovereign, in perpetuity. It was, of course, not to be. In an early sign of what was to come, when the 5 civilized tribes made the mistake of Montana. Eventually the U.S. government agreed to destroy its regional forts and signed the Fort Laramie Treaty, which promised the Black Hills of South Dakota and other sacred lands to the Sioux and Cheyenne in perpetuity. Fort Laramie was one of the last treaties signed by the U.S. government with a sovereign Great Plains tribe. That time was passing. The end of war in 1868, in retrospect, was but a truce, during which the settlers and U.S. Army paused briefly but did not give up their hunger for Indian land on the plains. The great chief Sitting Bull of the Sioux learned that lesson early and proclaimed that possession is a disease with them, white men. The notion that the United States, or more accurately its settlers and prospectors, would actually yield the land between Oklahoma and North Dakota to a so-called concentration of Indians was, in hindsight, baseless. The government always wanted to own all the land between prosperous California and the Missouri River limit of settlement. Besides, land-hungry settlers and speculators had no intention of following federal Indian policy anyway. They knew the army had too few soldiers to police the entire frontier, and that it would be relatively easy to cross the Missouri, find a plot in Indian territory, and squat on the land. Would the federal army have the will or capacity to protect Indians from the settlers? It was never. Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois, a fierce advocate of a transcontinental railroad through Indian land, captured the common feeling and dispelled any lingering idea of a permanent Indian land. He noted, years before the Civil War, that the idea of arresting our progress in that direction, west, has become so ludicrous that we are amazed. How are we to develop, cherish and protect our immense interests and possessions on the Pacific, with a vast wilderness 1,500 miles in breadth, filled with hostile savages, and cutting off direct communication? The Indian barrier must be removed. There was, rumor had it, gold and other precious minerals, in addition to millions of acres of fertile land, in that 1,500-mile breadth of Indian territory. Neither settlers nor federal officials were willing to follow the concentration policy and let the Indians be. Progress, as always, seemed to demand expansion. Some other method of Indian control would have to be found. Confinement. The answer, many federal officials eventually decided, must be to confine the natives to shrunken parcels of land, known forever as Indian reservations. This strategy was in direct contradiction to and contravention of earlier legal treaties signed with various native tribes and, along with the westward wave of settlers after the Civil War, made Indian war almost inevitable. There was always a fine line between concentration and confinement. Both constricted the Indians to certain lands, but the reservations were generally smaller and far less rich in minerals and arable land. Various actors, and branches of government, led the transition from concentration to confinement on the res. In 1870 the Supreme Court ruled that Congress had the power to supersede or even annul treaties with Indian tribes. This ruling essentially destroyed the previous system of Indian affairs and emboldened settlers. Soon afterward Congress followed the court's decision, making any future treaty-making with the Indians illegal. The tribes were not, the text of legislation read, to be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power. Next came the ubiquitous settlers. After the boy general hero of the Civil War, George Armstrong Custer, led his 7th Cavalry on a reconnaissance expedition into the sacred Black Hills, he almost assured a new gold rush by publicizing the news that from the grassroots down it was pay dirt. Within 2 years, there were 10,000 miners in the new town of Deadwood in the Black Hills. Unsurprisingly, miners were attacked by Sioux warriors who refused to countenance their presence. The exhausted and scandal-ridden Grant administration decided to end the Indian problem once and for all. In what he declared his new peace policy, President Ulysses S. Grant ordered that all Great Plains tribes and bands no later than January 1, 1876, move on to the truncated reservations outlined by his government or be considered hostile. Grant knew, of course, that this would mean a war. He probably expected one and had convinced himself that a final showdown was necessary. January 1 came and went, and nearly 10,000 Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho still roamed the northern plains. The army moved in, and once again Custer was in the lead. Following his aggressive, often reckless, if courageous, instincts, Custer divided his force into 3 parts and converged on the huge combined native village near the Little Bighorn River in southeast Montana. He should have followed orders and waited for reinforcements. He didn't. On June 25, 1876, just a week before the nation's centennial celebration, thousands of warriors under Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull quickly overwhelmed and destroyed Custer and his wing of 250 or so troopers. The news of Custer's last stand shocked the nation and entered the American mythology as a gallant defeat on par with the Greeks at Thermopylae or the Texans at the Alamo. Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, and other chiefs quickly split up. They knew that the defeat of Custer meant the full force of the army would now be unleashed upon them. They were right. Thousands of troops converged and waged a scorched earth campaign during a brutally cold winter. Starving, outnumbered, and exhausted, within a year most Indians withdrew to their reservations. Crazy Horse was the last to surrender and was subsequently bayoneted to death in an alleged escape attempt. Sitting Bull led his followers into Canada, where they were given some sanctuary, but within a few years they returned to their reservation because of food shortages. It turned out that Custer's last stand was really the last stand of the sovereign Northern Plains tribes. That day's victory by the Indians ultimately ushered in their final removal to reservations. Assimilation and allotment. The seeds of forced assimilation of Indians and conversion into farmers had long been planted in the Anglo mind. As early as 1859 an annual report of the Bureau of Indian Affairs noted, "It is indispensably necessary that, the Indians, be placed in positions where they can be controlled and finally compelled by sheer necessity to resort to agricultural labor or starve. There is no alternative to providing for them in this manner, but to exterminate them." Ironically, when the new policy of assimilation and allotment of land plots to individual Indians came to pass in the 1880s, it was ushered in by white Easterners who called themselves Friends of the Indian. These men, and many women, believed that Indians must be converted from hunters who held land in common into white-style farmers and property owners. If they weren't thus transformed, the reformers believed, the natives would become extinct. One reformer, Carl Schurz, wrote that, civilizing them, which once seemed only a benevolent fancy, has now become an absolute necessity, if we mean to save them. The signal achievement of the assimilation and allotment phase was the Dawes General Allotment Act, which in 1887 broke reservations into multiple tracts to be allotted to individual Indians, ostensibly for farming, which was often impossible due to the choice of barren, arid lands for reservations. The kicker was this: the millions of acres left over would then be open for sale to whites. The Indians themselves, of course, were barely asked what they preferred. When they were, a majority of Indian tribes opposed the allotment policy. The resulting land cession was disastrous. In 1887 Indians held 138 million acres. Over the next 47 years, 60 million of those acres were declared surplus and sold to whites. Other lands were desperately sold off by Indians or ceded to the government for much-needed cash. By 1934 the Indian tribes held only 47 million acres. There was also a cultural component to the new phase of Indian policy, assimilation. Consider what followed to be cultural imperialism. Indian children were sent to distant eastern boarding schools, most famously the Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania, where they were taught in English alone, were told their parents' ways were backward, and were forced to wear American-style clothes and hairstyles. The girls were dressed in Victorian dresses and taught piano, the boys drilled in uniform as military companies. The Secretary of the Interior summed up the policy: if Indian children are to be civilized they must learn the language of civilization. Clearly, he meant a more holistic transformation than the simple learning of English. Tribal life was upended. The tragic last hurrah of Indian independence came in 1890. A Paiute holy man in Nevada preached a new sort of nonviolent religion. If Indians gave up alcohol, lived simply and traditionally, and danced a certain slow dance, the Great Spirit would return them their lands and white ways and implements would disappear. By the time the belief reached the Northern Plains and the Sioux tribe, it had garnered a slightly more militant message and spread widely among the hopeless and despondent tribe. The ghost dance terrified whites and Indian agents, and when a band left the main reservation to dance on the Badlands of South Dakota, the U.S. Army sent in the ubiquitous 7th Cavalry Regiment, no doubt yearning for vengeance. Tribal police were sent to arrest Sitting Bull at his home, and in violence that followed, Sitting Bull and more than a dozen other men, both policemen and supporters of the chief, were killed. The cavalrymen then set out in the winter snow and surrounded the ghost dance band along Wounded Knee Creek. The soldiers began disarming the Sioux when a gun went off. A massacre ensued, and the soldiers fired 4 new machine guns down into the encampment. 146 Indians were killed, including 62 women and children. It was more massacre than battle. 25 soldiers were killed, most of them probably shot in crossfire from their own forces. As a tragicomic if instructive coda, the U.S. Army, desperate to depict the incident as a battle, awarded no fewer than 20 medals of honor to the troopers at Wounded Knee. They have never been rescinded. Looking back, what happened to the natives of America seems so inevitable. But was it? Could not the United States have settled for just a bit less expansion and allowed a permanent sovereign Indian territory to develop along its own chosen lines? Couldn't reservations have been placed on more fertile land? And furthermore, could not those yet smaller reservations have stayed in Indian hands rather than being allotted to whites? Of course. There existed alternative options at every step of the way. Ultimately, the U.S. government always lacked the will and capacity to protect Indian sovereignty. It's an old story, really, something President Washington had predicted. In 1796 he wrote, "The Indians urge this, policing of a line between whites and natives, the law requires it, and it ought to be done, but I believe scarcely anything short of a Chinese wall or a line of troops will restrain land jobbers and the encroachment of settlers." The tale was basically the same from 1796 to 1890. The army was rarely large enough to create that line of troops, and the government was never willing to meaningfully use the military resources that existed to evict white Americans. Role reversal, the Anglicization of the Southwest and California. Just who are the immigrants in the American Southwest and Pacific Coast? Today there is an easy, if inaccurate, ready answer: the Mexicans. Yet in truth, a Hispanic and Mestizo population and culture preceded Anglo-American conquest by some 250 years. Furthermore, Native American peoples had themselves been conquered by the Spanish in the late 16th century and antedated European rule by perhaps 10,000 years. What's more, Native peoples had fought one another for the land throughout the continent's settled history. This wider view certainly complicates the traditional American political attitudes of our own day and raises as many questions as answers. As should by now be clear, the West was never truly empty, no matter how often the artists of the period romantically depicted it as such. One of the strongest and most embedded communities was that of the Hispanic and Mestizo descendants of the Spanish invasion. Spain permanently entered the American Southwest as early as 1598, with Juan de Oñate's conquest of New Mexico from the Pueblo Indians. And yet to watch a classic film or read an old Western dime novel is to erase these Hispanic and mixed-race peoples from the story of the West. They were neither the cowboys nor Indians, soldiers nor native warriors, of the traditional tale. They don't fit. That this should be the case is fascinating, if tragic. The people we now call Mexicans, Mexican Americans, or Hispanics were present and effusive through the entire classic era of the American West. Let us remember their story. The original, Hispanic residents of California and the Southwest were promised their private landholdings would be protected under the provisions of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, created at the conclusion of the Mexican-American War. It was not to be. Swindlers, settlers, and hustlers tricked or bullied thousands of Hispanics off their land in the decades following the war. It wasn't enough that the Yankees had conquered half of Mexico, the residents complained, now their lands were forfeited too. During the California Gold Rush, a Civil War veteran and 49er wrote in the Stockton Times that Mexicans have no business in this country. The men were made to be shot at, and the women were made for our purposes. I'm a white man, I am. A Mexican is pretty near black. I hate all Mexicans. Yet New Mexico, for example, remained majority Hispanic into the 20th century, which may help explain why it was not admitted as a state until 1912, but even there Hispanics held minimal political or economic power. In fact, they divided among themselves as many Hispanics sought to Europeanize or whiten themselves, by claiming Spanish, rather than native, descent. This, some thought, would protect them from the worst of white infractions, though it didn't always work. The victims of lynching, it turns out, were not limited to Southern blacks. Mexicans were often extrajudicially murdered for alleged crimes or just to encourage them to stay in their place. Still, Mexicans weren't erased from the Southwest. They were needed as agricultural laborers, then and now, just as blacks were in the Old South. Nativists, anti-immigration advocates, fought the local planters, who needed the labor, fearing that migrating Mexicans might reverse the essential consequences of the Mexican-American War. Racial lines hardened throughout the 20th century, and in 1930 the U.S. Census formatted a separate classification of Hispanics as Mexican. Before then Hispanics fell under the category of white. Culturally the Hispanics often found themselves erased by or amalgamated within an Anglo-Texan or Californian society and mythology. In the process northern Mexico became the southwestern United States, cowboys became homogeneous and white, Indians became a savage red. There wasn't much identity left for those in between. Whether in the 19th century or today, the border between the U.S. and Mexico has been little more than a legal and social fiction. Like the Indians, the Hispanics of the Southwest had been conquered but never truly erased. Texas and California were once northern Mexico. Which raises salient questions today: are undocumented Mexican immigrants illegal intruders, or are they rightful residents of occupied America? Historians often describe this period in Western history as another type of Reconstruction, something similar to what was attempted in the post-Civil War South. There are indeed parallels: a military presence, violence, federal impotency, citizen apathy, and racism. Still, the analogy falls short. It is problematic to compare Indians to recently freed slaves or to former Confederates. In the end, the U.S. government abandoned the freedmen and turned power back over to the Confederates within a dozen years. In the West, conversely, few attempts were made to reconstruct or restrain the land-hungry settlers, and the government actively backed and abetted the invaders. Furthermore, the Indians permanently lost their land, and for what crime? The Confederates had seceded, thereby committing treason, and received but 12 years of light punishment. Indians had adhered to treaties more faithfully than whites and were rewarded with banishment, theft, war, and extermination. The legacy, and tragedy, of the American West is with us still. As a classroom exercise on the heels of the 2010 census, I often ended my lesson on this topic at West Point with a slide listing 5 of the poorest U.S. counties. Then I'd circle 4, Buffalo, Todd, and Shannon in South Dakota and Wade Hampton, now Kusovac, in Alaska, and ask the students what these counties had in common. They are all Indian reservations, of course, or places with major Native American majorities. Buffalo County holds the Crow Creek Reservation, Todd, the Rosebud Sioux, Shannon, the Pine Ridge Sioux, and Wade Hampton a population that is 92% Eskimo. These counties, each filled with thousands of tragic individual stories, are living relics of our past, of each phase of the U.S. government's calamitous Indian policy: first removal, then concentration, followed by confinement to the reservation, and finally hopeless forced assimilation. Think on it, within just a few hours' drive of swanky downtown Denver, and just a few hours' flight from hipster enclaves in New York City, there are veritable monuments of American crimes and human suffering, our semi-sovereign, mostly impoverished Indian reservations. To visit one is to experience the past within the present. Disembark your plane in a crowded metropolitan center and take the long drive. You may cruise past federally owned ranch lands, through federally subsidized mega farms, past long abandoned mine shafts, through ghost towns that the railroads bypassed, stop for fuel where a man in a Stetson fuels his luxury pickup truck. Keep driving, past failed family farms that ran short of water on the arid plains, through strip mall after suburban strip mall, through a town with a vaguely Spanish name and past an oil rig. Finally, when the conveniences of modern life seem almost to have vanished, see the passing sign, entering, insert tribe, reservation, and proceed. You may feel as though you've left one world for another, but it is not so. All that you passed is the West, the legacy, the charm, and the tragedy. We are Americans, it is our complex inheritance. 16. 20. Wealth and squalor in the Progressive Era. The Gilded Age. The American Industrial Revolution. The Progressive Era. Call it what you will, but one salient, Dickensian fact about this period endures: it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, depending on your point of view. Industrialization brought immense wealth for some and crippling poverty for others. Mass production might result in savings for the consumer, but working wages remained low. The boom and bust cycle of laissez-faire capitalism was in full swing, resulting in national banking panics and, from 1893 to 1897, the worst financial depression up to that point in the country's history. The key story of this era revolves around various attempts, by rural farmers and urban workers, by women and blacks, Republicans and Democrats, populists, progressives, and even socialists, to mitigate the excesses of industrialized American capitalism. It would not prove to be an easy task, and, we could cogently argue, it is a task Americans still grapple with. The two-party system nearly fell apart in this period because neither major political brand seemed to have a viable answer to the key question of day: how to maintain peace and the basic standard of living during a time of massive industrial growth and rising economic inequality. Were the corporate leaders of the Gilded Age corrupt robber barons or rags-to-riches heroes? Was factory work a long-term good, driving down prices and growing the American economy, or was it soul-sucking wage slavery? Maybe both. What's certain is that the nature of labor changed forever. Systems of efficiency like Taylorism and the assembly line specialized labor and brought much monotony to the workplace. Early American factory life was a nightmare, not unlike contemporary conditions in much of the developing world. The tyranny of the clock, a relatively new addition to the factory floor, dominated life as the average laborer worked 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. By 1900 there were 1.7 million children toiling in the labor force. Worse still, in the late 19th century neither political party supported unions or any sort of modern social welfare system or safety net. The results were barbaric. Unorganized workers lacked health care, safety regulations, and unemployment insurance. From 1880 to 1900 there were 35,000 deaths on the job, annually, the equivalent of a Korean War every year for 2 decades. Beyond the fatalities, an average of 536,000 men and women were injured at work in each of those years. The cold-hearted ideology of the day, in both major political parties and among the wealthy, tended to blame poverty on the workers themselves. Except among a tiny, but growing, core of socialists, few Americans who were not directly affected by the plight of workers demonstrated any enthusiasm for federal intervention or poverty mitigation. Indeed, the Democratic President Grover Cleveland, a fiscal conservative, declared in 1893, "While the people patriotically and cheerfully support their government, its functions do not include the support of the people." The Republicans were often even less sympathetic. Most politicians simply reflected the prevailing mores. American elites, and many hoodwinked workers and farmers, clung tightly to belief in the American dream, that with enough hard work and grit anyone, by pulling on their own bootstraps, could become rich. The empirical statistics, even then, debunked this ideology as little more than anecdotal, but it endured and endures. An academic of that era, William Sumner, summarized this viewpoint: "Let every man be sober, industrious, prudent, and wise, and poverty will be abolished in a few generations." Nor did many popular preachers, such as Henry Ward Beecher, show much sympathy for the plight of the poor, with Beecher famously announcing that no man in this land suffers from poverty unless it be more than his fault, unless it be his sin. Nonetheless, when the economy finally collapsed in 1893, due in large part to the corruption and excesses of various corporate monopolies, views on charity, social welfare, and the supposed character defects of the poor began to change. Perhaps the federal and local governments did have a role in citizens' welfare. Of this much, many were sure: something had to change. Populism and agrarian revolt, the good, the bad, the ugly. After 1877, when the Republican Party abandoned Southern blacks along with any remnants of its old abolitionist sentiment, the GOP became increasingly identified as the party of business, of corporations and the capitalist class. The Democrats, now largely a regional, Southern, party, also proved initially conservative on economic issues and stuck with pure free market capitalism. Neither party, it seemed, appealed to the best interests of small rural farmers or urban wage workers. One result of industrialization was the accumulation of massive wealth in the hands of the very few, mostly northern and eastern corporatists. In 1890 the richest 1% of the population owned 51% of the national wealth, while the poorest 44% owned less than 2%. The result of this imbalance was instability, strikes, work stoppages, federal intervention, and, often, bloodshed. Unions formed, shattered, and rose again. Still, at a national level, it was the rural farmers who first revolted. Farmers felt themselves the perennial victims of a rigged system. They lived by the whims of market prices, of supply and demand. They hated the national tariff, which protected urban manufacturing but caused rising costs in the consumer goods necessary to live on the prairie. Furthermore, the post-Civil War move away from paper currency or greenbacks to hard specie, meaning gold, devastated all but the wealthiest farmers. Seeing themselves as the ideal Americans of the Jeffersonian vision, the salt of the earth who tilled the land, they demanded that silver, which was more plentiful, as well as gold be used to back their paper currency. Small farmers simply didn't have much in the way of gold reserves, and the hard money policies of the Republicans and urban elites devalued what little cash they had. Disgusted with two-party politics, and feeling abandoned by both mainstream Republicans and Democrats, a new organization, the People's Party, formed and met with early electoral successes in their western and, sometimes, southern heartlands. The Populists, as they were called, entered American politics and, in one guise or another, have been with us ever since. Theirs was the policy and ideology of us versus them, rich versus poor, west versus east, rural versus urban, and, lamentably, white versus black. The Populists for the most part distrusted the state. Then again, they did support federal intervention when it suited them. Riding a tidal wave of rural and agricultural support, William Jennings Bryan of Nebraska managed a veritable takeover of the Democratic Party by 1896, fusing it with the Populists, and ran for president. Bryan was one of the great orators in American history. His speeches summoned the tone of evangelical church rallies. At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, Bryan mesmerized the crowd as he placed an imaginary crown of thorns on his head and pronounced, "We will answer the Republicans, demand for a gold standard by saying to them, 'You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns.'" Then, stretching out his arms as if on a cross, he hollered, "You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." Bryan, however popular and however enthralling on a podium, would go on to lose in 1896, and then twice more. He was defeated by the Republican William McKinley, who ran on a platform of nationalism and status quo prosperity and who labeled Bryan a radical tainted by his party's association with the old Confederate South. And there was something else, money in politics. McKinley and his corporate Republicans raised $7 million, the equivalent of $3 billion today, the Democrats just $300,000. Bryan ran an energetic campaign, riding the rails and giving 600 speeches in 27 states. McKinley rarely left his home and rested on his financial advantages. In the end, money won. McKinley would be president. Lest we become too sentimental and consider Bryan's and the populists' failed campaign as some sort of moral effort, it is necessary to illuminate the dark side of the populist party. Many populists demonstrated strong strains of nativism and racism. They railed against Jew bankers, Slavic immigrants up north, and in the South the Negro menace. This was not mere rhetoric. As populists rose in the West and South, blacks were being utterly disenfranchised. Southern states, now back in the hands of many former Confederate leaders, struck almost every eligible black voter from the rolls. Between 1898 and 1910 the number of black registered voters in Louisiana dropped from 130,000 to 730. The Populist Party, in other words, may have been the party of the people, but it was most certainly only thus for white people. Consider the contrast. The very year Bryan ran his crusading campaign, the Supreme Court would hold that segregation was legal when it ruled in the case of Plessy v. Ferguson. Few populists made an effort to craft an interracial alliance of poor people, and thus it was ultimately American blacks who were left to writhe on Bryan's proverbial cross of gold. The progressive moment, social freedom or social control. The Panic and Depression of 1893 was so severe, and the government so unprepared and unwilling to intervene, that millions of families were brought to the brink of starvation, and the ranks of a tramp army of unemployed men swelled. Though the populists never managed to convince or co-opt northern factory workers to join their crusade, many of the sentiments and proposed policies of the People's Party began to infuse a new movement of mostly middle-class progressives, as they styled themselves. Progressives weren't exactly radical in the traditional sense, though their wealthy opponents depicted them as such, and they belonged to both major political parties. What they most had in common was an abiding criticism of the excesses of American boom-bust capitalism, and a sense that regulation of markets and the intervention of government could mitigate the worst aspects of this and future depressions. Throughout their heyday, 1896 to 1920 or so, progressives called for, and often achieved, many of the government programs and policies that exist to this day. They pushed for antitrust and anti-monopoly regulations, the 8-hour workday, an end to child labor and unemployment, and workers' compensation insurance, to name but a few. One problem for the progressives was their inability to forge lasting alliances with rural populists, whom they saw as backward country bumpkins. Nor did the rural poor trust the machinations of these seemingly arrogant urban reformist progressives. The two groups had such divergent cultural values and traditions, as well as different views on immigration and government intervention, that a true union of urban/rural workers and reformists never manifested itself. Historians long have argued about the ultimate nature of the progressive movement. Some view the progressives as genuine reformers with the best interest and freedoms of the working classes at their root. Others sense an overriding aura of social control in the progressive agenda. Though the remarkable achievements of the progressives should never be ignored, their paternalistic and controlling side bears some analysis. As true believers in the government's ability to reform, regulate, and solve the nation's economic and social problems, progressives sometimes displace the social justice rhetoric of the populists with slogans of efficiency. Indeed, progressives seemed to know what was best for poor farmers and urban immigrants alike, sobriety and moderation. This explains why so many progressives were also in favor of temperance. Their motto was "Trust us," meaning the experts, your social and educational betters. While populism pitted the people against the state, progressives believed in the utility of using the state, through new theories of social science, to intervene in the economy and reform society. Indeed, the paternalistic impulses of some progressives were such that they saw the masses, urban or rural, as a threat to democracy, a populace itself in need of regulation. Therein lies part of the dark side of the progressive movement. Sure, progressives made great, if gradualist, progress on improving working conditions, government regulation, and the right of white women to vote. This ought to be rightfully celebrated. Still, many progressives, both academics and policymakers, believed in the social Darwinist notion of human beings' survival of the fittest. In that vein, a powerful wing of the progressives backed eugenics programs of forced sterilization laws. Those deemed physically or mentally unfit were to be sterilized for the good of the American whole. Beginning in 1907, two-thirds of U.S. states would eventually pass forced sterilization laws. Indeed, even the Supreme Court ruled, in Buck v. Bell, 1927, that compulsory sterilization was fully legal and constitutional. In a disturbing irony, Adolf Hitler and other Nazis would later cite America as a positive example and model of their early racial purity programs. Progressives had a deep blind spot related to race in general and African Americans in particular. The inconvenient fact is that the progressive era coincided with the Jim Crow era and the height of racial terrorism in the South. When progressives talked about easing inequality, they meant wide inequality. The same went for most populists. Indeed, as the New York Times reported on the 1924 Democratic National Convention, an effort to incorporate in the Democratic platform a plan condemning the Ku Klux Klan, was lost early this morning by a single vote. There was oratory against the proposal, by William Jennings Bryan, who spoke with his old-time fire and enthusiasm. Progressive Democrats couldn't even agree to condemn the Klan. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. The progressives and populists had one thing in common: they wanted to win national elections. As a result, they showed a willingness to play the race card and ignore the Southern regime of terror that was then at its height. As most progressives and populists remained silent, lynching reached its zenith in this era, and neither party took national action. It didn't take very much for a black man to be lynched in the progressive era South. In 1889, Keith Bowen was killed for simply entering a room where 3 white women were sitting. In 1904, a white mob lynched a black man for knocking on a white woman's door. In 1912, Thomas Miles was killed for writing a note to a white woman, inviting her for a cold drink. Multiply this by 1,000 and we get a sense of the scale of lynching in this period. And what did a self-described progressive president, Theodore Roosevelt, have to say about all of this? The New York-bred Brahmin lowered himself to the baseness of a Southern apologist. He stated that the greatest existing cause of lynching is the perpetration, especially by black men, of the hideous crime of rape. How's that for victim blaming? The wild election of 1912, who was the real progressive? Nevertheless, by 1912 the old notion of a governmental hands-off policy in economics and society was out of style. In that presidential election 3 men ran on a platform of progressivism: Republican incumbent William Howard Taft, Democratic challenger Woodrow Wilson, and the old stalwart Theodore Roosevelt, who had formed his own third party, the Progressive, or Bull Moose, Party. In this election, the 3 main candidates all sought to out-progressive the others. In truth, though, the men were, in their policies and platforms, remarkably similar. And they admitted it. Wilson stated, "When I sit down and compare my views with those of a progressive Republican, I can't see what the difference is." Roosevelt, ever more succinct and blunt, declared that Wilson is merely a less virile me. So who is most traditionally progressive? It's a tough question. Roosevelt was most associated with progressivism, in theory. He touted his achievements as a trust buster, believed that big government could balance big business, and had a strong environmental record including an expanded program of national parks. Still, he was socially conservative, feared anarchy, and supported overt imperialism. His racism, and that of his followers, was also a problem. Some called the Roosevelt wing of the Republican Party the Lily Whites. Taft, though portrayed by his opponents as a business Republican, actually busted twice the number of trusts as Teddy, mandated an 8-hour workday for federal employees, and pushed for a progressive income tax. Wilson, born to a slaveholding family in Virginia in 1856, had racist instincts but supported some trust-busting and believed the Constitution to be a living document that must change with the times. In the end, Roosevelt, though the most successful third-party candidate in history, split the Republican vote and propelled Wilson into the White House. Wilson followed through on many of his campaign promises, and the 63rd Congress, during his first term as president, was one of the more productive in U.S. history. Under Wilson's watch, Congress lowered the tariff, abolished child labor, and passed a new antitrust act, the 8-hour workday, and federal aid to farmers. Wilson's first term seemed a progressive dream. But the man also had Southern roots and was a product of his era and its hateful culture. The favorite movie of the progressive Wilson was The Birth of a Nation, which depicted the KKK as heroic. Furthermore, he excluded black soldiers from the 50th anniversary observance of the Battle of Gettysburg and ushered in segregation of federal buildings and the federal civil service. On the issue of race, under Wilson, progressive America had taken a step backward. Why no socialism in America? Urban, rural, and racial division. It is a question asked time and again by historians on both sides of the Atlantic. Why did a significant socialist movement not rise in the United States as it did in Europe? Indeed, we could argue that this is one of the rare things that actually is exceptional about America. Indeed, while many liberal progressives in the United States admired the social programs long flourishing in industrialized Europe, they never managed to implement most of these policies in Washington. One reason they had so much trouble was the power of the courts in America. Through the peculiar United States system of lifetime appointments of judges, the justices, especially on the Supreme Court, were a generation behind contemporary policymakers and tended to strike down social welfare provisions as unconstitutional. It would take decades to modernize the court. European countries rarely had such problems with experimentation and improvisation. Thus the United States fell way behind Europe on social welfare and remains so today. One dream of American progressives was universal health insurance, which they proposed back in 1912. More than a century later, the United States holds the distinction of being perhaps the last major industrialized country not to have such a program. Germany had shown the way in 1883, and the United Kingdom passed the National Insurance Act in 1911. The Strike, 1886, by Roger Kohler. This is not to say that American socialists did not exist. In fact, 1912 was probably the high tide of socialist sentiment in this country. Many socialists, including their party leader, Eugene Debs, a former Union man, believed that neither of the two major parties had an answer to the ills and excesses of capitalism. As one Union member summed it up, people got mighty sick of voting for Republicans and Democrats when it was a heads I win, tails you lose proposition. Though it is rarely remembered or spoken of now, in 1911 socialists were elected mayors of 18 cities, and more than 300 held office in 30 states. In the 1912 presidential election Debs received a remarkable 1 million votes, the most ever for a far-left socialist candidate. Clearly, some proportion of voters agreed with Debs that the Republican and Democratic parties, or, to be more exact, the Republican-Democratic Party, represent the capitalist class in the struggle. They are the political wings of the capitalist system. Still, though Debs's accomplishments were real, it must be said that no serious socialist or social democratic movement ever gathered much steam on this side of the Atlantic. The reasons were as numerous as they were lamentable. The working class in the United States was utterly divided against itself, something the owners of this country exploited and perpetuated. Rural populists wanted lower tariffs, cultural homogeneity, an end to new immigration, and a return to traditional values. They were never able to make common cause with the urban, often immigrant, working class, despite their obvious common interests. Just as today, the American working and middle classes were then waging a culture war over race, citizenship, immigration, and social values. But the main factor was race, specifically the Negro question. Both urban white immigrants and rural white farmers defined progress and reform along the narrowest of racial contours. They believed in white progressivism and white populism. In the interest of not alienating their party's southern wings and winning elections and because of their downright bigotry, they left African Americans to suffer economic peonage and physical torment. Progressives and populists of the period failed to recognize one salient truth: some cannot be free so long as all are not free. When it came to fulfilling the idealistic dreams of populism and progressivism, race, as in so many American matters, would prove to be the nation's Achilles heel. It would take 2 generations to even begin to right that wrong. 1721. The tragic dawn of overseas imperialism. Empire. It is a word that most Americans loathe. After all, the United States was born through its rebellion against the great British Empire of the day. American politicians, policymakers, and the public alike have long preferred to imagine the United States as, rather, a beacon of freedom in the world, bringing light to those in the darkness of despotism. Europeans, not Americans, it is thought, had empires. Some version of this myth has pervaded the Republic from its earliest colonial origins, and nothing could be further from the truth. According to the old historical narrative, the United States has always been a democratic republic and only briefly dabbled, from 1898 to 1904, with outright imperialism. And indeed, even in that era, in which the United States seized Puerto Rico, Guam, Hawaii, and the Philippines, the United States saw itself as liberating the locals from Spanish despotism. This wasn't real imperialism but rather, to use a term from the day, benevolent assimilation. Oh, what a gloriously American euphemism. The truth, of course, is far more discomfiting. The United States was an empire before it had even gained its own independence. From the moment that Englishmen landed at Jamestown and Plymouth Rock, theirs was an imperial experiment. Native tribes were conquered and displaced westward, year in and year out, until there were no sovereign Indians left to fight. In 1848 the U.S. Army conquered northern Mexico and rechristened it the American Southwest. Yes, the United States was always an empire, what Thomas Jefferson self-consciously called an empire of liberty. Only the American empire looked different from the British and Western European variety. Until 1898 the United States lacked the overseas possessions and expansive naval power that have come to define our contemporary image of the term empire. That was the British, French, and Spanish model. No, the United States was a great land empire most similar to that of Russia, but an empire nonetheless. Still, there is something profound about 1898 and the years that followed. For it was in this era that the American people, and their leaders, became sick with the disease of overseas imperialism. With no Indians left to fight and no Mexican lands worth conquering, Americans looked abroad for new monsters to destroy and new lands to occupy. Britain and France were far too powerful and were not to be trifled with, but Spain, the deteriorating Spanish Empire in the Caribbean and Pacific, proved a tempting target. And so it was, through a brief, splendid, as it was described, little war with Spain, that the United States would annex foreign territories and join the European race for colonies. The year 1898 is central to our understanding of the United States' contemporary role in the world, for it was at that moment that the peculiar exceptional millenarianism of American idealism merged with the Western mission of civilization. The result was a more overt, distant, and expansive version of American empire. And though the United States no longer officially annexes foreign territories, its neo-imperial foreign policy is alive and well, with U.S. military forces ensconced in some 800 bases in more than 80 countries, numbers that by far exceed those of other nations. Furthermore, the remnants of America's first overseas conquests are with us today, as the people of Puerto Rico, Guam, and Samoa are still only partial Americans, citizens, yes, but citizens without congressional representation or a vote in presidential elections. How ironic, indeed, that a nation founded in opposition to taxation without representation should, for more than 100 years now, hold so many of its people in a situation remarkably similar to that of the American colonists before the Revolutionary War. In retrospect, then, 1898 represents both continuity with America's imperial past and a bridge to its contemporary neo-imperial future. This era is key because it stands as a moment of no return, a pivot point at which the United States became a global empire. One can hardly understand contemporary interventions in Iraq and Afghanistan without a clear account of 1898 and what followed. The Spanish-American War and the occupation of the Philippines are two of America's fundamental sins, and their consequences resonate in our ever-uncertain present. The closing of the frontier. In 1890 the distinguished American historian Frederick Jackson Turner combed the latest U.S. Census and declared, in a widely read speech, that the American frontier was officially closed. He meant, of course, that there were no longer any uncharted western lands to explore or Indian tribes to fight. The West was conquered and civilized, once and for all. According to Turner, westward expansion had defined American history and American values. Civilizing the West, through hardy individualism and strife, had altered and established the American soul. In his telling, which was very influential in its day, the loss of the frontier wasn't necessarily a good thing. In fact, it had the potential to soften Americans and rot the foundation of the Republic. It was believed that without new lands to conquer, new space in which to expand, Americans would become a sedentary people riven with the same class divisions and social conflict infecting Europe. Furthermore, without new markets, how would American farmers and manufacturers maintain and improve their economic situation? The West was an idea, mostly, but it spoke to an inherently American trait, expansionism. Ours was a society of more land, more profits, more freedom, more growth. In a view widely held, then and now, the United States would die if it ever stopped expanding. From sea to shining sea wasn't enough, no two oceans should hem in American markets, the American people, or American ideals. This was, and is, the messianic nature of the American experiment, for better or worse. Many citizens were riddled with anxiety about the loss of the West. This helps explain the widely popular phenomenon of Buffalo Bill Cody's traveling Wild West shows, in which he paraded Indians around the cities of the American East and, eventually, around the world. Americans were transfixed at the sight of savage natives and noble cowboys and cavalrymen. For Americans of the 1890s, the West, and all it entailed, represented both freedom and virile masculinity. As more and more Americans moved to big cities and became factory laborers, many wondered whether American manhood itself was not in crisis. Those with the means, and the inherent insecurity, men like Theodore Roosevelt, the scion of a wealthy patrician New York family, made pilgrimages to Western ranches as though they represented the New Jerusalem. It is only thus that we have the image of this future American president, a city boy, adorned in Western attire. Such was the inherent unease of the times. How to Sell an Unnecessary War, William Randolph Hearst and the Media Militarist Conspiracy. By 1898 the United States was bursting with energy, self-righteousness, and anxiety. The only question was where all that expansionist energy would direct itself. It was then that a coalition of newspapermen and imperialist politicians provided a ready target: Cuba. Spain had, for many years, been engaged in a counterinsurgency campaign against Cuban rebels seeking independence. This would provide the opening that America's burgeoning imperialists longed for. At the same time, none of this interest in Cuban affairs was new. Before the American Civil War, Southerners had repeatedly called for the annexation of Cuba as a new slave state. Now, however, a conglomeration of powerful interests pushed for U.S. intervention on behalf of the Cubans. If that campaign resulted in the seizure of Cuba, then all the better. Historians have long debated which factors or impulses were most responsible for America's overseas expansion and intervention in Cuba. The reality, though, is that it was a confluence of interests that pushed the United States toward war with Spain. Corporate capitalists sought new markets for their goods, missionaries dreamed of Christianizing and civilizing foreign peoples, naval strategists coveted bases and coaling stations to project power across the seas, expansionist politicians, prominent among them Theodore Roosevelt and Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, believed the United States had a mission to expand in order to salvage the virility of the Republic, and muckraking newspapermen led by William Randolph Hearst desired nothing more than to sell papers and turn a profit, and the best way to do that was to report, and exaggerate, Spanish atrocities and drum up a new, popular war. War sells, after all. Satirical drawing, 1896, La Campana de Gracia. The key triumvirate, however, was the alliance among Assistant Secretary of the Navy Roosevelt, Massachusetts Senator Lodge, and newspaper magnate Hearst. Lodge genuinely hoped for some crisis to precipitate war with Spain. In 1898 he wrote to a friend, "There may be an explosion any day in Cuba which would settle a great many things." How right he was. First, an intercepted letter from the Spanish minister in Washington was found to contain unflattering references to President William McKinley. Hearst's papers exaggerated the story, with his New York Journal running the headline, "Worst Insult to the United States in Its History." This came on top of several years of stories in which the journal writers whipped up chauvinist support for war with Spain. Then, fatefully, on February 15, 1898, an American naval vessel, the USS Maine, exploded in a harbor in Cuba, killing 258 sailors. Without the slightest pause for an investigation, a Hearst headline proclaimed destruction of the warship Maine was the work of an enemy. It wasn't, and experts confirmed later that the explosion was accidental. Even at the time, several policymakers and experts suspected the Maine had fallen victim to fluke tragedy. The Secretary of the Navy wrote that the explosion was probably the result of an accident. Furthermore, the country's principal expert on maritime explosions, a professor at the U.S. Naval Academy, concluded that no torpedo such as is known in modern warfare can of itself cause an explosion as powerful as that which destroyed the Maine. It hardly mattered. The explosion of the Maine provided the casus belli for a nation ready for war. Crowds gathered to protest at the Spanish embassy, effigies of Spaniards were burned. Hearst, the newspaperman who had long sought war, cabled to one of his correspondents that Maine is a great thing. President McKinley, who had seen the horror of war at the Battle of Antietam, was initially hesitant to rush into action, but he quickly bowed to the pressure of a militaristic public and Congress. He, without international legal sanction, insisted that Spain give up possession of its ever-faithful isle. The president must have known, of course, that Spain could never bow to such a demand and still maintain its global prestige. Then, on April 11, McKinley delivered a message to Congress arguing that the United States must intervene in Cuba not simply as a result of the Maine explosion, but as a humanitarian intervention on behalf of the embattled Cubans. As historian Stephen Kinzer has written, McKinley thus became the first American president to threaten war against another country because it was mistreating its own subjects. He would not be the last. Spain declared war on the United States on April 24, and Washington issued a declaration the next day. The military conflict was to last less than 4 months, ending in a decisive American victory over an empire long past its prime. Secretary of State John Hay called it a splendid little war, and, indeed, it was by some measures the most popular war in American history. War fever infected the American people. The French ambassador observed that a sort of bellicose fever has seized the American nation. The London Times called it the delirium of war, a German newspaper described it as lust for conquest. Seeking martial glory, Roosevelt resigned his position as Assistant Navy Secretary and raised a regiment of volunteer cavalry, the Rough Riders. He would take it to Cuba as part of the hastily formed American Expeditionary Force seeking to liberate the island. Roosevelt found the combat he so desired when his regiment bravely charged to victory in the Battle of San Juan Hill, which was actually fought on nearby Kettle Hill and involved the often forgotten help of the professional Black 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments. Old Teddy was as giddy as a schoolboy, shouting at the height of the battle, "Holy Godfrey, what fun!" He would later call the battle the great day of my life. After the battle, Roosevelt annoyed his professional military peers by shamelessly and uncouthly lobbying for a Medal of Honor for himself. President Bill Clinton would eventually bestow the award 80 years after the future president's death. The war was far from glorious. The Spanish were dislodged from Guam, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Cuba, but deaths from disease outnumbered U.S. battle deaths by some 8-to-1. Few Americans cared about this fact, so caught up were they in the martial fever of the day. In early 1899 the U.S. Senate would, by narrow margin, ratify a treaty in which Spain ceded Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines to America. This moment was, indeed, a point of no return, the instant that the United States became an overseas empire. Cuba technically received independence but, under Congress's Platt Amendment, became essentially a U.S. protectorate. Washington retained the right to intervene at will in Cuban affairs. And what of the Cubans themselves, on whose behalf the war was supposedly fought? U.S. military and political personnel were, upon arriving on the island, surprised to learn that a significant portion of the population and the rebels were black. After all, the last thing the United States of 1898 wanted was an independent black republic on its southern shores. Furthermore, when it turned out the Cuban revolutionaries had expansive social reformist aims beyond independence, Washington was even less apt to grant full independence. General Leonard Wood, the military governor of Cuba, argued that the United States should maintain an indefinite occupation of the island while saying as little as possible about the whole thing. Wood was eventually pleased by the text of the Platt Amendment, stating, "There is, of course, little or no independence left Cuba under the amendment." This all cohered with Wood's worldview. He considered the Cubans as ignorant as children, and sought to choose their first president. The Spanish-American War served another purpose for Americans. The conflict, it was said, would heal the divisions of the Civil War and unite the nation behind a noble cause. Newspapers bristled with stories of former Union and Confederate veterans serving together in the American Army in Cuba and the Philippines. In one famous anecdote, the former Confederate General Joseph Fighting Joe Wheeler, by then an old man, led a charge and seemingly forgot whom exactly he was fighting, rallying his men with the cry, "Let's go, boys. We've got the damn Yankees on the run again." It seemed that the Spanish-American War was all things for all people, except, of course, the Spaniards and the natives of the former colonies. After the victory, the Americans' goals became ever more expansive. A war waged for Cuba turned into a war of conquest as the United States seized the Spanish colonies of Guam, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and, for good measure, the independent island of Hawaii, which the Dole Corporation coveted as a source of sugar for the American market. In reference to that island, McKinley declared, "We need Hawaii just as much and a good deal more than we did California. It is manifest destiny." And so it was. Fighting for American manhood. Modern historians continue to grapple with the puzzle of America's leap into the colonial land grab in 1898. What prompted the sudden bellicosity of American military might? What drove the spirit of the populace to cheer on the war? As usual, there is no simple answer. This much, however, seems certain: the answers to these questions are as much cultural as political. Indeed, one factor that seemingly drove the rush to war was a prevailing American insecurity about the citizens' collective manhood and masculinity. The historian Jackson Lears, in fact, has persuasively argued that imperialists deployed a mystical language of evolutionary progress, celebrating the renewal of masculine will and equating it with personal regeneration. Why all this gender insecurity? Well, the nation had, with the exception of several small Indian wars fought by the regular army, been at peace since 1865. The younger generation looked up to the martial exploits of their Civil War veteran fathers. The elders feared that the nation's youths, for lack of military service and without a western frontier to conquer, were growing soft. Fewer and fewer Americans of the late 19th century did back-breaking farm work in the fields or ranches of the West as the population shifted toward unskilled soft labor in the cities of the East and Midwest. In this climate of insecurity and toxic masculinity, many Americans and their public leaders began to believe the United States needed a war to rejuvenate the population and retrieve America's collective masculinity. As early as 1895, Theodore Roosevelt, the poster boy for masculine self-consciousness, declared that he would welcome almost any war, for I think this country needs one. Because many women, such as the famed social activist Jane Addams, were or would soon be dissenting anti-imperialists, the expansionists depicted their opponents as lacking what Roosevelt declared the essential manliness of the American character. Furthermore, pro-imperialist political cartoons often depicted their opponents wearing women's clothing. In perhaps his most famous speech, The Strenuous Life, Roosevelt referred to America's mission in pacifying the now rebellious Filipinos as man's work. The speech was littered with socio-sexual language such as his consistent exhortations that Americans must not shrink from their duties, and argued that anti-imperialists had an unwillingness to play the part of men. In another speech, in Boston, Roosevelt stated, "We have got to put down the Philippine insurrection. If we are men, we can't do otherwise." Of course, gender roles and masculine insecurity alone cannot explain the drive for colonies and military expansion. Neither, though, can we discount its role in propelling the nation forward into war and conquest. White man's burden, race and empire. The white man's burden. Take up the white man's burden. The savage wars of peace. Fill full the mouth of famine. And bid the sickness cease. Take up the white man's burden. Ye dare not stoop to less. By all ye cry or whisper. By all ye leave or do. The silent, sullen peoples shall weigh your gods and you. Take up the white man's burden. Have done with childish days. Comes now, to search your manhood. An excerpt from the Englishman Rudyard Kipling's poem White Man's Burden, an inducement for the United States to occupy the Philippine Islands and join the other imperialist nations of Europe. Racism is the original sin of the American experiment. White supremacy was part of the cultural baggage American troops carried abroad. This was the era of social Darwinism, the notion that survival of the fittest applied to man as well as beast, that certain races were scientifically superior to others. It was all snake oil, of course, but it was a predominant ideology, especially since the higher-level white race wrote the books and carried the most advanced weapons. It was thus that racism, along with masculinity, would drive American expansionist imperialism at the turn of the 20th century. The war with Spain and the much longer conflict with the Filipino rebels occurred in the context of what was the height of racial violence in the American South. Lynching of blacks reached pandemic proportions, what the author and later anti-imperialist Mark Twain described as an epidemic of bloody insanities. By one estimate, in the period surrounding the start of the 20th century someone in the South was hanged or burned alive on average once every 4 days. Racism infected the populace and policymakers on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line. And that disease would frame America's new wars, which, by no accident, were waged against brown folks. The language of this imperial era, and the prevailing racialized ideology so prevalent in American society, pervaded and justified America's wars, suppressions, and annexations. Before the wars even began, men like Roosevelt argued that the United States had a racial obligation to get into the imperial game. He wrote, in 1897, that he felt a good deal disheartened at the queer lack of imperial instinct our people show. It would seem, we have lost, or wholly lack, the masterful impulse which alone can make a race great. Later, as governor of New York, Roosevelt, who dedicated a peculiar amount of his attention to international rather than state affairs, declared that the United States had a mighty mission and that it needed a knowledge of our new duties. Where the American flag once flew, in Cuba and the Philippines, there must and shall be no return to tyranny or savagery. After the United States seized the Philippines from Spain, a long legislative debate ensued over just what to do with the islands. Should they be granted independence or held as a colony? On the floor of the Senate, the influential Indiana Republican Albert Beveridge summarized the majority opinion. The Filipinos, because of their race, couldn't possibly govern themselves. How could they? He exclaimed. They are not a self-governing race. They are Orientals. Later, back in Indiana, Beveridge questioned how anyone could oppose the mission of American imperialism. After all, he argued, the rule of liberty applies only to those who are capable of self-government. We govern Indians without their consent. We govern children without their consent. Coarse though his language was, Beveridge was articulating a consistent truth. Americans did have a long history of selectively applying civil rights, regularly denying them to blacks and natives. Why not, then, deny such freedoms to Orientals? Other interest groups agreed with the racialized framing of America's role in the world. Missionaries, for example, flocked to the Philippines to Christianize the natives, apparently, and ironically, unaware that most Filipinos were already Christian, Roman Catholic. American soldiers also used racist language to address the tough counterinsurgencies they found themselves engrossed in and to label and dehumanize their enemies. Just before open warfare broke out between American troops and Filipino rebels in the capital of Manila, one U.S. trooper wrote, "Where these sassy niggers used to greet us daily with a pleasant smile, they now pass by with menacing looks." It was, indeed, remarkable how quickly the pejoratives long applied to African Americans were retooled for America's new Asian subjects. When fighting did break out in the Philippines, the soldier who fired the first shots ran back to his lines and yelled, "Line up, fellows, the niggers are in here, all through." Years later, another American soldier wrote home from the Philippines that I am growing hard-hearted, for I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some dark skin and pull the trigger. American soldiers and officers, often veterans of the Native American wars of the past century, also took to mixing metaphors when describing their Filipino opponents. General Elwell Otis urged Filipinos in his district to be good Indians. General Frederick Funston considered Filipinos a semi-savage people. Theodore Roosevelt took to calling Filipino insurgents Apache or Comanche, or otherwise Chinese half-breeds or Malay bandits. In another twist of irony, many of the army regiments engaged in combat in the Philippines consisted of black enlisted men. Often more sympathetic to the locals, these African American troopers recognized how racism alienated and inflamed the Filipino population. One black soldier, B. D. Flower, wrote home in 1902, almost without exception, "Soldiers and also many officers refer to natives in their presence as niggers, and we are daily making permanent enemies." Analogous situations exist in America's contemporary occupations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Arabs are often called camel jockeys, ragheads, or sand niggers. The temptation and comfortable mental heuristic to lump the enemy together as an inhuman and often racialized other all too often only empowers and spreads rebellion. It is a lesson that this author lamentably learned in Baghdad and Kandahar, and that U.S. Army soldiers of the last century learned in Manila. Nor was it just missionaries and soldiers who employed racial rhetoric to justify the annexation of new colonies and subjugation of the Filipino rebel movement. An editorial in the Philadelphia Public Ledger opined, "It is not civilized warfare, but we are not dealing with a civilized people. The only thing that they know is fear and force, violence and brutality, and we are giving it to them." Senior politicians also used racist and pejorative language. President McKinley referred to misguided Filipinos who simply couldn't recognize that the United States acted under the providence of God and in the name of human progress and civilization. In sum, the United States had a racial, religious, and civilizational duty to benevolently assimilate those whom William Howard Taft, the civilian governor of the Philippines and future U.S. president, patronizingly called our little brown brothers. From the poetry of the day to the crass language of the common soldier to the rhetoric of the missionary to the proclamations of senior politicians, race infected the words and ideas of American imperialists. Armed with the armor of white supremacy, American fighting men and policymakers would, in the conflict that followed in the Philippines, wage war with a savagery they would never have applied to a white European enemy. Quagmire and atrocity, the Philippine-American War. No imperial designs lurk in the American mind. They are alien to American sentiment. Our priceless principles undergo no change under a tropical sun. President William McKinley, in speaking of the Philippines, 1899, it has long been inaccurately labeled the Philippine Insurrection or the Philippine-American War and has been almost lost to history. Few Americans today even recall what is actually best described as a long-running Filipino rebellion. In a cruel irony, it was to be the United States, forged in opposition to empire and occupation, that would now play King George as the Filipinos struggled for independence. There was nothing inevitable about the war in the Philippines. Sure, the island chain was a Spanish possession, but given that the War of 1898 was waged allegedly over Cuba, nothing stipulated that the United States had to invade and occupy the Philippines. Here again, Roosevelt was front and center. Without consulting his boss or the president, Assistant Secretary of the Navy Roosevelt issued preemptive orders to Admiral George Dewey's Pacific Fleet to sail to Manila and sink the Spanish ships there in the event of an outbreak of war. War began and Dewey followed orders. The result was a massacre. The better-equipped American warships outranged the Spanish vessels and inflicted 381 casualties while suffering only 6 wounded. Even then, with the Spanish fleet at the bottom of the harbor, nothing preordained the American ground occupation of the islands, but a sort of militaristic inertia ensured that McKinley would indeed sail an army to Manila to take control of the archipelago. McKinley, true to his honest nature, later admitted that when he heard of Dewey's victory at Manila he could not have told you where those darned islands were within 1,000 miles. Presidential ignorance aside, before a significant land force could reinforce Dewey, the naval commander sought all the help he could get in defeating the Spanish garrison. Dewey went so far as to sail Filipino rebel leader Emilio Aguinaldo. The Filipinos had been in the midst of an independence struggle with the Spanish when the Americans arrived, from Hong Kong to Manila, hoping Aguinaldo's rebels would reinforce American efforts on the islands. Aguinaldo believed that he and Dewey had a deal, that once the combined American-Filipino force liberated the islands, the United States would recognize Philippine independence. It was not to be. In the end, when the Spanish garrison surrendered Manila, Aguinaldo was not even invited to the ceremony. It was then, under pressure from expansionists in McKinley's own party, that the U.S. president had what he described as a divine intervention instructing him to annex the Philippine Islands. Struck by a sudden urge as he walked the corridors of the White House on the night of October 24, 1898, he fell to his knees and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance, according to McKinley. God told him to seize the Philippines. Later he would declare that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift and civilize and Christianize them by God's grace. As previously noted, most of these pagans who required Christianization were already Roman Catholics. Interestingly, this was not the only militaristic divine intervention in U.S. presidential history. Before the 2003 invasion of Iraq, then-President George W. Bush famously announced that God told him to end the tyranny in Iraq. In both cases God seems to have saddled Americans with dirty, difficult tasks. At the start of 1899, McKinley imposed official military rule over the Philippines. Aguinaldo, who led his own army, one that was then staring across the lines at the American army, could never accept this arrangement. He declared, "My nation cannot remain indifferent in view of such a violation and aggressive seizure of its territory by a nation, the U.S., which has arrogated to itself the title, Champion of Oppressed Races. My government is disposed to open hostilities." Before the fighting kicked off, however, the Filipinos, following in the footsteps of the American colonists, nominated members to a newly elected Congress and wrote a constitution that drew from the examples of Belgium, France, Mexico, and Brazil. Washington ignored this impressively democratic turn of events. The war began when sentries from the two opposing armies fired upon each other on February 4, 1899. The day ended badly for the Filipinos. The superiorly armed and trained American army implemented a prepared plan of attack as soon as the first shots were fired, and by day's end 3,000 Filipinos lay dead, in contrast with 60 American fatalities. Within weeks thousands more Filipino troops and civilians were killed. The anti-imperialist American Senator Eugene Hale then declared in Washington, accurately, that, more Filipinos have been killed by the guns of our Army and Navy than were patriots killed in any 6 battles of the Revolutionary War. After Aguinaldo's conventional army was mostly defeated, the archipelago settled into years of guerrilla warfare between the U.S. Army and assorted local rebels, or freedom fighters, depending on your point of view. As the war turned into an insurgency, the brutality of both sides, but especially of the Americans, intensified. U.S. soldiers, seeking to gather tactical information from captured insurgents, took to administering the water cure, a crude form of waterboarding that dates back to the Spanish Inquisition in the 16th century. A victim was held to the ground and force-fed water, then his tormentors would stomp on his stomach and repeat the process. Most victims died. A form of this torture would later be employed by the United States at Guantanamo Bay and various secret prisons during the so-called War on Terror. A private wrote in a letter published in a newspaper that after an American soldier was found mutilated, General Lloyd Wheaton ordered his forces to burn the town and kill every native in sight, which was done. By 1901, Secretary of War Elihu Root had formalized the brutality of the war, telling reporters that from then on the U.S. Army would follow a more rigid policy in the Philippines. One reporter from a New York magazine, The Outlook, went to see this rigid policy for himself. He wrote back a horrifying description of American counterinsurgency. "In some of our dealings with the Filipinos we seem to be following more or less, The example of Spain. We have established a penal colony, we have burned native villages, we resort to torture as a means of obtaining information. One general, James Franklin Bell, told a reporter that after 2 years of war 1/6 of the main island of Luzon's population had either been killed or died of disease, which would have amounted to more than 500,000 people. Bell was awarded the Medal of Honor for his efforts. A reporter from the Philadelphia Public Ledger observed, "Our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, children, prisoners and captives, lads of 10 and up." The idea prevailing that the Filipino, as such, was little better than a dog. Reports of high numbers of prisoner executions appear credible. By the summer of 1901 casualty figures showed that 5 times as many Filipinos were being killed as wounded, the opposite of what is normally seen in wars. General Arthur MacArthur, senior commander in the Philippines and father of the future General Douglas MacArthur, admitted that his men were indeed under orders to use very drastic tactics. That seems an understatement. Nor was American military violence the only threat to the Filipinos. Around the same time, a cholera epidemic killed more than 100,000 people. America's brand of freedom came at a high price for the Filipino population. By late 1901, with the insurgency all but defeated, many Americans had begun to lose interest in the war. Then, on September 28, Filipino rebels on the distant Philippine island of Samar surprised and killed a high percentage of a U.S. Army company, mostly with machetes. Roughly 50 Americans were slain outright or mortally wounded. Labeled by the press as the Balangiga Massacre, it was immediately compared, inaccurately, to Custer's Last Stand and the Alamo. The real controversy, however, erupted after Brigadier General Jacob Hal Roaring Jake Smith, a 62-year-old vet of the Indian Wars, was sent to pacify Samar. Reports of extreme abuses and alleged war crimes immediately arrived back home. This time the Congress had little choice but to conduct a pro forma investigation. During congressional hearings, a U.S. Army major testified that General Smith had told him, "I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn. The more you kill and burn, the better you will please me. I want all persons killed who are capable of bearing arms." When the major asked for an age guideline, Smith allegedly replied, 10 years. Smith, called to the hearings, eventually admitted to all this. He was court-martialed but served not a day in prison. His punishment was a reprimand from the Secretary of War, with the leniency being justified on the grounds that Smith was driven to crime by cruel and barbarous savages. For another American general, Frederick Funston, even the reprimand of Smith was too harsh. Funston freely admitted in a speech that he personally strung up 35 Filipinos without trial. "So what's all the fuss over, Smith? Dispatching a few treacherous savages?" Asked how he felt about the growing anti-imperialist movement in America, Funston declared that those harboring such sentiments should be dragged out of their homes and lynched. Reading of this interview, the avowed anti-imperialist Mark Twain volunteered to be the first man lynched. The final major campaign occurred on southern Luzon in 1902. General James Franklin Bell removed natives from villages and placed them in concentration camps. Crops were burned and livestock was killed. A random Filipino was selected for execution each time an American soldier was killed in combat, a certain war crime even by the standards of the day, and an American decree made it a crime for any Filipino to advocate independence. In 3 months 50,000 locals were killed. The war was effectively over, though short spurts of violence and rebellion would occur occasionally for another decade. Untold hundreds of thousands of Filipinos were dead. The water buffalo, the key to rural life in the region, had been made nearly extinct, its numbers diminished by some 90%. Indeed, as historian Stephen Kinzer disturbingly noted, far more Filipinos were killed or died as a result of mistreatment, over 4 years, than in 3.5 centuries of Spanish rule. This, it appears, was the price of American liberty, and the islands would not receive genuine independence until after World War II. For the soul of America, the, mostly, noble anti-imperialist movement. For all the villains in this story, there were Americans willing to dissent against overseas conquest and imperialism. Indeed, they were a large, diverse, and sometimes peculiar lot. They too are the heroes of the era. From the very start of the Philippine occupation, many prominent citizens publicly opposed the war. This coalition of intellectuals, politicians, artists, and businessmen may have acceded to the conquest of native and Mexican lands but saw imperial expansion overseas as un-American and unconstitutional. Throughout the era they made their voices heard and fought for the soul of the nation. Early critics of the war pointed out the hypocrisy of fighting for Cuban rights when African Americans at home were still regularly lynched and disenfranchised. A dozen prominent New Yorkers raised the alarm in a public letter before the war with Spain, proclaiming, "The cruelty exhibited in Cuba is no peculiarity of the Spanish race. Within the last few weeks instances of cruelty to Negroes occurred in this country which equal, if not surpass, anything which has occurred in Cuba. Our crusade in this matter should begin at home." The most prominent black leader of the era, Booker T. Washington, raised a similar concern in a speech after the Spanish surrender. After praising the heroic efforts of the troops, he called for America to heal racial wounds on the domestic front. He argued, "Until we conquer ourselves, I make no empty statement when I say we shall have, especially in the southern part of our country, a cancer gnawing at the heart of the Republic." It was, however, the annexation of the Philippines that truly kicked off a dissenting movement in the United States. Skeptics across the spectrum of public life would form the Anti-Imperialist League, which, at its height, had hundreds of thousands of members, one of the largest anti-war movements in American history and an impressive achievement in a period of such intense martial fervor. Leaders of the movement included Democratic Party stalwart William Jennings Bryan, the magnate Andrew Carnegie, who offered to buy the Philippines from the U.S. government to set the islands free, the social activist Jane Addams, the labor organizer Samuel Gompers, the civil rights leader Booker T. Washington, former President Grover Cleveland, former President Benjamin Harrison, and author Mark Twain. What the members of this diverse group had in common was a profound sense that imperialism was antithetical to the idea of America. Bryan, one of the great orators of the day, summarized this notion when he proclaimed that the imperialistic idea is directly antagonistic to the idea and ideals which have been cherished by the American people since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The politician and Civil War veteran Carl Schurz compared the Filipino rebels favorably with the colonial patriots and asked what Americans would do if the natives refused to submit. "Let soldiers marching under the stars and stripes shoot them down? Shoot them down because they stand up for their independence?" Of course, that is exactly what the U.S. Army would do, under orders from the President himself. The Anti-Imperialist League won many moral but few practical victories. Part of the reason for this was the U.S. government's overt suppression of civil liberties. Famously, in what became known as the Mail War, the Postmaster General ordered anti-imperialist literature mailed to soldiers in the Philippines to be confiscated. Critics of American foreign policy called it the rape of the mail. Practically thwarted, artists and cultural critics took the anti-imperial fight to the public. The most prominent and outspoken was Mark Twain, and this, more than his famous books, marked the man's finest hour. He announced his stand in late 1900, stating, "I have seen that we do not intend to free, but to subjugate the people of the Philippines. We have gone there to conquer, not to redeem. And so I am an anti-imperialist." Twain only lashed out harder as the war went on. By 1901 he declared that "we have debauched America's honor and blackened her face and recommended the stars and stripes be changed. We can just have our usual flag, with the white stripes painted black and the stars replaced by the skull and crossbones." Some called it treason, others patriotism. Though the anti-imperialists might appear to be saints, there was a dark element in the movement. Many dissenters' opposition to annexation of foreign lands came not from a moral code but from fear of the racial amalgamation that might result. Some of these men were anti-imperialist senators from the South. One, Senator Ben Tillman of South Carolina, summarized this viewpoint, concluding, "You are undertaking to annex and make a component part of this government islands inhabited by tens of millions of the colored race, barbarians of the lowest type." Furthermore, he stated, "It is to the injection of the body politic of the United States of that vitiated blood, that debased and ignorant people, that we object." This was far from the language of liberty, but remained embarrassingly common in the movement. This offensive component aside, eventually, and remarkably, genuine anti-imperialist sentiments made it into the official platform of the Democrats, one of the two mainstream political parties. Imagine a major party platform, even today, declaring, "We oppose militarism." It means conquest abroad and intimidation and oppression at home. It means the strong arm which has been ever fatal to free institutions. It was a noble platform, indeed. But ultimately these sentiments and this party lost. Theodore Roosevelt, the national cheerleader of imperialism, easily retained in the election of 1904 the presidency to which he had risen from vice president when McKinley was assassinated in 1901. In a sense, this marked the death knell of an era of anti-imperialism. There had been, in the election, a referendum on the nature of the national soul, and, sadly, the American people chose war, conquest, and annexation. This era remains with us, it is alive in our debates and politics. Consider this, even now, citizens of Puerto Rico, Guam, and Samoa have no representation in Congress, nor a vote in presidential elections. The status of these territories and their populations is peculiar for a nation that so strongly professes democracy. The situation is a direct result of decisions made in 1898 to 1904. In 1901 the Supreme Court, by a vote of 5-4, ruled in Downes v. Bidwell that the Constitution does not apply to the territories because the islands were inhabited by alien races. This verdict, one among what are called the insular cases, remains essentially intact to this day. Another legacy of the era was the rapid expansion of executive power. McKinley became the first president, according to historian Stephen Kinzer, to send a large force to a country with which the United States was not at war when in 1900 he dispatched 5,000 troops from the Philippines to help suppress the nationalist Boxer Rebellion in China. One could plausibly argue that this was the birth of what is still known as presidential war power. It is because of this precedent that American soldiers fight one undeclared war after another across the Middle East. Between 1898 and 1904 the American people, living in a somewhat democratic country for white men, at least, made a series of choices about what, exactly, the United States was to be. Mark Twain begged the populace to choose liberty, Roosevelt urged expansion and power. The citizenry made its fateful choice, for better or worse. We live still in the shadow of 1898. The choice between republic and empire still lies before us. 1822. A savage war to end all wars, and a failed peace. Over there, over there. Send the word over there. That the Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming. We'll be over, we're coming over. And we won't come back till it's over, over there. An excerpt from George M. Cohan's song Over There. America wasn't supposed to get in the war. When the country finally did, it was to be a war to end all wars, to make the world safe for democracy, one in which, for once, the Allies would seek peace without victory. How powerful was the romantic and idealistic rhetoric of Woodrow Wilson, America's historian and political scientist turned president. None of that came to pass, of course. No, just less than 3 years after the outbreak of the Great War in August 1914, the working classes of the United States would join those of Europe in a grinding, gruesome, attritional fight to the finish. In the end some 116,000 Americans would die alongside about 9 million soldiers from the other belligerent nations. Today the American people are quite comfortable with the mythical sense of their role in the second of the two world wars. The Nazis had to be stopped at all cost, the Japanese had deceitfully attacked our fleet, and, in the end, America saved the day. The United States thus became, as a popular t-shirt proclaims, back-to-back World War champs. Still, most of the citizenry knows little about the First World War, which was once called the Great War. The issues involved and the reasons for fighting seem altogether murky, messy even. So as a simple patriotic heuristic, Americans tend to frame the First World War as a prelude to the Second. Not simply in the sense that one led in some way to the next, but that the German enemy was equally evil in each, that the Kaiser in 1917 was only slightly less militaristic than Adolf Hitler in 1941. Germany's race for world domination, we vaguely conclude, really began in the second decade of the 20th century and wasn't fully thwarted until 1945. None of that is strictly true. The Kaiser's government was far more complex than that of Nazi Germany, for example, and a German sense of guilt over the war was more collective in 1914 than 1939. But the legend of the war and America's role in it can more easily be simplified by use of this mental shorthand. In reality Europe blundered into war because of a mix of absurd factors that undergirded the entire nation-state and imperial system of the day: jingoistic nationalism, the race for Asian and African empires, a destabilizing series of opposing alliances, and the foolish notion that war would rejuvenate European manhood and, of course, be swift, decisive, and brief. Instead, technological advances outran military tactics on the two sides, Germany, Austria, and Turkey on the one hand and Britain, France, and Russia on the other, settled in for an incomparably brutal war of stagnation and filth. Unable to win decisively on either front, both sides dug in their men, artillery, and machine guns and fought bloody battles for the possession of mere meters of earth. It was to be the war that ultimately finished Europe, destroying the long-term power of the continent and ultimately shifting leadership westward to the United States. Not that any of this was clear at the time. Europe lost an entire generation, killed, maimed, or forever psychologically broken by the war. Many Europeans lost faith in the snake oil of nationalism and turned away from the standard frameworks of monarchy or liberal democracy. Some found solace in socialism, whereas others doubled down on ultranationalism in the form of fascist leaders. Despite 9 million battle deaths, a number unfathomable when the war began, World War I solved little and sowed the seeds for the European cataclysm of 1939–45. It is an uncomfortable truth, especially for the United States, a nation that tends to see itself as being at the center of the world. The United States played mostly a late, and bit, part in the drama across the Atlantic. However, the populace believed its own propaganda, crafted a myth of American triumphalism, and learned all the wrong lessons from the war. Instead of being a war to end all wars, the Great War turned out to be just the beginning of American interventionism, the pivot toward the creation of today's fiscal military hegemonic state. And it didn't have to be that way. Getting in, Wilson takes us to war. Most Americans were horrified by the brutality of trench warfare in Europe and thanked God for the Atlantic Ocean. A majority in the United States, due to cultural and linguistic ties to Britain, favored the Allies. Still, another segment of the population, German Americans and, the viscerally anti-British, Irish Americans, tended to favor Austria and Germany. So while President Wilson advised the people and his government to be neutral in fact as well as in name, impartial in thought as well as action, genuine neutrality was always a long shot. One of the problems was Wilson himself, who began to see the war as an opportunity for the United States to lead a new world order. If he could do so as a peaceful arbiter, so be it. If it required America's entry into the fields of fire, perhaps that couldn't be avoided. Only William Jennings Bryan, Wilson's first Secretary of State and three-time Democratic presidential nominee, could be considered a truly neutral voice in the cabinet. There will be Asian and African empires, a destabilizing series of opposing alliances, and the foolish notion that war would rejuvenate European manhood and, of course, be swift, decisive, and brief. Instead, technological advances outran military tactics on the two sides, Germany, Austria, and Turkey on the one hand and Britain, France, and Russia on the other, settled in for an incomparably brutal war of stagnation and filth. Unable to win decisively on either front, both sides dug in their men, artillery, and machine guns and fought bloody battles for the possession of mere meters of earth. It was to be the war that ultimately finished Europe, destroying the long-term power of the continent and ultimately shifting leadership westward to the United States. Not that any of this was clear at the time. Europe lost an entire generation, killed, maimed, or forever psychologically broken by the war. Many Europeans lost faith in the snake oil of nationalism and turned away from the standard frameworks of monarchy or liberal democracy. Some found solace in socialism, whereas others doubled down on ultranationalism in the form of fascist leaders. Despite 9 million battle deaths, a number unfathomable when the war began, World War I solved little and sowed the seeds for the European cataclysm of 1939–45. It is an uncomfortable truth, especially for the United States, a nation that tends to see itself as being at the center of the world. The United States played mostly a late, and bit, part in the drama across the Atlantic. However, the populace believed its own propaganda, crafted a myth of American triumphalism, and learned all the wrong lessons from the war. Instead of being a war to end all wars, the Great War turned out to be just the beginning of American interventionism, the pivot toward the creation of today's fiscal military hegemonic state. And it didn't have to be that way. Getting in, Wilson takes us to war. Most Americans were horrified by the brutality of trench warfare in Europe and thanked God for the Atlantic Ocean. A majority in the United States, due to cultural and linguistic ties to Britain, favored the Allies. Still, another segment of the population, German Americans and, the viscerally anti-British, Irish Americans, tended to favor Austria and Germany. So while President Wilson advised the people and his government to be neutral in fact as well as in name, impartial in thought as well as action, genuine neutrality was always a long shot. One of the problems was Wilson himself, who began to see the war as an opportunity for the United States to lead a new world order. If he could do so as a peaceful arbiter, so be it. If it required America's entry into the fields of fire, perhaps that couldn't be avoided. Only William Jennings Bryan, Wilson's first Secretary of State and three-time Democratic presidential nominee, could be considered a truly neutral voice in the cabinet. There will be of 3-inch shells and 4,927 boxes of rifle cartridges. The British had put the American passengers at risk as much as the Germans did. In response, in one last plea for real neutrality, Secretary Bryan called for calm and stated, "A ship carrying contraband should not rely on passengers to protect her from attack. It would be like putting women and children in front of an army." When Wilson failed to sufficiently curtail warlike rhetoric, Bryan tendered his resignation. With him may have gone any real chance at U.S. neutrality. Without Warning, 1917, by J. H. Cassell. The British, to be fair, had also contravened America's neutral rights throughout the war. They upheld the blockade, denied the United States the ability to easily trade with Germany, and even went so far, in July 1916, as to blacklist 80 U.S. companies that allegedly, and legally, traded with the Central Powers. Furthermore, key immigrant communities in the United States were appalled by Britain's forceful put-down of Ireland's 1916 Easter Rebellion for independence and the subsequent execution of rebel leaders. Wilson, weak protestations aside, gave in to London at every. Initially Germany promised no further surprise attacks on passenger vessels and American merchant ships, but as the war ground on, German Chancellor Theobald Bateman Hollweg faced a decision between submission on one hand and utilizing the U-boats to their fullest on the other. Fatefully, the German military forced Hollweg's hand and Berlin declared unrestricted submarine warfare in early 1917. This was not the only affront to American prestige. In late February 1917 the British leaked a German message, the famous Zimmermann telegram, seeming to offer an alliance with Mexico and the potential for the Mexicans to reconquer its former territories in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Despite the truth that Washington had, probably, illegally conquered the region and turned northern Mexico into the southwest United States in the 1840s, Americans were in no mood for subtleties, and anti-German sentiment exploded across the country. It was to be war. Still, this outcome was never inevitable. Germany sought not to conquer the world, but to win, or at least honorably extract itself from, a stagnant and costly European war. Nor should we give in to the mostly false notion that Germany was an authoritarian, brutal, Nazi-like dictatorship while the Allies were liberal Democrats. Austria was a dual monarchy, but Germany had a mixed government with a royal Kaiser but also a parliament and one of the most progressive social welfare systems in the world. Besides, Russia, a key country in the Triple Alliance, was perhaps the most backward, largely feudal, monarchy on the planet. Furthermore, as the famed progressive Senator Robert La Follette of Wisconsin reminded Americans when he cast a vote against Wilson's April 2, 1917, call for war, Britain and France possessed their own global empires. In that sense the U.S. merely sided with one set of flawed empires over another. La Follette exclaimed on April 4 that, "Wilson says this is a war for democracy. But the President has not suggested that we make our support conditional to Britain granting home rule to Ireland, Egypt, or India." The man had a point. Nevertheless, Wilson's request for a war declaration passed Congress and mobilization began. The President stood before the legislature and claimed the United States shall fight for the things we have always carried nearest to our hearts, for democracy, for the rights and liberties of small nations. We have no selfish ends to serve. Wilson was only formalizing a millenarian message he had been spreading for years. In 1916, in a speech one historian has called at once breathtaking in the audacity of its vision of a new world order and curiously detached from the bitter realities of Europe's battlefields, Wilson declared that America could no longer refuse to play the great part in the world which is providentially cut out for her. We have got to serve the world. And so it was, whether in the interest of serving the world or backing its preferred empires and trading partners, that the United States would enter its first war on the European continent. It would not be the last. Over there, America at war. The United States may have been an economic powerhouse holding most of the financial cards in the deck, but its military was woefully unprepared for a war on the scale of what was being waged in Europe by 1917. Though some limited preparations began with the 1916 National Defense Act, which gradually raised the size of the regular army to 223,000 men, the U.S. military remained tiny, only the 17th largest worldwide, compared with those of the belligerent nations. After all, the combined German and French fatalities at a single battle, Verdun in 1916, exceeded the total dead of the U.S. Civil War, still the bloodiest conflict in American history. Meanwhile the Germans nearly won the war before the United States could meaningfully intervene. After the 1917 Russian Revolution turned communist, the new Russian leader, Vladimir Lenin, made a humiliating peace with Berlin. The Germans now shipped dozens of divisions westward and attempted one last knockout blow against the British and French on the Western Front. And since President Wilson and the leading U.S. Army General, John J. Pershing, insisted that American soldiers fight under an independent command, it took many extra months to raise, equip, and train an expeditionary force. It took more than a year before the United States could muster even minimal weight at the front. Nonetheless, the British and French lines just barely held in early 1918, and the infusion of 850,000 fresh, If untested, American troops helped make possible an Allied summer counteroffensive that eventually broke the German front lines. It was all over by November 11, 1918, once called Armistice Day, now celebrated as Veterans Day in the United States, when the Germans agreed to an armistice in lieu of eventual surrender. Still, when peace came, the German army largely remained on French soil. There was no invasion of Germany, no grand occupation of the capital. The end was nothing like that of the next World War. To many German soldiers and their nationalist proponents at home, it seemed that the army had been sold out by weak civilian officials, especially the socialists and Jews in the government. This belief, along with the later insistence by the Allies on a harsh retributive treaty at Versailles, sowed the seeds for the rise of fascism, ultranationalism, and Hitler in 1930s Germany. When all was said and done, the U.S. had suffered just 116,000 of the 9 million battle deaths of the war. Despite collective American memories of Uncle Sam going to the rescue, an honest reflection requires admission that it was Britain and France, which together had suffered roughly 2 million dead, that won the war for the Allies. The United States was a latecomer to the affair, and while its troops helped overrun the German lines, Berlin was cooked as soon as its spring offensive failed in 1918. The United States had hardly saved the day. It was a mere associate to Allied victory. Such humility, though, tends not to suit Americans' collective memory. Over here, war at home and the death of civil liberties. The war that Wilson claimed was being waged to make the world safe for democracy forever changed and restricted American civil liberties. It strengthened a fiscal military federal state that shifted to a war footing. Every single facet of Americans' lives was now touched by the hand of federal power. First off, the war required a mass military mobilization. The era is often remembered for its intense public patriotism, but, when only 73,000 men initially volunteered for the military, the government brought back conscription for the first time since the Civil War and drafted nearly 5 million men from 18 to 45 years old. Some noted progressives got carried away with the idea of federal power and regulation. Long live social control. One reformer enthusiastically wrote. Another wing of anti-war progressives wasn't so sure. The longtime skeptic Randolph Bourne, who noted with distaste that, "WR is the health of the state," worried that most progressives were allying themselves with the least democratic forces in American life. He concluded, "It is as if the war and they had been waiting for each other." And throughout history, so often they have been. The government first sought to control the economy and ensure that American business was placed on a war footing. The War Industries Board, WIB, regulated the production of key war material through a combination of force and negotiation with the captains of industry. Though the WIB quickly transitioned the United States to a war economy, one of the organization's own leaders, Grover Clarkson, described the potential dark side of such a system. It was an industrial dictatorship without parallel, a dictatorship by force of necessity and common consent which encompassed the nation and united it into a coordinated and mobile whole. Additionally, Wilson's government needed to get control of the country's proliferating labor unions to ensure a smooth economic war machine. His National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, attempted to mediate disputes between capital and labor. It never really worked. Strikes continued and even grew throughout the war years, and the NLRB, with the backing of police, militia, and federal troops, worked overtime to quash workers' demands. The result was a sense of national need over individual freedom. George Perkins, a top aide to financier J.P. Morgan, caught the mood when he exulted that, "The Great European War is striking down individualism and building up collectivism. It would do so in industry, and also in culture and politics." Though waves of patriotism and anti-German anger swept the nation, many Americans, especially the ethnic Irish and Germans and a broad swath of Midwesterners, remained skeptical of the war. Furthermore, this was an era of strong anti-war socialist power in American politics. Eugene Debs had, after all, won nearly 1 million popular votes in the 1912 presidential election. As surprising as this sounds at present, 1,200 socialists held political office in the United States in 1917, and socialist newspapers had a daily readership of some 3 million citizens. For all his external rhetoric about peace, liberty, and democracy, President Wilson wasn't taking any chances at home. He and his congressional supporters delivered a propaganda machine and civil liberty curtailments unparalleled in the annals of American warfare. Indeed, Wilson was obsessed with sedition and disloyalty, warning, "Woe be to the man or group that seeks to stand in our way." And he and his Congress were willing to back up such threats with action. In 1917 and 1918, Congress passed the Espionage and Sedition Acts. In a sweeping violation of Americans' constitutional rights, for example, The Sedition Act declared illegal uttering, printing, writing, or publishing any disloyal, profane, scurrilous or abusive language about the United States government or the military. Apparently this applied to any criticism of the draft. Thus when Eugene Debs spoke critically, and peaceably, about the war outside a conscription office, he was arrested and later sentenced to 10 years in federal prison. Standing before the judge at his sentencing, Debs made no apologies, asked for no leniency, and uttered some of the most beautiful words in American history. "Your Honor, years ago I recognized my kinship with all living beings, and I made up my mind that I was not one bit better than the meanest on earth. I say now, that while there is a lower class, I am in it, while there is a criminal element, I am of it, while there is a soul in prison, I am not free." Debs was not alone. Some 900 people were imprisoned under the Espionage Act, which is still on the books, and 2,000 more were arrested for sedition, mainly union leaders and radical labormen such as members of the Industrial Workers of the World. Appeals to the Supreme Court failed. All branches of government, it seemed, were complicit in the curtailment of standard civil liberties. Interestingly, the now-aged Espionage Act was used extensively by the Obama administration to charge journalists, as well as Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden. What's more than 330,000 Americans were classified as draft evaders during World War I, and thousands of them, mostly conscientious objectors, were forced to work in wartime prison camps, such as the one at Fort Douglas, Utah, for the duration. Finally, even the mail was restricted, with the Postmaster General refusing to deliver any socialist or anti-war publications and materials. Wilson also needed a government propaganda machine to drum up support for the war, especially among apathetic Midwesterners, socialists, and so-called hyphenated Americans. He found his answer in the Committee for Public Information, CPI, which, led by the journalist George Creel, employed social scientists and greatly exaggerated German atrocities to motivate the public. The CPI employed 75,000 speakers and disseminated over 75 million pamphlets during the war years. One social scientist bragged that wartime propaganda was designed to create a herd psychology, and philosopher John Dewey referred to the methods as conscription of thought. Fact, it seemed, was secondary to results, and the preferred outcome was a united, anti-German public ready to fight and die both in the trenches abroad and for patriotism at home. Not all Americans were willing to acquiesce to this state of affairs, and some wrote critically of the wartime climate in the United States. One Harvard instructor complained, "With the entry into the war our government was practically turned into a dictatorship." Furthermore, the journalist Mark Sullivan maintained that, if every person had been deprived of freedom of his tongue, not one could utter dissent. The prohibition of individual liberty in the interest of the state could hardly be more complete. The effect fell worst on German Americans and Southern blacks. The problematic results of all this were altogether predictable. Hypernationalist Americans, treated to lies and exaggerations about their German enemies, began to take matters into their own hands and to police loyalty at home. Across the country 250,000 citizens officially joined the American Protective League, APL, while many more joined informal militias. APL members opened mail and bugged phones to spy on suspected traitors. These excesses also infected the culture and language in a number of ludicrous ways. German-sounding words were Americanized or renamed. Hamburger became Salisbury steak, sauerkraut was changed to Liberty cabbage, and the German measles was rechristened Liberty measles. One is reminded of French fries being renamed Freedom fries when France refused to back the United States' 2003 invasion of Iraq. Such farce aside, the actions of the APL and unofficial militias quickly got out of hand and often turned violent. Americans suspected of disloyalty were taken to public squares and forced to kiss the flag or buy Liberty bonds. Others were brutally tarred and feathered or painted yellow. One German American, Robert Prager, was hanged by a mob in Illinois. In response to the incident, the supposedly liberal Washington Post reported, "In spite of the excesses such as lynching, it is a healthful and wholesome awakening in the interior of the country." African Americans also, predictably, suffered during the war, in terms of both humiliation and physical attacks. The famed civil rights leader W.E.B. Du Bois predicted at the start of the war that, "If we want real peace, we must extend the democratic ideal to the yellow, brown, and black peoples." That proved to be a bridge too far. In the army blacks served in segregated units and found wartime France much more hospitable and egalitarian than the American South. Many never returned home. Those who did so returned to a country beset with race riots. Dozens of blacks and others were killed in riots in Chicago, East St. Louis, and 25 other cities. At the same time, a new manifestation of the Ku Klux Klan, now concerned with not only blacks but also immigrants, Jews, and Catholics, grew in numbers. This expansive version of the Klan operated publicly and even controlled many political offices during the period. Lynching exploded across the South, 30 black men in 1917, 60 in 1918, 76 in 1919, including 10 war veterans, some still wearing their uniforms. It seemed that the American South could not bear the sight of uppity blacks returning home as men wearing the uniform of the U.S. Army. The war's end also broke the back of the then powerful American Socialist Party. After the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, the U.S. government helped foment a veritable Red Scare, an illogical fear of all speech and action on the American left. One observer noted, "Not within the memory of living Americans, nor scarcely within the entire history of the nation, has such a fear swept of the public mind." During the scare, which reached a peak in 1920, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer created the General Intelligence Division, led by a young and zealous J. Edgar Hoover, later the longtime head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In the federal counterattack that followed, 4,000 supposed radicals were arrested and hundreds were stripped of their citizenry and shipped to the Soviet Union. It was the death knell not only of American socialism but also of the more liberal and skeptical brand of progressivism. Randolph Bourne would see the future clearly in the midst of the war. It becomes more and more evident that, whatever the outcome of the war, all the opposing countries will be forced to adopt German organization, German collectivism, and, to indeed shatter most of the old threads of their old easy individualism, he wrote, continuing on to say that, Americans, have taken the occasion to repudiate that modest collectivism which was raising its head here in the shape of the progressive movement. Bourne was right, progressivism, for now, was dead. It, along with 116,000 American men and a handful of American women, was killed by the war. Men like Eugene Debs and Randolph Bourne, along with other skeptics, were ahead of their time. They realized a universal truth that applied then as well as now. Things are lost in war: freedom, liberties, individualism. Some are never recovered. That, along with battlefield triumphs, must define the American experience in the Great War. The seeds of the next war, Wilson, Versailles, and the road to World War II. The manner in which the First World War ended helped sow the seeds for a Second World War. Though Wilson personally brought his sense of America's special destiny to the peace conference at Versailles, France, and despite his wide popularity among the masses of Europe, he was unable to craft the treaty and post-war world he desired. Indeed, his idealistic, and perhaps naive, sense of American duty and interventionism, which has ever since been labeled Wilsonianism, has never really left the scene in America. The realpolitik-minded Allied leaders of Britain, France, and Italy were in no mood for lectures on democracy and human rights from Mr. Wilson. Given his personal popularity and America's latent power, they appeased him to some extent, but that was all. Even though he stayed in Europe for 6 full months, Wilson's preferred peace would not come to pass. Despite the romantic liberty rhetoric of his so-called 14 points, the president was forced to accede to the Allies on key elements that would poison the well of peace. Germany, in the war guilt clauses of the treaty, was held solely responsible for the outbreak of war. Berlin was also saddled with a crippling war debt and forced to compensate the victorious Allies with territory and enormous sums of cash for decades to come. Adolf Hitler would play on Germans, sometimes legitimate, grievances regarding these matters to rise to power decades later. So much for peace without victory. On issues of colonialism, too, Britain and France were never willing to play ball. They sought perpetuation and even expansion of their empires, at the expense of Germany, of course, in Asia and Africa. So died Wilson's promises of the war for the rights of small nations. Britain and France carved up the old Ottoman Empire and redrew lines in the Middle East that to this day contribute to disorder and civil war. When the Allies rejected Japan's proposal for a racial equality clause in the treaty, the ministers of that nation, a member of the Allied war against the Central Powers, nearly walked out. Eventually they did leave, with lasting resentments that would come back to haunt the U.S. and the other allies in the Pacific. Many representatives from colonial nations had placed an enormous amount of trust in Wilson. Never trusting the tainted imperial governments of Britain and France, these unofficial peace delegates hoped that Wilson's 14 points would save them. A young French-educated Vietnamese man named Ho Chi Minh was unable to even gain entrance to the proceedings. He would not forget, and 40 years later he emerged as an anti-colonial guerrilla leader. Furthermore, when it became clear that the European colonies would not receive post-war home rule, riots and protests erupted in India, Egypt, and China. Observing this, and commenting on the failures of the Treaty of Versailles, a young library assistant named Mao Zedong, later the leader of China's Communist Revolution, protested, "I think it is really shameless." Russia, because it was communist, was excluded from the conference. In fact, in an episode lost to U.S., but not Russian, history, 20,000 U.S. troops joined many more other Allied soldiers in an occupation of parts of Russia, backing the non-communist White Russian armies in their failed attempt to overthrow Red Power. The Soviet government and its successor state, the Russian Federation, now led by Vladimir Putin, would never forgive the West for this perceived transgression. Still, President Wilson hoped that the new League of Nations, the deeply flawed precursor to the United Nations, would achieve what the basic contours of the treaty could not. Wilson took these matters personally and embarked on a nationwide tour of American cities to sell the treaty and league to a citizenry, and Congress, increasingly skeptical of international involvement. Wilson asked the people, "Dare we reject it, the treaty, and break the heart of the world?" But Americans did reject it, as would their representatives in the Senate, where it lost by 7 votes. The United States would sign a separate peace treaty with Germany and decline to join the now weakened League of Nations. By this time Wilson, having suffered strokes including a final one that paralyzed half his body, was nearly an invalid. His advisors and wife would keep his medical condition a secret from the American public, remarkably, nearly to the end of his second term. Perhaps a more equitable, or Wilsonian, peace treaty would have assuaged German shame and avoided the rise of Hitler. Beyond that, we must wonder whether a swift, limited German victory, along the lines of the Franco-Prussian War, might also have avoided the catastrophe of Hitler in the Second World War. And then there is the matter of America's retreat from Europe after declining to join the League of Nations. Could U.S. involvement and leadership have avoided the rise of fascism and outbreak of conflict in Eastern Europe and the Pacific? In truth, these questions are unanswerable. Still, they are important to consider. What is certain is that Allied imperialism survived for 40 to 50 years, leading to outbreaks of left-leaning guerrilla wars in the 1950s and 60s. European nationalism remained a major factor, contributing to the rise of its most extreme form, fascism, and American Wilsonianism emerged from the war as a still powerful force in U.S. foreign policy, guiding a full century's worth of, ongoing, American worldwide military interventionism. Historians continue to argue whether the Great War was the culmination or the death knell of progressivism. In a sense it was both. Indeed, the use of an activist, empowered federal government to rally the populace and control the people whom World War I personified was always the dream of one strand of progressives. Yet in the end we must conclude that war, and its domestic excesses, destroyed the foundation of the progressive movement. The citizenry had tired, temporarily at least, of big government and federal interventions at home and abroad. The progressive push for a stronger, European-style social democracy withered just as swiftly as the Treaty of Versailles itself. In the election of 1920 the Republican Warren G. Harding swept to victory on a platform of a return to normalcy, and 2 straight conservative, business-friendly Republican administrations followed. As the progressive warrior Jane Addams had warned when the United States entered the war, this will set back progress for a generation. How right she was. Those 3 presidents, Harding, Calvin Coolidge, and Herbert Hoover, would, it must be said, keep the United States out of any major international war, but they would also crash the economy and dismantle the social safety net, paving the way for the Great Depression. And though the policy of isolationism, which actually personified the views of George Washington and more than 150 years of American tradition, briefly flourished between the wars, it would eventually become a pejorative term. When war again brewed in Europe, partly because of the way the Allies mishandled their victory and negotiation of the peace, most Americans and their leaders were able to fall back on their comfortable myth of the United States having saved the day in 1917-18. Forgotten were the last war's horrors, the domestic excesses of the warfare state, and the once prevalent, if vanquished, anti-war movement that had flourished not 30 years in the past. Americans believe their own lies, the lies they are told and those they themselves craft. And the United States has failed to see through its falsehoods about the Great War even though a century has passed since it ended. Its sense of messianic destiny and unparalleled accumulation of military power is such that, even after the celebration, or mourning, of the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I, the United States alone still views that conflict in heroic terms. Americans, at least the 1% willing to volunteer to go to a war and the numerous policymakers ready to send them off, still stand ready, as the song said, to go over there. Only now everywhere is over there, and American hubris appears to know no bounds. And, we could argue, it all began with the fictions we told ourselves about America's experience in World War I, and more's the pity. 1923. The decade that roared and wept. The Jazz Age. The Roaring Twenties. The Flapper Generation. The Harlem Renaissance. These are the terms most often used to describe America's supposedly booming culture and economy during the 1920s. No doubt there is some truth in the depiction. Real wages did rise in this period, and the styles and independence of certain women and African Americans did blossom in the 1920s, at least in urban centers. Still, the prevailing visions and assumptions of this era mask layers of reaction, racism, and retrenchment just below the social surface. For if the 1920s was a time of jazz music, stylishly dressed flappers, and lavishly wealthy Wall Street tycoons, it was also one infused with Protestant fundamentalism, fierce nativism, lynching, and the rise of the new Ku Klux Klan. How, then, should historians in the lay public frame this time of contradictions? Perhaps as an age of culture wars, vicious battles for the soul of America waged between black and white, man and woman, believer and secularist, urbanites and rural folks. The term culture war is familiar to most 21st century readers. Indeed, many are likely to remember the common use of the term to describe the politics of the 1990s, when politicians and common citizens alike argued about cultural issues such as abortion, gay marriage, and prayer in schools. Those divided times have arguably continued into our present politics with a new fury. Something similar happened in the often mischaracterized 1920s. Few eras are truly one thing. Thus, the juxtaposition is what matters and, perhaps, what links the past to the present. As such, if we are to label the 1920s as a jazz age, or a vividly black Harlem Renaissance, then we must also admit that the era was an age of lynching, nativism, and prohibition. If the 20s brought modernity and human rights to some, it also suffered from the reaction of Protestant fundamentalism and sustained gender inequality. If the 1920s economy began with a roar, we cannot forget that it ended with a crash. It is in the contrasts that the historian uncovers larger truths. Cheeky labels and generalizations conceal as much as they reveal. An honest assessment of the vital, if misunderstood, 1920s might lead the reader to a variety of intriguing notions, not the least of which is the uncanny, if imperfect, conclusion that the period is connected to our own politically tribal 21st century moment in the symptomatic election of Donald Trump. The Jazz Age or the Age of Lynching? In no era, it seems, has the United States been able to overcome its original sin of slavery, racism, and racial caste. It most certainly failed to do so in the 1920s. There were, of course, early signs that the renaissance of black culture following the First World War had strict geographic and temporal limitations. Indeed, the hundreds of thousands of African American soldiers who deployed overseas during 1917-18 found that the racial and social norms in France were far more open and accepting than those of the United States, especially those in the American South. Some never left France, forming a robust and creative black expatriate community in Paris. When most black soldiers did return home, proudly adorned in their military uniforms, they faced political violence and the threat of lynching at record levels. Still, for all these grim intonations, the 1920s was a vibrant era for black culture. Jazz, made popular in the period, is arguably the only true, wholly American art form. The Harlem Renaissance formed by black writers, musicians, poets, and critics in New York City would become legendary. The 1920s, in the wake of World War I, was also the start of the first great migration of African Americans from the rural South to the urban North, one of the largest and fastest internal movements of a population in modern history. This shift created the racial pattern and mosaic that modern Americans take for granted. In 1900, 90% of American blacks still lived in the South. They left to seek core industry jobs and post-war urban industrial work. Others hoped to escape the racism, violence, and suffocating caste system of the South. Most settled in urban centers in the Midwest and Northeast. Detroit, for example, counted some 6,000 black residents in 1910, but more than 130,000 in 1930. Blacks still suffered violence and discrimination in their new northern settings. For the most part, though, they faced isolation. White families simply moved away when blacks filtered into a neighborhood. Though tragic and racially repugnant, this isolation did indeed usher in a period of African American cultural rebirth in pockets of the 1920s North, Harlem being the most famous. Jazz performers such as Fats Waller, Duke Ellington, and Louis Armstrong perfected their craft, and jazz poets such as Langston Hughes, whose work pioneered and presaged the rap scene of the late 20th century, paved the way for a new, vibrant black literature. In perhaps the biggest surprise of all, African American artists, musicians, and writers became wildly popular with white American audiences and respected on an international level. Whites devoured black music and culture in a manner and with a cultural appropriation that would continue into the present day. Even so, the Harlem Renaissance had strict racial and spatial limits. The most famous jazz venue, New York City's Cotton Club, which boasted a house band fronted by Duke Ellington, remained whites only throughout the era. While well-to-do white audiences flocked to the club nightly, the African American talent was forbidden to drink in the club, linger, or interact with the white guests. They had to relax and seek their pleasures in neighboring buildings and other clubs in Harlem. Black political leaders were divided, and they often clashed with one another. Some followed Booker T. Washington in claiming that blacks must temporarily accept segregation in exchange for education and community improvement. Others favored W.E.B. Du Bois, who argued that a talented tenth of black leaders must lead the masses in a fight for civil rights. Du Bois helped co-found the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, which would play a prominent role in the black struggle for equal rights for the next century. Still another segment of blacks supported Marcus Garvey, who preached Africa for the Africans and cultural/political separation from white America. Ultimately, the black civil rights movement of the 1920s stalled. Though the NAACP managed to convince the House to pass the Dyer anti-lynching bill in 1921, this seemingly simple legislation was rejected by the Senate on more than one occasion and never became law. If the 1920s was an age of jazz and flourishing black cultural expression, it was also an age of racial reaction. Unsettled by the growth and popularity of black culture, and incensed by the return of uppity uniformed blacks from the war, some whites unleashed a new wave of lynching during the decade. Indeed, the 1920s was also the high tide of popularity for a new manifestation of the Ku Klux Klan. The new or second KKK emerged in 1915 after a long dormancy after the end of Reconstruction in 1877. This Klan expanded its message of hate from a sole focus on African Americans to a preoccupation with an aversion to Jews, Catholics, and certain immigrants. The new Klan was also larger and more public than its earlier secretive Southern manifestation. By 1924 it had perhaps 5 million members nationally and undoubtedly many more sympathizers. The 1920s Klan also expanded geographically, becoming extraordinarily powerful and popular in the North. Indeed, during the 1924 Democratic National Convention in New York, a convention that refused to include an anti-lynching plank in the party platform, thousands of uniformed KKK members marched in the streets of the city. The Klan was particularly powerful in the Midwest, in Indiana alone counting more than 250,000 members, including the governor. Local Klan chapters operated like fraternal orders or social clubs and held public barbecues and rallies throughout the country. The new KKK was also more politically palatable, winning control of several state houses, Indiana, Texas, Oklahoma, and Oregon, north and south of the Mason-Dixon line, and with some public officials openly flaunting their Klan affiliation. Perhaps it should come as little surprise that the Klan's numbers exploded during a period of negative eugenics, social Darwinism, and scientific racism. Best-selling books like Lothrop Stoddard's The Rising Tide of Color Against the White World Supremacy posited that the discontent and malaise in America and Europe were due to the influx of the darker races. Many white Americans, and not only those belonging to the KKK, were highly influenced by these pervasive arguments. Indeed, when Stoddard debated W.E.B. Du Bois on a stage in Chicago, thundering that, "We know that our America is a white America," his words carried much popular weight. Thus, while Du Bois handily won the intellectual debate, presciently asking Stoddard, "Your country? How came it yours? Would America have been America without her Negro people?" It became increasingly clear that philosophical blacks such as himself were definitively not winning the popular contest for the racial soul of the country. Racializing America, the Immigration Acts of 1917-24, the power of the new Klan, the most substantial social movement of the 1920s, was apparent in the strict immigration restrictions imposed throughout the decade. This was something new. For more than a century open immigration, especially from Europe, had been the avowed policy of the United States, a nation that had long prided itself on accepting the world's tired, poor, and hungry. The Klan, which was at root a backward-looking organization pining for a time when America was great, influenced a significant segment of the non-member population, which agreed that the United States should be, and allegedly always was, a white Protestant nation. In response to a recent influx of lesser Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Southern and Eastern Europeans, WASP America sought to shut the immigration valve, at least for some types of immigrants. This restriction, disturbingly, was wildly popular and easily passed a sympathetic Congress, making the 1920s one of American history's most intense years of nativism and immigration control. Political cartoon, 1921. White Protestants of the time, and their elected representatives, became obsessed with a cultural program known as colonial revival. This movement celebrated the nation's distant past, a time, supposedly, when Anglo-Saxon Protestantism was the dominant force in American life. Colonial revival was more than an architectural and fashion phenomenon, and became linked with nativism and anti-immigration sentiment. As the esteemed historian Jill Lepore has noted, both the style and political nativism of the era looked inward and backward, inventing and celebrating an American heritage, a fantasy world of a past that never happened. Such reactionary social and political frameworks remain potent forces even today. Politically, the nativists were victorious, and the outcome was a series of increasingly stringent immigration laws, along with the introduction of a new legal category, the illegal alien, into the national discourse. All told, the Immigration Acts of 1917, 1918, 1921, and 1924 reduced the overall level of immigration by 85%, slowed immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe to a trickle, and virtually eliminated migration from Asia and Africa. Then, as now, according to historian Gary Gerstle, immigration became a policy site onto which Americans projected their fears. The first act, in 1917, began by excluding any immigrant who could not read, a backhanded method of targeting and limiting the so-called new immigrants, primarily Catholics and Jews from Southern and Eastern Europe, who tended to have lower literacy rates than Northern European migrants. The next act, in 1918, shut out radical immigrants, socialists, communists, and anarchists, who also tended to make up a larger portion of the new immigrants. As Democratic U.S. Representative Charles Crisp of Georgia put it, Little Bohemia, Little Italy, Little Russia, Little Germany, Little Poland, Chinatown, are the breeding grounds for un-American thought and deeds. Much of the new nativist sentiment was also openly anti-Semitic, as Jews were commonly associated with radicalism and communism because Russian Jews were initially overrepresented in the Bolshevik ranks during that country's 1917 Red Revolution. One U.S. consular official in Romania described the Jewish refugees in Bucharest as economic parasites, tailors, small salesmen, butchers, etc. With ideals of moral and business dealings difficult to assimilate to our own. Italians, too, were suspected of having radical ties, which helps explain the controversial trial and execution of the Italian-born anarchists Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti in a robbery murder case that captured the nation's attention in 1920. They were found guilty even though most of the arguments brought against them were disproved in court. Fear of radicals swept the country, becoming most potent, ironically, among congressmen from the South, which had the fewest new immigrants in the entire nation. For example, Democratic Senator Thomas Heflin of Alabama told Congress, "You have it in your power to do the thing this day that will protect us against criminal agitators and red anarchists. You have it in your power to build a wall against Bolshevism, to keep out the criminal hordes of Europe." The result was the Emergency Immigration Act of 1921, the first open attempt to exclude certain ethnic and racial groups from the United States. The method was to limit annual immigration from any one country to 3% of that country's population in the United States as of the 1910 census. By this calculation, which obviously favored Nordics and Anglo-Saxons, there would be an estimated 80% reduction of Eastern and Southern Europeans from the pre-war average. President Woodrow Wilson, to his credit, refused to sign the bill, but President Warren G. Harding, Wilson's successor, would do so in May 1921. And the act worked. The number of immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe dropped from 513,000 in 1921 to 151,000 in 1923. But the nativists running the government weren't satisfied. Still obsessed with the menace of Jews, Italians, and Slavs, Congress passed the seminal Immigration Restriction Act of 1924, a bill that openly touted the new scientific racism of this social Darwinist era. Indeed, the star witness before the House Committee on Immigration was Harry Laughlin, a prominent eugenicist. The committee asked him to study the degeneracy and social inadequacy of certain immigrant groups, and Laughlin gleefully did just that. Racialist language permeated the debate in Congress, as when Indiana Republican Fred Purnell exclaimed, "We cannot make a heavy horse into a trotter by keeping him in a racing stable. We cannot make a well-bred dog out of a mongrel by teaching him tricks." West Virginia Democrat Ariel Allen doubled down, claiming that the strength of the law lay in purifying and keeping pure the blood of America. The new bill changed the relevant census to that of 1890, a time when even fewer Southern and Eastern Europeans had been in the country. 3% of that number lowered the annual immigration limit of these ethnic groups to just 18,400, down from the pre-war annual average of 738,000. Furthermore, the Act, and two Supreme Court decisions, held that all Japanese, Indian, and other East and South Asian immigrants must be barred from the United States. The basis of all this was supposedly a 1790 law that reserved citizenship for free white immigrants. Meanwhile, African nations and colonies were allowed only 100 immigrants each per year. Interestingly, Mexican laborers were exempt from the restrictions, though not for lack of prejudice against them. Rather, corporate and agribusiness interests lobbied against limiting the migration of Mexican peasants and laborers, who were seen as vital to business. Political restriction of immigrants also influenced cultural norms and laws. Fearing the scourge of mongrelization and miscegenation, many states hardened laws against interracial marriage. This movement culminated with a 1924 Virginia law that prohibited a white from marrying a black, Asian, American Indian, or Malay. Furthermore, this law changed the definition of black from anyone with 1/16th African ancestry to any individual with at least one black ancestor, regardless of how remote. When we imagine the cosmopolitan and open-minded jazz age of the 1920s, it is important, too, to recall its hardening of racial lines and the litigious attempts to make America white and Protestant again. The first culture wars, battles over the Bible, alcohol, and modernity. A prevailing mental picture of the 1920s is that of the flapper, sporting a bob haircut, exposed knees, and a plethora of jewelry. This new woman drove automobiles, smoked cigarettes, and drank alcohol. Surely, we imagine, these female Americans were in every sense modern, and representative of an entire era. Only it isn't so. For every free-spirited flapper, there was a traditionalist wife. And, if there was much imbibing in the 20s, we must remember that this was also the decade of the national prohibition of alcohol manufacture and sales. For every modernist infused with scientific truths, there was more than one Protestant fundamentalist. This, the apposition of the modern and traditional, is the real story of the 1920s, one often omitted from the history books but vital to any comprehensive understanding of the decade. Prohibition had been a goal of temperance activists, especially women in the movement, for at least 3/4 of a century. The old arguments held that sober citizens, men were the primary targets, were more likely to be diligent workers, faithful husbands, dutiful fathers, and better servants of the nation. By the later part of the 1920s, prohibitionists had the necessary power in Congress and the state legislatures to push through, over President Wilson's veto, the Constitution's 18th Amendment, which outlawed the production and sale, but not the consumption, of alcoholic drinks. This new, powerful wave of sentiment against alcohol spoke to cultural battlefields in America. Pro- and anti-prohibition attitudes tended to cohere with the nation's growing rural-urban divide. Rural folk tended to support the ban while city dwellers found it intrusive. Prohibition also linked directly to religion and immigration. Many temperance activists favored the ban as an attack on the un-American values and mores of immigrant communities, which tended to drink more heavily. It was a matter of social control and another way to make the nation great, and white and Protestant, again. Known as the Noble Experiment, prohibition created more problems than it solved and lasted only a dozen or so years before its repeal through the 21st Amendment. It was almost impossible to enforce, and bootleggers and speakeasies proliferated around the nation, especially in the urban north. Prohibition, similar to the contemporary war on drugs, also turned the production and distribution of alcohol over to criminal elements and syndicates. Organized crime ran rampant in the wake of the 18th Amendment, ushering in a wave of shootings and bombings among rival bootlegging gangs. The most famous gangster was Chicago's Al Capone, who made tens of millions of dollars and ruled with an iron fist. In one famous incident, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, his men executed 9 rival gang members in a busy district in Chicago. The federal government responded, eventually putting Capone away for tax evasion, but Washington never had the resources or ability to enforce the alcohol ban in a meaningful way. The Noble Experiment was ultimately a bloody failure. Still, it, too, reflected the culture wars of the 1920s. Battles were also fought over the role and scope of women's public sphere in American life. While many mostly urban women shook off the mores of their mothers and embraced the flapper lifestyle, other Americans, generally rural men and women, continued to insist the woman's place was in the home. The women did finally get the vote in 1920, they did not vote as a bloc, as some had expected or, alternatively, feared, but rather divided along the same political and cultural lines as the male population. Struggles over the role of women were inseparably tied to arguments between country and city, between religion and secularism, and between modernism and traditionalism. So while more women entered the public sphere and altered their styles, they were still constricted by local decency laws that could go so far, as in Washington, D.C., as to regulate the length of bathing suits and dresses down to the nearest inch. Furthermore, After a wartime surge, there were still relatively few women working outside the home. Indeed, contrary to popular imagination, the women's labor force grew by only 2% in the 1920s. Perhaps the most famous front in the 1920s culture war revolved around the role of religion in American life. Indeed, we can hardly overestimate the power of organized religion in America, from the nation's very inception. Church attendance and religious adherence in the U.S. is, and has always been, among the highest in the world. For all the sweeping social changes of the 20s, that remained a salient fact. During the Progressive Era and in the decade that followed the end of World War I, an increasingly urbanized, modernized, and immigrant population, read, Catholic and Jewish, seemed threatening to many rural, Anglo-Saxon Protestants who saw themselves as the only real Americans. In response to the unsettling changes in American society, a new wave of Protestant fundamentalism, specifically the view that the words of the Bible were inherently true and were meant to be taken literally, took hold in rural America. Fundamentalists battled against immigrants, flappers, drinkers, and all sorts of modernists throughout the decade. One of the first and most famous battles, one not yet settled, revolved around the question of public education and whether teachers should impart the scientific theories of Darwinian evolution to the nation's students. The battle lines were drawn, all that was needed was a spark to begin the war, and it came in the little town of Dayton, Tennessee, in 1925. Tennessee had become the first state to prohibit the instruction of evolution in public schools. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, founded in 1917 to defend conscientious objectors, then located a high school biology teacher in Dayton, John Scopes, who was willing to challenge the law and teach evolution. Scopes was charged with a crime, and the ensuing trial gained national attention, perhaps the first such case to be dubbed the trial of the century. The trial quickly moved beyond the narrow bounds of whether Scopes had violated the law, he clearly had, and became, instead, a battle between the theories of evolution and creationism, between secularism and fundamentalism. And there were other issues, themes, and questions raised by the case. First, there was the strong urban-rural divide that tended to cleave along secular and religious lines. And more saliently, a question of democracy. Could the people of a community ban the teaching of credible scientific theory if a clear majority, such as in most southern states, didn't adhere to that science? The secularists framed the case around a question of free speech. Did a teacher have the right to impart a scientific theory that he or she found credible? These were tough issues and still are. The monkey trial, as it came to be known, was a national sensation, the first to be broadcast nationwide on radio. Both sides hired celebrity lawyers. For the prosecution, William Jennings Bryan, a three-time Democratic presidential candidate; for the defense, Clarence Darrow, a famed radical litigator who had defended Eugene Debs. For Bryan, the trial was all about the great need of the world today to get back to God, a question of faith and local, especially rural, sovereignty. For Darrow, perhaps the nation's most famous litigator, the case was all about reason, science, and free speech. Darrow explained his reasons for taking on the case by saying, "I knew that education was in danger from the source that has always hampered it, religious fanaticism." The climax of the trial came when Darrow put none other than Bryan himself on the stand for a cross-examination regarding the Bible itself. Bryan was deeply religious but no theologian. The crafty Darrow peppered Bryan with tough questions about the supposed infallibility of the Bible and asked whether its words were to be taken literally. Bryan, sweating and confused, struggled through the questioning and seemed to contradict himself with some regularity. Consider just one famous exchange from the trial record that demonstrates the conflict between the two men and their worldviews. Darrow: "You have given considerable study to the Bible, haven't you, Mr. Bryan? Do you claim that everything should be literally interpreted?" Bryan: "I believe everything in the Bible should be accepted as it is given there." Darrow: "You believe the story of the flood, Noah, to be a literal interpretation?" Bryan: "Yes, sir." Darrow: "When was that flood? About 4004 BC? Bryan: "That is the estimate accepted today." Darrow: "You believe that all the living things that were not contained in the ark were destroyed?" Bryan: "I think the fish may have lived." Darrow: "Don't you know that the ancient civilizations of China are 6,000 to 7,000, 6,000 to 7,000 years old?" Bryan: "No, they would not run back beyond the creation, according to the Bible, 6,000 years. Darrow: "You don't know how old they are, right?" Bryan: "I don't know how old they are, but you probably do." Laughter: "I think you would give preference to anybody who opposed the Bible." Everyone knew that Scopes would be found guilty, and indeed he was. His fine was $100, paid by the renowned journalist H. L. Mencken. Still, the trial had much grander, more consequential results. Modernity and science had battled traditionalism and dogma. Though Darrow seemed to get the better of Bryan in their exchanges, there was no clear winner. The cities and the major national newspapers lauded the victory of Darrow, but rural America remained stalwart and resistant to evolution and still is. Evangelical Protestant Christianity, after all, remains one of the most potent forces in American political and cultural life. Normalcy, laissez-faire, and the road to the crash. For the most part the 1920s are remembered as a boom time, an era of unparalleled prosperity and conspicuous consumption. Even the middle and lower classes are thought to have benefited from the soaring economy. And in a sense, this was true, at least for a while. Between 1922 and 1928 industrial production rose 70%, the gross national product 40%, and per capita income 30%. Still, lurking under the surface were troubling signs that prosperity was uneven and, in many ways, little more than a shiny facade. Throughout the decade, some 40% of the working class remained mired in poverty, 75% of Americans did not own a washing machine, and 60% couldn't afford a radio. 42% of families lived on less than $1,000 a year. What's more, income inequality reached record highs, which are being matched in the present day, with 0.1% of the families at the top earning as much income annually as the bottom 40% of all families. Furthermore, unions were losing ground throughout the country as newly empowered corporations broke strikes with the backing of government and, sadly, the public. This occurred despite the fact that working conditions remained deplorable in many industries. Each year in the 1920s, 25,000 workers were killed on the job and an additional 100,000 became permanently disabled for work-related reasons. Given these stunning facts, why was much of the public then so hostile to labor? Partly this reflected an outgrowth of the 1919-21 fear of radicalism known as the Red Scare. The Socialist Party and the industrial workers of the world were destroyed in the post-war years, but it also tied to race and ethnicity. Labor issues became associated with immigrant issues and, as demonstrated, nativism and anti-immigration sentiments ran rampant in the Roaring Twenties. Despite these under-the-surface realities of gripping poverty, enough Americans were doing well to such an extent that they could shut out the picture of struggling sharecropping farmers, black and white, and impoverished immigrant industrial workers in the big cities. These suffering people, then as now, were invisible, so long, at least, as general prosperity was the order of the day. By the presidential election of 1920, the progressive era was dead. Sick of centralized government social reforms and soured by the experience of war, a majority of Americans turned their backs on liberal revisionism. What these citizens wanted most of all was to turn the clock backward to what they imagined was a simpler time, before the war, and even before the progressive turn in American politics, a time, they imagined, of liberty, autonomy, and freedom from government interference. The Republican candidate in 1920, Warren G. Harding, rode to victory on this tide of conservatism and anti-progressivism. On the campaign trail, Harding promised a return to normalcy, by which he meant the retreat of the federal government from a reform agenda and a reintroduction of laissez-faire economics. In Boston in May 1920, Harding summed up his view of the future by asserting, "America's present need is not heroics, but healing, not nostrums, but normalcy, not revolution, but restoration, not agitation, but adjustment, not submergence in internationality, but sustainment in triumphant nationality." And it was precisely this reactionary, and ultimately corrupt, agenda that Harding would pursue in the White House. Harding and his two Republican successors, Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover, would cozy up to big business and corporations. Harding made clear his intentions in his inaugural address. "I speak for administrative efficiency, for lightened tax burdens, for the omission of unnecessary interference of government with business, for an end to the government's experiment in business," Harding proclaimed in a clear repudiation of the progressive agenda. His successor, Coolidge, who famously proclaimed that the business of America is business, bragged toward the end of his term, "One of my most important accomplishments has been minding my own business." Civilization and profits go hand in hand. An older brand of Republican, Theodore Roosevelt, would have probably been disappointed in his party's new agenda. Dr., the famous trust buster, had always believed that spreading out economic opportunity and avoiding the monopoly of wealth was essential to the long-term prosperity of the nation. But that was a different time. Dr. was a progressive, of sorts, and most Americans now rejected such government activism. They would pay the price. Harding appointed Andrew Mellon, the fourth richest man in America, as his Secretary of the Treasury. Mellon, who served for many years, including under Coolidge, would upend the entire edifice of progressive social and economic reformism. During his tenure, Congress would exempt capital gains from the income tax and cap the top tax rate, an early form of what is now labeled trickle-down economics, in which the wealthiest Americans receive the lion's share of tax cuts. The top income brackets would see their tax rates lowered from 50% to 25%, while the lowest bracket was given a much smaller cut, from 4% to 3%. Hoover, who was Secretary of Commerce before serving as president, believed in voluntary associationalism, the theory that government should encourage corporations to work together and reform working conditions, all absent federal regulation. It didn't work. It rarely does. Consider a more recent example, the 2008 financial crash, as Exhibit A. What the reign of Mellon and Hoover did do was tie federal power to private corporate interests. The Wall Street Journal summed up the situation: never before, here or anywhere else, has a government been so completely fused with business. Indeed, in a contemporary landmark study, The Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932, the authors concluded that a corporate system had superseded the state as the dominant form of political organization. Big business liked it that way and launched new publicity campaigns intended to demonstrate that corporations had a strong social conscience and that government-provided social welfare was unnecessary and ill-advised. With money came immense advertising power, on a scale that could not be matched by working-class interests. It remained to be seen whether profit-driven corporations could responsibly guide the massive U.S. economy in the absence of federal oversight. It's an experiment that has been tried, and has failed, throughout American history and remains popular among certain political factions. This spreading political and social gospel of materialism also affected American culture. As historian Jill Lepore wrote, during the 1920s, American faith in progress turned into a faith in prosperity, fueled by consumption. Americans spent more than they earned, paid with credit, and rode the runaway train of an economy that was sure to crash. Only no one seemed to see it coming. When Hoover accepted the 1928 Republican nomination for the presidency, he predicted, barely a year before the stock market crash, that "We in America are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land." He would soon eat these words. None of it was sustainable, the mushrooming stock market or the growing wealth disparity. In a prescient article, Echoes of the Jazz Age, F. Scott Fitzgerald captured the absurdity of the moment, writing, "It was borrowed time anyway, the whole upper tenth of the nation living with the insouciance of a Grand Duke and the casualness of chorus girls." And, as in the first minutes after the Titanic struck an iceberg, the rich carried on just as before. The Depression would be the worst in American history. When the crash came, it came hard and fast. A decade's worth of irresponsible, risky financial speculation, altogether unregulated by the feds, had created a bubble that few had recognized. As the expert John Galbraith wrote in his study of the crisis, The Great Crash, the 1920s economy was fundamentally unsound and the bad distribution of income contributed to the onset of deep depression. Over the 3 weeks following the initial stock market crash, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell from 326 to 198 and stocks lost some 40% of their value. Hoover's initial, and prevailing, instinct was to work with business to right the economic ship. Within weeks of the crash he invited corporate leaders to the White House in an effort to coordinate a response. Nothing of substance was forthcoming, the corporations still clung to the profit motive and were unwilling to bend for the good of the country. As the historians Steve Fraser and Gary Gerstle have concluded, all in all, the corporate rich failed miserably to meet their responsibilities toward the poor. This fact was readily apparent, but, still, Hoover balked at any strong federal response. Hoover tried to reassure Americans, but beyond cajoling corporations to take responsible voluntary actions he was unwilling to meaningfully intervene. He believed charity was the best way to ameliorate rising poverty but opposed any form of government relief, arguing that to provide such help would see the nation plunged into socialism and collectivism. The obtuse and heartless response of a generation of Republican politicians and corporate leaders reads today as cruel farce. When, by 1930, half the 280,000 textile workers in New England, Coolidge's home region, were jobless, the former president commented simply, "When more and more people are thrown out of work, unemployment results." Then, in early 1931, Coolidge again showed his flair for understatement, "The country is not in good condition." Henry Ford, perhaps America's most famous business leader, and, incidentally, an anti-Semitic admirer of Adolf Hitler, claimed in March 1931 that the Depression resulted because the average man won't really do a day's work unless he is caught and cannot get out of it. There is plenty of work if people would do it. Weeks later, Ford would lay off 75,000 workers. Only making matters worse, President Hoover fell back on his protectionist instincts and severed the U.S. economy from Europe with the new Tariff Act in 1930. Other nations, predictably, retaliated with trade restrictions of their own and world trade shrank by a quarter. By 1932, 1 in 5 U.S. banks had failed, unemployment rose from 9% to 23%, and 1 in 4 Americans suffered a food shortage. The very foundation of liberal capitalist democracy seemed to be crumbling. The new republic proclaimed, "At no time since the rise of political democracy have its tenets been so seriously challenged as they are today." The Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini predicted that, "The liberal state is destined to perish." These premonitions were understandable at the time. Millions of Americans, out of work and desperate for food and shelter, gathered in temporary outdoor camps, dubbed Hoovervilles, and increasingly became radicalized, drawn either to the communist left or the fascist right. One thing seemed certain: the fate of global democracy seemed to hinge on the ability of the United States, the world's largest economy and democracy, to find a middle way that mitigated poverty without a turn toward left or right-wing totalitarianism. That would require American voters to send the likes of Hoover and his failed ideology packing and elect a different sort of candidate with fresh ideas on how to confront the crisis of the Great Depression. That man was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. When he took power in 1933, it was uncertain whether he, and American liberal capitalism, would endure. An American crime, the Bonus Army March on Washington. It is by now the platitude of platitudes: Americans love their military veterans, adulating them today, though vacuously, at every turn. Only it wasn't always so. In fact, one could argue that there exists a long, highly American trend, dating back to the underpaid and underfed Continental Army of the Revolutionary era, of asking the world of our veterans in war and then, predictably, ignoring their post-war needs. There is perhaps no better example than the suppression of the bonus marchers in our nation's capital in the spring and summer of 1932. This, to be sure, must count as a great American crime. The controversy centered on the redemption of the promised federal bonus certificates given to the millions of veterans of the First World War. Most of these bonuses could, by law, be redeemed only far in the future, around 1945. But for hundreds of thousands of jobless, homeless American combat vets, that simply wouldn't do. They were hungry now, they were cold now. A Great Depression was on the land, and many of these vets demanded the payout immediately. Ironically, later Keynesian economists argued that paying out this large sum of money would actually have acted as a stimulus to the depressed American economy, but this was decidedly not the prevailing theory of the day among business-friendly Republicans such as President Hoover. He flatly refused the payout. In the spring of 1932, some 20,000 veterans, carrying their bonus certificates, converged on the national capital. They promised to stay put until their demands were met, and they set up makeshift camps across Washington, D.C. One observer, the famous writer John Dos Passos, observed that the men are sleeping in little lean-tos built out of old newspapers, cardboard boxes, packing crates, bits of tin or tar paper roofing, every kind of cockeyed makeshift shelter from the rain scare together out of the city dump. It was a sad scene and an embarrassing fall from grace for these proud war vets. When the bill to pay off the bonus failed in the Senate, it had passed the House. Most of the bonus army stalwartly stayed put. In response, Hoover coldly ordered the active duty army to evict them, a potential violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibits the use of the regular army to suppress disorder within the nation's borders. The next day 4 troops of cavalry, 4 companies of infantry, a machine gun company, and 6 tanks gathered near the White House, all under the command of General Douglas MacArthur. MacArthur's aide-de-camp that day was future General and President Dwight Eisenhower, and future General and World War II hero George Patton commanded one of the cavalry troops. This was not their finest hour. MacArthur personally led his troops, all wearing gas masks, down Pennsylvania Avenue as they fired tear gas to clear the vets out of old buildings, some of which were set on fire by the advancing troopers. Thousands of bonus marchers, along with their women and children, frantically ran. Soon the entire encampment was ablaze. The whole tragic affair was over rather quickly. The day's toll: 2 veterans shot to death, an 11-week-old baby dead, an 8-year-old boy partly blinded, and thousands more injured by the tear gas. The brutality was swift, and, make no mistake, it was purposeful. Then Major Patton gave the following instructions to his troops before the assault: if you must fire, do a good job. A few casualties become martyrs, a large number an object lesson. When a mob starts to move, keep it on the run. Use a bayonet to encourage its retreat. If they are running, a few good wounds in the buttocks will encourage them. If they resist, they must be killed. How quickly Americans would forget this man's despicable role in this national disgrace in favor of memories of his actions in World War II. The vets did not get their hard-earned and much-needed bonuses that day. What they received was the violent rebuke of a government that had abandoned them to poverty and despair. The famed journalist H. L. Mencken captured the moment ever so perfectly, writing, "In the sad aftermath that always follows a great war, there is nothing sadder than the surprise of the returned soldiers when they discover that they are regarded generally as public nuisances." For an impoverished generation of World War I veterans, this was the thanks for their service. Even at the time, not everyone bought into the mythology and consumerism of the Roaring Twenties. Some cultural critics, artists and writers in particular, saw through the hollow facade of American life and society. These were the men and women of the lost generation, those both damaged and horrified by the horrors of the Great War and disgusted by the materialism of the preceding decade. Though their prose remains on the curriculum for students throughout the nation, their assessment of the dark underbelly of the decade has not stuck. Americans, it seems, prefer the cliched labels of Jazz Age and Harlem Renaissance to the inverse realities of the nativism, lynching, prohibition, fundamentalism and social control so prevalent in the decade that roared. Ernest Hemingway, a wounded veteran of the First World War, wrote in his acclaimed novel A Farewell to Arms, "The world breaks everyone. But those that will not break it, kills. It kills the very good and the very gentle and the very brave impartially." Indeed, Hemingway, like so many others in his lost generation, chose exile as an expatriate in Paris to life in consumerist America. His fellow lost author, F. Scott Fitzgerald, also critiqued the era and expounded upon the disillusionment of many veterans, writing in This Side of Paradise, "Here was a new generation, dedicated more than the last to the fear of poverty and the worship of success, grown up to find all gods dead, all wars fought, all faiths in man shaken." Indeed, there was among many Americans, especially urbanites of the middle or upper class, a worship of success and materialism infusing the 1920s. This is the way we tend to imagine and reconstruct the decade in our minds, a time of energy and movement toward modernity, forgetting Fitzgerald's rejoinder, that the period carried a loss of faith, a fear of poverty, a battle between ideologies and, yes, competing images of what it meant to be an American. The 1920s gave birth to a national culture war, perhaps America's first. Open a newspaper, flip on the news, no ceasefire yet. 24. FDR and his deal for a desperate time. FDR was neither radical nor conservative, no matter what his defenders and critics have claimed, both then and now. One part traitor to his class and another part defender of capitalism, he was both dangerously power-hungry and the savior of American-style liberal democracy. This man was, like his party's co-founder, Thomas Jefferson, an enigma, an unknowable sphinx. And yet he was the man for his moment. Indeed, FDR and his New Deal, as both a response to economic depression and a reorganization of society, represent one of the most profound transitions in U.S. history. FDR served as president longer than anyone before or since, elected 4 times by wide margins. His opponents feared the man, and his supporters canonized him with rare and remarkable passion. First elected in a landslide in 1932, the Democrat entered office loaded with expectations. Seen as the anti-Herbert Hoover, his Republican opponent for the presidency, Roosevelt sailed to a victory that many saw as an electoral rebuke to the conservative Republican regimes of his 3 immediate predecessors. Though it was difficult to know exactly what his policies and ideology would be, the people placed their hopes and dreams in the 32nd president. He would, if nothing else, bring change. With the stock market crash of 1929, the economy crumbling, and countless Americans out of work in the early years of the Great Depression, Roosevelt took office with the mandate for change and a public expectation of national salvation. Perhaps no man could live up to such demands. FDR would, over the next dozen years, experiment, tinker, triumph, and fail. He knew the highest of political highs and the lowest of lows. Some historians and political scholars have even wondered, studying the maelstrom of conflicting Rooseveltian policies, whether FDR even had a coherent economic or political ideology. And they have a point. Migrant Mother, 1936, by Dorothea Lange. What we do know is this: by the end of his second term, Roosevelt had forever transformed his own party, the American economy, the role and scope of federal power, and, it can be said without exaggeration, the nation itself. Whether these changes were for the better remains open to interpretation and debate. Indeed, today's politicians, left and right, continue to battle over the legacy and ideals of this singular man. Perhaps a fresh look at the real Roosevelt, the man, the myth, the inheritance he handed down, will better illuminate the contours of today's political combat. A New Deal, to save capitalism? Roosevelt's detractors labeled him a socialist before he ever took office. His partisans deified him ahead of his inauguration and predicted he would save the nation from its economic plight and bring back prosperity. Roosevelt was, in fact, neither a commie nor a miracle worker, neither Christ nor Antichrist. What he was, as he took the mantle of executive power in March 1933, was imbued with a mandate for change and determined to do something, not just to end the Depression but to reshape the country. Through fits and starts, periods of immense popularity and stretches in the political doldrums, FDR would improvise and legislate with an energy and passion rarely seen from an American president. From the very start, both on the campaign trail and in his inaugural address, Roosevelt announced that the train of change was a-coming. Accepting his party's nomination in a Chicago stadium, he exclaimed, "I pledge myself, to a New Deal for the American people." Just what that New Deal would mean in practice was initially rather vague, couched in rhetoric more than clear public policy. FDR liked to say that the New Deal is as old as Christian ethics. It recognizes that man is indeed his brother's keeper. It demands that justice shall rule the mighty as well as the weak. To the optimistic leftist and the fearful conservative alike, this rhetoric smacked of socialism. But it was never that. The New Deal would prove both less ideological and more restrained than its proponents and detractors ever surmised. Experimentation, rather than a coherent Marxist ideology, which some of the president's enemies suspected, defined the New Deal. On the campaign trail in May 1932, FDR said as much, explaining, "The country needs and, unless I mistake its temper, the country demands bold, persistent experimentation. Take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all try something." Roosevelt was nothing if not practical and intellectually malleable. Once, responding to the campaign question, "What is your philosophy?" he retorted, "Philosophy? Philosophy? I am a Christian and a Democrat, that's all." It would prove an accurate self-description throughout most of his tenure. What Roosevelt was, from the start, was inspiring and comforting. Whether through his soaring public speeches or his soothing radio addresses, the famed fireside chats, Roosevelt reassured the American people. In his inaugural address he famously intoned, "This great nation will endure as it has endured. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." The people found Roosevelt, for whatever reason, to be strangely and uniquely accessible. In his first week in office, FDR received 450,000 letters. The mail continued at pace throughout his presidency, and he made time to read a selection daily. He saw himself, and was often portrayed, as the people's president. As such, he repeatedly invoked his deeply held belief that society, and democracy, would fail to function if too many workers and farmers slipped into desperate poverty. Even before his election, he asserted that, in the final analysis, the progress of our civilization will be retarded if any large body of the citizens falls behind. Assembling a brain trust of mostly progressive advisors, including Labor Secretary Frances Perkins, the first female member of a presidential cabinet, FDR got to work. In his vaunted first 100 days, Roosevelt would push through emergency legislation meant to ease Americans' suffering and begin the path to economic recovery. The Emergency Banking Act briefly closed the nation's banks, a 4-day banking holiday, and reopened them only once they had been declared sound. In a following flurry of legislation, he proposed, and Congress passed, the Glass-Steagall Act, which separated investment banking from personal banking, and he created the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, the Public Works Administration, PWA, which oversaw 10,000-plus infrastructure projects, an agriculture bill that called for direct government payments to farmers who agreed not to produce certain crops, thus controlling overproduction, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, a public corporation that employed thousands to create public improvements in one of the nation's more depressed regions, and the Civilian Conservative Corps, CCC, which hired 250,000 young men for forestry, flood control, and beautification projects. By the time the 100 days were up, Congress had passed 15 pieces of legislation. Perhaps most popular with his people was the new Federal Emergency Relief Administration, FERA, which increased, for the first time, direct federal unemployment assistance to the states. This handout or relief, depending on your point of view, was something President Hoover and his fellow Republicans had fiercely resisted. The result of FERA was profound. Roosevelt, the savvy politician, had artfully transferred the allegiance of the nation's poor from their local leaders to the president in Washington, D.C. Most transformative, though, was probably the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, which abandoned progressive-era trust-busting for the cartelization of major industries. The act would establish federal regulations on maximum work hours and child labor and guarantee the limited right of workers to unionize. The NIRA also empowered the government to oversee and control production in whole industries, and forced price and wage increases. Another component of the NIRA was to be the Public Works Administration, which undertook an ambitious federal construction program meant to get the unemployed back to work. In many ways early New Deal legislation, especially the nationalistic CCC and the self-regulating cartels of the NIRA, would have pleased FDR's boyhood idol, his cousin Theodore Roosevelt. They bore the hallmarks of DR's own economic philosophy so very clearly. Still, the results of the famed 100 days were mixed. What historians would later call Roosevelt's first New Deal halted a bank panic, authorized the greatest public works program in U.S. history, and granted billions in federal unemployment relief. Most important, it buoyed the hopes of the people and infused them with Roosevelt's own optimism. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that this deluge of new laws lacked any coherent pattern or ideology. The early New Deal also maintained, rather than overthrew, capitalism, regardless of the hopes of some on the far left. And certainly it did not end the Depression, which would rage for many more years. Expectations of a quick fix were, to be fair, unrealistic. Yet from one, admittedly liberal, perspective, it is good that the first New Deal did not end the economic emergency outright. After all, had prosperity been restored by 1934, the follow-on Second New Deal, and the program's more ambitious, transformative reforms, might never have come to pass. Indeed, we could argue that it was only the continued economic crisis that ensured the election of the massive Democratic majority required to pass the rest of FDR's New Deal in 1935-36. Just before the legislative midterm elections of November 1934, Roosevelt's influential Interior Secretary, Harold Ickes, recognized that more transformative reform was needed to address the Depression. He noted in his diary that, "The country is much more radical than the administration." Roosevelt would have to move further to the left in order to hold the country. True radicals, both left and right, as we shall see, were gaining popularity, and FDR, about to propose several of his transformative reforms in 1935, may well have shifted left in response to these fringe threats. From this perspective, Roosevelt did what he later did, ushering in a more leftist Second New Deal, in order not to destroy but to save American capitalism. These new measures, according to FDR's son Eliot, were designed to cut the ground from under the demagogues. Roosevelt himself explained that he was working to save our system, the capitalist system, from crackpot ideas. In another bold assertion, FDR told a Syracuse, New York, crowd, "The true conservative seeks to protect the system of private property and free enterprise by correcting such injustices and inequalities as arise from it. The most serious threat to our institutions comes from those who refuse to face the need for change. Liberalism becomes the protection for the far-sighted conservative. In the words of the great essayist, Lord Macaulay, not named by FDR, reform if you would preserve. I am that kind of conservative because I am that kind of liberal." Emphasis added. Still, despite such proclamations, this rather political interpretation of the New Deal's motivation may overstate the case. Roosevelt was, it must be admitted, at least partly driven by genuine empathy for the poor. As historian David M. Kennedy concluded, it was solicitude for his country, a distinct Roosevelt family value, that lay at the core of his patrician temperament. By this logic FDR was a sympathetic, if paternalistic, person who was always both more and less than the traitor to his class that he was quickly dubbed. Indeed, as early as 1939, Raymond Moley observed that Roosevelt is outraged by hunger and unemployment, as though they were personal affronts in a world he is certain he can make far better, totally other, than it has been. So if FDR's policy was decidedly not communist subterfuge, it was still in many ways rather idealistic and transformative. By 1935 the president was waging a war of political persuasion meant to change the public's mind about the role of federal government in poverty reduction and economic stabilization. Roosevelt recollected that the Constitution was established to promote the general welfare and that it was thus government's plain duty to provide for that security upon which welfare depends. It was a battle, a war really, that FDR would ultimately win, at least until the conservative revival of the 1970s-80s. Let us, then, surmise that Roosevelt had become a cautious idealist by 1935. In that year's annual address to Congress, FDR declared that social justice, no longer a distant ideal, has become a definite goal. The common objective in his economic policies, then, seems to have been both the mitigation of the worst aspects of grinding poverty and the old progressive dream of stability, wringing order out of chaos. To provide this, Roosevelt needed to win over the hearts and minds of the majority of people to his own view that corporate business interests alone couldn't be counted on to provide the stability and poverty mitigation needed in a modern industrial society. To this end, he declared that, "Men may differ as to the particular form of government activity with respect to industry or business, but nearly all are agreed that private enterprise in times such as these cannot be left without assistance and without reasonable safeguards." By his third year in office, Roosevelt had convinced an unforeseen majority of Americans of just that, and his policies of government investment and poverty alleviation would rule in Washington for at least the next 30 years. From reform to disappointment, the Second New Deal and its legacy. After securing record Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, Roosevelt unleashed his most ambitious and transformative legislation during the fateful 1935 congressional session. Ever more alphabet soup, acronym-laden, agencies and bills would be created and approved. These included even larger job creation programs, including the Rural Electrification Administration, REA. When the REA first put Americans to work, fewer than 2 out of 10 farms had electricity. A decade later 9 of 10 did. Even grander was the Works Progress Administration, WPA, which put 8.5 million people to work during its 8-year lifespan, employing a variety of citizens, from construction workers to artists and authors, on various public projects. In the end, the WPA would build 500,000 miles of highways and almost 100,000 bridges. This was a federal investment in infrastructure that was unheard of and unimaginable just a few years earlier. Still, there was controversy and scandal. Roosevelt was, whatever else he may have been, a savvy, consummate politician. Recognizing the old saw that all politics is local, the president used the WPA as a gigantic federal patronage machine, handing out jobs and projects to amenable, mostly Democratic, state and city-level politicians and administrators. Indeed, in one extreme case, all New Jersey WPA employees were required to donate 3% of their modest paychecks to the local Democratic Party. Nevertheless, in the short term at least, WPA projects reduced unemployment and provided millions the dignity of honest work. Perhaps the most substantial, and long-lasting, piece of New Deal legislation was the Social Security Act. It included a program of lifelong old age insurance, as well as institutional federal unemployment insurance. The insurance provisions for the elderly were motivated by both humanitarian considerations and practical economics. Much of America's impoverished community was made up of septuagenarians, but so, too, was much of the workforce. Social Security benefits would both decrease poverty and dispose of surplus workers over the age of 65. Providing a marginal retirement fund for the elderly would, by this logic, open up more jobs for younger, able-bodied, unemployed men and women. Originally, Roosevelt and his New Dealers, as his loyal bureaucrats came to be called, wanted to include a national system of health care in the Social Security Act. This provision was doomed to fail and was quickly jettisoned, however, in the face of public, political, and corporate obstacles. America, it seemed, unlike its European counterparts, was not yet ready for universal health care. Even without the health care provisions, Social Security was a bold measure. Nonetheless, it was far from the socialistic, radical proposition that FDR's enemies feared. Rather than finance the insurance through direct, progressive taxation, Roosevelt insisted that Social Security be based on private insurance principles, specifically that the funds necessary should be raised by contribution rather than an increase in general taxation. Social Security was thus, in the words of historian David M. Kennedy, to be not a civil right but a property right. That was the American way. As such, rather than an income redistribution program, this was to be a mandatory pension system financed by regressive taxes on the workers themselves. It remains so today. When his more liberal advisers warned Roosevelt that Social Security would actually initially burden workers, decrease consumer spending, and fail to minimize income inequality, he replied simply that "I guess you're right on the economics, but those taxes were never a product of economics. They are politics all the way through." Progressive New Dealers also wanted Social Security insurance to pay the same amount to everyone, regardless of earned income, thus achieving some limited wealth redistribution. Again, Roosevelt, this time through his labor secretary, explained his opposition to such measures. "The easiest way would be to pay the same amount to everyone," Francis Perkins concluded, But that is contrary to the typical American attitude that a man who works hard, becomes highly skilled, and earns high wages deserves more on retirement. And so it would be. Here again, the Roosevelt administration based Social Security on the private insurance model, rather than the European income redistribution model that prevailed, and prevails, in just about every other industrial nation. Nevertheless, despite the moderation underlying most of his Second New Deal legislation, there is no doubt that FDR did tilt leftward in 1935-36. Yet even this was as much rhetoric as reality. In June 1935 Roosevelt pushed for tax reform, telling Congress that, our revenue laws have operated in many ways to the unfair advantage of the few, and they have done little to prevent an unjust concentration of wealth. Thus he asked for very high taxes on the largest of incomes and for stiffer inheritance taxes. FDR called his proposal a wealth tax. His opponents soon dubbed it a soak the rich plan. Still, in principle, tax reform polled well in Depression-era America. Motivated by his legislative successes, Roosevelt took his smite the rich rhetoric out on the campaign trail when he ran for re-election in 1936. Whereas in his first New Deal, FDR had sought was quickly jettisoned, however, in the face of public, political, and corporate obstacles. America, it seemed, unlike its European counterparts, was not yet ready for universal health care. Even without the health care provisions, Social Security was a bold measure. Nonetheless, it was far from the socialistic, radical proposition that FDR's enemies feared. Rather than finance the insurance through direct, progressive taxation, Roosevelt insisted that Social Security be based on private insurance principles, specifically that the funds necessary should be raised by contribution rather than an increase in general taxation. Social Security was thus, in the words of historian David M. Kennedy, to be not a civil right but a property right. That was the American way. As such, rather than an income redistribution program, this was to be a mandatory pension system financed by regressive taxes on the workers themselves. It remains so today. When his more liberal advisers warned Roosevelt that Social Security would actually initially burden workers, decrease consumer spending, and fail to minimize income inequality, he replied simply that I guess you're right on the economics, but those taxes were never a product of economics. They are politics all the way through. Progressive New Dealers also wanted Social Security insurance to pay the same amount to everyone, regardless of earned income, thus achieving some limited wealth redistribution. Again, Roosevelt, this time through his labor secretary, explained his opposition to such measures. The easiest way would be to pay the same amount to everyone, Francis Perkins concluded, but that is contrary to the typical American attitude that a man who works hard, becomes highly skilled, and earns high wages deserves more on retirement. And so it would be. Here again, the Roosevelt administration based Social Security on the private insurance model, rather than the European income redistribution model that prevailed, and prevails, in just about every other industrial nation. Nevertheless, despite the moderation underlying most of his Second New Deal legislation, there is no doubt that FDR did tilt leftward in 1935-36. Yet even this was as much rhetoric as reality. In June 1935 Roosevelt pushed for tax reform, telling Congress that, our revenue laws have operated in many ways to the unfair advantage of the few, and they have done little to prevent an unjust concentration of wealth. Thus he asked for very high taxes on the largest of incomes and for stiffer inheritance taxes. FDR called his proposal a wealth tax. His opponents soon dubbed it a soak the rich plan. Still, in principle, tax reform polled well in Depression-era America. Motivated by his legislative successes, Roosevelt took his smite the rich rhetoric out on the campaign trail when he ran for re-election in 1936. Whereas in his first New Deal, FDR had sought nearly 80%. By 1938, 2 million more workers had been laid off, bringing unemployment back up to an astounding 19%. Both conservative and radical leftist critics dubbed it the Roosevelt recession. Many Americans would ask, both then and later, what had caused this second crash and the resultant economic downturn. To some extent, the downturn was due to the simple, standard fluctuations of the business cycle in a still firmly entrenched capitalist economy. By this logic, because of the inherent ups and downs of the market, contraction was to be expected after 4 straight years of economic expansion under Roosevelt. Still, conservatives and laissez-faire economists blamed the recession on a lack of business confidence, arguing that FDR had demoralized corporations with his radical campaign rhetoric and relatively progressive tax policies. Though this may have been an appealing narrative for corporate leaders, it crumbles under closer,